The world is encased in ice, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse. 95% of humanity on Blue Star has perished. Reborn 2 months prior to the onset of the apocalypse, Lin Ziyuan returns with the hatred of his past life to confront the impending doom. Lacking resources, Lin Ziyuan has amassed tens of billions worth of supplies, having raided the warehouses. For the sake of comfort, he has constructed a super luxurious safe haven for the apocalypse. In the solitude of the apocalypse, Lin Ziyuan takes in a female, star-seeking survival. As the end draws near, others freeze in despair, willing to sacrifice everything for a morsel of food. Lin Ziyuan resides in greater comfort during the apocalypse than before, free from the burdens of work or the need to earn. Former girlfriend, I beg you, allow me to stay in your villa. I can serve you like a dog. The female star, I am willing to exchange my body for supplies. Please take me in. The altruist, you should distribute the food, sharing it with everyone. The wealthy heir, I can offer 10 billion just to reside in your villa. The bureaucrat's offspring leads his underlings to assault the villa. Observing the once arrogant individuals before the apocalypse, Lin Ziyuan enjoys a carefree existence within his villa. Whether you live or die bears no significance to me. You are not my kin. To barter for supplies, one must first consider beauty. Chapter 1. Rebirth. In a certain office in Xiantang, Lin Ziyuan awakens with wide eyes, panting heavily from a nightmare, his back already drenched in sweat. Everything before him appears so unreal, as if from a dream. He hastily rises from the sofa, the furnishings of the office and the temperature rendering Lin Ziyuan incredulous. Didn't I die? Yet, why am I back in the office? New news report. Recently, the Tianwen 1 observatory successfully captured high-resolution images of a comet, 3I/Atlas, beyond our solar system. This marks the 4th comet known to have visited our solar system. New news report. 3I/Atlas is scheduled to reach Earth's perihelion on December 9th, presenting the optimal opportunity to observe this celestial visitor. Just then, the television suddenly broadcasts the news report, a remnant from before the apocalypse. Lin Ziyuan gazes at the television, takes a deep breath, and rises to observe the bustling crowd outside the window. Could it be that I have been reborn, returning to the time before the apocalypse? Before the apocalypse, the reports focused on Comet 3I/Atlas, an extraterrestrial visitor. None anticipated its collision with the United States, triggering global volcanic eruptions that plunged the Earth into a glacial apocalypse. At this moment, Qin was clad in professional attire, her face adorned with exquisite makeup. The white blouse enveloped a pair of voluptuous curves, with buttons straining against their confinement, while the snug pencil skirt accentuated her shapely posterior, and she wore a pair of slender high heels that, along with the delicate black stockings, rendered her figure remarkably elongated and graceful. President Lin, here is this month's financial report. Please take a moment to review and sign it. Lin Ziyuan grasped Qin's arm, his gaze imbued with a menacing intensity. Do you dare to enter? President Lin, what is the matter? You are hurting me. I am Deshawn. Upon hearing her call, Lin Ziyuan regained his composure. I apologize. I was just having a terrible nightmare. Deshawn rubbed her arm where he had grasped it painfully. Look, you have left it red. You must be unwell. Fine. Didn't I just tell you it was a nightmare? Deshawn approached Lin Ziyuan's office chair, perching half of her backside upon the armrest. That's irrelevant. You owe me compensation. I have already purchased a villa in your community. Lin Ziyuan seized her half-seated form, vigorously kneading it, feeling the intricate contours beneath. In her previous life, it was precisely at this time that she had used company funds to acquire a villa. Startled, Deshawn quickly stood, evading Lin Ziyuan's hand. Oh dear, how inappropriate it would be for someone to witness this in the office. Lin Ziyuan stood and wrapped his arms around her from behind, capturing both of her wrists. As Deshawn bent slightly, the contours of her body became evident beneath her skirt. What is there to fear? You are my fiancé. Who could possibly object to such intimacy in the office? Stop fooling around. A colleague is approaching. Seizing the opportunity, Deshawn fled the office, casting a playful grimace at the doorway. A lovesick fool remains a lovesick fool. Just a little affection, and you offer me a semblance of benefit. I buy a villa with my own money, and you are powerless to intervene. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Deshawn couldn't help but chuckle as she walked. In her previous life, Lin Ziyuan had complied with Deshawn's every whim in his pursuit of her. However, he had never fathomed that the villa she purchased was intended to house her young paramour. When the apocalypse descended, Deshawn brought her relatives to Lin Ziyuan's villa, feasting and taking supplies, ultimately venturing outside into the frigid temperatures of -70 or 80 degrees to forage for food. On one occasion, after 3 consecutive days of famine, she led the charge to eliminate him. In his final moments, Lin Ziyuan heard the chilling command to extract his heart and consume it. Thus, upon seeing Qin Deshan earlier, Lin Ziyuan became overwhelmed with emotion, rising to retrieve a bottle of soda from the refrigerator, consuming it in a single, eager gulp. Through the glass of the office, he observed Qin Deshan conversing with her young paramour in the outer office area, occasionally casting furtive glances toward Lin Ziyuan's office. Qin Deshan's young lover was Wang Haoran, the head of the operations department at Lin Ziyuan's company. Their ongoing romantic affair seemed to be a secret known to everyone except Lin Ziyuan, as even Qin Deshan's family was largely in the loop. Watching the pair, Lin Ziyuan gripped his soda can so tightly that it became deformed, only snapping back to reality when a sharp edge pierced his finger. During the apocalypse, while everyone yearned for water, they had to brave the harshness of -80-degree weather to venture outside and collect snow to melt for drinking. After merely a few minutes of exposure, their skin would suffer, and many succumbed to frostbite, let alone the luxury of indulging in a bottle of soda. Lin Ziyuan glanced at his phone, noting the time displayed, October 9th. A full 2 months remained until the impending apocalypse. It seems the heavens have not been unkind to me, aware of my tragic demise in the previous life, granting me this opportunity for revenge. Lin Ziyuan approached his desk, seeking to devise a survival plan for the impending doom. Many prominent figures abroad have established their own apocalyptic fortresses. It is now too late to construct something of that ecological caliber. Simplistic designs will have to suffice. The individuals responsible for my demise shall meet their end before my very eyes in this life. At the very least, I must be alive to witness their downfall. I will show no mercy in sparing them. Moreover, I shall take part in the retribution against this wretched lot, ensuring they suffer an agonizing demise. Lin Ziyuan contemplated his plans in silence. In a city like Qiantang, there is no heating system. Warmth is solely derived from air conditioning, which will be rendered utterly ineffective once the apocalypse strikes. Lin Ziyuan now pondered how he might survive the apocalypse, recognizing the necessity of ample supplies. His living conditions were quite favorable. With the rise of e-commerce, Qiantang had become a nationally renowned city of internet celebrities, where various streamers and entertainers flourished. Having lost his parents at an early age, he received over 10 million in compensation from the demolition of his home in the old city. Lin Ziyuan seized the opportunity to establish a supply chain company, providing goods for those streamers daily. His savings amounted to over $1 billion, which under normal circumstances would classify him as a nouveau riche. However, as the apocalypse approached, he could initially procure supplies, but when scarcity set in, even 100,000 yuan could not secure a simple bucket of instant noodles. Currently, relying on his own funds, he was nearing the point of accumulating sufficient supplies for survival during the apocalypse, crafting a temporary safe haven that could withstand any assault. A month into the cataclysm, rampant looting began, culminating in incidents of cannibalism. While preparing provisions, he recognized the necessity of entertainment facilities. Solitary confinement in a villa would gradually drive one to madness. Moreover, acquiring weapons was essential. Only then could he feel secure, for no matter how fortified his sanctuary, it would eventually be overrun. Lin Ziyuan contemplated how to renovate his villa, pondering what measures to implement and where to store his supplies, as well as what type of items would ensure longevity. Suddenly, he felt warmth radiating from the palm of his hand, a result of a careless cut inflicted by Qin. Gazing at the slender wound, he felt as though he were staring into an abyss. As dizziness overcame him, he discovered an unfathomable space within, its dimensions unknown. Previously, when his palm was lacerated, he saw blood and flesh, but this time was different. It seems there is something within. Did my reincarnation come with supernatural abilities? Lin Ziyuan muttered to himself, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. With a swift motion towards the refrigerator beside him, it vanished instantly. Upon looking at his palm, the refrigerator had materialized within the space. Elated, Lin Ziyuan waved his hand again, and the refrigerator reappeared from the void. Through repeated practice, Lin Ziyuan grasped the utilization of this space. With a mere thought, he could retrieve items that lay before him. A flicker of intent, and desired supplies would emerge from within. With such expansive storage, he could store as many provisions as he wished. Eager to explore further capabilities, Lin Ziyuan approached the aquarium in the office area, only to find that his hand could not retrieve the fish. Just then, Qin Deshan emerged from the office, swaying her hips, clutching a dead goldfish. "Manager Qin, hand me the fish, and I'll dispose of it for you." Initially taken aback, Qin Dashiang eventually chuckled and handed the lifeless fish to Lin Ziyuan. A sycophant is indeed a sycophant. Even a piece of trash, and he rushes to take it away. Lin Ziyuan then walked to a secluded area, and with a thought, the fish in his left hand vanished. Looking at his right hand, he found it indeed inside the space. I understand now. It seems I can only store inanimate objects, and living creatures cannot be preserved. Chapter 2. The Qin family. The storage space appeared to be filled with a wealth of knowledge, which I would need to explore gradually. However, regarding its capacity to store provisions, I must utilize this feature wisely. While I may not aim to fill it to the brim, I certainly intend to ensure it contains enough food and drink to alleviate any concerns. Lin Ziyuan was contemplating his plans when Qin Shaoduan happened to walk by. Shaoduan, please come to my office. Qin Shaoduan, the twin sister of Qin Dashiang, had been brought in by her sister to work in the procurement department, where the commissions were exceedingly generous. Dressed in casual attire, her figure boasted curves even more pronounced than her sister's. The patterns on her t-shirt strained against her ample bosom. She wore a pair of light-colored, form-fitting jeans that accentuated her long legs and hugged her shapely rear, complemented by a pair of black high-heeled shoes with red soles. What's the matter, General Lin? In her eyes, Lin Ziyuan was merely a foolish dog, blissfully unaware of the kickback she received. Shaoduan, recently, survival streamers have surged in popularity. Several prominent streamers have contacted the company to acquire survival gear. Please look into factories, both domestic and international, that produce individual rations. Upon hearing this, Qin Shaoduan gleefully approached Lin Ziyuan's desk, standing before him. General Lin, how much stock should we procure? Lin Ziyuan pointed to the 6 buttons on her jeans. Will you have time to unbutton them when you need to use the restroom? Qin Shaoduan glanced down at her pants. Brother-in-law, you are such a tease. Be careful, or I might tell my sister. She playfully swatted his arm. I just saw a few new Hermes bags that were released this year. They look quite nice. Upon hearing about the new bags, she sidled up to Lin Ziyuan again. Brother-in-law, I want one too. She clutched his arm and began to shake it, pouting, but I want one as well. Lin Ziyuan lowered his gaze to the floor beneath the desk. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and Qin Dashiang poked her head in. Have you seen Shaoduan? Lin Ziyuan responded calmly. No, I haven't seen her. What's wrong? That little brat. I sent her out for lunch, and now I can't find her. With that, Qin Dashiang closed the office door behind her. Qin Shaoduan, who had been holding back her emotions, felt her eyes redden. Brother-in-law, don't forget about my bag. And how much do we need to procure? The order would surely amount to over $1 billion, and she was particularly optimistic about this venture. You need to hurry up and make contact. I must have an answer before the end of the day. Upon hearing the substantial order volume, Qin Shaoduan pondered how much profit she might gain from it. All right, brother-in-law, I will go find my sister right away. Expedite the process. Let us stock up on various meats without reservation. Confirm the details with your sister. Lin Ziyuan watched as Qin Shaoduan exited the office. In the past, whenever she desired a designer bag or a co-branded outfit, she would come to him, her unsuspecting brother-in-law. This time, however, he intended for them to pay a price. He owned a warehouse spanning over 10,000 square meters in Qiantang, filled with a diverse array of products. Moreover, his warehouse was adjacent to the Sam's Club warehouse in the East China region, which boasted over 1 million square feet, supplying supermarkets in surrounding cities. The Sam's warehouse was reputed to be capable of sustaining the surrounding population of over 100 million people for half a month. If necessary, he could easily incorporate Sam's into his own storage space. This meant that his stockpile, combined with the adjacent Sam's, would allow him to indulge freely during an apocalypse, with provisions that would last indefinitely. The key advantage was that the Sam's stock consisted of premium goods, unlike his own supply chain, which was filled with low-cost items. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became at the thought of emptying Sam's warehouse, ensuring that he would never have to worry about supplies during the apocalypse, and live in unparalleled luxury. At that moment, Lin Ziyuan felt a surge of positivity wash over him, only to be interrupted by the grumbling of his stomach. He promptly delegated a few tasks to Qin Dashiang, informing her he would not be coming into the office that afternoon. Alone in his car, he drove through the bustling streets of Qiantang, savoring the city's vibrancy before the impending apocalypse. Every restaurant he passed tempted him, as even a single packet of instant noodles could last 3 days in dire times. In just 2 months, dining out would be a luxury of the past. He resolved to seek out a 5-star hotel for this occasion. Though Lin Ziyuan often frequented 5-star establishments, it was usually to entertain prominent influencers. Arriving at the Hilton Hotel by the river, the doorman eagerly opened the door upon seeing Lin Ziyuan's Maybach. Good day, sir. Please hand me your keys. I'll take care of your vehicle. Lin Ziyuan retrieved cash from his pocket, leaving a generous tip of 2,000. Money would soon lose its value in 2 months. It was better to spend it while he could. The lobby manager, noticing the hefty tip given to the valet, approached enthusiastically to assist him. Good day, sir. Are you here for dining, lodging, or to meet someone? I'm here to dine, without a reservation. Please find me a table. Certainly, sir. This way, please. The manager escorted Lin Ziyuan to a table in the lobby, as all private rooms were fully booked. Lin Ziyuan ordered a delightful array of dishes while browsing survival information and companies specializing in post-apocalyptic renovations on his phone. Just then, a group of 78 people entered the establishment, and Lin Ziyuan recognized them immediately. They were Qin Dashuang's parents and her brother, along with several others who appeared to be his brother-in-law as parents. Upon spotting Lin Ziyuan, Qin Ming, her brother, led the group directly towards him. Sit, everyone sit. Qin Dashuang's mother, Zhang Hua, also recognized Lin Ziyuan, having received gifts from him on numerous occasions. How rude. We haven't even arrived, and you start eating. How can I trust you to marry my daughter if you behave this way? Lin Ziyuan looked at the seated group. Excuse me, but if you're here to eat, please find another table. This is my order, and I did not invite you to sit here. The group felt as though they had been struck with a blow to the gut. Brother-in-law, it's me, Qin Ming. I know who you are, Qin Ming. But I did not invite you to sit or dine with me. Zhang Hua's face flushed with anger as she pointed at him. Lin Ziyuan, with your character, even if every man on this earth perished, I would never allow my daughter to marry you. Well, I never said I wanted to marry your daughter. You little brat. I will never forgive you for this. You can forget about ever entering our home again. Previously, Lin Ziyuan had been late by a few minutes while escorting Qin Dashuang's parents, leading to Zhang Hua's incessant complaints, which only ended when he purchased over 100 grams of gold jewelry to appease her. She still believed that her status could intimidate Lin Ziyuan. So, upon seeing Lin Ziyuan, Qin Ming approached him, assuming he could enjoy a free meal. This outing was intended for Qin Ming's parents to meet with his fiancé's family to discuss marriage. And Qin Dashuang had even used Lin Ziyuan's funds to purchase a villa for her brother. Lin Ziyuan dismissed them, continuing to eat without acknowledging their presence. Qin Jianjun, feeling anxious, spoke up. Ziyuan, you can't act this way. Today is your brother-in-law's important day. What are you doing? Lin Ziyuan looked up and smiled at him. You old fool still have a nerve to speak. You've worn dozens of green hats already. Go home and manage your wife. Before Qin Jianjun could respond, Zhang Hua stepped forward and flipped the table over. You little brat, what did you just say? You uncouth child. How can my daughter fall for a bastard like you? Lin Ziyuan's eyes flared with rage as he approached Zhang Hua, delivering a sharp slap to her face, followed by a kick that sent her sprawling to the ground. Do you wish to die for daring to insult me? In Lin Ziyuan's mind, no one was allowed to speak ill of his parents. Zhang Hua, faced with Lin Ziyuan's menacing demeanor and bloodshot eyes, found herself too frightened to utter a word. Qin Ming grasped Lin Ziyuan's collar, attempting to confront him. What is the matter? Have you decided to forfeit the villa? The villa purchased by your children with my money can easily land her in prison for misappropriating company funds. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming immediately released his grip. While he could disregard his sister's imprisonment, losing his villa was a different matter altogether. Without the villa, he would also lose his girlfriend. Lin Ziyuan surveyed the crowd before him, noting the silence that had enveloped the room. The hotel security and manager had all gathered around. Lin Ziyuan stepped out from the throng. Whoever caused the damage should pay for it. It certainly wasn't me. Zhang Hua, wishing to interject, was abruptly restrained by Qin Ming. Mom, stop talking. Do we still want the villa? Zhang Hua cast a glance at Lin Ziyuan's retreating figure. Call your sister and have her settle the bill. This time, I will not forgive him unless he pays for a villa. After leaving the company, Qin Dashuang summoned his pretty boy to the office. Chapter 3. Changes. At this moment, Wang Heiren was slumped in his chair. Qin Dashuang, having just been caught off guard by Lin Ziyuan, felt a peculiar itch rise within him. As his phone vibrated energetically on the desk, Wang Heiren picked up the device. Darling, it's your brother calling. She, however, had no time to answer the call. Mumbling incoherently, I want to pick up? Mom, my sister ISNT answering her phone. Qin Ming said, showing the phone to Zhang Hua, who, irritated, retrieved her own phone to call Qin Xiaozhuang. Qin Xiaozhuang was currently coordinating all domestic rations when she saw the incoming call. Hello, Mom, what is the matter? Where's your sister? That wretched girl ISNT answering her phone. Find her for me. Zhang Hua's furious voice echoed through the phone. Mom, hold on. I'll head to my sister's office right now. Upon entering Qin Dashuang's office, she saw Wang Heiren seated comfortably in the chair and immediately understood the situation. Wang Heiren, startled by the opening door, opened his eyes to find her and leisurely stood up. Qin Xiaozhuang, spotting Wang Heiren rising, quickly turned her back. Qin Dashuang crawled out from beneath the desk, glaring at his sister with irritation. Didn't you know knock? Why are you flustered? Mom is calling for you. Qin Dashuang took the phone, and before he could utter a word, Zhang Hua unleashed a tirade upon him. Upon learning the details, Qin Dashuang and Xiaozhuang drove to the hotel. Is it true that Lin Ziyuan found out about your affair with Wang Heiren? Otherwise, how could he treat our mother like that? Impossible. We've kept it well hidden. Well hidden? Engaging in such antics at work today. Are you not afraid of being caught? Rest assured, Lin Ziyuan is just a sycophant. Whatever I say goes. Once the company transfer procedures are completed next month, I'll kick him to the curb. Then why the hostility towards our family today? I suppose it's because I took the liberty to withdraw 30 million from the company account to buy a villa without informing him, which displeased him. You should give him a little incentive. Don't keep him hanging, lest he truly find someone else. After hearing this, Qin Dashuang felt it made sense. Tonight, I shall give him a chance to treat me to dinner. The two soon arrived at the Hilton, settling the hotel as 180,000 bill, and then arranged a separate banquet for Qin Ming's in-laws. During the banquet, Qin Ming's mother berated Lin Ziyuan, advising Qin Dashuang to never associate with him, lest her daughter end up married to him, refusing to acknowledge such a brother-in-law. It's true that not all families belong under one roof. Stepping out of the hotel, Lin Ziyuan contacted several doomsday renovation companies. He found one named Doomsday Plan in the bustling metropolis, which sounded incredibly formidable. To prevent local renovation firms from discovering his intention to create a doomsday safe house, he opted for a company located 300 kilometers away. After agreeing on a time, the renovation team would arrive at the villa the following morning, a testament to their efficiency, made possible by Lin Ziyuan's advance payment of 1 million as a deposit. Merely through a phone call, the deposit was made. For the renovation company, it was evident that the other party was a gullible client, and the deal was bound to succeed. In the afternoon, Lin Ziyuan switched to a business vehicle, removing all the seats, and roamed the city purchasing supplies. Each supermarket he entered, he filled the vehicle to capacity, storing the goods away. Cigarettes were undoubtedly the most universal currency in a doomsday scenario. Some would trade instant noodles for cigarettes, yet no one was willing to part with even a single pack of instant noodles for cash. It was unclear how many supermarkets and fruit stores he emptied before finally pulling over to rest on the roadside. Qin Shaozhuang called to confirm suppliers, ensuring that deliveries would begin to the warehouse the following day. Lin Ziyuan was thoroughly satisfied, reassuring her not to worry about finances. He encouraged her to procure as much as necessary, knowing the company account was sufficiently funded. If it fell short, he could always resort to taking out a loan. Driving towards the warehouse, Lin Ziyuan granted all warehouse employees a 2-month leave and called Wang Heiren. The company will cease operations for 2 months in preparation for the year-end festival. Wang Heiren was astonished. Mr. Lin, does that mean everything stops? Am I not being clear? Everything halts. For these 2 months, we will only stock up, no sales. There's a major influencer utilizing the company's supply chain by year-end. Upon receiving this precise directive, Wang Heiren promptly informed Qin Dashuang. He must be planning something significant. Let us heed his instructions. Subsequently, Wang Heiren deactivated the supply chain website. Qin Dashuang intended to sweeten Lin Ziyuan's disposition, so she dialed his number. Mr. Lin, where are you? Lin Ziyuan loathed her deeply. He refrained from eliminating her, biding his time for the impending apocalypse. I'm in the city center. They agreed to meet at a Western restaurant for dinner at 7 o'clock. Zhang Hua learned of Qin Dashuang's dinner with Lin Ziyuan. Remember, if Lin Ziyuan doesn't buy me a villa, don't even think about marrying him. Qin Jianjun also chimed in, his own frustrations directed at Lin Ziyuan, aware that Zhang Hua danced daily at the square, often retreating to the woods with 2 men. Yet, with the children grown and his own lack of employment, he could only turn a blind eye. He warned Lin Ziyuan that if he failed to win her over, marrying his daughter would be out of the question. Zhang Hua shot him a disdainful glance. How do you expect to win her over? Get her a handsome 18-year-old? Have you looked at yourself lately? If not for my stunning daughter, you'd still be living in a small house back home. Qin Jianjun was left speechless by her retort, taking a swig of his drink in silence. All right, both of you stop squabbling. Isn't the villa a simple matter? Once my younger brother gets married, we can claim the villa is too cramped. After all, his villa is in the same community as ours, and we can simply move in. He can't kick us out. If he wants us gone, he'll have to buy a new one. Zhang Hua's spirits lifted upon hearing this. Look at that. My daughter is quite clever. Thank goodness she takes after me. If she were like her father, we'd be doomed. Daughter, you should hurry. Don't neglect him in the coming months. Your brother has already set a wedding date. If you don't go today, don't come back. All right, Mom. You can rest easy. I know what to do. I'm off now. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyuan continued his shopping spree in the city center, visiting an outdoor store to inform the owner that he was preparing for a journey to Antarctica, purchasing an entire truckload of winter clothing. Soon, Qin Dashuang arrived at the Blue Whale Western Restaurant. Mr. Lin, I've arrived at table C11. Shortly thereafter, Lin Ziyuan entered. Apologies for the delay. Qin Dashuang glared at him. She found herself irritated that he dared to be late, as he had always been punctual before. With a sense of mischief, She ordered over 50,000 worth of dishes. Lin Ziyuan remained silent, savoring each bite of his meal as if it were a luxurious indulgence. It seemed that the money he had on hand was still insufficient. With ample funds, he could have booked thousands of such feasts. Qin Dashuang, waiting for Lin Ziyuan to say something flattering, found herself losing her appetite as he continued to focus solely on his meal. Lin Ziyuan gazed at her. Unmoved. Have you had your fill? Since you haven't touched these dishes, I'll indulge myself. Qin Dashuang, brimming with indignation, stamped her foot in frustration. What was amiss? He had never exhibited such a demeanor before. Today, she had donned her newly purchased evening gown specifically for this date, yet he could hardly spare her a glance. Chapter 4. Acquiring Weapons. Sated and reclining on his chair, Lin Ziyuan patted his belly. He had been informed by the operations team that you had halted activities on their end. Pretending to be surprised, Lin Ziyuan regarded her, fully aware that Wang Heiren would undoubtedly relay this information. Who informed you? Yes, it's true, but isn't the new year just 3 months away? We must prepare for the annual shopping festival. Well, I heard it from the operations department, she replied. Stock up, as everything is essential goods. You should also put in some effort. Bring in as much inventory as you can. Understood. I will commence contacting domestic companies tomorrow. Check how much capital we have left. Utilize the company's name for a loan, and also put my villa up as collateral. Upon hearing the magnitude of Lin Ziyuan's financial maneuvers, Qin Dashuang secretly chuckled to herself, anticipating that in 2 months, once the company was transferred, all the goods in the warehouse would belong to her. I'll begin reaching out to loan companies tomorrow. I should be able to secure around 1 billion. Thank you for your hard work. I want to see you off. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Lin Ziyuan rose to settle the bill and exited the restaurant, as he had far more pressing affairs to attend to than waste time on this woman. Qin Dashuang, meanwhile, cast him a venomous glare, plotting her revenge for later. As Lin Ziyuan drove past the street vendors, he eyed the delectable offerings, a temptation even in the face of impending doom. He approached a stall selling grilled oysters. How much for your grilled oysters? 3 for 10 yuan. After a thorough introduction from the proprietor, Lin Ziyuan, emulating a popular vlogger, declared, Do you wish to leave work early? I'll take them all. Having paid 5,000 yuan and instructed for the entire order to be delivered to the business vehicle on the street, he proceeded to secure another stall. The oyster vendor remarked to his wife, This young man must be quite extravagant, having ordered such a large quantity of oysters. Thus, Lin Ziyuan acquired over 50 stalls, sending batch after batch to the street. In his reborn life, Lin Ziyuan felt an exhilarating thrill devoid of any sense of the looming apocalypse. He shopped from the evening snack hours through to the morning breakfast, only pausing when the renovation team for the Doomsday Plan arrived at his villa. At the entrance of the community, he encountered 7 engineers keen to profit from this deal. After examining the villa structure and Lin Ziyuan's requirements, they provided a preliminary proposal within half an hour. Mr. Lin, hello, I am Yang Bin, the supervisor for this team. Allow me to walk you through our plan. Starting from a basement. In the underground level, we will excavate down to a depth of 10 meters to install 4 heavy-duty diesel generators, alongside 2 10,000-liter diesel storage tanks. We will also lay approximately 5,000 meters of geothermal piping for our innovative heating system. As for noise, you need not worry. We will implement extensive soundproofing measures. In the basement, we will create a bar, cinema, gym, and swimming pool. The first floor will feature a standard layout with an open kitchen, dining area, living room for bedrooms, and a walk-in closet. The second floor will house your master bedroom, study, living room, esports room, and a walk-in closet. The third floor will add a central monitoring center. We will demolish existing walls and reconstruct using top-grade C200 concrete, employing bulletproof glass for the floor-to-ceiling windows. All ventilation and surveillance equipment will meet military specifications. Listening to his presentation, Lin Ziyuan felt quite optimistic. How long will the project take? At least 8 months for completion. Lin Ziyuan held up 2 fingers, and the engineers looked at him, puzzled. I can only grant you 2 months. If the budget is insufficient, we can adjust, but the timeline is non-negotiable. Mr. Lin, I believe no company in the nation can meet such a demand. Feeling a twinge of disappointment at this remark, Lin Ziyuan realized that if the renovations were not completed within 2 months, he might have to retreat to the remote wilderness. Gazing at the renovation plans, a novel idea struck him. Come take a look. All 7 engineers leaned in to scrutinize the plans. Lin Ziyuan sketched on the paper. Your proposal involves demolishing existing walls. I propose wrapping the entire villa in titanium alloy panels, then pouring 50 centimeters of concrete over the panels. The engineer's eyes brightened at this suggestion. The speed of completion would accelerate significantly, requiring only the basement to be rebuilt. Mr. Lin, your proposal would indeed expedite the process. It could be completed in a month and a half. However, this would constitute illegal construction. This far exceeds the usable area permitted for your villa, rendering it an illegal structure. You need not concern yourself with that. Just confirm whether it can be completed. Absolutely. We can finish it within 2 months. By then, the apocalypse will be upon us. Who will care about illegal structures? Lin Ziyuan had already calculated the risks in his mind. Very well, if it can be completed, I urge you to expedite the arrangements. The parties promptly drafted a contract, with the engineers reiterating that any illegal construction issues would not involve the renovation team. After Lin Ziyuan paid a deposit of 100 million, he notified the property management of the renovation and submitted a 2 million guarantee. Initially intending to treat the team to lunch, they declined due to time constraints. He began contacting suppliers for steel, concrete, and various construction machinery. During lunchtime, Lin Ziyuan ventured alone to a restaurant, where he encountered a lavish wedding banquet. This was quite sumptuous. Stockpiling some provisions for the impending doom could be prudent. In conversation with the manager, he learned the banquet cost 888 yuan per table, featuring a total of 28 dishes. Without hesitation, Lin Ziyuan ordered 1,000 tables from the Haiyu restaurant, instructing that they be delivered to a warehouse in the urban area, claiming it was for a company celebration. The restaurant manager confirmed that upon receipt of the full payment, they would ensure timely delivery 3 days hence. Receiving such a substantial order, the manager would earn a bonus of 100,000 yuan. As Lin Ziyuan prepared to leave, the manager hinted, Mr. Lin, you may also consider us for your future banquet needs. As Lin Ziyuan accepted the business card from manager Tan Wei, she playfully brushed her finger against his palm. Recognizing her intentions through her smile, he responded, Manager Tan, do you have time this evening? I would like to treat you to dinner. Mr. Lin, you are too kind. Given the size of your order, I should be the one treating you. Please call me tonight to let me know where you'd like to dine. Very well. I shall express my gratitude to Manager Tan in advance. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Ziyuan continued his procurement of various supplies, believing that the more he amassed, the better. With food secured, however, he pondered the acquisition of weaponry. In a nation where firearms were strictly prohibited, he could only resort to cold weapons. Lin Ziyuan entered an outdoor shop, observing the walls adorned with bows and crossbows. The power of a compound bow fascinated him. He had often watched videos of hunters using them to pierce through a mature wild boar. How much for this compound bow? The proprietor of the compound bow stall was a young woman, clad in a sports bra that accentuated her ample bosom, revealing an expanse of fair skin. Her arms were adorned with tattoos, and she wore snug yoga pants that accentuated her voluptuous curves, tall and alluring. Looking towards the compound bow that Lin Ziyuan pointed out, it was the latest model in our store, entirely crafted from CNC materials. After casually taking it down from the shelf, the tattoos adorning her back became visible as she turned away from Lin Ziyuan. Lin Ziyuan held it in his hands, feeling its remarkable lightness. Is this thing powerful? He questioned, prompting the proprietress to snatch the compound bow from him. Follow me, she commanded, leading the way, her supple waist twisting enticingly as if it might snap. Her alluring posterior swayed rhythmically as they arrived at the shooting range. With effortless grace, she drew the bow and aimed at a nearby car door. With a resounding thud, the arrow pierced through the door, leaving its tail protruding outside. Do you still think it lacks power? Lin Ziyuan observed the impressive force with newfound respect. Can it penetrate a wild boar like in a certain game? He inquired. If it can pierce through steel doors, do you think a wild boar could withstand it? Taking the compound bow from the proprietress, Lin Ziyuan attempted to shoot, but all 5 arrows missed the car door, striking the wall instead. Each arrow costs 50. You've ruined all of them by hitting the wall. Don't worry, the proprietress replied coolly. You can pay me however you like. Just bring me more arrows. She then stated with an icy demeanor, first, you need to pay. Lin Ziyuan glanced at the QR code she offered and promptly transferred 20,000 via his phone. Upon hearing the amount received, the proprietress's frosty expression vanished. Business was scarce in such a shop, and with hunting prohibited, they could only sell to shooting enthusiasts. The shop was on the verge of closing down. Wait a moment. I'll get you some arrows, she said, unable to bear watching Lin Ziyuan's clumsy attempts at shooting. Approaching him, she guided his hands, instructing, stand straight, grip here and pull down a bit. Pull with strength. Lin Ziyuan felt her ample bosom pressing against his back, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. Draw the bow, aim, and release. With a loud bang, the arrow struck the car door 30 meters away, although, unlike the proprietress, Lin Ziyuan merely embedded it without full penetration. Chapter 5, Shooting Practice. Why can't I penetrate? Lin Ziyuan lamented, staring at the compound bow. The proprietress observed the novice and advised, you need to shoot with more force. I've been trying my best, but it's still insufficient. Let me show you how to shoot. Lean back a bit, and that will increase your strength. She grasped Lin Ziyuan's hand, demonstrating the technique. This is how you shoot, accurate and powerful. Her breath brushed against his face. Lin Ziyuan, in a playful manner, took hold of her hand while his other hand released the arrow. With a resounding thud, the arrow sank into the car door. Is this how you shoot? The proprietress's face flushed crimson. You mischievous student. Are you teasing your teacher? Lin Ziyuan chuckled. Is there a compound bow with a stronger draw? Bring me a few more. The proprietress, realizing the potential for a lucrative sale, brightened up. How many do you need? As many as you have, along with arrows. Lin Ziyuan provided a card number and paid a deposit of 1 million. She had run an outdoor gear store for 3 years without ever achieving such a turnover. And now, in one transaction, he had brought her to 1 million. Aren't you afraid I'll run off with the deposit? Lin Ziyuan met her gaze. You want to run? You know I want more. The proprietress took out her phone and asked Lin Ziyuan to add her on WeChat. Upon seeing her name, Gao Zihin, he noted, all right, when will the goods arrive? Let me know, and I'll send someone to collect them. Gao Zihin, still flustered by Lin Ziyuan's teasing, wished to invite him to dinner, but he had already exited through the door. After practicing with the compound bow all afternoon, Lin Ziyuan felt his arms aching as he pondered where to dine. He remembered the manager of the restaurant and pulled out her business card. Hello, Manager Tan. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Not at all. I've been waiting to have dinner with you tonight. After agreeing on a meeting place, Lin Ziyuan drove over. As he approached the specified location, he spotted a long-haired woman standing by the roadside, dressed in a sleek black manager's outfit with a white shirt. The buttons straining against her form, her tight trousers accentuated her curves, the pattern of her undergarments subtly visible, and she wore striking 56-centimeter black high heels. Lin Ziyuan braked abruptly in front of her and rolled down the window. Hello, beautiful, please hop in. Tan Weiwei wasted no time and sat in the front seat. As she entered the car, she deliberately adjusted her trousers, revealing fishnet stockings beneath. A clever move. Lin Ziyuan had already booked a table at Quanjude, just a short distance away. Tan Weiwei, feeling no restraint, removed her high heels in the car. Oh, I'm exhausted today. These heels have been torture for my feet. Lin Ziyuan admired her beautiful legs in black stockings and reached out to give them a gentle squeeze. Oh, that feels divine. Did you miss me this afternoon? With her playful teasing, he slipped his hand into her pant leg. Look at me, specially dressed in black stockings just for you. Is this how you test your subordinates? What subordinate could withstand your tests? Well, let us see how you fare at the hotel. Lin Ziyuan parked the car, and they both got out. Tan Weiwei linked her arm with Lin Ziyuan's as they strolled into Quanjude like a couple. Upon entering, they encountered a familiar face, Wang Heiren, who was placing an order. Mr. Lin, are you here for the roast duck too? Yes, I brought a friend to enjoy it. Guanga ahora scrutinized tan Weiwei. Calculating that she was clearly older than Lin Ziyuan, at least 40, Lin Ziyuan ignored him and followed the waiter to a private room. Who was that lady you were with earlier? Wang Heiren inquired. Just a manager from my company. In Lin Ziyuan's eyes, he was a man destined for failure. Wang Heiren hurried back to the private room, where Qin Dexuan, Qin Shaoxian, and her boyfriend were present. I just saw Lin Ziyuan with a woman around 40, heading to room 666. Really? Qin Shaoxian stood up, wanted to go see, but was pulled back by Dexuan. Enough, what is so interesting? He has nothing but trash. A lowly man. I'm off to the restroom. As Qin Dexuan walked toward the restroom, Qin Zioxuan's boyfriend, Zhang Kuan, stood up as well, intending to follow her. After they left, Wang Heiren sat beside Shaoxian. Aren't you going to check on my sister? Just sitting next to me? Wang Heiren directly embraced Qin Shaoxian. Your sister can't compare to you, my dear sister-in-law. Before Qin Shaoxian could respond, he silenced her with a kiss. After about a minute, she pushed him away. Qin Dexuan found the restroom vacant and pulled Zhang Kuan inside, locking the door behind them. Before Zhang Kuan could finish his sentence, they returned to the private room 5 minutes later. Did you see Lin Ziyuan? Qin Shaoxian assumed they had gone to check on him. No, feeling down. Let's head back. Dexuan was eager to continue her date with Zhang Kuan, while Shaoxian was equally eager to be with Wang Heiren, both harboring ulterior motives. I need to stop by the office. Zhang Kuan, you can take me. Let your brother-in-law drive you home. At that moment, only Qin Dexuan, pretending to be in a bad mood, spoke up. Lin Ziyuan had already seen them through the second-floor window. His employees had informed him of their antics and even sent him intimate videos. After enjoying roast duck with Tan Weiwei, they walked to the nearby Marriott and shared a bottle of red wine. Upon entering the room, Lin Ziyuan embraced Tan Weiwei. I see. It appears you have not withstood the test. My dear lady, how could a charming young man resist such a lure? Come here, little brother. Assist your sister in removing her garments. After Lin Ziyuan had disrobed, he gazed at her and remarked, I sent it even more thrilling to leave this on. You little rascal. Chapter 6. The Shooting Champion. Lin Ziyuan held Tang Weiwei close, sleeping soundly until nearly noon. President Lin, I must head to work now. I can't accompany you any longer, but I assure you the banquet will be delivered on time tomorrow at noon. That has quite the toil for you. After Tang Weiwei departed, Lin Ziyuan retrieved his phone to check on the progress report of the villa. noting that Qin Shaoxuang had informed him that the first batch of supplies would arrive at the warehouse this evening. Qin Deshan had meticulously arranged all the loan transactions, secretly mortgaging Lin Ziyuan's villa to herself and Wang Heiren at 40 below market value. The objective was to ensure that once the company was transferred, Lin Ziyuan would possess no assets and would be burdened with repaying Wang Heiren's exorbitant interest. When he could no longer pay, she could rightfully claim his villa. Lin Ziyuan, however, remained unconcerned. As long as the villa was well decorated and he could settle in without being harmed, he had no intention of venturing out again. A video call from Gao Zihin interrupted his thoughts, prompting Lin Ziyuan to straighten his posture and accept the call. President Lin, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. The first batch of 100 compound bows has arrived, along with 5,000 arrows. Boss Gao, your efficiency is impressive. I arranged for them to be transported overnight from the neighboring city, so you won't lose any time in practicing archery. All right, Boss Gao, I'll come by to collect them. Lin Ziyuan rose, purchasing some KFC and McDonald's before heading to Gao Zihin's store. Boss Gao, not only do you shoot well, but your speed is remarkable too. He observed Gao Zihin's appearance today. Her delicate makeup and CK sportswear accentuated her figure, with her yoga pants subtly revealing the lace pattern of her underwear. At Lin Ziyuan's playful comment, Gao Zihin shot him a glare. Shooting well and being fast is fine, but some people shoot poorly and still be quick. Then I shall learn from you, Boss Gao, how to shoot well and fast. No need to learn otherwise. Well then, come and give it a try. Everything's been carefully prepared for you. Gao Zihin instructed Lin Ziyuan on adjusting the pressure of the compound bow, how to aim, and had even set up a 10-shot compound bow for him. Let us eat first. I knew you'd be too eager to eat. Seeing the fast food Lin Ziyuan brought, she was indeed starving and reached for it, only to be playfully swatted on the back of her hand. Wash your hands first. Gao Zihin was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected care, and she rose to wash her hands and face. Upon returning, she found Lin Ziyuan had neatly opened all the packaging, arranging everything perfectly. Hurry and eat. I'll wash my hands. Gao Zihin was somewhat moved by this scene, thinking to herself how charming this young man could be. Without further ado, she began to eat. Soon, they finished their meal and moved the assembled compound bows to the car. Lin Ziyuan practiced shooting with the compound bow in the field, now able to penetrate the car doors with each shot. Gao Zihin set a cup of coffee on the table. Shall we take a break before practicing again? After setting down the compound bow, Lin Ziyuan realized his right arm was sore and painful. Oh, my arm, I can't lift it. Who told you to practice so much? Now you see how tough it is, right? When I was on the sports team, my arms wouldn't move at all every day. After speaking, Gao Zihin approached Lin Ziyuan and began to massage his arm. Oh, that feels so good. It's nothing. After today, you'll be sore for 3 more days, but it won't hurt like this anymore. Lin Ziyuan sipped his coffee, relishing the massage. You bought so many compound bows, don't even think about hunting. If you do, go to a proper place. Do you have any other weapons here? Or just the compound bows? At this question, Gao Zihin looked up at him. There are no other weapons, just gear and compound bows and crossbows. Hearing this, Lin Ziyuan thought to himself how wonderful it would be to have a gun. Could that protect his villa? Observing that the sky had darkened, he said, All right, I must take my leave. Let me know when the other arrows arrive. I'll come to collect them directly. I'll treat you to dinner tonight for your generous business. All right, let us go. No need for you to treat. I'll take care of it. Lin Ziyuan drove Gao Zihin to a Western restaurant. Gao Zihin gazed at him affectionately as he ordered, recalling how her husband had been sentenced to 5 years for possessing firearms and had yet to be released. The outdoor supply store was his. After enjoying their meal, Gao Zihin linked her arm with Lin Ziyuan's. Let's out go to my place. I have a surprise for you. Lin Ziyuan smiled at her. What kind of surprise? What's going on in that head of yours? Let us find a designated driver and go. Upon returning to her apartment building, they encountered many young men in the hallway, adorned with tattoos. You live in such a place. Doesn't it feel chaotic? Not everyone is as wealthy as you. As they spoke, Gao Zihin opened room 306. Please come in. The slippers are on the right. Lin Ziyuan observed the room's decor, where several compound bows and numerous awards and trophies hung on the walls. So you are the shooting champion? Those are just awards from my youth. Gao Zihin entered the bathroom and emerged in comfortable loungewear, a t-shirt and shorts. Lin Ziyuan admired the intricate tattoos on her legs. With your fondness for tattoos, you should open a tattoo shop. Gao Zihin crouched down and pulled out 3 or 4 boxes from under the bed. I used to own a tattoo shop. I know the weapons you inquired about. Take a look inside these boxes to see if they're what you want. Lin Ziyuan opened the box, revealing 5 handguns and a shotgun. He opened another box filled with ammunition. These are precisely what I need. Are you planning to sell them to me? Since I've shown them to you, I intend to sell them, but you must ensure they're not purchased from me. You can rest assured. I want to do that. How much do you intend to sell them for? Gao Zihin remained silent, simply holding up 5 fingers. 500,000? She nodded. Without hesitation, Lin Ziyuan transferred the amount directly to her account. Thank you. Once this business is concluded, I'll return to my hometown in northeast China. Gao Zihin nestled in Lin Ziyuan's embrace. Would you like to see my tattoos? As Lin Ziyuan caressed her leg tattoo, he nodded eagerly at her question. Upon awakening, Lin Ziyuan found it was already 10 a.m., with Gao Zihin entwined around him like an octopus, her hand resting on his backside. It's time to rise. I have matters to attend to at noon. Gao Zihin slowly opened her eyes. After having your fill, you wish to leave? Indeed. I have something to do today at noon. Seeing the seriousness on his face, Gao Zihin refrained from stopping him, helping Lin Ziyuan dress and lifting the 4 boxes to the car. At this moment, Lin Ziyuan hurried towards the warehouse, where the banquet he ordered from Haiyu was due to arrive at noon. Upon reaching the warehouse, he saw Tang Weiwei organizing people to unload the cargo. Manager Tang. President Lin, the meal you ordered has arrived on time. Tang Weiwei approached Lin Ziyuan and whispered, which Vixen's house did you visit yesterday? I can already smell it. How could that be? You are the only one I could manage to meet. She is still in pain for what you've done to her. Just as they conversed, 5 delivery trucks finished unloading the cargo. Manager Tang, the unloading is complete. President Lin, please take a look at the goods. I won't disturb you further, as I have matters at the restaurant. All right, Manager Tang, goodbye. Lin Ziyuan entered the warehouse, storing all the goods, including the weapons from the car. Chapter 7, Material Procurement. Lin Ziyuan's primary concern at present is the safety house. After gathering supplies, he instructed Qin Xiaoshuang to make extensive purchases without regard to cost. Upon arriving at the villa, he found himself surrounded by several engineers, each expressing their concerns in rapid succession. They lamented the complexity of the project, citing the need for additional time, and mentioned difficulties in hiring workers, necessitating increased funds. What was the purpose of engaging your company? Lin Ziyuan retorted. I have indicated that there is no upper limit to the budget. What progress have you made in these past few days? Mr. Lin, you have only allocated 100 million, and after acquiring 4 generators, the funds have been depleted, one engineer replied, causing Lin Ziyuan to awkwardly scratch his head. Why did you communicate this sooner? I am prepared to advance 200 million now. Upon seeing the funds credited, the engineer's confidence surged, leading to an increase in manpower and the implementation of 3 shifts. The engineers then guided Lin Ziyuan through the villa, detailing every aspect. The entrance to the basement would feature 2 doors, the first serving as a foyer, followed by a second door. Every door in the house would be upgraded to the level of bank vaults, equipped with 5 unlocking methods: voice activation, fingerprint, password, key, and remote control. It is crucial that this door cannot be opened from the outside. There is no keyhole. You can only unlock it via voice command or remote control from within. He requested additional shooting ports for both the basement and first floor entryways, akin to a fortress. The living and dining areas on the first and second floors would be repurposed into guest rooms, and the underfloor heating on each level would be interconnected with the fireplaces. Lin Ziyuan meticulously added various details. The third floor would also require shooting ports, ensuring a minimum of 360-degree coverage. Furthermore, he insisted on installing surveillance cameras along all access routes to his villa, including the underground garage. Understood. Is there anything else you require? My sole request is for the pace to be expedited. Should you complete ahead of schedule, a bonus of 500,000 each will be awarded to you. The 7 engineers, upon hearing this, were invigorated, racing off to their respective tasks. Next, it was time to procure fuel and other energy sources. Lin Ziyuan drove to the port of Qiantang, a transportation hub. He searched online for aviation kerosene, a fuel suitable for use in Antarctica. Soon, he located a trading company. Boss, do you sell aviation kerosene? Upon hearing the prospect of business, a corpulent man emerged from the back, adorned with a large gold chain. Indeed, I am the largest supplier of aviation kerosene in Qiantang. Lin Ziyuan glanced at the business card presented by Wang Fasai, noting that he indeed appeared prosperous. After explaining the intended use, Wang Fasai recommended a particular type of kerosene. Lin Ziyuan promptly ordered 200 tons, including filling 2 oil tanks beneath the villa. Upon learning of such a substantial order, Wang Fasai began to treat Lin Ziyuan as a brother, assuring him of the lowest prices and highest quality. After paying a deposit, Wang Fasai insisted on treating Lin Ziyuan to a meal, as he stood to profit 2 million from a deal. When I settle the final payment, you can treat me, Lin Ziyuan replied, and Wang Fasai, seeing the logic, relented. Shaking out his sore arms, Lin Ziyuan resumed his procurement journey. Gao Zihin called, Mr. Lin, another 10,000 arrows have arrived. Next time, have the delivery sent directly to my warehouse to save you the hassle of unloading. I suspect you don't wish to come for them today. I wonder which married woman has taken you away for archery practice. The skills you taught me can certainly be applied to others. Then hurry here. I've prepared several hundred outfits for you. Under Gao Zihin's urging, he made his waiter shop. What kind of outfits? Come see. These are brand new, beautiful uniforms for the special forces, complete with bulletproof vests, night vision goggles, and infrared detectors. A friend of mine has them. I heard you might be interested. Lin Ziyuan examined the attire, genuinely impressed. I'll take all the equipment. After loading the goods onto the vehicle, his right arm felt too fatigued to lift. Gao Zihin tenderly massaged his arm. Had it not been for the betrayal of those he held dear, Lin Ziyuan would have wished to settle down with Gao Zihin in the villa, provided she agreed. However, trust was a scarce commodity for him now. Would you care to join me on a tour? Where to? Lin Ziyuan envisioned a culinary expedition across the nation. A nationwide tour. Gao Zihin was eager, and the two quickly decided to drive to the nearby metropolis, then fly to the capital the following day. Upon reaching the metropolis, Lin Ziyuan first took Gao Zihin to sightsee before embarking on procurement endeavors. They cleared out all food delivery options within a 20-kilometer radius. They stayed in each city for 2 days, during which Lin Ziyuan voraciously acquired a variety of local delicacies. For their final destination, Lin Ziyuan chose the northeast to witness the aurora borealis, primarily to gather supplies. He purchased 20 top-of-the-line snowmobiles. As the apocalypse loomed just 10 days away, Gao Zihin suggested, "Shouldn't we return now?" The next day, they returned to Qiantang to collect all 50,000 arrows. Have the goods delivered to the warehouse. Can you come find me tonight? I need to catch a flight back to the northeast tomorrow. Lin Ziyuan embraced her. I will return swiftly. I'll take you to the airport tomorrow. The warehouse was nearly overflowing with an array of supplies. With a grand gesture, he stored everything into his space. I shall return on the last day of the apocalypse to gather the remaining stock from the neighboring Sam's warehouse, ensuring I can survive comfortably in the villa. At this moment, Qin Dazwang was nestled in Wang Heiren's embrace. Have you called Lin Ziyuan recently? That sycophant? I merely have to wave my hand, and he comes running. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. He hasn't been to the company lately. Rest easy. In 10 days, the company will be ours. Qin Dazwang privately mused that once the company was in hand, Wang Heiren would soon be shown the door. You're utterly useless. Wang Heiren awkwardly chuckled, just a momentary lapse. Inwardly, he was preoccupied with thoughts of his sister-in-law, wondering how she would look in a wedding dress. Stay focused. I'll assist you. Little did he know. Just 2 minutes later, Qin Dazwang stood up in displeasure. You worthless fool, get out. Wang Heiren sheepishly exited. Chapter 8. The completion of the safety house. How does this bow fare? It's excellent. A well-broken-in bow surpasses a new one. Smooth-toned. Well, why don't you test the smoothness of my tongue? Just as he was about to make his move, his phone alarm rang. All right, it's time to go. Otherwise, we'll miss the flight. Lin Ziyuan drove her towards the airport. By the way, have you seen the news lately? What news? Their essay report about a comet. 3i Atlas, visiting Earth. Do you really believe in such things? It's quite evident. I'm a doomsday enthusiast. I found the news rather thrilling. You should stock up on supplies for your home. All right, I'll take your advice. Once home today, I'll fill my yard with provisions. Us Northeasterners love to prepare for winter. Make sure to purchase more this time, Lin Ziyuan said as he bid farewell to Gao Zihin and promptly turned towards the villa. The engineer had sent a message indicating that everything was finalized, urging him to come over and synchronize the passwords and other details. Gazing at the villa before him, it resembled a fortress as Lin Ziyuan stepped inside. The engineer meticulously explained every detail, demonstrating the password and voice control systems for each door. All set, Mr. Lin. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Thank you all. Your hard work is greatly appreciated. Lin Ziyuan produced a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. Mr. Lin, we won't refuse. After seeing off the engineer, Lin Ziyuan continued to scrutinize every detail with a lingering sense of unease. Just then, a call from the property management interrupted him. Are you the owner? Your villa has unauthorized constructions. Are you aware of this? I had no idea. Lin Ziyuan recognized the voice of Guo Ronghua, the property manager of the villa community. Your villa has been illegally modified. You must dismantle it within a month, or your renovation deposit will be forfeited. Understood. I will rectify it within a month. It is best that way. Lin Ziyuan was well aware of her intentions. She sought to withhold the renovation deposit, knowing that in a month, the money would be rendered worthless. In the ensuing days, Lin Ziyuan relentlessly purchased a myriad of supplies, with delivery trucks arriving at the villa daily. While receiving the goods, Zhang Hua, who was strolling in the community, approached him, noticing the boxes of king crabs being transported to Lin Ziyuan's residence. Xiaolin, my mother would love some king crab. Could you send a box to her home? Lin Ziyuan turned, smiling at her. Your mother wants some? Very well, I'll send a box. I'll mention it to my partner later. Why not have old Li and old Wang, who dance in the square, deliver it for you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hua felt a pang of guilt. How could he know? Anger was her only defense. You wild child, what nonsense are you spouting? I don't know them at all. Calm down, calm down. I was merely jesting. If you truly wish to enjoy some, you are welcome at my villa. I'll ensure you have your fill. That sounds reasonable. Once I'm satisfied, I'll tell my daughter to hurry up and marry you. Their essay condition for your visit to my villa. I wish to hear your story. Sure. You wild child, you'll never set foot in my house. Your house? Let us not forget whose money purchased that villa. Realizing she was at a disadvantage in the argument, Zhang Hua chose to retreat in defeat. You wait. I'll make you pay for this. Just then, a patrolling security guard approached Lin Ziyuan. Mr. Lin, do you need assistance? Lin Ziyuan recognized Wang Chong, the captain of the security team, who had often helped him with deliveries in the past. Wang, there's no need for help. The supermarket has designated unloading staff. Mr. Lin, why are you buying so much food? I see trucks delivering daily. Winter is coming. It's wise to stock up. I'm preparing to learn how to hibernate like the northeastern cats. How fortunate you are to have wealth. You needn't work in winter? Unlike us who patrol 24/7. You should stock up on food as well, for you must always have provisions. Lin Ziyuan patted Wang Chong on the shoulder before returning to the villa. Lin Ziyuan, have you stopped her antics? What did my mother do to offend you that you humiliate her repeatedly? Upon receiving a message from Qin Wang, Lin Ziyuan replied directly, You, your sister, and Wang Heiren are all dismissed. Dismissed? Are you joking? You can't fire me. What of it? The company is mine. Who would dare oppose my decision to dismiss you? Qin Wang felt a tinge of panic. The company was on the verge of finalizing the ownership transfer. Brother Ziyuan, I apologize. I was out of line earlier. Please don't dismiss me. Look at who I am, your future fiancé. Enough of the noise. I want to dismiss you this time. You actually made her cry with such a joke. All right. When your brother marries, I'll bestow a grand gift. Thank you. Brother Ziyuan, a sycophant is indeed a sycophant. A single utterance of brother can cloud one's judgment. Lin Ziyuan stowed away all the supplies within the villa into a space and reclined on the sofa, contemplating what else he needed to collect. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He drove straight to the Qian adult goods market, spending a staggering 2 million on a variety of intimate apparel. As he was leaving, he spotted Qin Shaoxuang and Wang Heiren browsing the market. The two were pointing at various products, with Wang Heiren carrying a black bag. No wonder there was a spectacle to behold. Lin Ziyuan stealthily trailed behind them. Qin Shaoxuang took an item from the bag, tore open the packaging, and then headed to the restroom. Wang Heiren scanned a QR code on a piece of paper and casually discarded the packaging into the trash. About 2 minutes later, Qin Shaoxuang emerged from the restroom, turning in a circle in front of Wang Heiren. As they departed, Lin Ziyuan stood by the trash can, retrieving the packaging they had discarded, clearly seeing the images and contents. Using his phone, he scanned the QR code to download a controller. It turned out the two were quite adventurous. He even witnessed Qin Shaoxuang clutching her abdomen and squatting down abruptly while walking. Lin Ziyuan followed them to Heidai, where he observed Qin Shaoxuang occasionally pinching Wang Heiren's arm and glaring at him. Upon seeing them enter for hot pot, Lin Ziyuan also requested a table from the waiter. Qin Shaoxuang sat awkwardly with her legs crossed, remaining still while Wang Heiren seemed to be engaged in something on his phone, leading onlookers to assume he was merely scanning to order food. Lin Ziyuan quickly ordered a feast, positioning himself to eat while observing them. Just as Lin Ziyuan had his fill, Qin Shaoxuang stood up to grab some snacks. I'll try controlling it now, Lin Ziyuan thought, opening the software on his phone. After pressing start, he noticed no immediate reaction from Qin Shaoxuang, who merely looked at Wang Heiren, still engrossed in his phone. Standing up from her seat, she tugged at her apron and approached the self-service station, likely to prepare a dipping sauce. Once a shock button was pressed, Qin Shaoxuang began to tremble uncontrollably, unable to stand, until a yellow liquid pooled beneath her feet. Seeing this, Lin Ziyuan hastily made his exit, realizing this incident would certainly make headlines the following day. Wang Heiren helped Qin Shaoxuang pay and leave. Her head hung low during their swift escape. This is all your fault. How will we face the consequences now? The two hurriedly fled the mall. Chapter 9. Attending the wedding. Lin Ziyuan was roused from his slumber by the ringing of his phone. Brother Ziyuan, tomorrow is my brother's wedding. The banquet will be at Haiyu Hotel. Very well. I shall arrive punctually at noon. Lin Ziyuan retrieved a hard drive from his drawer, a gift from a private investigator. He directly dialed the number of Tan Wei at Haiyu Hotel. Manager Tan, are you busy? What brings you to remember me again? I never forget about Manager Tan. Spare me the pleasantries. What do you need? Their SA business deal worth 500,000. Are you interested? Meet me at our usual place after work tonight. As Lin Ziyuan perused the trending topics on Dian, he noted one headline. A woman at Heidai in Qiantang suffers a seizure. Curious, he clicked on the video, immediately recognizing Qin Shaoxuang and Wang Heiren, despite the pixelation. The comments below were particularly entertaining. What a shame, such a young girl. Surely she's not having a seizure. Looks like a malfunctioning toy to me. Comments flooded in from all directions. One user, claiming to be the head of Qiantang's first mental hospital, commented, "She only needs to visit my hospital once. One day is sufficient." Lin Ziyuan couldn't help but laugh heartily. At this moment, Qin Shaoshuang and Wang Heiren, regardless of where they went, donned masks and glasses, rendering them unrecognizable to others. Could Qin Dazhuang discern their identities? In her office, she inquired, "When did you develop epilepsy? And when did you accompany my sister for a meal? You two scoundrels, if you jeopardize my plans, I want you out immediately. The company will be in my hands the day after tomorrow. I will not tolerate any disruptions." "Dear sister, it's not as you think," came the reply. "Get out, and do not report to work today. Clean up tomorrow and prepare for the banquet." At that moment, Qin Dazhuang was nearly at her wit's end. Having never anticipated that the incident would be publicized online, Zhang Qins stormed into the company, marching straight to Qin Dazhuang's office. "You've seen the news, haven't you?" he demanded. Qin Dazhuang grabbed Zhang Qins and urged, "All right, stop being angry. I've already scolded those two and sent them packing. I swear if I see Wang Heiren, I will kill him. My temper is boiling," he said vehemently. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyuan drove to the rendezvous point with Tan Weiwei. "Get in, beautiful." The pair first dined at a Western restaurant, enjoying a sumptuous French meal. "Speak up, what is it?" "I have a few films here, tomorrow at noon. There's a banquet at your restaurant. Just play the films at 12 o'clock, Lin Ziyuan explained. Tan Weiwei, curious, glanced at the USB drive. "What kind of films?" "Not exactly films, just a few illicit videos," he replied. "How much will it be once the deed is done?" 500,000, Lin Ziyuan stated. Upon hearing the sum, Tan Weiwei immediately moved to sit beside Lin Ziyuan, declaring, "That's a mere trifle. My brother's affairs are my own." Observing her restless hands, Lin Ziyuan chuckled. "Are you thinking of another rendezvous? Who wouldn't fancy youth and vigor, especially when my brother is wealthy and capable?" After their meal, the two returned to the Marriott Hotel. By 9 in the morning, Tan Weiwei was up early, eager to prepare for the banquet at the restaurant. Lin Ziyuan, in no rush, returned home to change clothes before leisurely making his way to Haiyu. Upon seeing Lin Ziyuan's arrival, Qin Dazhuang's enthusiasm waned. The company would soon belong to her. Tan Weiwei stood in a corner, giving Lin Ziyuan an approving thumbs up. Before long, the banquet hall was filled with relatives and friends, and the wedding ceremony officially commenced. In the center of the hall were 4 large screens. Lin Ziyuan watched as Qin Ming and his bride entered, a hidden smile playing on his lips. When the host asked the bride if she was willing, the music abruptly ceased, and a voice echoed through the speakers, "I do not consent." On the screens, the image revealed Wang Heiren embracing the bride, the two of them in a car together. The hall fell into shocked silence, with some guests hurriedly pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Suddenly, the screen switched to another scene showing Qin Dazhuang and Zhang Qins in a restroom, passionately embracing and discussing their future plans. Who is responsible for this? Who the hell is broadcasting these videos? The hall erupted into chaos. Wang Heiren shouted, "Who altered this video with AI? This is a frame-up. It's illegal." The screens continued to shift, displaying a clear image of the bride's mother, who was seen holding hands with old Wang and old Li, heading toward a nearby grove. At that moment, Zhang Hua stood up, shouting for the video to be stopped. "Quickly, turn it off. Call the police." Seeing the scene unfold in the video, Qin Ming charged at Wang Heiren, and a scuffle ensued. Wang Heiren, feeling guilty, refrained from striking back, merely dodging Qin Ming's blows. Just as Qin Ming prepared to seize a weapon, Wang Heiren seized the opportunity to flee the restaurant. Qin Jianjun confronted the attending neighbors, old Wang and old Li. "I treated you as neighbors, and you two conspired to bully my wife." "Old Qin, please let us explain," they pleaded. "What is there to explain? The video has been captured. Today I will fight you. It was your wife Zhang Hua who initiated the flirtation with us. You need to remain calm." "Nonsense. I will kill you both." As Qin Jianjun searched for a knife, Zhang Hua pulled him back, signaling old Wang and old Li to leave quickly. "How dare you, you wicked woman, still trying to save them." For the first time, Qin Jianjun, often meek, struck Zhang Hua across the face. "You dare to hit me, Qin Jianjun? I will fight you." Qin Dazhuang and her sister were left speechless, as all their relatives and friends witnessed the video. What had begun as an AI face-swapping allegation had escalated into a full-blown melee. "Enough. Stop fighting," Qin Dazhuang interjected, pulling her parents apart. "Call the police. Let them handle this." At the sound of distant commotion, the Qin family turned to see Lin Ziyuan approaching. "Call the police. The video must be fake. Let them investigate." Zhang Hua, furious, retorted, "What good will calling the police do? It's already a lie. The more we involve the police, the more people will know." Qin Dazhuang feared the police involvement. After all, how could she justify her actions? "Let us handle this privately at home." "Very well. If you need help, just let me know," Lin Ziyuan said before departing the banquet hall. Zhonghua glared at Lin Ziyuan as he left, seething, "Everyone go home. We need to clarify this situation." Thus, a once joyous banquet was utterly ruined. "Don't leave just yet," Tan Weiwei called, hastily pursuing them. "What is the matter? Are we not allowed to leave? You have paid for your banquet, but the damages remain unpaid," she stated. "We didn't break anything. You should hold the responsible parties accountable," Zhonghua chimed in, echoing Lin Ziyuan's earlier sentiment. The table was knocked over when Wang Heiren was being chased by Qin Ming. "So we aren't liable." Tan Weiwei gazed at the shameless group. "Then no one leaves. I will call security to close the doors and notify the police." Hearing the mention of police, Qin Dazwang panicked. "No, let's just calculate the damages." Ultimately, Qin Ming's parents ended up paying an additional 50,000, and the wedding was far from completed, sending his in-laws to the hospital in distress. Qin Jianjun surveyed the chaos before him, asserting, "Everyone go home. I want you all to leave immediately." At that moment, he exhibited the demeanor of a family patriarch. Chapter 10. The Supplies Acquired. Lin Ziyuan left the hotel early to collect the last of the supplies from the warehouse. He first secured his own storage, knowing that the nearby Sam's would not close until 6. Lin Ziyuan recalled that in his previous life, the apocalypse began with a heavy snowfall at 8 in the evening. After pilfering Sam's supplies, he would only have 2 hours to return home. As he opened Douyin, he noticed that the news was filled with announcements about the meteor shower scheduled for that night. Just as Lin Ziyuan began to drift into slumber, his alarm rang, 6 o'clock. He donned the prepared Sam's uniform and climbed over the wall into the adjacent factory lot. As he approached the warehouse from the electric bike shed, Lin Ziyuan turned a corner and unexpectedly encountered a security guard, startling him. The guard quickly concealed the bag he was holding behind him. "Weren't you supposed to be off work? Why are you back?" "I forgot my phone. I came back to retrieve it," Lin Ziyuan replied, noting the guard's nervousness. "What do you have there?" The guard, realizing he had been caught, dropped to his knees. "Brother, this is the bread that was going to be thrown away tomorrow. It's already moldy. I get hungry at night, so I picked up a bit. Please, just pretend you didn't see me and let me go." Lin Ziyuan felt a surge of delight. He had unexpectedly encountered a thieving security guard, just the opportunity he needed to gain entry to the warehouse. "All right, brother, stand up. It's tough out here. I want to report you. By the way, I don't have the warehouse key. Could you help me open the door?" "Sure, no problem." Under Lin Ziyuan's persuasion, the security guard led him to the small entrance of the warehouse. The guard opened the door and said, "Brother, you can go in yourself. I'll wait for you here." Confirming that he had not entered, Lin Ziyuan adjusted his hat further down and began to swiftly gather supplies, as if a tempest were sweeping through. Approximately 10 minutes later, the entire warehouse was left with nothing but metal shelves. Having secured these provisions, Lin Ziyuan hastened back, brandishing his phone before the security guard. "Let us go. I've got the phone." Accompanied by the guard, Lin Ziyuan smoothly exited through the main gate, knowing that even if the police were alerted now, he could swiftly retreat to the villa. He quickly approached his vehicle and drove toward the villa, his business car leaving tire marks on the asphalt. Meanwhile, the security personnel who returned to the monitoring center were still reveling in their findings from the day. However, when one guard glanced up at the surveillance footage, he was utterly bewildered. Not a single item was visible on any of the dozens of cameras, only the racks remained. Disbelieving, he rubbed his eyes vigorously. No matter how he looked, the warehouse was devoid of any goods. "Captain, calling the captain." His last exclamation transformed into a wail. "Captain, come quickly." Monitoring the warehouse was typically the easiest task, with little concern for thieves, merely needing to watch for fires. "What is happening? Why all the commotion?" The captain was in the dormitory, engaged in a game of do-di zhu with several night shift colleagues. "Captain, you must come. The warehouse is empty. Don't joke around. No trucks have come. How could the items just vanish?" The captain, filled with skepticism, led his colleagues to the gate. Upon viewing the surveillance screen, he questioned, "Where are the goods? Why is there nothing left?" A surge of people rushed toward the warehouse, flinging open the doors. Inside, it was entirely barren, save for rows of metal racks. "Quick, check the surveillance." Lin Ziyuan was already cruising along the elevated road, snowflakes beginning to fall against the windshield of his car. The day he had anticipated had finally arrived. He pressed the accelerator deeper, knowing that reaching the villa was all that mattered now. Outside, the snowfall intensified, and the temperature dropped significantly. Initially, the flakes had vanished upon contact, but now they remained, accumulating. Meanwhile, at the warehouse, the security team continued to scrutinize the surveillance footage. One guard sneezed against the screen, exclaiming, "Why is it so cold? Who turned on the air conditioning?" "Captain, it's not the air conditioning. It seems to be snowing." Outside, large flakes began to drift down, quickly blanketing the road. "Captain, look! It was this person who stole the goods. It's as if he is performing magic. As he passes, the items just disappear. Call the police, quickly." Outside, chaos reigned. At 8 o'clock, The post-work rush had begun amidst the slippery snow, with vehicles colliding and electric bikes skidding, as cries for help filled the air. Police, this is Sam's warehouse. We've been robbed. In the eyes of the officers, a warehouse theft might entail the loss of a few items, perhaps even a full truck. All right, please hold on. A patrol unit will be dispatched shortly. Upon hearing this, the security guard felt a wave of relief. Fine, we'll wait. In this dreadful weather, let us turn on the heating. Lin Ziyuan was just one red light away from his community. He observed pedestrians laboriously pushing electric scooters home, and vehicles crashed against curbs. In merely half an hour, the road had amassed 10 centimeters of snow. Exercising caution, Lin Ziyuan maneuvered his car into the community, only to find 3 vehicles collided at the entrance, with their occupants arguing. It's over. There's no way I can get through. He retrieved a military coat from his trunk and began walking back to the villa. Passing the scene of the accident, he heard the heated exchange. Aren't you paying attention? You crashed into me. Did you expect me to stop? The ground is so slippery. A few were shivering in the cold, still bickering. At last, Lin Ziyuan reached the villa's entrance and remotely unlocked the door with his phone. Xiao AI, set the villa temperature to 26 degrees. Understood, master. The villa temperature has been set to 26 degrees. Lin Ziyuan discarded the military coat and took the elevator to the 3rd floor. He settled into a recliner by the window, watching the blizzard outside. Welcome to the apocalyptic world. Lin Ziyuan produced a chilled soda and toasted to his reflection in the glass. At Sam's warehouse, where are the police? The snowfall was heavy. How could they possibly arrive? The security captain, peering through the window, noted that the snow had already reached 20 centimeters. What kind of bizarre weather is this? It's December, and we're not supposed to have snow in the Northeast. How is it snowing here? Traffic was in disarray. Those finishing work at 8 hadn't made it home, while those due at 9 were just now leaving, along with others racing out to pick up family members. Accidents were rampant, with overturned electric bikes scattered about. Some, unable to withstand the cold, abandoned their scooters and began walking home. The temperature continued to plummet. A bottle of water left outside began to freeze within seconds, solidifying into ice within 5 minutes. Captain, we've only called the police, but Haven T reported to our superiors. You're right. Hurry and inform the higher-ups. This isn't something we can decide on our own. Thus, reports cascaded from the security staff, reaching the foreign executives. What joke? One person walks by, and the goods vanish. Several executives scrutinized the footage sent from below, engaging in discussion. This must be some sort of sleight of hand. It's obscured the surveillance. Have they been watching too many foreign films? Is this a superhero scenario where he consumes all the supplies? Rest assured, we will find him. There's South surveillance in place. Consequently, word returned from the ultimate executive to the security room, advising them not to worry. They would investigate once the snowfall ceased. A few lazy guards, no longer daring to return to their card games, remained in the gatehouse. Such a large warehouse, and that person was wearing our SAMS uniform. He must have prepared for this. The goods must have been transported by truck. Could he be a deity, magically taking the supplies? Upon hearing this, the captain superstitiously clasped his hands together and gazed skyward. Could this snow be a punishment for us? The guard began to speculate in the gatehouse. Chapter 11. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. Lin Ziyuan reclined on a lazy sofa, admiring the snow scene. Even if his theft of the supplies were known, no one would come looking for him now. Glancing at the news on his phone, he noted that the temperature outside had plummeted to minus 30 degrees. Those who had once lived in the north might endure, but those unaccustomed to such cold would likely freeze. Many had yet to switch to winter clothing. Some still wore thin pants, which now highlighted the stark difference between gas and electric vehicles. Gas cars could still manage with their heating, while electric cars had ineffective air conditioning, leaving drivers shivering uncontrollably. That night, countless souls would be at risk of freezing, strangely exhilarated by the approaching apocalypse. Lin Ziyuan found it difficult to sleep. He had awaited this day for 2 full months. All preparations made in the moment the snow began to fall felt worthwhile. Rising, he peered through binoculars at the outside world. The earlier commotion at the community entrance had quieted, likely as those involved had succumbed to the cold and retreated home. The villa area had all but emptied, though shadows still flitted about in the apartment section. He noted the rooftops outside, now blanketed in snow. Lin Ziyuan retrieved a bottle of beer, relishing it far more in winter than in summer. Opening his phone, he scrolled through Dian, where news of the snowfall dominated. It's snowing here, where are you? Some sentimental souls were creating short videos, lamenting the unexpected snowfall and temperature drop that had caught them unprepared. I haven't bought my winter clothes yet. Outside, it was already minus 30 degrees. In this dreadful weather, tomorrow the roads won't be cleared. With such heavy snow, you still plan to go out tomorrow? Our company notified us long ago that we'd be working from home. My husband hasn't made it home yet. I'm so worried. My child hasn't returned either. Usually, they'd be home in half an hour. All urban thoroughfares have succumbed to vehicular accidents, rendering them impassable. Indeed, I just returned from the overpass moments ago, nearly freezing to death in the process. This heavy snowfall has caused some vehicles to be stranded on the overpass, while others are stuck on the ground below. Those who reluctantly exited their vehicles to make the trek home have mostly not returned. Additionally, friends from the islands, who have never witnessed snow before, have all ventured outside to capture the moment on camera. As someone engaged in the down jacket business on the islands, I never imagined this scenario would come to fruition, yet alas, there is no market for down jackets there. Lin Ziyuan suddenly recalled a song. If one day I become exceedingly wealthy, I shall sleep for an entire year. Presently, my reality reflects a desire to possess an abundance of food, allowing me to live comfortably through an ice age. Gazing at the picturesque snow scenes they are photographing, I realize this snowfall may last several months. When I perished in my previous life, the snow had already blanketed the second floor. At that time, they may leisurely capture their moments of affection. Lin Ziyuan consumed 5 bottles of beer and finally succumbed to drowsiness, collapsing onto his lazy sofa and drifting into a deep slumber. The ice age has indeed arrived, and survival now hinges upon one's food supply. Many remain oblivious, perceiving this as merely a typical snow disaster, especially those from the southern regions, where snow usually melts by the next day. It was not until noon the following day that Lin Ziyuan awoke to find his social media flooded with messages lamenting that his husband had not returned all night, and his phone was unreachable. Numerous distress calls inundated the news, revealing that the snow outside had accumulated to a depth of 1 meter. The authorities issued a crucial announcement. This blizzard is of national consequence. Residents are urged to minimize outings and remain indoors until the disaster subsides. Those residing in factories or makeshift dwellings should vacate immediately. Gas stations and temporary structures have collapsed overnight, and those who remained in their vehicles last night have suffered an 80% mortality rate, many succumbing to hypothermia while awaiting a slow death. At this moment, Lin Ziyuan's phone unexpectedly rang. It was Qin Dashuan calling. Lin, what should we do about the company in these trying days? Simply inform everyone. The company is shutting down, and there's no need to come to work anymore. Upon hearing this, Qin Dashuan's body stiffened. The company had officially transferred her name today, and she had intended to confront Lin Ziyuan. However, his declaration of bankruptcy thwarted her plans. Lin Ziyuan opened the company's WeChat group. To all staff, due to the global snow disaster, the company can no longer operate. I hereby announce the closure of the company, and each employee will receive a year's salary. Please consult the finance department, Qin Dashuan, for collection. The moment this message was disseminated, the employees had already taken note, and Lin Ziyuan followed up with 10 consecutive red envelopes of 100,000 each. Suddenly, Qin Dashuan spoke up, who said the company is closed. The legal entity is now me. Once the snow disaster concludes, everyone will return to work, and I hereby announce that Lin Ziyuan is terminated. Lin Ziyuan read the message, not in anger, but rather with delight. Very well, I have been dismissed. From now on, if anyone has matters to address, they shall consult Qin Dashuan. Gentlemen, I bid you farewell. May we meet again under better circumstances. With that, he exited the group. Qin Dashuan immediately sent a voice message. Lin Ziyuan, what do you mean? You owe the bank 1 billion, and the villa is mortgaged. You must repay these debts. That's fine. I'm waiting for the bank to come knocking at my door for repayment. The mortgage on your villa belongs to Wang Heiren, and today is the repayment date. You must return the villa's mortgage to him. Lin Ziyuan scoffed. Excellent. Let him come collect the money. Once the snow disaster is over, we'll come to you for the debts. All right, dear, he replied, hanging up, thinking, let us see if you can find me when the time comes. Referring to her as dear felt rather nauseating. Qin Dashuan curled up in her blanket. Wang Heiren embraced Qin Dashuan. So what now? Qin Dashuan glared at him, her teeth gritting. Get off my bed. It was perplexing how he seemed to care for nothing and desired nothing. After the tumult of the previous night's banquet, the Qin family had gathered in the villa to deliberate. They ultimately resolved to refrain from such behavior in the future and were just about to return home when the heavy snow began to fall. Currently, 5 members of the Qin family were residing in this villa. Qin Ming's wife, along with sons-in-law, Wang Heiren and Zhang Kuan. The logistics of feeding 8 individuals would soon become chaotic. In a community group chat, the residents were already in an uproar. Property management, the water pipes are frozen, and we have no water. Please fix this immediately. We're all waiting for water in this bitter cold. Neighbors, how are your air conditioners holding up? We have 3 running, yet the rooms are still frigid. Our air conditioners are ineffective as well. Thankfully, we have electric blankets. It's warm under the covers. When the world is this weather? We are in the south. How can it be this cold? I haven't even purchased winter clothing. It's freezing. The chat was filled with chatter about the weather, yet no one was inquiring about food supplies. akin to how people only realize the need for air conditioning when the heat arrives, or how they discover a lack of rice only when mealtime approaches. Chapter 12. The First Day of the Apocalypse. Lin Ziyuan retrieved a premium flank steak from his supplies, a high-quality item from Sam's Club. Following cooking tutorials on social media, he meticulously prepared the steak, even locating a heart-shaped mold to fry an egg, as the savory aroma wafted through the air from his culinary efforts. He also fried 2 eggs, one perfectly runny. Lin Ziyuan set the table for lunch, gazing out at the breathtaking scenery, sipping red wine, and savoring steak, a luxury that no amount of money could tempt him to trade. Outside, chaos reigned. Rescue and emergency calls went unanswered. The discourse on social media spiraled into pandemonium, with only those flagged being automatically deleted by the system. Just as Lin Ziyuan was enjoying his meal, he was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. It was Gao Zihin, who had returned home a few days prior. "Lin, what are you up to? Have you missed me?" "Of course. I've missed you like the archer." "Oh, he missed the sun. I saw the news. It's snowing heavily in Xiantang." "Did you foresee this snow disaster and stockpile weapons?" "I certainly didn't foresee it. I'm merely an enthusiast of apocalyptic scenarios. But I genuinely appreciate your foresight. I've stocked up enough supplies to last me a year." "Glad to hear it. How's life in the Northeast?" "It's far more comfortable here than in Xiantang. It's south 50 degrees outside, yet a cozy 26 to 27 degrees in my room. Right now, I'm lounging on a heated calm, enjoying ice cream while chatting with you. Be sure to safeguard your supplies. Don't let anyone steal from you or sell them off. Oh, rest assured, every household is well prepared for winter. We have enough food stashed to last until next year." After a pleasant exchange, they ended the call. Lin Ziyuan mused to himself, "I truly miss her curves, but alas, I shall never see her again in this lifetime." Gazing out at the continuing heavy snowfall, he noted that the greenery outside was entirely obscured, with only the taller trees visible above the white blanket. Many ground floors had already been submerged. The property management group continued its complaints about the water supply system being frozen, while Lin Ziyuan's villa boasted an independent water system, having long been prepared against freezing. However, it had its drawbacks. Waste management was a challenge, as the internal pipes remained unfrozen, yet the external ones had succumbed to ice. Thankfully, he had identified this issue in time, realizing he would need to resort to using garbage bags. While still eating, this thought made Lin Ziyuan feel somewhat awkward. His phone vibrated, signaling a safety alert from the service provider. Recently, the temperature in our city is expected to plummet below -70 degrees Celsius, with the blizzard disaster reaching level 5. Residents are urged to refrain from going outdoors unless absolutely necessary. A safety announcement has been issued, advising citizens to steer clear of trees, factories, and gas stations. Due to the blizzard, all public transportation services in our city have been suspended, and all utility companies, including those providing electricity, gas, and internet services, will halt revenue collection. Let us unite and weather this storm together. Lou Meili, the head of the residents committee, has also shared a message in the owners group, urging residents to limit their outings. All schools and public transportation services have ceased operations, and everyone is encouraged to maintain order and avoid creating further chaos during this challenging time. "Director, when will this end?" Someone lamented. "This snow disaster seems to be nationwide." Another voice chimed in. "My husband hasn't returned home since last night, and he's not answering his phone. I called for help, but no one is picking up. Could you contact the rescue personnel? Everyone should remain indoors and wait for the snow disaster to pass. We're in the south. Once the sun shines, the snow will melt away in a day, so there is no need to worry." "Director, we have no food left at home. Surely, I can go out and buy some?" Lin Ziyuan glanced at the messages, finding little of use. It was only the first day of the blizzard, and the water supply had just begun to be interrupted. Power outages would soon follow. After dinner, Lin Ziyuan began inspecting the luxurious villa worth 300 million. He could feel the cold air seeping in from any opening. He checked from the basement to the 3rd floor, sitting in the central control hub on the 3rd floor, monitoring various data inside and outside the villa. The surveillance screen displayed an outdoor temperature below -35 degrees Celsius. Exposed skin could freeze within minutes. However, the temperature inside the villa was a comfortable 27 degrees Celsius, not from air conditioning, but a warmth that felt utterly refreshing. At that moment, Qin Dashuang called Lin Ziyuan again. "Mr. Lin, my mother mentioned that you've stocked up on a lot of supplies, bringing them home daily. Is that true? Did you foresee the snowfall and prepare gourmet food in advance? I hear you filled your company's warehouse with essentials." The stock in the warehouse was a requirement from influencers, and the food at home was advised by an influencer who told me to stock up due to the impending weather change. How could you be so inconsiderate and not inform me? I could have stored some supplies at home too. Now I only have flour and rice, not a single vegetable. Well, you have the means. The company is yours, so go buy some for yourself or head to the warehouse. With that, Lin Ziyuan hung up and tossed his phone aside. How dare he think of borrowing supplies now? Let's see how he fares when everything runs out. Qin Dashuang stared at the disconnected call, thinking, this clingy fool, why isn't he fawning over me now? It's been strange these past 2 months. He used to rush to fulfill my every request. Zhang Hua approached Qin Dashuang, asking, so, did you manage to borrow any food? My mom saw several trucks delivering supplies to his house before the blizzard. I couldn't get through. He completely ignored me. Qin Dashuang replied, waving her phone in frustration. You should have offered him some favors. I told you not to ignore him while chasing after Zhang Kuan and Wang Heiren. Now he doesn't even want to acknowledge you. Enough, be quiet. The company is mine now, and after the blizzard, his villa will be mine too. Missing a few meals won't kill us. How unreliable. You two, go find food. We have nothing to feed you. Zhang Hua pointed at Zhang Kuan and Wang Heiren, who were also trapped by the snow. Both were accustomed to a life of luxury, rarely cooking, preferring restaurants or takeout. Qin Shaoduan rolled her eyes at the two, put on some clothes, and headed to the supermarket at the community entrance to buy some food. Otherwise, my mother will really kick you out. Hearing this, the two hurried to find clothes, regardless of whether they were men's or women's, and prepare to see what they could purchase. The supermarket at the entrance had already jacked up prices fivefold. A single pack of instant noodles cost 30. Everyone in the group complained. Many residents returned empty-handed after seeing the exorbitant prices. Lin Ziyuan was well aware of how cheap the prices were now, and the stock was abundant. By the 5th day, buying anything would become impossible. In his past life, he had packed instant noodles and other essentials at 30 yuan a pop, only to have Qin Dashuang show up and consume all his supplies. Chapter 13. The merchants arrive. Wang Heiren and Zhang Kuan waddled to the supermarket, looking like balloons. Lin Ziyuan was also active in the supermarket's WeChat group. Sometimes, when he purchased a lot, they would deliver to his door. Upon seeing the price list from the supermarket, he found the prices utterly unacceptable. Lu Meili sent a message in the supermarket group. I'm the head of the residence committee in our community. Kilalu Supermarket is profiting from this disaster, and we should boycott them. Once the blizzard is over, I will report them and call for their closure. Please refrain from spreading rumors and let us get through this together. Lu Meili was met with a retort from the supermarket owner, who replied, you want others to refrain from buying? Does no one in your family have food, or should they come to your house for it? Lu Meili attempted to send another message, but was promptly kicked out of the group chat. How ridiculous. And you call yourself the head of the residence committee? If you provide food to everyone, I wouldn't have to brave the cold at the supermarket. The supermarket sales on the first day were not too high, as many families still had some food left. Wang Heiren and Zhang Kuan spent over 10,000 on food, dragging their haul through the snow back home. This damn supermarket. Normally, 10,000 yuan would fill a truck, and today, we only bought this little. Wang Heiren grumbled as he walked. Zhang Kuan managed to spend not a single cent, merely contributing his effort. Finally, the two returned to the villa. Zhang Hua examined their purchases, which consisted mainly of instant noodles, bread, and chips, no seafood in sight. You two useless fools. I could have married you both to 2 women, yet you bring back this kind of food to satisfy me? I want seafood and meat. Qin Dashuang rushed over to mediate. Mom, let us just fill our stomachs for now. It doesn't matter what we eat. I don't care. If you can't bring back seafood today, get out of my villa. I gave birth to my 2 daughters so they can enjoy a life of luxury. And you? Zhang Hua confronted Qin Dashuang. Look at the kind of man you found. Not only did he sleep with your younger sister, but he even had an affair with your brother's wife, and you still defend him? She then pulled Qin Shaoduan into the conversation. You're equally useless. Look at your sister. At least she charmed Lin Ziyuan into buying this villa. You must find someone who can afford a villa too. Qin Dashuang waved her hand at Wang Heiren, signaling him to make another trip to the supermarket. Wang Heiren and Zhang Kuan hurried back to the supermarket, with Wang Heiren muttering, that old witch, when she gets older, I'll slap her every day. Zhang Kuan chuckled, brother-in-law, you'll have to take care of her then. Yesterday's wedding video was quite entertaining, Wang Heiren said with a mischievous grin. The two seemed to have found a harmonious rhythm. As the women were all entangled with each other, they finally returned to the supermarket, spending another 20,000 on a few king crabs, lobsters, and abalone. The prices had reached an outrageous level, with costs calculated per item. Once the blizzard is over, I'll be the first to report this supermarket. Wang Heiren grumbled as they walked. Right, brother-in-law, after the blizzard, we can report them and get our money back. True enough, when they returned to the villa this time, Zhang Hua opened the bags and beamed at the seafood inside. But upon hearing they had spent 20,000 on this, Qin Dashuang began to complain about her mother. You insisted on seafood, and this meal cost 20,000. Zhang Hua lamented, it's all your fault. Lin Ziyuan had seafood, but you couldn't get any. Qin Dashuang overheard Zhang Hua mentioning him again. Now he has nothing left. The company belongs to me, the villa is Wang Heiren's, and when it comes to seafood, I fear he will only be able to eat seaweed from now on. Despite the heavy snowfall, which would take several days to melt, many affluent individuals sensing the impending crisis, began hoarding supplies from supermarkets, with orders exceeding 100,000 being personally delivered. Lin Ziyuan recalled that by the 5th day, the supermarkets had been completely ravaged, including the local convenience stores. Those unable to afford such luxuries began to panic buy, while outside, vehicles were rendered immobile by the snow. Yet astonishingly, delivery personnel continued to accept orders. Lin Ziyuan, peering through binoculars, spotted a person in a delivery uniform gliding through the snow. Although Qiantang is a city not known for snow, it boasts a plethora of influencers and various skiing companions, ensuring an ample supply of skiing equipment. Reflecting on the skiing companions, Lin Ziyuan opened the local section of Douyin and indeed found individuals dancing in the snow, clad in ski gear. There were even public declarations of 3,000 yuan and 5,000 yuan skiing companions. Those in the know recognized that these individuals were akin to the cycling companions of yore. Gazing at the faces of these influencers with their prominent noses, rosy tips from the cold, and clad in form-fitting yoga pants, Lin Ziyuan felt a sudden urge to hire a skiing companion. He continued to observe the villa's surroundings through the binoculars until his vision began to blur. Staring at the snow for too long could harm one's eyes. Lin Ziyuan retreated to his esports room and selected a hunting simulation game he had prepared, where the protagonist wielded a compound bow, allowing him to hone his skills in the process. He played until nightfall, at which point he retrieved some lamb for hot pot and ice-cold beer to indulge in. The villa's top-tier sound system played foreign black vinyl records. Under the immense weight of the snow, the Sam's Club that Lin Ziyuan had depleted began to deform, while several security guards huddled in the guardhouse, nearly buried by the snow. "Captain, we reported it, but no one has come. It's been a day and a night, and we have no food," one guard lamented. The heavy snowfall rendered it impossible for them to return to their dormitory. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed. Lin Ziyuan's contracted warehouse had completely collapsed. The Sam's warehouse creaked ominously, as if it were the next to succumb. At that moment, who had the time to concern themselves with the theft at Sam's? Slightly inebriated, Lin Ziyuan lay on his large round bed, pulled out his phone to watch downloaded films from the islands, preparing for a moment of indulgence before sinking into a deep slumber. However, his peaceful repose was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of his phone. It was Guoronghua, the property manager. "Mr. Lin, your villa needs to be restored promptly. Otherwise, I cannot provide an explanation." With the snow blocking the mountains, who could he explain it to? "Mr. Lin, if you do not restore it by the deadline, your deposit will be forfeited." "Manager Gua, speak plainly. You intend to withhold my deposit, correct? Consider it a gift. I no longer desire it." Originally, Guoronghua intended to discuss the deposit with Lin Ziyuan to borrow some supplies. And upon hearing that he no longer wanted the deposit, she felt pleased. "Mr. Lin, since you insist on speaking this way, I will report to headquarters. Due to your breach of contract, the renovation deposit will not be refunded." "Fine, I don't want it. You can use it to buy a coffin." "How can you speak like that? You were the one who breached the contract first." Lin Ziyuan had no desire to engage in further dialogue. He hung up the phone. Disturbed from his slumber, Lin Ziyuan found himself wide awake, having only consumed beer the previous night without a proper meal. On the second day of the apocalypse, he rose from bed in shorts to prepare breakfast. He boiled a packet of instant noodles and cracked 2 eggs. Sitting by the third-floor window, he began to enjoy his meal. "Ah, it's a pity I have so many ingredients and yet lack the skills to cook." After speaking to himself, he gazed at his kitchen, worth hundreds of thousands, equipped with every conceivable appliance. "I should have hired a chef." Feeling the loneliness at home, Gao Zhen initiated a video call. "Darling, what are you up to?" Lin Ziyuan saw her lounging in bed, enjoying some fruit. "Having breakfast," he replied, placing his phone down. "Your breakfast looks rather simplistic. Look at mine. So sumptuous." He observed as Gao Zhen showcased her stir-fried chicken and several side dishes. "You seem to be enjoying life." "Of course. But I miss you dearly. When I first returned, I could buy food without a thought for you. Now, as the snow nearly buries my house, I find myself with nothing to do, and all I can think about is you. So, I'm just a distraction for you?" "Not at all. I genuinely miss you," Lin Ziyuan remarked. Distant water cannot quench a nearby thirst. Suddenly, her phone lost signal, and the call was disconnected. Observing the red messages popping up in the property management group, he realized someone had gone overboard. It turned out to be Lu Meili, the community director. "Everyone, refrain from hoarding supplies. This only empowers unscrupulous merchants. I have reported the supermarket at our community entrance to the higher authorities, and once the snow disaster concludes, it will be shut down." "Director, we are nearly out of food. Please think of a solution," someone urged. "We are working on it." This snow disaster differs from the previous pandemic. The heavy snow has blocked roads, preventing supplies from arriving, and vehicles are all stuck on the highway. However, rest assured, once the roads are clear, the first load of supplies will reach our community. So, please do not panic buy and inflate market prices, disrupting normal shopping for other residents. Some homeowners stood up. By the time supplies arrive, we may starve. There are children at home. Go ahead. I will keep a record of who buys supplies. And when they arrive, those families will not receive any. After hearing this, the residents in the group fell silent. Do not create chaos for us, nor for the officials. Remember, during the pandemic, we banded together. Lin Ziyuan couldn't help but smile at Lu Mei's commanding presence. Waiting for supplies might result in everyone starving before they arrived. Just then, the supermarket owner unexpectedly shared 5 screenshots in the group chat, revealing his conversation with the director. The gist indicated that the director advised the supermarket owner to refrain from selling, allowing her to sell the supplies at a 10-fold markup, taking a cut for herself. When the screenshots emerged, the director, being an administrator of the group, swiftly expelled the supermarket owner. To prevent others from seeing the screenshots, she repeatedly posted the number 1 in the group. I wonder why we aren't allowed to buy. It seems they want to raise prices. If we had listened to you, we wouldn't know how much we would have to spend. Lin Ziyuan thought to himself. It was she who organized the sale of overpriced vegetables during the pandemic. With evidence now in hand, they realized she intended to sell supplies at inflated prices again. At that moment, the director found herself unable to defend her actions in the group chat, desperately insisting, that wasn't me. That WeChat account isn't mine. The screenshots are fabricated. Lu Mei had initially planned to collaborate with the supermarket after 7 to 8 days, having earned a substantial profit from her previous dealings with the vegetable market. She had not anticipated the supermarket owner would ignore her entirely. The entire community surged towards the supermarket to purchase goods, nearly overwhelming it. Outside, the small convenience store's entrance was blocked by snow, forcing patrons to crawl inside, where it was equally packed with shoppers. Some even walked a kilometer to the nearby supermarket to buy food. At that moment, Lin Ziyuan spotted a familiar face, Wang Fasai. In the group, I can reserve any product here, albeit at a higher price. Please understand, bottled water at the base sells for 1 yuan, while at the peak, it goes for 10. Bringing in supplies from outside is exceedingly difficult. In the group, the most sought-after item from Wang Fasai was the electric blanket, with prices skyrocketing to 1,000 yuan each. There are always those who profit from calamities. This is an immutable truth that has endured through the ages. During the pandemic, a single pack of masks could fetch a staggering 100 yuan, and amidst a snow disaster, is it not reasonable to assume that food would be even more exorbitant? Wang Fasai has indeed struck it rich this time, with over 100 families purchasing supplies, alongside those seeking sustenance. I have already received everyone's deposits. Rest assured. The goods will arrive tomorrow. My enterprise is a trading company, and I am involved in numerous lucrative ventures. I recall in my previous life, I frequently sought his wares. But on my 3rd purchase, I fell victim to a misfortune, not outright deception, but rather a tragic incident where the delivery person met an untimely demise after falling into a snowdrift. As of now, it is merely the 2nd day, and the demand is not overwhelming. Every household surely possesses rice and flour, yet vegetables are scarce. Many are observing the situation. After all, it has snowed in Qiantang before, and the white blanket usually disappears in 3 or 4 days. Zhang Hua, contentedly enjoying prepared seafood at home, could hardly fathom how little Wang Heiren shared of his bounty. Qin Dashuang glanced at the messages in the homeowners group. Shouldn't we stock up on some supplies? Stock up? What for? The snow will melt in a few days. Mom, have you seen the news? Hainan is experiencing a heavy snowfall, and it's minus 35 degrees outside. Qin Jianjun took a sip of his drink. Indeed. I reckon we ought to heed our daughter's advice and store some provisions. All you know is how to spend money. Didn't Lin Ziyuan stockpile a considerable amount? We can always ask him for more once we run out. Didn't we borrow from him last time? He wouldn't lend a hand, nor would he even acknowledge me. That's because you're foolish. You ought to employ some clever tactics. Wang Heiren, hearing this, cast a look at Zhang Hua. After all, he was now Qin Dashuang's husband. It was rather audacious for her mother to suggest such actions in front of him. What are you staring at? Were it not for my daughter's affection for you, I would have long since expelled you from our home. Qin Xiaoshuang had barely called out Mom before being met with a retort. What do you mean, Mom? I haven't even scolded you yet. He is your sister's man. And you want him too? Consequently, the 4 of them furiously retreated to their rooms, their appetites thoroughly extinguished. By this time, Qin Jianjun had consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Look at you. Didn't you say yesterday we wouldn't revisit past grievances? The children are so upset they want to eat. Not eating? Fine by me. It's all mine. You shouldn't eat either. Look at how pathetic you are. Still having the audacity to drink. Fueled by liquor, Qin Jianjun intended to chastise her further, rising to his feet. And you think you have a leg to stand on? Look at what you've done to this family. You've been so irresponsible and yet dare to lecture our daughter. Who do you think you are? I didn't mind your poverty back then when you became a live-in son-in-law. Now you're bold enough to shout at me? Get out of our house this instant. Zhang Hua's loud reprimand instantly sobered Qin Jianjun, who slinked back to his room in defeat. Oh, so you've all grown wings, have you? You want to let me speak? Now you've learned to scowl at your mother. If you're so capable, stay in your rooms forever and never eat again. While Zhang Hua shed tears of grievance, she continued to consume her seafood. Qin Ming and his wife, witnessing this scene, quietly retreated to their own quarters. Chapter 15, Flaunting Wealth Online. Lin Ziyuan found himself rather bored. He opened Douyin to watch the sisters dancing. The live streams were teeming with viewers. In the wake of the apocalypse, households no longer ventured outside, and the audience tuning into live broadcasts was considerable. Platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou had tripled their employees' wages, and user engagement was surpassing even that of the National Day or holiday periods. Streamers who typically garnered little attention now boasted hundreds of viewers. Many flaunted their wealth, with the opening music of their videos indicating their origins. Northeast is my hometown. Brothers, here is a simple pork dish. Take a look at the delicacies from my hometown. The comments below were predominantly from Southerners or residents of urban neighborhoods. You're so lucky to have food to spare. Our supermarkets have run out of vegetables. Brothers, look at us in the Northeast. It's minus 50 degrees outside, yet we're enjoying ice cream indoors. They in the Northeast are indeed fortunate. Inside, it's a balmy 27 or 28 degrees. This hardly feels like winter, but rather summer. Brothers, behold, yet another simple meal. 8 dishes and a soup, all for longevity and prosperity. At this moment, what captured online attention was not merely flaunting wealth, but rather the indulgence in food. Southerners might visit the market 3 times a day, while Northeasterners might only go once every half a month or month. All the food flaunting came from the Northeast. Watching them lounging on their heated Kong, enjoying ice cream and cold drinks, the most envious were the Southerners, where there was no heating and air conditioning barely offered warmth. Brothers, yet another simple meal. Northeast iron pot stew, sauerkraut paired with blood sausage. Lin Ziyuan found himself salivating, taking out a sumptuous feast from his storage to treat himself. At this moment, he too desired to film a video. What are you eating amidst the apocalypse? A simple 6-course meal, just for one. However, considering the potential repercussions, Lin Ziyuan refrained from filming. After all, every city had its influential figures. He glanced at Kuaishou's live streams, where female hosts lounged in their blankets, revealing only their heads while engaging in flirtatious banter. Some were promoting products, saying, "Brothers, after we finish filming today, we will ship your orders as soon as the snow melts." While watching a few videos, Lin Ziyuan suddenly came across an enticing clip featuring a dancer named Nan Nan. Wow, this is truly captivating. Which man could resist this? He searched for her on Douyin and found many imitators, even discovering a local one named Xian Bao. Her performance was equally impressive, with hundreds of videos showcasing her moves. The comment section was filled with experts, some claiming to eliminate 1 in 3 seconds, while others finally grasped Chow's interests. Just as Lin Ziyuan was about to disrobe and watch a movie about the mythical archer Ho-E, a phone call interrupted him. Who the hell is this? It turned out to be the community director reaching out. What is the matter? Are you sick? How can you speak to me like that? I'm from a neighborhood committee. And what of that? Lin Ziyuan abruptly hung up, wishing to resume his movie. But the caller persisted. Lin Zong, please don't hang up. I have something to discuss. Hearing the change in the caller's tone, Lin Ziyuan's irritation began to dissipate. What is it? Just get to the point. Lin Zong, I noticed you purchased a substantial amount of supplies before the snow disaster. Could you lend me some? I promise to return it once the crisis passes. If I had hoarded a wealth of provisions, would I still be feasting on leftovers? Lin Ziyuan glanced at the untouched dishes from yesterday. Lin Zong, I can offer a trade. Tell me what you need, and I can exchange it for other supplies. I truly don't require anything. I have no excess supplies. Please refrain from calling again. Lin Ziyuan silenced his phone, feeling his earlier frustration dissipate. This insistent woman was truly a buzzkill. Lin Ziyuan envisioned the figure of Lu Meili from the neighborhood committee, resembling a hefty pig, short and unattractive. He noticed a message from the director on WeChat, requesting food from him. Look at this. I genuinely have only leftovers. Lin Ziyuan casually recorded a video. However, it displayed several untouched dishes, including chicken, duck, and fish, all barely disturbed. Lin Zong, you can't possibly finish all that. Could you spare the roasted chicken and braised fish for me? Have you lost your mind? Asking me for food? Go buy your own. The homeowners group was bustling with activity. Exchanging supplies. I have liquor. I'll trade for some rice or flour. Others were swapping clothing for food, and some are offering high prices for groceries, as supermarket shelves have been emptied, with others even trading jewelry for sustenance. Wang Fasai seemed to sense a business opportunity. Dear homeowners, I will be hosting a small market in my villa this afternoon, where everyone can come to barter or purchase goods. A stall will cost 500 yuan. What a remarkable genius this is. Lin Ziyuan gazed at the messages in the group, finding none of the information he sought. Lu Meili was once again shouting in the chat, "Do not disrupt social order, or you will all be apprehended." She had no worries about food at the moment. Yet she could not establish contact with either the rescue team or the authorities, leaving her anxious about continuously borrowing supplies. However, Wang Fasai's market seemed quite intriguing. One wondered what goods could possibly be found there. It was only the second day of the apocalypse. After all, the situation was still not dire. "Mr. Wang, your entrepreneurial ventures are truly abundant. You even host a market." He chuckled. "Are there any supportive neighbors around?" Observing Qin Deshuang ordering supplies worth 100,000 yuan from Wang Fasai, Lin Ziyuan mused, "Has this woman finally realized she ought to stock up on food? It seems I won't be needed for a while regarding sustenance." He thought it was still too early to seek revenge. After engaging in conversation with Gao Zihin for over half an hour, he finally got up to prepare a meal, only to discover that the leftovers from the previous night had spoiled. The room's temperature was evidently too high. He discarded everything into a garbage bag and stowed it away. From his spatial storage, he retrieved the delectable snacks he had purchased from the food street. As he glanced at the monitor displaying the garage, he noted that individuals were still exchanging supplies, though their identities were obscured by their heavy disguises. Unable to bear the stifling atmosphere at home, Lin Ziyuan decided to take a stroll. Venturing outside posed no real risk at this point. He first donned his special forces gear, layered beneath a set of Antarctic expedition cold weather attire, and equipped himself with a thermal helmet. The outfit was indeed quite warm. Even before stepping outside, Lin Ziyuan was already perspiring. He tucked his handgun into his pocket and opened the door to the basement. A sudden chill enveloped him, and after a brief moment, he found it to be quite bearable. He began to wander around the garage, making his way toward Building 15. The closer he approached, the more individuals he encountered, all heading toward Wang Fasai's villa to exchange supplies. Some pushed small carts laden with various items, while others cradled several bottles of liquor. "That outfit of yours is quite impressive," Lin Ziyuan remarked, turning to see a woman pushing a supermarket cart. From her voice, he surmised she was not particularly young. Younger folks typically shied away from meddling in others' affairs. "This is cycling gear. It is a fine job of blocking the wind. It must be quite warm. Are you here to exchange supplies as well?" Lin Ziyuan observed the person before him, bundled in numerous layers, her head wrapped in a scarf and sporting an electric bike helmet. "Yes, I'm merely here to take a look." Upon reaching the entrance of Building 15, the woman approached and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open, revealing Wang Fasai. "Hurry, hurry, come in." Lin Ziyuan stepped into the villa, noting that the interior was quite well decorated. While it couldn't compete with the warmth of his own home, it was around 20 to 25 degrees Celsius. In the living room, several individuals had already arranged their belongings. Those who arrived first may choose first. Both parties must agree for an exchange, Wang Fasai announced loudly. Lin Ziyuan observed the items displayed before each person: fancy cigarettes, premium liquors, and supplements, all seeking to trade for food. Others showcased an array of branded jewelry and handbags, but nothing particularly extraordinary. While he was still examining the offerings, a commotion erupted at the entrance. It was the community committee chairperson and property manager accompanied by 4 security guards. "Do you realize that what you're doing is illegal?" Wang Fasai brandished a large machete. "What law am I breaking when I'm on the verge of starvation? You dare lecture me about legality? If you cause trouble today, I will end you." Guoronghua, sensing Wang Fasai's ferocity, pulled Lu Meili away. After they departed, Wang Fasai spat on the ground, muttering, "Those who bully the weak fear the strong. Dare come back, and I'll make you regret it." Chapter 16. Wang Fasai's Market. Lin Ziyuan, having found nothing of interest, decided to leave. Just as he reached the door, Wang Fasai stopped him. "Boss, found nothing to your liking? You might want to check the second floor. There are good items up there." Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan furrowed his brow, wondering what treasures could possibly await on the second floor. Wang Fasai, ever the businessman, displayed a congenial demeanor. He recognized that Lin Ziyuan had not brought supplies, indicating he was not in need of food, thus making him less concerned about the trade. "You'll be satisfied once you see it," he assured. Taking the elevator to the second floor, Lin Ziyuan encountered a woman standing there. "Boss, are you here to explore the goods on the second floor? Allow me to show you around." Following the woman into a room, he found 4 young women with distinctly altered appearances. "What does this mean?" Lin Ziyuan inquired. "These girls have no food or money at home. They rely on me to help them find someone. All it takes is 10 boxes of instant noodles for one beauty." Stunned, Lin Ziyuan turned to Wang Fasai's wife. "Are you engaging in human trafficking? Do not speak nonsense. They cannot find food. We provide for them. But if we don't exchange them for some nourishment, how will we sustain the others?" Lin Ziyuan recognized the logic in her argument, observing the 4 women before him, each with features sculpted by cosmetic surgery. Hangzhou was indeed a city known for its influencers. Just then, 3 more individuals burst in, shouting, Wang Fasai, you unscrupulous merchant, always scheming to make a profit. The woman, hearing the commotion, swiftly opened the door to invite the newcomers inside. This is what Wang Fasai refers to as quality goods. The group began to bicker, some even reaching out to touch the girls. 5 boxes of noodles for one. I'll take all 4, proclaimed a man who appeared to be around 50 years old. 10 boxes for one, no bargaining. We came from the neighboring community, and just because we know Wang Fasai, we're only offering 5 boxes. If that doesn't work, we're out. Wang Fasai personally accompanied a well-dressed young man, a figure no one dared to provoke in the community. Lin Ziyuan recognized him, having witnessed him instigating fights in the neighborhood. Rumor had it that his father held shares in the community. Jingo, what do you think of these 4? They look decent. Here's the deal. I'll order 1 million worth of supplies from you, and you can throw at these 4 girls. Sen Yi, you have no supplies to trade. I'll buy your supplies for 1 million, and you can deduct the price of these 4 from that. Simple as that. No need for further discussion. At that moment, Wang Fasai was uncertain whether the supplies could even be procured. He had intended merely to trade for food, but dared not offend the young man before him. Let us proceed, as Zhengge wishes. The other 3, witnessing this unfolding, expressed their dissatisfaction. Wang boss, you can't run things this way. The rules you set were for bartering, and now you want to use money? If that's the case, then we'll order 2 million worth of supplies and take those 4 girls with us. Upon hearing this, the bald man laughed mockingly. Which building are you from? Do you wish to challenge me? This bald man was a prominent figure, having made his fortune mining in his youth and now enjoying retirement in Hangzhou. Oh, are you trying to intimidate me? Do you have a death wish? I'm from the Wanlong City community next door. Wang Fasai hurriedly leaned in to whisper the bald man's background to Zhengge. Upon hearing this, the bald man grew fearful and quickly replied. So you're young Master Chun. My eyesight is failing with age. Please don't hold it against me. We wouldn't dare to take those 4 girls. Wang Fasai then approached Chun Jun, speaking kindly. Everyone is bundled up, and with your hat and glasses, my older brother here didn't recognize you, young Master Jun. Let us not quarrel any further. Chun Jun disdainfully regarded the others. Consider yourselves fortunate. Wang boss, remember to deliver the supplies I ordered. I'll take these 4 sisters with me for now. Lin Ziyuan could hardly believe that just 2 days into the apocalypse, such grim transactions had already begun. A group arrived on the first floor, and the Qins sisters, accompanied by their so-called husbands, happened to enter the villa. They were in search of Wang Fasai to settle an outstanding payment, while also exploring potential purchases. Chun Jun, upon seeing the pair of twins, felt an instant attraction. Before Wang Fasai could utter a word, Chun Jun interjected, uncertain if they were there to barter goods or to offer their bodies in exchange for provisions. Noticing the glimmering eyes of Chun Jun, Qindasha felt a bit uncomfortable and replied, We apologize, but we are not in need of money. We are here to procure supplies from President Wang. Oh, President Wang, when did our community gain a pair of wealthy twin ladies? Chun Jun remarked. I am not entirely sure. Wang Fasai responded awkwardly, caught between the need to appease Chun Jun and not offend the Qin sisters. Which building do you ladies reside in? He inquired. Qin Xiaoshuang replied, We are from building 38. Is there something you need? Building 38? Have you just moved in? Chun Jun asked, extending his hand. Qin Xiaoshuang, taken aback by the gesture, hesitated but eventually shook his hand. Yes, we had just moved in. Chun Jun remarked. Then we should make an effort to get to know each other better, as we are neighbors. What supplies are you seeking today? We wish to purchase supplies worth 100,000 yuan and are here to make the payment, Qin Xiaoshuang stated, quickly retracting her hand after realizing that Chun Jun had held it during their conversation. Old Wang, I'll take care of this 100,000 yuan for the sisters. I'll transfer 1 million directly to you shortly. Sure thing, Zhengge, thank you. Wang Fasai was unconcerned about who made the payment, as long as profit was involved. Initially, Qindasha had looked down upon the seemingly lecherous man before her, but upon hearing that he had covered their payment, her attitude shifted dramatically. May I ask your name? It seems rather presumptuous of us to let you cover this. I am Chun Jun. My friends in the North District usually call me Zhengge, while those outside prefer Chen Xiao. Thank you for your generosity, Zhengge. We'll make sure to visit and express our gratitude. At this moment, Zhang Kuan and Wang Heiren felt awkward, realizing they had been overlooked, unaware that the Qin sisters were eager to associate with someone of higher status. Lin Ziyuan, having wandered the first floor without finding anything worthwhile, prepared to return home. After years of following Lin Ziyuan, the Qin sisters recognized him. As he brushed past them, Qindasha called out, President Lin, are you also here to procure supplies? Initially reluctant to engage, Lin Ziyuan, recognizing he had been identified, replied, Is there a problem? Am I not permitted to purchase supplies? Of course you may. However, as my former employer, I must remind you that your personal debts are unrelated to the company. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Wang Heiren interjected. All right. Once the snow disaster concludes, We will be applying for enforcement through the courts to reclaim your villa or auction it off. Very well. I await your arrival. Lin Ziyuan replied nonchalantly. Wang Fasai, piecing together the identity of the man before him, exclaimed, President Lin, you could have informed me of your presence. Do you not regard your brothers as worthy? How could I trouble you, old Wang? If there is something you fancy today, I'd be happy to buy it for you. Thank you for your kind offer, but I truly have no desire, Lin Ziyuan replied, turning away to return to his villa. Chapter 17. The Tyrant of the Community. Just as Lin Ziyuan intended to gauge the depth of the snow outside, he discovered that the garage exit was blocked. Once home, he swiftly shed his clothing and prepared for a bath, opting for the high-quality attire of the expedition team. After refreshing himself, he succumbed to ennui and turned to watch some films from Japan. Should I have purchased a companion back then? After indulging, he fell into a drowsy sleep, plagued by nightmares of his past life, where Qin Dasha brandished a dagger aimed at his chest. With a startled gasp, Lin Ziyuan awoke, finding himself sprawled on the lazy sofa, drenched in sweat from the terrifying dream. Qin family, prepare yourselves. This lifetime, I shall witness your demise, one by one. Upon returning home, the Qin sisters informed Zhang Hua of the 100,000 yuan payment made on their behalf by Chunjun. Learning of Chunjun's involvement, Zhang Hua hurriedly gathered some goods for them to express their gratitude, having gathered much intelligence on the wealthiest and most influential families in the community. Wang Heiren and Zhang Kuan were incensed. What do you mean, sending my wife to thank someone else? You two are utterly useless. Someone is helped out by paying, and she merely wishes to extend her thanks. What is the harm in that? Look at how petty you are. They just spent 100,000 yuan. If you can, then procure 100,000 yuan worth of supplies yourselves. Wang Heiren, who had once been fairly affluent, found himself financially constrained due to the debts incurred by the Qin sisters in dealings with Lin Ziyuan. He now had to await the lawsuit against Lin Ziyuan to regain any semblance of wealth. Seeing that the two men had fallen silent, Zhang Hua handed over some eggs and a bag of flour to the Qin sisters. You two should go thank young Master Chun. If we build a rapport, no one in this community will dare to bully us. Initially reluctant, the sisters, recalling Chunjun's lecherous gaze moments prior, felt compelled to acquiesce, especially with Zhang Hua's insistence. They made their way toward Building 88. Young Master Chun, is he at home? At that moment, Chunjun was engaged with 4 internet celebrities he had just brought home. Hearing the doorbell, he reluctantly got out of bed. Who dares interrupt my leisure? Upon seeing the twins from earlier standing at the door, his demeanor shifted to one of warmth. Please come in. The Qin sisters entered Chunjun's villa, carrying food. We came to thank you for purchasing the supplies. There's no need for formality. We are neighbors, Chunjun replied, embracing the sisters and placing his hands suggestively on their backsides, squeezing and fondling them. The sisters were adept at handling admirers, particularly those like Chunjun, the privileged offspring of an official. They deftly evaded his embrace, shyly stating, well, if there's nothing else, we should be on our way. Oh, don't go. Stay a while longer, Chunjun insisted, wrapping an arm around each of them again. The sisters, unfazed, simply dodged him once more. Young Master Chun, we must return home to prepare dinner. With that, they hastily made their way to the door, employing a strategy of teasing to keep Chunjun at bay. Very well, if that's the case. I have a few bottles of fine wine for you to take back to your parents. Realizing they could not escape without taking the wine, the Qin sisters reluctantly accepted the bottles. As they departed, Chunjun smirked. Just you wait, as long as I desire. There is nothing in the North District beyond my grasp. He returned to his room to play cards with the 4 internet celebrities. As the Qin sisters walked, they discussed Chunjun's background, feeling as though they had latched onto a promising connection. With him, they felt confident they could secure Lin Ziyuan's villa and sidestep any accusations of fraud. Sister, I think young Master Chun is quite handsome. You should experience more of the world. How could you be so easily swayed by Wang Heiren? I collaborated with him to take down Lin Ziyuan's company, and you, on the other hand, seem to be throwing yourself at him. What about you? Did you not also sleep with my boyfriend, Zhang Kuan? That was merely because he is young and capable. If Zhang Kuan gives you the cold shoulder, I'll pursue young Master Chun instead. You little brat. You won't be able to secure young Master Chun. You still need to rely on your sister. I don't care. With that, Qin Xiaoshuang quickened her pace back home. Meanwhile, Wang Fasai was busy gathering valuable items from his home, preparing to flee with his wife, as the outside supplies could no longer be delivered. All right, let's take the gold. Leave everything else for now, he instructed his wife. Under the cover of night, they departed the villa district. Lin Ziyuan, meanwhile, was at home enjoying hot pot while singing songs, all of which conveyed a sense of unbearable loneliness. The snow falls, one flake after another. Oh no, it should be heavy snow, falling one flake after another. As I gazed at the talented streamers on Douyin, A thought struck me regarding a defendant who once remarked that Dian is the modern-day opiate, captivating individuals at all hours. It reminded me of a statement made by an emperor. Is this the essence of a society ensnared in a gilded cage? Observing the ample figures on Dian, clad in shirts that seem on the verge of bursting, I pondered whether I should download a few videos. For the day may come when the internet is no longer accessible. Lin Ziyuan was in the midst of downloading those very videos, and we could sway together to our dance, indulging in a variety of performances. How delightful! Otherwise, it seems everyone aspires to be affluent, akin to how people in antiquity longed for positions of authority. Having satisfied his hunger, Lin Ziyuan made his way to the esports room, ready to embark on the evening's gaming escapades. As the Qins sisters returned home, they were swiftly encircled by Manhwa, who eagerly seized the bottles of wine in their hands. So, did young Master Chen not invite you both to dine? Mother, he has indeed provided several bottles of wine. What use is wine to me? I do not partake. Wang Heiren and Zhang Qin stood at the stairway, observing the scene, and Zhang Hua turned to see them just in time. It must be due to the two of you that young Master Chen didn't he invite them for dinner. From now on, you both shall share a room at the villa, and if I catch either of you sneaking into the other's quarters, you will all be thrown out. Wang Heiren attempted to protest, but was pulled back into the room by Zhang Qin. My dear daughter, you must strive for excellence. Young Master Chen is truly remarkable. Young and accomplished, Zhang Hua commented. Qin Dashuang found herself bemused by Zhang Hua's remarks as she escorted her sister back to their room on the first floor. Wang Heiren, vexed, sent a message to Qin Dashuang. Your mother's attitude is clearly urging us to leave, isn't it? That's just her temperament. Don't stoop to her level. Upon entering their room, Wang Heiren was filled with rage, wanting to smash something, but Zhang Qin firmly restrained him. This is not the time for anger. If we are truly expelled, we will perish in the cold. That old witch, I can hardly contain my disdain for her. Once the snowstorm subsides and the villa is reclaimed, I will sever all ties with them. Zhang Qin lay on the bed. Let us endure until the storm passes. We are currently dependent on others, so we must swallow our pride. Wang Heiren and Zhang Qin felt a deep-seated frustration. Not only had they just purchased tens of thousands worth of supplies, but they were also being threatened with expulsion. The sight of Zhang Qin lounging on the bed further infuriated him, as he was expected to share the night with him. Meanwhile, Qin Shaoshuang lay on the bed, already fantasizing about becoming the wife of a privileged official. Sister, if I were to marry Chen Zhen, would I not gain prestige wherever I go? Qin Dashuang gently touched her forehead. You're not feverish, are you? You must understand, his villa is not lacking in female company, and only someone like me can keep him in check. You cannot let him lead you astray. But he held me today and even touched my backside. Does that not indicate his affection? I cannot believe you fell for Wang Heiren's deception. It appears your mind is clouded with folly. Qin Shaoshuang turned away and began searching for Chen Zhen's contact information in the owneress group. Exhausted from gaming, Lin Ziyuan reclined his bathtub, perusing various news articles. A luxury he never experienced in his past life. Have you heard? It is snowing in Africa. Indeed, a blizzard in Africa, where locals lack even a single warm coat. This is truly the end of days. If only one city were experiencing a blizzard, it might be bearable, but now the entire globe is affected. With a plethora of apocalyptic films, the panic is escalating. Chapter 18, the third day of the apocalypse. Shun Meili, upon seeing messages in the group, adopted a tone of authority. Everyone, do not be afraid. This is merely a fleeting snow disaster, and do not spread rumors that could burden the government. Tomorrow, we shall organize a community effort to clear the roads, ensuring that supplies can reach everyone promptly. Director, are you not aware? It's minus 40 degrees outside. A brief outing could lead to frostbite. If you wish to coordinate road clearing, you should first procure winter gear. Otherwise, how will you venture out? Exactly. You expect us to clear the roads with such heavy snowfall? The annual property fee exceeds 20,000. Guoranhua stood up after reading this message. Our property management has not neglected the clearing. It simply cannot keep pace with the snowfall. Hence, we must unite in our efforts to clear the roads. We have paid all our dues. The task of clearing the roads is not ours to undertake. If you do not fulfill your responsibilities, we shall withhold next year's property fee. The property management, upon seeing this statement, could not help but curse Lu Meili for stirring unrest, leading to dissatisfaction among the residents. As neighbors, we should assist each other through this challenging time. The snow accumulation is currently 15 meters deep, and we lack snow removal equipment. It is advised to use the garage. This response was acceptable, but the notion that we, the owners, should clear the roads was absurd. Lu Meili had also received word from the property management to avoid mentioning road clearing. Observing the gossip in the group, Lin Ziyuan, fueled by beer, struggled to keep his eyes open. In a dream, He envisioned himself being dismantled piece by piece by the Qin family, and upon waking, he vigorously shook his head. Could this be a nightmare? Their family had truly become his torment. Exiting his bedroom, he peered out the window to see the relentless blizzard continuing. He immediately checked his phone for any news reports. Since the onset of the snow disaster, 263 individuals have been reported missing in our city. According to reports from Africa, over 90,000 people have died. Is the property management available? Could you please assist? An elderly relative has passed away at home. At this moment, news began circulating in the villa community about individuals freezing to death. That day, 19 elderly people succumbed to the cold. As age increases, the rate of hypothermia accelerates. Fortunately, I ordered a few electric blankets. I also contacted Wang Fasai yesterday. They should arrive soon. Have you managed to reach him? He hasn't responded to any messages. I'll check at his house. I'll live right next door. Doubt began to circulate in the group. Could he have frozen to death? I knocked, but there was no response from inside. Property management, please hurry to help. When the property management arrived and Pride opened the door, the room was in disarray, as if it had been ransacked. After searching the entire room, they found no sign of Wang Fasai. Could it be that he flaunted his wealth? Those who had failed to purchase supplies were relieved, and suspicion arose among them. He must have been showing off. How many people sought him out for supplies? He must have been robbed at night. How terrifying. Does the security not patrol at night? Thus, the security department took the blame. Who would dare patrol in nearly minus 50-degree weather? Let us have the security department review the surveillance footage. Is that even necessary? It's a certainty he took the money and fled. I swear if I catch him. Xinjiang was the first to voice his concerns in the group. Soon after, the property management sent a video from the security department. At around 8 o'clock, two figures were seen leaving the community. Their identities were unclear. What now? What will happen to my order? With news of Wang Fasai's flight, those who had purchased supplies from him were thrown into a panic. He won't escape, young Master Chun. You must catch him. Xinjiang appeared unfazed. Rest assured, he won't get away. Unless he can flee the country, I will retrieve him from wherever he may hide. By the way, I will arrange for his funds to be frozen. Lu Meili, upon seeing the group's excitement, felt elated. I have long warned everyone to refrain from purchasing overpriced supplies. This snow disaster will soon pass. Did you not see the news? It is snowing in Africa, and you tell me the disaster will be over soon? In this challenging time, let us help one another. I have noodles at home. If anyone does not mind, perhaps we could exchange some vegetables. Does anyone have rice? I could trade it for some ribs. Which brother has cigarettes? Send me a few packs. I have cigarettes for 10 yuan. If you don't mind, feel free to take some. Having been deceived, the community began to unite and assist one another. Lu Meili, at this moment, was imbued with a sense of authority. No matter how minor her official position, it still commanded a certain respect. When Qin Dashong witnessed Wang Fasai fleeing, despair nearly engulfed her. Wang Heiren admonished Zhang Hua, lamenting the current predicament. Not only had they run out of provisions, but they had also given away eggs and flour. Zhang Hua, taken aback by the turn of events, responded nonchalantly, suggesting that her sisters could simply reclaim what had been given. Qin Shaoshuang stared at her mother in disbelief. You expect to retrieve what you've already given away? At this juncture, Zhang Hua turned to Wang Heiren and Zhang Kuan, asserting that as guests in her home, they were obliged to procure food and should make a trip to the supermarket. Wang Heiren, exasperated by Zhang Hua's unreasonable demands, shot back. I've already spent tens of thousands. It was you who chose to give away our food. Why should we be responsible for buying more? Oh, you insolent brat. If you refuse to comply, then don't expect to stay in my villa, she retorted. Very well, I shall leave. And I will disclose how you seduced Lin Ziyuan and his company, he threatened. Upon hearing this, Qin Dashong panicked. Wang Heiren had been involved in the deception surrounding Lin Ziyuan's company. If that information were to be leaked, not only would the company have to return what it had acquired, but he might also face imprisonment. Enough, mother. Can you not hold your tongue for once? Wang Heiren, sensing the urgency, was urged by Qin Dashong to hasten his departure. He and Zhang Kuan made their way to the supermarket, only to find the shelves utterly bare, save for a few household items. Even the simplest snacks like sunflower seeds had vanished. Where are the goods? They inquired. Gone. Everything was snatched away today, the owner replied. Zhang Kuan, gripping Wang Heiren's arm, remarked, well, if there's nothing left, at least we won't have to spend any money. But what will we eat now? Wang Heiren retorted. Zhang Hua, observing the two empty-handed upon their return, scolded them. Get out of my villa. You couldn't even bring back a single item? Wang Heiren, unable to endure the humiliation any longer, declared, fine, I'm leaving right now. And don't come begging me later. I'll expose all the evidence of your daughter's crimes. And then let us see if you can still live in that villa. With that, he stormed out. Zhang Hua, alarmed by his words, exchanged a frantic glance with Qin Dashong. I told you to keep your mouth shut, but you never listen. Qin Dashong chided as she rushed after Wang Heiren. After a few conciliatory words, she managed to coax him back. Zhang Hua hastily boiled the last of their noodles, knowing that this would be their final meal before they faced true scarcity. Chapter 19, Price Surge. The residents expressed their gratitude, but the supermarket had run out of stock. There was nothing left. You can't close down. Will we buy our supplies? They pleaded. Asked the director, came the response. I'm out of stock. You need to restock. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't reach the suppliers. Even if I could, how would they deliver? Carrying goods through the snow? Panic swept through the residents as the supermarket ran dry while the relentless snow continued to fall. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyuan indulged in hot pot and sang carefree. Director, have you managed to contact the rescue team? One sensible resident extinguished everyone's hopes. Do you really think there's a rescue team out there? Even if there were, why would they prioritize saving you? Ask young Master Chun. You must know, someone suggested. Young Master Chun, do you know we might be rescued? At that moment, Chun Jun reclined in his warm bed, enjoying meals prepared by 4 lovely ladies. He had no worries about food, having stockpiled ample supplies, and his father had assured him that he would send someone to fetch him should the situation worsen. Rescue? Look at our city. We don't even have diesel below 0, and your car won't even start. You expect rescue without the necessary tools? Have you lost your mind? A few days without food won't hurt. There's a lifestyle called fasting. You can go 21 days without food. 21 days without food would kill a person. I have insights on fasting. Anyone interested can add me as a friend. Rumors spread, and fear arose that those rumors might prove true. Who has extra food to sell? I'll pay 200 yuan for a bucket of instant noodles. Is that for real? Absolutely, I'll deliver it now. Do you have any noodles or food? Yes, I'll buy everything you have at high prices. As affluent individuals began hoarding supplies, those still clinging to the hope that the snowstorm would soon pass started selling off portions of their stock. In a past life, he had purchased a great deal of provisions, only to have Zhang Hua as parents stealthily seize and sell much of it. Lin Ziyuan stood by the window, observing how the snow had already buried an entire floor. Traversing outside was becoming increasingly difficult. The temperature outside plummeted to -60 degrees, and those without heating remained ensconced in their beds. Zhao Honggang, you'll pay for this. Open the door. You beast, let my son go. The group was stunned by the message, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Zhao Honggang, that is my son. If you dare to harm him, I'll fight you to the death. Eating a person? Your own son? The others gasped, appalled by the inhumanity. Someone get a few men. Let us storm in and save him. At that moment, Zhao Honggang shouted in the group chat, shut up, I'm killing a dog. This woman has the audacity to feed her pet while people starve. Zhao Honggang, you monster. Let him go. I want to eat again. Let him have my food. The group, initially eager to save the boy, fell silent upon realizing the situation involved a dog. They transformed into dog lovers, condemning the act. Dogs are man's best friend. How could you eat dog meat? May you suffer for it. One sharp remark from Zhao Honggang silenced their protests. A video surfaced, showing him wielding a bloodied knife beside a fallen husky. Whoever insults me, I'll come to your house and serve you the same fate. The dog lovers fell silent. Watching anxiously, I'll let you know when dinner is ready, he added, and the mention of meat made everyone glance at their own pets. Some, reluctant yet desperate, began offering their pets for trade. Can I swap my teddy for some food? Can you help me kill my duck? I'll share some with you. People bartered their pets for food, while others offered money for a taste of meat. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Honggang shared another video, this time of his wife gnawing on a piece of meat. Delicious, so good. Those unable to find food felt their stomachs rumble in envy. Lin Ziyuan emerged from his space with a roasted duck, savoring it alongside a glass of white wine. Qin Dashong messaged Lin Ziyuan, do you have any supplies? Sell me some. Why should I sell to you? After all these years as a couple, you can't just stand by while I starve, can you? I don't have much left either. Look, there's only half a duck remaining. Lin Ziyuan deliberately sent her a video filled with delectable dishes, appearing quite content. Is this real? Qin Xiaoshuang gazed at the screen in disbelief. A video call would confirm it, wouldn't it? Lin Ziyuan accepted her call. When? Will you sell to me? If not, we'll just reclaim the villa. Qin Xiaoshuang stared at the video, mouth agape, pointing at the screen. How is this possible? Qin Dashong quickly caught on. Lin Ziyuan was seated at a dining table, clad in summer pajamas. What is the temperature in your villa? How can you wear that? My room is a cozy 27 degrees. By the way, did you just threaten to reclaim the villa? This property is registered under my name. If you want it back, you need to sue me first. With that, Lin Ziyuan took a sip of his drink and continued to enjoy his roasted duck. Dear brother-in-law, it's me, Xiao Shuang. Could you kindly share some roasted duck with me and allow me to visit your villa for a while? No, but isn't your brother-in-law Wang Heiren? How have I suddenly become the brother-in-law? Qin Xiaoshuang, take the phone back and seriously tell Lin Ziyuan. How could Wang Heiren ever be worthy of being my brother-in-law? I have always called you brother-in-law. Well, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I need to take a shower after sweating so much. Upon finishing the sentence, Lin Ziyuan wiped his forehead with a tissue, which became drenched with sweat. Your villa surprisingly has running water? And you can even take a shower? Of course. I won't continue this conversation. Goodbye. Qin Xiaoshuang stared incredulously at Qin Dashong. His villa is so warm. Should we tempt him to open the door? Or should we send Wang Heiren to request entry? He certainly won't come over without any official notice. Qin Xiaoshuang took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Ziyuan. Brother-in-law, may I visit your villa to take a shower? Lin Ziyuan, lounging in the bathtub, smirked as he watched the message, recording a video for her. After seeing the video, Qin Xiaoshuang hurriedly showed it to her sister. It seems he had been prepared for this all along, considering the actions of the past couple of months. Lin Ziyuan had not attended to company matters for nearly 2 months, and the villa had been renovated. Our mother mentioned that he was having dozens of deliveries sent to his home daily. Qin Dashong, undeterred, sent another message. Given our many years of kinship, are you truly going to turn a blind eye to our plight? Our family is on the verge of freezing to death. Lin Ziyuan observed the White Lotus's desperate plea. In a past life, he had suggested living together for warmth, and now she was invoking sentiment. Your family's fate is of no concern to me. Fine, Lin Ziyuan, don't you dare go back on your word. Even if you do, I shall never marry you. Chapter 20, the 4th day of the apocalypse. Qin Dashong rose from her bed to find Wang Heiren, intent on reclaiming the villa. Zhang Hua, hearing that Qin Dashong was heading to the 2nd floor, quickly blocked her. Did Ti tell you? You're not allowed to go upstairs to see him. Mom, I need you to watch a video. Qin Dashong recorded her video call with Lin Ziyuan. After Zhang Hua watched it, she urged, hurry, have him open the door for you. Our family needs to stay in that villa. He won't let us in, and he said our freezing to death is none of his concern. ISNT, it all the result of your mischief? During your brother's wedding, your videos with Zhang Qin and Wang Heiren were seen by others. Can't you sweet-talk him a bit? Qin Xiaoshuang emerged from her room. Mom, I think Lin Ziyuan is resolute. When I called him brother-in-law earlier, he didn't even respond. Zhang Hua, upon hearing this, exclaimed, let us go and take it back. Thus, the entire Qin family mobilized, preparing to move directly into the villa. We have proof of mortgage. What right does he have to refuse us? Wang Heiren was elated at the prospect of finally reclaiming his villa, no longer having to endure the indignities of living under someone else's roof. The group made their way from the garage to Lin Ziyuan's door, staring at the door before them. Is this even a door? It feels rather peculiar, as if it were steel plate. Wang Heiren was the most excited. It doesn't matter what kind of door it is. Debts must be repaid. And if there is no money, we'll take the villa. Lin Ziyuan, observing the Qin family through the surveillance, descended to the basement. What are you doing at my doorstep? Lin Ziyuan opened the door, stating, the money you owe me is overdue if you do not repay it. This villa will become mine. If you have any documents, take me to court. Whenever the court enforces the sale of my villa, then I will hand it over to you. We want it now. Your way of speaking is clearly unreasonable. I reason with people. What reason do I owe to a bunch of beasts like you? Zhang Hua, seeing their entry blocked, kicked the door a few times. Lin Ziyuan, open the door and let me in. I'm going back to sleep. If you don't leave, you'll freeze to death out here. Qin Dashong, seeing hope fade, began to hurl insults. You pathetic soft man, impotent and diminutive. Only a blind person would ever marry you. Anyone who does will live a life of solitude. How outrageous. You may criticize, but you cannot slander. The group began to pound on the villa's door, but it remained unyielding. Zhang Hua, realizing there was no hope of entering the villa, turned and cursed. You wild child born of a mother with no father to guide you. This statement struck Lin Ziyuan's nerve, and he glanced at the compound bow, only to set it aside. Instead, he activated the fire hydrant, which was connected to his swimming pool for water exchange. Finding the perfect angle, he aimed at the Qin family outside. The water in his pool was maintained at a temperature of 36 to 38 degrees. The moment he opened the valve, the high-pressure water gushed out, knocking everyone down. I'll help. Lin Ziyuan aimed the torrent at the heads of the crowd. Aside from Zhang Qin, everyone else was swept to the ground, drenched. And the most alarming part was that the water began to freeze. Within 56 minutes, Lin Ziyuan had drained the entire pool. The group outside was done for. Their clothes clung to them like iron. Zhang Qin returned to assist in lifting those who had fallen. Hurry, hurry back. We'll freeze to death. The group returned to the villa, their faces drained of blood. Qin Jianjun collapsed onto the sofa, trembling all over. I can't take it anymore. Hurry and start a fire. Under Zhang Hua's command, Zhang Qin ignited a sofa and dismantled several desks. The group gathered around the fire, the ceiling blackened by smoke. Qin Jianjun staggered to his feet, intending to take a drink to warm his stomach, but his body could no longer withstand it, and he collapsed into the flames. Hurry! Help! Zhang Kuan grabbed his foot and pulled him away from the fire, but it was too late. Qin Jianjun was already dead. The others fell silent. Wang Heiren, finding it impossible to warm himself, began to strip off all his clothes and then sat near the fire. Lin Ziyuan refilled the pool with fresh water, heating it with a thermostat. This time, the Qin family would truly suffer. Qin Dashang and her sister were already in bed, their teeth chattering, having stripped off all their frozen garments. It seemed they might not even make it out the door. Zhang Kuan was busy drying the clothing of the group, and the first to awaken was Qin Ming, whose body temperature had dropped so low that his wife began to hallucinate. That damned Lin Ziyuan. On Qin Dashang's bed, there was an electric blanket, which finally helped her recover. Sister, Dad is gone. Qin Dashang picked up the phone to call for help, but her calls to the police went unanswered. The murderer. He is a murderer. Qin Dashang dialed Lin Ziyuan's number. You bastard. You are a murderer. You killed my dad, and I will not let you go unpunished. Lin Ziyuan had not anticipated that Qin Jianjun would be so fragile. He succumbed after a hot shower. Only one has died? What a pity. Upon hearing this, Qin Dashang was about to continue cursing when the call was abruptly disconnected. Lin Ziyuan is a murderer. Today, he attempted to exterminate my entire family, and I implore our neighbors to uphold justice for us. The homeowners group was bewildered by this message. How could anyone dare to commit murder? In Villa 55, Lin Ziyuan killed my dad. At that moment, Chen Zhen noticed the twins lamenting in the group. Who the hell is so bold as to commit murder? I will be the first to oppose it. Rest assured, twin sisters. I will go find him now and avenge you. Yes, we cannot allow such a person in our community. He must be brought to justice immediately. At this point, Lin Ziyuan had become the target of a manhunt by the entire homeowners group. Lin Ziyuan, come out and explain yourself, or we will kick you out of the chat. Lin Ziyuan's group was muted, and only the voices of others could be heard. He picked up his phone, realizing he had become the villain in this narrative. What is there to explain? He was merely my employee, transferred as the company's legal representative, using company funds to purchase the villa while secretly operating to mortgage my villa to her lover. Lin Ziyuan disseminated all the evidence videos within the owners group, establishing irrefutable proof beyond doubt. Some men voiced their support for Lin Ziyuan's actions, while a scant few sided with the Qin sisters. Murder is unequivocally wrong. They brought people to seize the villa and forbade any retaliation. Retaliation? How is it that there's water in your fire hydrant at home? Qin Dashang shared a video of Lin Ziyuan's villa in the group, showcasing a table laden with sumptuous delicacies, with the indoor temperature reminiscent of summer. Impossible. How could it be so warm in this frigid weather? The room is stocked with everything. Qin Dashang further revealed Lin Ziyuan's recent actions to the group. He ordered the company to procure resources worth billions, particularly individual rations. When I questioned him about this peculiar order, his rationale was that survival programs had recently surged in popularity. Are you implying that Lin Ziyuan was already aware of the impending snow disaster? How wicked. Since he knew, why did not inform us to stockpile some supplies? Chapter 21. Identity Revealed. Guo Ronghua, having faced Lin Ziyuan's ire, immediately stood up when he saw the entire community discussing him. His villa underwent sudden renovations just a few months ago, with walls nearly 8 meters thicker than before. Well, it seems he anticipated the snow disaster. This man is truly malicious, intent on endangering all of us homeowners. Lin Ziyuan, what further explanations can you offer? You concealed vital information while hoarding supplies. Lin Ziyuan found their absurdity amusing. You all consider yourselves virtuous, paragons of goodness, while I am merely a rogue. Yet, what of it? An 8-meter thick wall, for heaven's sake. Lin Ziyuan was incensed by the property management's revelations. Everyone now knew his villa was more fortified than a fortress. Zhang Hua gradually regained her composure, exclaiming, "Murderer! You took the life of my child's father. You must pay the price." In the 10 days leading up to the snow, 20 trucks delivered goods to him daily, one truck carrying a ton, totaling 200 tons over 10 days. Lin Ziyuan gazed at the group, realizing Zhang Hua was quite astute, not as foolish as he seemed. When it came to money, clarity prevailed. As the others contemplated the 200 tons of supplies mentioned in the group chat, they suddenly recognized the folly of antagonizing him. Perhaps they might procure some food from him. Mr. Lin, your discretion in not disclosing this matter was indeed wise, as it prevented panic, Chen Jin commented, unable to restrain himself upon seeing the message. Lin Ziyuan, you know who I am. Open the villa door and let's reside together inside. Why would I share space with you? I'm not homosexual. Upon seeing Lin Ziyuan's response, Chen Jun sent a voice message. Lin Ziyuan, open the villa door while I'm still somewhat placated. I might even leave you a room, but otherwise I will force my way in, and you shall have nothing left. Madman, if you dare come. Chen Jun, noticing Lin Ziyuan's apparent indifference, resorted to charm. Mr. Lin, let me in. I have 4 internet celebrities ready to serve you. I beg your pardon, but I have no interest in such women. Qin Dashuang, witnessing this, hastily sent Lin Ziyuan a private message. Ziyuan, I know you still have feelings for me. You are mistaken. I have no affection for harlots. Very well, Lin Ziyuan. Mark my words. I will make you open the villa door to beg me to enter. Chun Jun initially intended to confront Lin Ziyuan, but upon stepping out of bed, he was met with the biting cold. This damned weather. Perhaps it's best to let you live a few more days. Lin Ziyuan sat within his room, indulging in KFC while engrossed in his game, utterly detached from the world outside. The remaining members of the Qin family, drenched by Lin Ziyuan's actions, included only Qin Ming's wife, who was suffering from a relentless fever. What should we do? We must find a doctor. There is no clinic in our community, nor can we procure any injections. Zhang Hua began pleading in the owner's group, asking if anyone had solutions. While they possessed some essential antipyretics, they proved ineffective. Perhaps we should sponge her down with a warm towel, but if her fever persists, we'll have no choice but to go to the hospital. Hospital? The medicines there are likely frozen, and no one answers their phone anymore. Our only option is to storm Lin Ziyuan's villa. Only there can she receive proper treatment. The others considered Wang Heiren's suggestion to be sound. Let's proceed at once. Are you mad? We should wait until nightfall. A few sensed the gravity of the situation. How do we even get in? His walls are 8 meters thick, and the door is not ordinary. Where there is a door, there's a means to open it. I'll procure some wire. I can unlock various doors. Do not forget, I was the one who opened Lin Ziyuan's office door. Lin Ziyuan was taken aback by their audacity, considering they dared to approach so soon after Qin Jianjun's demise. As he finished dinner that evening, preparing to indulge in a film, his phone's alarm system alerted him to an approaching presence near the villa. Upon recognizing the intruder, Lin Ziyuan mused, are they really hoping to take a bath? The video revealed Wang Heiren stealthily approaching Lin Ziyuan's door. With a loud crash, Wang Heiren stumbled, falling awkwardly, and the wire he held pierced through his glove and into his flesh. Ignoring the pain, he clambered to his feet only to slip once more. The water Lin Ziyuan had sprayed earlier had frozen at the entrance. Finally managing to stagger to the villa door, he crouched down, searching for the keyhole with his flashlight. This door, imported from Germany, was constructed entirely of titanium alloy, measuring 3 meters in thickness. This time, Lin Ziyuan opted for a compound bow instead of a high-pressure water gun. I must give you a taste of your own medicine. Wang Heiren diligently felt the door's surface. Strange, why can't I find the keyhole? Are you even competent? Qin Dashuang stepped forward to assist. Lin Ziyuan drew the bowstring taut, aiming directly at Wang Heiren's arm and releasing the arrow. The projectile pierced through with a sickening thud. Oh, my arm. Wang Heiren collapsed on the spot, clutching his injured limb. The others, witnessing this scene, hastily retreated, abandoning Wang Heiren without a second glance. Struggling to rise, he grasped his arm and attempted to flee, only to slip again. Don't run. Help me. Lin Ziyuan shot another arrow into Wang Heiren's thigh, the shaft embedding itself deeply. Watching Wang Heiren crawl forward, Lin Ziyuan mused that these 2 arrows would prove ample punishment for him. Qin Dashuang, hiding around a corner, observed Wang Heiren's struggle and rushed to help him. Blood flowed from Wang Heiren's arm and thigh, congealing into icy clumps, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He collapsed onto the sofa, succumbing to the pain. Zhang Hua looked on, exclaiming, he's on the brink of death. Why are you even bothering to save him? Qin Dashuang, eyeing the arrow lodged in Wang Heiren's leg, fretted, what do we do? Where can we find a doctor? Where indeed? We shouldn't have attempted to save him. He is bound to die at home. Zhang Qin secretly reveled in the situation. With Wang Heiren's demise, his own standing in the household would rise. Now, no one dared to remove the arrow. Wang Heiren, dazed, pleaded, help me. Save me. The group was at a loss, only Zhang Qin dragging him to the doorway. Indifferent to his fate. Suddenly, Qin Ming burst from his room. My wife has passed away. The group fell silent at this grim news as Zhang Qin and Qin Ming carried her out, discarding her from the 2nd floor into the snow. In a mere day, 2 had perished in the household, leaving 1 critically injured. As the others retreated to their rooms, Wang Heiren awoke to the realization of his abandonment. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he extracted the arrow. Thankfully it didn't hit a major artery. His anguished cry drew everyone back outside, where they beheld the pale visage of Wang Heiren, clutching the arrow. I'm not dead yet. Will you truly discard me? Let us move him to another bed. Someone suggested. Qin Dashuang, you are truly heartless. I serve your family like a beast, and you can't even wait until I die to toss me out. Zhang Hua gazed silently at his daughter before stepping forward. A person on the brink of death still dares to argue. If I wished for your demise, would I have brought you back? Qin Shaoshuang brought him a cup of hot water. You still bring him water? Did you not hear what he just said? When one is nearing death, they should be cast aside. Do not let him perish in our home. After uttering these words, Zhang Hua shot a disdainful glance at Wang Heiren and left. Chapter 22. Toying with the White Lotus. Qin Shaoshuang severed all the sleeves of his pants. His wounds had already succumbed to frostbite. Though he had not perished, failure to tend to the injuries would necessitate amputation. At this moment, Lin Ziyuan's heart raced faster. It was his first time using a compound bow against an adversary, as he had previously only shot at car doors and targets. The thrill was exhilarating. He opened a bottle of beer and downed it in one go, reclining on the sofa and reminiscing about the sensation he had just experienced. Qin Dazhuang prepared a bowl of noodles for Wang Heiren. Eat a bit. Though it lacks nutrition, you must replenish your strength. After Wang Heiren finished his meal, they each retreated to their respective rooms. Zhang Hua sought out Qin Dazhuang. You silly girl, why don't you comfort Lin Ziyuan? He used to listen to you the most. Mom, you want me to find Chun Jun and then to console Lin Ziyuan? What am I supposed to do? What do you think should be done? Who has food? We must survive somehow. I am doing all this for the sake of this family, trying everything possible. Then why don't you borrow some supplies? You have so many acquaintances in your neighborhood. Zhang Hua had already contacted Old Wang and Old Li. Both had long run out of supplies. Qin Shaoshuang looked at her sister. Let us plead with Lin Ziyuan. His villa is so spacious, even a single room would suffice. Qin Dazhuang now felt regret. All right. Enough of that. I will go and appease him. Brother Ziyuan, I was wrong. I should not have done those things. It was all Wang Heiren's scheming. Lin Ziyuan chuckled at the message from this White Lotus. After all, every day was tedious, so he might as well amuse her. I know it is not your fault, but you should not have acted that way at the company. Many subordinates witnessed it. Brother Ziyuan, I truly realize my mistake. Could you spare me some food? I have no food left. The last of our supplies will only last a few days. Brother Ziyuan, your villa is so warm. May I come in and stay with you? No, everyone in the neighborhood is eyeing my villa. A crowd gathers outside every day, and as soon as I open the door, they will rush in. Then can I come at midnight? I wish to live with you in your warm villa. They are attacking the villa again. I cannot talk to you anymore. Lin Ziyuan tossed his phone aside and resumed playing his Wild West game. He continued until 1 a.m. before feeling hungry. Looking at his phone, he saw dozens of messages from Qin Dazhuang, all inquiring if he had chased the bad guys away. They are particularly cunning. They bang on my door every day, and when I go down, they flee. Qin Dazhuang and Qin Shaoshuang lay huddled in a single bed, shivering from the cold, embracing each other for warmth. Hearing the phone ring, they quickly grabbed it to check. If you get into Lin Ziyuan's villa, do not forget me. You must open the door for me. Do not worry. As long as I can get in, I will give him a little sweetness and win him over. After reading Lin Ziyuan's message, both felt disheartened. Could you spare me some food first? I can barely endure the hunger. Even the chicken, duck, or fish you discarded in the garbage bag would suffice. It has spoiled. It cannot be eaten. It is fine. Just heat it at high temperature, and it will be edible. If you're sure, you can retrieve it from the garage. I will throw it out for you. Can you open the door and let me in to eat? I cannot open the door. They will rush in. Lin Ziyuan disposed of his waste into a garbage bag and urinated, the stench almost making him gag. He opened the door and tossed it outside. Qin Dazhuang and her sister dressed quickly, preparing to retrieve it. Hurry, hurry. Finally, we have meat to eat. I'm sick of steamed buns, noodles, and chili sauce. The sisters, armed with a flashlight, reached Lin Ziyuan's entrance and spotted a bag on the ground, racing toward it. Grabbing the garbage bag, they hurried back. Lin Ziyuan, observing this through the surveillance, burst into laughter, imagining their reaction upon opening it. As soon as they returned home, Qin Dazhuang eagerly opened the bag, dumping its contents onto the floor. The food had frozen into a solid mass, but they could see chicken, duck, fish, and cigarette butts. What do we do? Everything is frozen together. Qin Shaoshuang sniffed it. The odor of excrement was undetectable even in its frozen state. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Hua emerged, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the food. Do not speak. Keep it down. She feared being overheard by Wang Heiren and the others. Put it in a pot and stew it. The ice will melt away. Zhang Hua grabbed a large pot and opened the window to scoop in some snow. Quickly, bring it over to stew. Qin Shaoshuang scrutinized the pile of food, feeling something was off. Were these long things? Zhang Hua leaned closer. Could these be sea intestines or something? He bought several trucks of seafood. Then why is the ice yellow? Enough with the questions. Will you eat or not? Zhang Hua directly picked it up from the floor and placed it in the pot. The three stood by, waiting for it to thaw. But as the ice melted, an overwhelming stench of urine and rot filled the air. Why does it smell so foul? Lin Ziyuan had already warned me that the meat was spoiled, Zhang Hua said as she ladled out some broth, first sniffing it before pouring it back into the pot due to the foul odor. Is it done yet? Qin Dazhuang took the spoon from Zhang Hua, experiencing the same sensation, but pinched her nose and brought it to her lips. However, as soon as it touched her mouth, she spat it out. This meat is definitely rotten. We cannot eat this. Qin Shaoshuang, being clever, forcefully tore off a chicken leg and took a bite, her teeth almost breaking as she encountered the frozen interior, but she managed to taste a bit of chicken skin. Delicious, delicious. Seeing this, the other two joined in, tearing off the chicken skin regardless of the heat. Let it stew longer on high heat. Zhang Hua, who had initially wanted to discard it, now felt reluctant to do so. Why is the broth yellow? The entire room was filled with a rancid odor, mingled with the scents of chicken and fish, awakening those who had been asleep. The water in the pot diminished as it simmered, the broth becoming increasingly viscous. Qin Ming entered the kitchen. What are you doing? Why is it so smelly? Keep your voice down. Seeing the food inside, Qin Ming could not resist reaching for it, but Zhang Hua smacked his hand with a spatula. What's the rush? Go get some plates. The group served up the chicken, duck, and fish, the surface glistening with a yellow, sticky broth. They devoured it with reckless abandon, as if they would consume even the bones, disregarding the foul taste. In a mere 10 minutes, everything was gone. Qin Ming, still unsatisfied, remarked, "Do not throw away the broth. I will use it for noodles." Good idea. We all want to eat. Lin Ziyuan was sound asleep, unaware of their culinary exploits. When he finally awoke, he saw a thank you video from Qin Dazhuang, who was eating and expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Ziyuan. It's so delicious. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ziyuan nearly retched. Residents registered to collect supplies. Each household was to report the number of people with supplies arriving that afternoon. Upon seeing this message, the community chat was filled with reports. Could there really be supplies? Each household was promised 10 jin of rice and 10 jin of flour, set to arrive that afternoon. This is wonderful. I told you the authorities would not abandon us. Long live. Some even began to sing, as if the snow disaster had already passed. However, when evening fell at 8 p.m., not a single supply truck had arrived in the neighborhood. The commotion in the group escalated. Lu Meili commented, "Everyone do not panic. I received notification that it would arrive this afternoon. There may have been delays on the road. This maneuver is merely designed to placate the residents, enhancing her credibility by demonstrating her ongoing communication with the authorities." Chapter 23, The Last Eunuch. Lin Ziyuan directly confronted Lu Meili, stating that she should ensure proper notification next time, as this has led to unnecessary excitement and emotional investment. Lin Ziyuan, you need not act so arrogantly. Once the snow disaster has passed, I shall be the first to report you for hoarding supplies and for your failure to assist. How dare you continue to reside in our community? Failure to assist? Who came to my aid when I was on the brink of death during the pandemic? Was it not you who led the charge in blocking my door from the outside, labeling me a harbinger of disaster? You dare to accuse me of bringing the pandemic to our community? Was it not Chun Jun who returned from abroad and instigated the quarantine? Yet you shift the blame onto me. Lu Meili interjected in the group chat. Look, Lin Ziyuan is slandering you. You must be out of your mind to level such accusations at me. Have you ever faced the wrath of a bureaucrat's offspring? Lin Ziyuan, just wait. I will make sure you regret it. Chun Jun, the son of the district committee secretary, was notorious for his malevolent deeds, owning all the nightclubs and bathhouses in the Qiantang North District, with hundreds of subordinates engaged in usury. The head of the community security team, Wang Chong, once had his leg broken for refusing to open the community gate for him. He was only forgiven after humbling himself before Chun Jun and begging for his job back. At that moment, Chun Jun lay in his bed, surrounded by 4 purchased influencers, well-fed and attended to, having made significant purchases from Wang Fasai, who dared not raise prices after a second transaction led to a disappearance. Look at you, threatening my life. We've never even met. Who knows who would emerge victorious? Just you wait, I'm coming for you. No one in the entire community dared to provoke him. Lin Ziyuan had already crossed him twice and feared becoming a source of ridicule among the residents. Chun Jun, fully dressed and armed with a shotgun, stepped out into the biting northern wind, shivering as he traversed towards Lin Ziyuan's villa. You scoundrel, come out. Lin Ziyuan, observing the firearm in his hand, realized it was quite an impressive piece, unexpected for someone of his ilk. What are you? A bastard? Lin Ziyuan retorted, grabbing a compound bow and hurling insults outside. Chun Jun, fueled by rage, charged towards Lin Ziyuan's door, only to rebound several meters back and land on his backside. Open the door. Aren't you so tough? Show your mettle and open it. Lin Ziyuan aimed at his groin, releasing an arrow that struck him directly, but the hard ground prevented it from embedding. Lin Ziyuan, get out here. A pained Chun Jun began firing at the door with his weapon, yet it sustained no damage, merely leaving a black mark. Rising to his feet, he felt the arrow still lodged in his pants. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he called for his subordinates to rush to his villa, demanding they bring weapons. He also attempted to contact the hospital, but no one answered. He activated every available connection. Meanwhile, he lay in his bed, trembling uncontrollably as his men arrived promptly. Brother Jun, your eggs are smashed, and we're unsure if you can still urinate. Doctor, hurry. Get a doctor here. I don't want to die. I feel like I'm fading. Chun Jun's lips turned pale as he clutched his subordinate's hand, pleading. Don't worry, Brother Jun. Junkai has already brought the doctor. The thin monkey placed a cigarette in Chunjun's mouth, urging him to take a puff to ease the pain. As 45 hours passed, over 30 individuals gathered at Chunjun's villa, anxiously awaiting Junkai and the doctor. Finally, a knock echoed through the air. "Doctor, come quickly." The thin monkey ushered the person carrying the emergency kit into the room. When the doctor pulled back the covers, he inadvertently touched the arrow, prompting Chunjun to cry out in agony. Using scissors, the doctor cut away the clothing, revealing that the genitalia had been severed, with only a small piece of flesh remaining, while both testicles lay completely destroyed. The doctor shook his head. "The genitalia cannot be saved. It must be removed." "Can it be stitched back? Even if we rush him to the hospital now, it wouldn't be feasible. Look, it's already frostbitten. We must remove it to save his life." Junkai, Chunjun's most loyal subordinate, was the only one capable of making a decision at that moment. Remove it. Saving his life is paramount. The doctor proceeded to cut away the remaining flesh, inserting a catheter. He'll urinate blood for a few days, but he should recover, provided he doesn't develop a fever. Otherwise, there's no hope. Just as the doctor intended to leave, he was blocked by Junkai and his men. "Doctor, perhaps you should wait until the patient awakens before departing." "What do you mean? I've completed the surgery. I have a wife and children waiting for me at home." Junkai seized the doctor's hand. "You agreed to come for $1 million. Now that the patient hasn't awakened, you intend to leave? If you dare walk away, I'll send my men to your home." Upon hearing this, the doctor slumped onto the sofa. "What you're doing is wrong. This is kidnapping. Brothers, keep an eye on him. We'll talk when Brother Jin wakes up." The thin monkey conversed with 4 influencers about the situation, and after learning the details, conferred with Junkai on whether they should capture Lin Ziyuan. "No need to catch him now. He won't escape. We'll wait for Brother Jin to awaken and seek revenge personally." "Brother Ziyuan, are you alright? That Qinjun didn't breach your villa, did he?" Lin Ziyuan felt nauseous at the sweet concern from Bai Lianhua. "I'm fine. How could he possibly enter my villa?" "That's good to hear. I'm relieved." Wang Chong also messaged Lin Ziyuan. "President Lin, are you unharmed?" "All is well. Do not worry. But I see dozens of people gathered at his residence. You should remain cautious." "Thank you, brother, I understand. I will keep a watchful eye." Lin Ziyuan was no longer in the mood for gaming. With so many people arriving, he felt uneasy about his safe haven. He adjusted the central surveillance area to ensure he could monitor the villa's surroundings at all times and activated the alarm system. Observing the firearm on the garage floor, which belonged to Qinjun, he verified through the surveillance that the surroundings were clear, quickly opened the door, and dashed outside to retrieve it, promptly returning to the villa. Unsure if the bullets he had purchased from Gaozin were usable, he resolved that even if they were ineffective, he could not allow his adversary to acquire any additional weapons. Loading the handgun with bullets, he aimed it, muttering, "If you seek death, then come. Damn it, that wretched Lin Ziyuan is still alive." Qin Dexiang seethed with frustration, for in her eyes, Lin Ziyuan's demise would be the best outcome. Wang Heiren had become useless. Although he had not perished, he was now crippled. She planned to play both sides, revealing her scheme to Qin Shaoshuang. "As long as he is dead, the company will be ours. Then let us seek out Chunjun, who is notoriously known as a prince. Lin Ziyuan's provocation of him is tantamount to a death sentence. Let us go now and add fuel to the fire." The Qin sisters, having devised their plan, grabbed 2 buckets of instant noodles and proceeded towards Chunjun's villa. "Is Mr. Qin at home?" Junkai, hearing the female voice outside, signaled his subordinates, "Open the door." The Qin sisters entered the villa, startled by the crowd inside, yet steeling their nerves to proceed further. Chapter 24, The Qin Sisters. "Who are you? I've never seen you before." "We are neighbors of Brother Jin, here to deliver some food after hearing of his injury." Junkai stood up, circling the Qin sisters. "Neighbors? How did you learn of Brother Jin's injury?" Qin Shaoshuang stammered. "We saw in the garage," Qin Deshing nervously added. The thin monkey snatched the instant noodles from her hands. "Since you claim to have seen Brother Jin injured, you must know who harmed him. How could you not lend a hand?" Junkai heard the words. "Close the door, and those 2 beauties shall not escape." The Qin sisters were petrified at the thought of being unable to leave, collapsing onto the ground as they retreated from the approaching figure of the slender monkey. "This has nothing to do with us. It was Lin Ziyuan who harmed Brother Jin." "Lin Ziyuan? Which building does he reside in? How many people are in his household? And how dare he inflict harm upon Brother Jin?" The Qin sisters recounted the series of events to the others. Upon hearing this, Chunjun's subordinates declared, "Let's go, brothers. We shall avenge Brother Jin. You 2 lead the way." Under the guidance of the Qin sisters, dozens of individuals marched from the garage to Lin Ziyuan's doorstep. "Smash it!" 3 men wielding heavy hammers began to pound the door with all their might. Bang! 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 Despite their utmost effort, the door remained steadfast, while the hands of the hammer wielders grew numb from the impact. Hearing the alarm blaring, Lin Ziyuan promptly descended to the basement level, observing the crowd through the surveillance monitors. He retrieved his compound bow, adjusted the angle, and with a fluid motion, drew and released several arrows in quick succession. The outside erupted in cries of agony, as some were struck through the abdomen, hitting those behind them, while others suffered piercing wounds to their legs. After exhausting his first bow, Lin Ziyuan swiftly grabbed another, repositioning himself to another shooting aperture, and resumed his assault. Run, run! Jun Kai ducked behind others and hastily made his escape. Some were dragging their injured comrades back. With over 30 individuals having ventured forth, yet only 15 returned, many afflicted by arrows. Doctor, doctor! Upon returning to the villa, Jun Kai began to shout frantically. Quickly, attend to the wounded brothers. The doctor surveyed the 7 individuals sprawled on the ground, noting 3 with penetrating wounds and 4 still impaled by arrows. The doctor pulled Jun Kai aside. Brother, those with penetrating injuries, even if transported to the hospital, cannot be saved. They are grievously harmed by the barbed arrows, which cannot be sutured. Prioritize the ones we can save. The slender monkey trembled, having set out with over 30 individuals, yet only 15 returned. You filthy woman! How dare you deceive me? He slapped Qin Shuang across the face and dragged her towards the injured. Today, I shall have you accompany my brothers in death. The knife he held was pressed against Qin Shuang's throat. Brother, I have nothing to do with this, she pleaded, kneeling on the ground, yellow liquid seeping from her pants in terror. You 2 harlots claimed there was only one person in the villa. Can one individual shoot so many arrows? Hearing this, others began to beat them mercilessly. Brother, believe me. Brother, please stop. Jun Kai interjected, enough, stop beating them. It is futile. Even if they die, it won't change anything. If you're cold, step into the adjacent bedroom to warm up. Upon hearing Jun Kai's words, the sisters' fate turned into that of mere tools for venting frustrations, as they were taken in succession into the room by a dozen men. Lin Ziyuan, having just unleashed a flurry of arrows, felt exhilarated. He reclined with a beer in hand, legs crossed. After this battle, who would dare provoke me again? He retrieved a feast from his storage, indulging in food and drink. His daily routine had become utterly disordered. He would sleep when tired and eat when hungry, living a lifestyle befitting the upper echelons of society. Outside, the snow continued to fall, and in the southern regions, with no diesel to fuel machinery, the snow remained unshoveled. There was no hope for rescue. Even the officials were holed up at home for safety. The makeshift factories outside had largely collapsed under the weight of the snow, and in temperatures as low as -80 degrees, no one would venture out for rescue, even for money. The news on Douyin was all about positivity, rallying against the snow disaster. Reports indicated that the unprecedented weather had resulted in over 100 million deaths nationwide, and our reporters had gone missing. China had begun rescue operations from the north, with all roads and harbor now cleared, and everything was progressing positively. Lin Ziyuan watched the news, pondering its futility. After cleaning up today, tomorrow it would all be covered again. Humanity remains too young and insignificant in the face of nature. Reports indicated that the United Nations had gathered over 40 scientists, astronomers, and climate experts for a video conference to discuss the formation of this snow disaster. Renowned astronomers and climate specialists from Europe published a paper claiming that Earth had entered an ice age. Humanity would no longer be suitable for terrestrial life and would have to migrate underground, relying on geothermal and nuclear energy for survival. Statistics showed that urban residents were struggling the most, facing severe shortages of supplies and difficulty obtaining water, particularly in southern cities. In contrast, those in rural areas could source materials locally. Experts urged southern residents to band together for warmth, advocating for multiple households to reside together to warm their homes. In the face of such a calamity, everyone was advised to refrain from spreading rumors. All personal accounts on platforms like Taoxiao were to be suspended, retaining only official accounts. It appeared that rampant misinformation had caused widespread panic, leading to the prohibition of individual expression. In the homeowners group, the property manager and community director continued to fervently speak. Have you all seen the news? We should unite for warmth, support one another, and trust in our nation. If anyone has supplies, let us help each other through this hardship. Few paid them any mind. Lu Meili, Guoronghua, didn't you see the experts saying the earth has entered an ice age? Lin Ziyuan, stop spreading rumors. Why are you hoarding supplies? What are your intentions? Are you planning to sell them at inflated prices to your neighbors? You sound foolish. Which of my eyes has seen me hoarding supplies? I'm merely renovating my house and received materials and furniture. Zhang Hua suddenly interjected. I saw it. He had 5 truckloads of seafood delivered. I even tried to buy some, but he refused. Are you looking to buy from me or demand from me? I was looking to buy. I just hadn't given you the money up front. I'll pay you now if you sell me some. If you don't, you're just trying to raise the price later. You're also foolish. I'm not selling at all. After the Qins sisters had warmed the beds of a dozen individuals, they were finally allowed to return home. In the eyes of the slender monkey and his crew, The entire community belonged to them. They let the sisters return home first, ensuring they couldn't eat their own supplies. Upon entering their home, they discovered Zhang Hua in a heated argument with Lin Ziyuan. You no longer want supplies? You're arguing with him, ruining my entire plan. Brother Zun, I'm sorry. My mother is so confused with hunger that she's talking nonsense. Qin Dashuang quickly sent an apologetic voice message. Forget it. I want to stoop to her level. Brother Ziyuan, if my family truly runs out of food, could you sell me some? I really have no food left. If I did, I would surely give it to you. I knew Brother Ziyuan was the best. You even cooked roast chicken for others before. The mere thought of that roast chicken made Lin Ziyuan feel nauseous. I no longer eat roast chicken. Please don't mention it again. What are you eating now? Sister, just learn from me. I'm trying to extract information from him. He must have food. The sisters huddled under the covers, plotting how to deal with Lin Ziyuan. Since you're so curious about what I'm eating, I'll let you see. He activated the video, showcasing the feast on the table, a large copper pot for hot pot, accompanied by a dozen side dishes. Sister, he is eating lamb hot pot. It's making me so envious. He must die. He is deliberately trying to provoke us, claiming he has no food while having such a bounty. Qin Xiao Shuang watched the hot pot, saliva pooling in her mouth. Brother Ziyuan, with so much food, how can you say you have none? Have you stopped loving me? You used to say everything you had was mine, and now you won't share a single morsel. Lin Ziyuan directly opened a video call, preparing to eat while chatting. Is that so? Did I ever say such things? Brother Ziyuan, you did say that. As Lin Ziyuan picked up a piece of lamb to eat, the sisters watched, their mouths watering uncontrollably. You should seek sustenance from Wang Heiren rather than from me. Brother Ziyuan, I now understand that you are upset about Wang Heiren being at my house, but he is merely staying over temporarily. If it displeases you, I can certainly ask him to leave at once. Oh, is that so? Lin Ziyuan poured the beef tripe in a hot pot. Qin Dashuang hurriedly directed the camera toward her sister. Qin Xiaoshuang comprehended the implication. Brother-in-law, I am the little sister-in-law, and I am the one who accompanies my sister to sleep each night. Even brother-in-law wishes to partake in the beef tripe. I shan't converse with you any longer. The beef tripe will spoil if we only chat. With that, Lin Ziyuan ended the video call. Qin Xiaoshuang buried her head under the covers and discreetly opened her phone. Brother-in-law, the little sister-in-law desires hot pot. You must be Wang Heiren's little sister-in-law, not mine. It is all my sister's fault for being blind. She could have chosen such a handsome and wealthy husband, yet she insists on entangling herself with Wang Heiren. Henceforth, I shall no longer refer to you as brother-in-law. Instead, I shall call you husband, if that pleases you. But you already have a husband, Zhang Qin, do you not? He is but a useless man whom no one cares for. Had it not been for your persistent affection for my sister, I would have pursued you during our time at the company. Is that truly so? Indeed, it is true, husband. Will you accept me and allow me to dine on hot pot at the villa? Very well. When the opportunity arises, I shall invite you for hot pot. Just then, the front gate of the Qin family's villa was violently smashed open. It was revealed that Sherhao, accompanied by a group, was searching for food, having captured Zhang Hua and Qin Ming. Where's the food? I truly have no food at home. We have been subsisting on tree roots from outside. Eating tree roots, and yet you remain unthin? Do you take me for a fool? Search him. The group commenced their rampage within the villa, ransacking every corner. They yanked Qin Dashuang and the others from their beds. Qin Dashuang crawled to Sherhao's feet, pleading, Big brother, please spare our home. Search elsewhere. Oh, so this is your house. At that moment, both Wang Heiren and Zhang Qin were dragged into the living room. Brothers, see whose house this is. With that, they hoisted Qin Dashuang off the ground. As the crowd recognized her, they erupted into laughter. Monkey brother, seeing her again brings back memories. She was quite enjoyable earlier. Brothers, take turns. Drag all the women into the rooms and have them kneel properly. You four, keep an eye on these men and have them prepare our meals. Qin Ming attempted to resist, but was swiftly struck down by Sherhao's subordinate. Witnessing his son being slain, Zhang Hua sprang up to grab the knife, only to be kicked to the ground by two men beside him. Sherhao brandished the knife at Wang Heiren and Zhang Qin, demanding, do you wish to join them? Or will you obediently prepare our meal? Cooking. Both men replied in unison. Zhang Hua, paralyzed by fear, could only watch as her son lay lifeless, allowing herself to be dragged to a room. After gorging themselves, the group departed from the Qin residence. Once the intruders had left, Qin Dashuang and her sister curled up in bed, weeping in despair over the brutal loss of their family. Zhang Hua oscillated between laughter and tears on the sofa, muttering incomprehensible phrases. Just as Wang Heiren and Zhang Qin attempted to remove the bodies from the villa, Zhang Hua stopped them. Do not touch them. Whoever lays a finger on my family, I shall kill. Terrified, the two retreated to Qin Dashuang's room. It is all Lin Ziyuan's fault for failing to intervene. Had he allowed us to reside in his villa, our family would not have met such a fate. I shall avenge my family by taking your life. Qin Xiaoshuang, frightened by her sister's erratic behavior, clung to Zhang Kuan. Now the four of them huddled on a single bed. The Qin household was devoid of men. The two no longer feared. Zhang Hua remained outside. Suddenly, the room's lights went out. What is happening? Is the light broken? Zhang Kuan, go check. Gathering his courage, Zhang Kuan stepped outside, pressing switches in vain, unable to restore the light. Upon reaching the living room, he was met with Zhang Hua, her face and clothes drenched in blood. Terrified, Zhang Kuan turned and fled, shouting at the ghost. A ghost? Where's the ghost? Do not frighten me. Qin Xiaoshuang grasped Wang Heiren's arm, her voice trembling. At that moment, Zhang Hua entered the room, her head and face smeared with blood, signaling for silence. Keep it down. Your father and brother are asleep. She then turned and exited the room. What is happening? What has occurred? Qin Dashang stared in disbelief at her mother's retreating figure. Perhaps her mind has fractured, Wang Heiren explained. Qin Dashang buried her face in her hands, crying, How could this happen? How could this happen? An announcement echoed. Due to insufficient power supply, the following notice is issued. The office areas will no longer receive electricity, and all public facilities will cease operation. Signal tower bases will maintain power around the clock to allow residents to communicate. Power for residents will be restricted to 4 hours daily, from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Please plan accordingly. The inevitable had arrived. Lin Ziyuan rose and made his way to the central control room, activating the power generation equipment, which roared to life. Restoring the villa's utilities. Xiao AI, shut the protective shutters. You have closed the floor-to-ceiling window shutters. The entire villa transformed into an impenetrable fortress designed to avoid drawing attention. Otherwise, the entire community would notice their illuminated dwelling. The property owners group erupted in chaos over the power outage. What are we to do? There is no electricity at home. Property management, come and handle this. Guoranghua. It is not our property management that has cut off the power. Seeking us is futile. You must address the power grid. Without the air conditioning, which at least provided some warmth, now we have nothing. Was the 10,000 I spent on the electric blanket for naught? Will the authorities not come to our rescue? If this continues, people will surely perish. Some residents, now awakened to reality, remarked in the group, Who can care for anyone else now? Parents cannot even manage their own children. Do you expect others to come to your aid? The apocalypse has arrived. It is terrifying. Liu Meili ceased to monitor the discussions in the group. Does anyone have instant noodles for sale? I will pay 2,000 a barrel. Chapter 26. The Distortion of Humanity. I will pay 5,000 for bagged instant noodles. I will offer 2,000. The group devolved into a marketplace for supplies. Anything of value was up for purchase as long as one had the means. Help! A group just raided my home and took everything. Who were they? I do not know. They looted all my food, and my husband was killed by their blades. It appeared that it was the minions of Chun Jun. Meanwhile, at his villa, with the assistance of his subordinates, Chun Jun had managed to sit up, listening to their talk of revenge. He learned that over a dozen had been slain. Chun Jun, seething with rage, could barely contain himself. He had lost his manhood and witnessed the slaughter of his subordinates. This vendetta must be avenged. He would not leave the villa until his injuries healed. The doctor was currently examining his wounds, relieved to see no signs of infection. Nodding in approval. You must consume nourishing food, otherwise, your recovery will falter. Thank you, doctor, for saving my life, as well as the lives of my brothers. I will not skimp on your payment. Now that it is the apocalypse, you may stay by my side. I will ensure you have enough to eat. My crew requires you. The doctor grasped Chun Jun's hand, kneeling in supplication. Big brother, now that you are awake, please allow me to go. I have a wife and children at home. It is not that I do not wish to let you go. Look at the weather outside. If I release you, I would be dooming you. You would freeze to death out there. After speaking, Chun Jun gestured to his subordinates, who promptly dragged the doctor away. Big brother, please. I beg you. Brother Jun, the doctor advises you to eat well, but there is not a trace of meat to be found in the entire community. If there is no meat, will you not find a way? Chun Jun, having spoken, glanced at the four beautiful internet celebrities beside him. Jun Kai immediately grasped the implication and summoned four subordinates. Qin Xiaoshuang nestled under the covers, sending a message to Lin Ziyuan. Darling, when will you accept me? I'm so frightened. What are you afraid of? Qin Xiaoshuang recounted the gruesome incident involving a group of assailants to Lin Ziyuan, omitting the harrowing detail of her own assault. To her astonishment, the perpetrators had not fled. Instead, they began to wreak havoc outside. Once the coast is clear, I will open the door for you. But it is too perilous out there at the moment. It seemed that the harsh realities of an apocalyptic scenario were unfolding from that very day, as the loss of sustenance stripped away any hope of survival. In such desperate times, individuals could resort to unimaginable actions. After all, everyone harbors a demon lurking within their mind. Lin Ziyuan contemplated this, without his villa and the skill to stockpile supplies. He too might soon find himself wandering down an uncertain path. The homeowner group was abuzz with complaints. Some had been deceived by neighboring residents into relinquishing their food, while others were now begging for the return of items lent days prior. How long will this snow continue to fall? The temperature inside has plummeted to below 30 degrees. Who can come to our rescue? The aroma of meat wafted from the Qin family's villa, causing the four shivering individuals huddled under the covers to exclaim, "It smells so good." Qin Dazhuang was the first to dash to the living room, where she found her mother gnawing on a hand. The others soon followed, and upon witnessing the scene, Qin Dazhuang turned away in disgust, while only Wang Heiren swallowed hard. How could this happen? How could this happen? Qin Dazhuang shouted at Zhang Hua, who merely continued to chew, casting a low growl in response. A photograph was shared in the homeowner group, depicting a person who had jumped from a building. Perhaps this is a form of liberation? The members of the group began to chatter, deliberating on possible locations to procure food. Several sought out Wang Fasai, but his grim reply was that there was no food left outside. Even if there were, it was buried beneath the heavy snow, and his own storage had collapsed. Lu Meili, could you please inquire with the authorities about any supplies being delivered? It's been several days. Indeed, it was you who initially forbade us from purchasing food, and now look, we can't buy anything at all. You should compensate us. Lu Meili, glancing at the messages in the group, hesitated to respond. She had already received notice to rely on self-rescue, and had long since lost contact with the authorities. Lin Ziyuan sent a message in the group. Lu Meili is probably starving. People like her can only flaunt their power in times of peace. Now, we are facing the end of days, a once-in-a-million-years ice apocalypse. You're the one who will starve. The authorities told me to wait in line. Don't you know our country's population is vast? How can everything be prioritized for our community? Then show us the chat screenshots to prove it was an official notice. You, Lin Ziyuan, are sowing discord between the authorities and the public. What is your ulterior motive? Spreading rumors? You'll be the first to be arrested and imprisoned. I can testify that you hoarded a substantial amount of supplies without helping the residents. Lu Meili sent Lin Ziyuan a private message. Why are you like this? What do you mean by always targeting me? Lin Ziyuan shared the conversation in the group, urging everyone to be cautious of her. At that moment, someone added him as a friend, and Lin Ziyuan accepted the request without hesitation. Hello, Mr. Lin, could you sell me some food? I can no longer endure this hunger. I have no food to sell you, Lin Ziyuan replied, while glancing at her social media profile, finding it devoid of any personal photographs, filled instead with wellness posts. This suggested that the woman was likely of considerable age. Mr. Lin, I sincerely beg you. I have consumed all the food in my home. I am your neighbor. You receive supplies daily. Which villa are you in? I reside in the villa to your left. Lin Ziyuan racked his brain, trying to recall who lived in that villa, but he could not remember, as he usually entered and exited through the garage, never venturing into the villa's yard. I don't have a clear impression. My name is Deng Ying, and I live alone, so I cannot eat much. Please sell me just a little. I want to sell anything. It's the end of the world. What use is money now? Could you please do me a favor and give me some leftovers? I won't be picky. First, send me a few photos. I need to see what you look like. At that moment, Deng Ying realized that if her appearance did not appeal to him, or if he found her unattractive, he would certainly refuse her request for food. Having mingled in the film industry, she was well aware of many unspoken rules. She sent 5 photos in quick succession. I'm a bit older, she added with a shy emoji. The first photo showcased her in an elegant white dress, the second, in a graceful blue gown, the third, adorned in ancient attire, exuding a commanding presence. The fourth and fifth displayed her practicing yoga, her beauty striking. One particular pose, drawing a bow, captured attention. Deng Ying, why does that name sound so familiar? Lin Ziyuan mused, opening his computer to search for information. To his surprise, he discovered she was a single celebrity. I can provide supplies, but on my terms. Deng Ying, seeing Lin Ziyuan's reply, fell into contemplation, pondering whether to agree to his terms, which would surely involve her company. All right, I accept, but you must not disclose this afterward. You don't seem hungry at all, yet you dare to negotiate with me. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to command you. If you want to eat, hurry up and come over. I happen to need a meal myself. Hearing this, Deng Ying hurriedly donned multiple layers of clothing, carefully making her way from the garage to Lin Ziyuan's door. Mr. Lin, I have arrived. Lin Ziyuan had already spotted her on the surveillance cameras and, after ensuring the surroundings were clear, opened the first door. Upon entering the villa, Deng Ying noticed another door, but the main entrance was slowly closing behind her. Remove all your clothing. I mean all of it. Deng Ying hesitated for a few seconds, glancing at the surveillance camera above, before beginning to comply with his command, hoping she had not made a grave mistake. The heat inside the villa was palpable. Even before entering through the main door, she felt beads of sweat forming on her back. She quickly stripped off her garments. Lin Ziyuan, observing her still clad in her undergarments, urged, Keep going. I meant entirely naked. Deng Ying's expression darkened, feeling somewhat deceived, yet she was already ensnared. Once undressed, she did not attempt to cover herself, facing him boldly. Is this acceptable? The second door opened slowly, and Deng Ying was met with a warm breeze that felt exceptionally refreshing. Upon entering the villa, she found Lin Ziyuan seated at the bar, sipping wine while gazing at her, thinking, not bad for her age, not a hint of excess weight. Deng Ying regarded Lin Ziyuan as if he were a younger brother, having expected him to be at least 40, only to realize he appeared to be around 30. I suggest you take a shower. There's a hot spring and a bathroom nearby. Here, a silk nightgown I prepared for you. Lin Ziyuan placed a delicate silk camisole by the sink. Deng Ying suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment. She had not bathed since the onset of the apocalypse. She hurried to the bathroom, marveling at the villa's amenities, hot water, and a swimming pool. Adjusting the water temperature, she felt so comfortable that she almost let out a sigh of pleasure. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyuan had prepared 6 exquisite dishes along with fruits and wine in the dining room. After half an hour had passed without any sign of Deng Ying, he thought, this woman takes forever to shower. Checking the surveillance on his phone, he saw she was still drying her hair. Another 20 minutes passed before she finally ascended the stairs. Lin Ziyuan gazed at this radiant beauty and gestured for her to take a seat. May I eat? Deng Ying asked, her mouth watering at the sight of the delectable spread. Of course, it's all prepared for you. Without any further hesitation, Deng Ying picked up her chopsticks and began sampling each dish. Delicious. Absolutely delicious, Mr. Lin. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Lin Ziyuan approached her side and gently enveloped her in his embrace. Deng Ying tensed momentarily. Can we wait until after I finish my meal? Of course, he replied. I merely wish to hold my beloved imitation wife. Upon hearing this, Deng Ying looked at Lin Ziyuan in disbelief. You know who I am? I certainly do. The wife of the money leopard king, whom he could not possess, Miss Xiao. Well, you rascal. How could you know my identity and not inform me? Only when I am ensnared do you reveal it. Haha, had I disclosed it sooner, how would you have delivered yourself to my doorstep? I never expected this. You youngsters are truly mischievous. Please, enjoy your meal first. Wouldn't it be better to have a long conversation later? Lin Ziyuan raised his glass, clinking it with Deng Ying's. She shot him a sidelong glance. After savoring a glass of red wine, Deng Ying's cheeks began to glow, her gaze shy and demure. As for the money leopard's unfulfilled desires, my classmates can search on Douyin for more insights. As the wine flowed freely, Deng Ying's words started to flow as well. Your villa is so well equipped and cozy. Did you anticipate the apocalypse all along? I am a seasoned doomsday enthusiast. Observing those wealthy magnates abroad investing billions to construct doomsday castles, I endeavored to emulate them by creating this doomsday villa, never anticipating it would indeed serve a purpose. Your doomsday villa has made you a sovereign within the community. Haha, at least there is no worry about food and drink. With your ostentation, I can only imagine how many envy you. Well, the money leopard is certainly envious of me, a wife he could not claim, now delivered to my door. You are quite the rogue, seeking not the young ladies of the community, yet allowing me to visit. Do you not realize you are now a treasure on Douyin? After speaking, Lin Ziyuan lifted her onto his lap. Deng Ying's breath brushed against his face. Are you, as they say online, reluctant to strive? I must strive, otherwise, how could I conquer those treasures? Then be gentle, cherish your treasure. Following a night of intimacy, Lin Ziyuan's archery skills flourished. Observing Deng Ying sprawled on the bed, he rose and ventured to the kitchen, preparing 2 hearty breakfasts. Deng Ying awoke, still drowsy. Why do I feel like a slave? Having to rise early to cook for you? Thank you, dear brother, for preparing breakfast for your sister. Lin Ziyuan opened the protective shutters of the floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing the heavy snowfall outside. The two enjoyed their breakfast while admiring the snowy scenery. May I soak in your hot spring before I leave? Of course, after breakfast. I shall accompany you there. Lin Ziyuan refrained from inviting her to stay, for despite the solitude of the apocalypse, caution must be exercised, as he had learned from the ruthless demise of the Qin family in his past life. Deng Ying, wishing for Lin Ziyuan to invite her to remain, felt a twinge of disappointment upon seeing his lack of intent. Well, as long as he provides food, that is already quite generous. As long as he desires to trade for supplies, all are 18 years old. It's best not to quarrel with him. Who knows if he will stop trading in the future? Meanwhile, Chunjin gnawed on bones, feeling much improved since consuming meat. This meat is hardly sufficient for us. Slim Monkey, why don't you venture out for a while? Remember to find something tender. Understood, big brother. Is there any commotion from Lin Ziyuan's side? Nothing at all. That fellow seems to be cooped up in the villa. Once I recover in 2 days, we shall go. We cannot access the garage. We'll enter through the window this time. Qin Dazhuang had been incessantly messaging Lin Ziyuan, hoping for a morsel of food. Sister, he hasn't replied to your messages at all. What should we do? Qin Dazhuang glared at Wang Heiren, kicking him in his injury. You useless fool. You flirted with me, leading to Lin Ziyuan ignoring me. Wang Heiren, wincing from the kick, grabbed Qin Dazhuang by the hair and struck her face. You wretched vixen. You made me this way. Now I'm crippled, and yet you dare speak to me? Qin Shaoduan attempted to intervene, but was met with a punch to the nose from Wang Heiren. Just when Zhang Hua, who had been presumed insane, charged in wielding a kitchen knife and struck Wang Heiren on the head, blood splattering onto Qin Dazhuang and her sister, causing him to collapse on Qin Dazhuang. With a scream, she pushed the body aside, and the three women wept in despair, while Zhang Kuan stood frozen in fear. Deng Ying linked arms with Lin Ziyuan as they descended to the basement. Dear brother, where's my swimsuit? Do you see a swimsuit here? Despite the profound exchange they shared throughout the night, she still felt a tad embarrassed about skinny dipping. You go on ahead. I'll fetch some fruit. Lin Ziyuan admired her as she slowly removed her sleepwear and stepped into the pool. The water temperature is delightful. Lin Ziyuan approached with a platter of fruit beside the pool. In designing this villa, I feared the apocalypse would lack entertainment, hence I preserved this heated pool. You truly are considerate, dear brother. Lin Ziyuan entered the pool and brought the fruit beside Deng Ying. Xiao AI, turn on the television. A 200-inch screen slowly ascended from the pool's wall. What movie would you like to watch? I'll find one for you. What do you enjoy? I'll watch it with you. Deng Ying joyfully munched on the fruit. I enjoy films from the island nation. You naughty brother, always teasing me. Lin Ziyuan embraced her as they watched the film together. In Chapter 28, Conquering the Neighbors, Deng Ying was transfixed. No wonder the wealthy flocked to the island nation. The women there exhibit such submissiveness, kneeling to welcome one upon entry. What man would not relish such treatment, enjoying the luxuries of an emperor? It seems dear brother enjoys it too. As they discussed the film's plot, Deng Ying's hand playfully teased him, as she finally understood why Wu Meiniang favored younger companions. All right, dear brother, I must return. Sister does not desire anything else. I only hope that in my times of difficulty, you can lend me your support. Lin Ziyuan prepared 4 bags brimming with delectable treats. Should you finish them or miss me, you are always welcome to visit. Don't bring your friends. I hope to find no more than a few sisters when I next visit the villa. Lin Ziyuan playfully swatted her rear. Rest assured, after bidding farewell to Deng Ying, Lin Ziyuan felt buoyant within the villa, never expecting to acquire a star. This was no apocalypse. It was akin to paradise. At that moment, he felt as though he had unlocked Pandora's box, pondering whether he could seek out a few more treasures for trading supplies. Suddenly, Lin Ziyuan recalled Cao Cao's words, "Let me bear the burden of the world, so the world does not bear the burden of me." To control the world while reveling in the embrace of beauty, this is the dream of every man. It appeared he should seek out more who yearned for affection. Lin Ziyuan surveyed the Owner-S group, akin to a wolf in search of sustenance, scrutinizing the avatars of each member. The group chat had lost its significance. Many were female accounts without avatars. I permit you to live a few more days. In 2 days, I shall chop you into pieces to feed the dogs. Ah, is this not the last eunuch? I thought you were dead. Still daring to threaten me? Lin Ziyuan, observing Chun Jun's provocation, shared the video of him being shot in the group chat. Chun Jun's greatest pastime was to swap girlfriends daily. Now deprived of his manhood, he felt life was hardly worth living. Lin Ziyuan publicly branded him as the last eunuch. Just wait. In 2 days, I will make you watch as I slice away your manhood, my little Chun. Chun Jun, enraged, began smashing furniture at home. I will kill you, brother Jun. Don't get too worked up. You've leaked again. Chun Jun looked down, noticing his pants were wet once more. Ever since the catheter was inserted, any excitement caused him to leak. They began stewing the meat they had just acquired. Slim Monkey directed the others to start boiling water. The members of the group gazed at the bloodied pants and the area where Chun Jun had been struck, feeling that Lin Ziyuan was indeed formidable. Baidi, you must take utmost care to stay safe. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Deng Ying expressed her concern upon seeing the messages in the group. Fear not, Beija. Dealing with them is a mere trifle. Just ensure your own safety, Lin Ziyuan replied, pulling out some grilled oysters he had purchased, pairing them with beer, and indulging, with Deng Ying partaking significantly. Lin Ziyuan is the murderer from our community, hoarding a villa full of supplies without aiding others. He has killed over a dozen who sought to borrow resources. We must unite against him. Chunjin incited everyone to join him in attacking Lin Ziyuan. Those who join me in the assault on Lin Ziyuan's villa the day after tomorrow shall share the spoils. Indeed, such a person should not exist in our community, they echoed. Lu Meili understood that offending Chunjun could jeopardize her position, and perhaps joining him in the attack on Lin Ziyuan might lead to a promotion once the snow disaster passed. We must stand united to compel Lin Ziyuan to relinquish his supplies. Some, upon noticing the neighborhood committee's involvement, began to enlist. The neighborhood committee and property management had all joined the ranks against Lin Ziyuan. Wang Chong received a notice from the property management, instructing him to lead the security team to assault Lin Ziyuan's villa at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. We are the security team tasked with protecting the community, not bandits robbing homeowners, Wang Chong asserted. Who pays your salary, Wang Chong? Are you disregarding our words? I can resign. You need not threaten me, Wang Chong retorted, addressing the gathered men in the dormitory. To be honest, the reason we have so much food here is because Lin Zong instructed me to buy it. Without these supplies, we would have starved long ago. Now you want us to go attack Lin Ziyuan. You make your choice. At that moment, Vice Captain Shan Bin received a call from Property Director Guo Ronghua. Wang Chong has been dismissed. You are now the captain. Lead the security team to attack Lin Ziyuan the day after tomorrow. Chen Bin glanced at Wang Chong and stated, My captain is Wang Chong. If he resigns, so do I. This is mutiny. You bunch of worthless security guards. Get out of the dormitory at once. Once the snow disaster ends, we will all leave. Chen Bin concluded, hanging up the phone. Captain, what should we do? What can we do? Given the situation, we will take it one step at a time. Wang Chong replied, pulling out his phone to call Lin Ziyuan. At that moment, Lin Ziyuan was engrossed in a game of Warcraft, having just eliminated 7 ruthless computer opponents. Upon receiving Wang Chong's call and listening to their scheme, he realized he was being set up. Do not worry about me. I will deal with him the day after tomorrow. Guo Ronghua created a new group to strategize against Lin Ziyuan, adding Qinzhen and other willing homeowners to discuss their approach. Qin Daxiang also joined the group, offering suggestions. His door is sturdy, but the glass is likely not as resilient. If we shatter the glass, we can breach the villa. Lin Ziyuan, on the 3rd floor, arranged his weapons, determined to eliminate all threats without leaving any enemies behind. A new friend request appeared on Lin Ziyuan's WeChat. Upon accepting, he received a message. Hello, Lin Zong. May I exchange some supplies with you? Who are you? Lin Ziyuan inquired. Deng Ying mentioned I could trade some supplies with you. Just as Lin Ziyuan was about to question Deng Ying, she sent another message. This is a good sister of mine. I believe you will enjoy her. Please remember to teach her a lesson. Lin Ziyuan chuckled at the trouble Bayadi was stirring up. Send me a few pictures. I want to see what this good sister of yours looks like. Upon viewing the photos, Lin Ziyuan immediately recognized her. How could she be in our community? Just then, he received another message. Can I come to exchange supplies? Are you not aware that people are uniting to attack my villa? Do you still dare to come? I am not afraid. It is better than starving. Very well, if you are so audacious, then come. All right, Lin Zong, I will freshen up a bit. Lin Ziyuan had intended to search for more character photos of her, but alas, all personal accounts on Dian have been closed. Come in through the garage. Lin Ziyuan messaged Deng Ying, pondering how this individual ended up in their community. With Deng Ying's explanation, he learned she had been invited to live stream for a company in Qiantang, but had encountered the snow disaster and was unable to return. Bayadi, you must teach her a good lesson. What enmity do you have against her? You are introducing her to me? It turned out they had competed for roles before, but she had also introduced roles to her, so it wasn't a deep-seated feud. I thought you were competing for a man. It was merely for roles. Fear not, Beija. I will certainly give her a proper lesson. As she climbed beside Lin Ziyuan, the other person lightly patted her head. Get up and take a shower. I will prepare some food for you. At that moment, instead of feeling anger, she found it rather exhilarating. She had always been domineering. Where was the person who dared to command her? She had encountered many young suitors, but they all served her on their knees. Now, she faced a domineering CEO. In Chapter 29, the enemy approaches. Lin Ziyuan prepared 6 dishes on the 1st floor, all ordered from Hayu restaurant. Knowing that women take a long time to bathe, he opened WeChat, hoping to check for any updates, as he was uncertain how many would come tomorrow or what weapons they possessed. The homeowners group, however, was silent, as if muted. In another group, over 30 households had already committed to attacking Lin Ziyuan tomorrow. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., we will gather at the property management and then head over. Those with sledgehammers should bring them. Others can bring any weapons they can find. Qinzhen rallied the group. This time, over 70 individuals will attack you. Let us see how you can still be arrogant. I will feast on your flesh and drink your blood. Jun Kai inquired with concern, Brother, is your injury truly fine now? Do not worry. Once the snow disaster passes, I will go pick up a 30 centimeters one. Qinzhen fantasized about acquiring something bigger since his own was of little use. Qin Daxiang observed Zhang Hua devouring bones. Now, no longer feeling nauseated, but rather salivating. Zhang Kuan could no longer contain himself and chopped off another leg of Wang Heiren, stewing it in a pot. The Qin sisters, witnessing this scene, quickly added more meat to the pot. The Qin family had also begun to darken for the sake of meat. Lin Zong, aren't you going to prepare me a dress? As she approached, Lin Ziyuan slapped his forehead. I apologize for forgetting. Did you not say you disliked wearing clothes? I noticed you prefer to bare your chest and back while participating in shows. Wearing a little more might entice you, man. she replied. Lin Ziyuan retreated into his room and emerged with a kipao in hand. Put it on. Let me see how you will tempt me. Curiosity piqued. She wondered if Lin Ziyuan had other women, as he possessed a lady's kipao. She reached for the floral kipao and donned it. I have never worn a kipao before. Her figure was splendid, curvaceous, and full, with a slender waist and long legs. Come, sit over here. To her astonishment, the drama had truly materialized in reality. Lin Ziyuan gazed at her, reminiscing about her portrayal of Qin Huiru. Feeling somewhat bashful, Hao Lei sat beside Lin Ziyuan. I remember you were not like this when you played Qin Huiru. Qin Huiru stood up, wrapping her arms around Lin Ziyuan's, intentionally placing them against her chest. Deng Ying must not have treated you well the other day, did she? What are you implying? Are you suggesting you want to make me feel good in place of Deng Ying? If you succeed in pleasing me today, feel free to indulge in the food and drink at the table, and I will send you off with a few bags of supplies. Really? Then I must thank Beidi in advance. Lin Ziyuan held her in his embrace, teasing her sensitive skin. Qin Huiru feigned annoyance. Yet her lips were far from idle as she indulged in the delectable dishes laid out before them. An hour later, Qin Huiru reclined on the sofa, lamenting, I would rather be Su Daimao than be Shazu. Lin Ziyuan playfully combed through her hair. Are you really not willing to be with Shazu? He inquired. I fear I might freeze to death beneath the bridge, she retorted. Disgusting. That's merely nonsense from novels. To silence Lin Ziyuan, she leaned in for a kiss, which led them from the sofa to the bedroom. I can't take it anymore. This is too intense. The two lay in bed, with Qin Huiru nestled against Lin Ziyuan's chest. Are you hoping I'll raise your son for you? Upon hearing this, tears began to stream down Qin Huiru's face. She had come to Qiantang for an event and had lost contact with her family. Observing her tears, Lin Ziyuan realized that she was not as bad as he had thought. She was merely trying to survive. All right, stop crying. When the opportunity arises, you can search for them, he consoled. I learned from Deng Ying that this apocalypse may never end. I'm fine. I've come to terms with it. Qin Huiru began sharing gossip from the entertainment industry, recounting her past failed marriage and the young suitors who had pursued her over the years, mentioning a novel about their renovated courtyard house. So you young men all fancy Beija, do you? And you women don't always prefer a teacher-level man? Wrong. That's more like a father figure. Lin Ziyuan playfully smacked Qin Huiru's ample backside, urging her to call out. She leaned in close to his ear and softly complied. Deng Ying sent a video, watching the two on the bed with a hint of jealousy. Take good care of my Beidai. Don't treat him poorly. Thank you, sister, for introducing me to Beidai. Deng Ying invited Qin Huiru to stay at her villa. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately agreed. The reason for her reluctance was that there was indeed a Shazu in her life, a wealthy fan who had now lost everything and whom she did not wish to return to. Can I stay here for one night? Tomorrow, someone might attack the villa. Are you still willing to stay? If you aren't afraid, why should I be? She replied, realizing that if Lin Ziyuan were truly afraid, he would have fled long ago, as he could survive anywhere with his vast resources. Thus, the two remained in bed until 9 the following morning. Lin Ziyuan checked his phone and saw that Chun Jun and his crew were approaching the villa, armed with various weapons. With a swift motion, he playfully slapped Qin Huiru's backside again. Time to wake up. Let us head to the 3rd floor for some entertainment. Qin Huiru rubbed her eyes and donned the elegant evening gown Lin Ziyuan had prepared for her. By the time she arrived upstairs, Lin Ziyuan had set up a lavish hot pot feast by the floor-to-ceiling windows, complete with over 20 delectable ingredients and 2 bottles of 1992 red wine. Sit down and enjoy the hot pot. Qin Huiru had never seen such a sumptuous spread before. She eagerly dug in. Through the surveillance on his phone, Lin Ziyuan saw them standing in the snow just outside the window. The heavy snowfall had blanketed the 2-story building, making them level with the 3rd floor. Xiaoai, open the curtains. As the curtains drew back, the intruders were momentarily stunned, witnessing the two inside the villa, relishing their hot pot while clad in summer pajamas. How warm it must be in there. Chun Jun, his teeth grinding in anger, noticed that Lin Ziyuan didn't even glance their way, as if the glass were invisible. Lin Ziyuan, you better open the door, or we'll break in and ensure you meet a miserable end. Inside, Lin Ziyuan was busy serving Qin Huiru more food. Eat up. I prefer you a bit more voluptuous. And you should eat more to regain your strength. The outsiders watched as the two continued their flirtations. In a fit of rage, Chun Jun smashed a hammer against the glass. Lin Ziyuan felt a pang of concern, who knew how much punishment the glass could withstand. He turned to the intruders. What brings you here on such a frigid day? Peeping on a date? I'll say it once more. Open the door. Who is that woman in your villa? Lin Ziyuan. Why is she allowed inside? Lin Ziyuan pulled Qin Huiru closer, declaring, of course she can be here. Zhang Hua stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of insults. Lin Ziyuan, have you lost your taste? She could be your mother. You old harlot, be quiet, Lin Ziyuan shot back. Pointing at Zhang Hua, I heard you cooked and ate your own husband and son. How dare you stand here? Zhanghua turned pale, as if her dignity had been stripped away. Wielding a kitchen knife, she began hacking at the glass. Lin Ziyuan, I'll kill you and then cook you. The others stared at her in horror, unable to fathom her cruelty. Qin Dazhuang knelt in the snow, pleading, Ziyuan, it's me, Dazhuang. Don't you love me anymore for taking an old woman? Qin Shaozhuang joined in the lament, brother-in-law, let me in. I want to eat hot pot too. Lin Ziyuan ignored them, continuing to enjoy his meal. Look at you all, interrupting my dinner. The meat is getting overcooked. He tossed the overcooked meat into the trash. Don't throw it away, it's still edible. The hungry onlookers watched, saliva pooling at the sight. Lin Ziyuan, don't waste it on us, brothers. He mocking us. Smash the glass. Chun Jun rallied his group to hammer against the floor-to-ceiling windows, but their feeble efforts left no mark on the glass. Qin Huiru discreetly glanced at the glass, while Lin Ziyuan remained calm and continued his meal. In the midst of it all, he raised a glass to toast with Qin Huiru. The crowd outside seethed with anger. If we can't break the glass, let us attack the walls. Chun Jun commanded, his eyes blazing. As they grew weary from their futile assault, Lin Ziyuan sensed it was time to act. Don't disturb me while I'm eating hot pot. Shout AI. Close the curtains. The moment the curtains shut, Lin Ziyuan stood, retrieving the prepared compound bow and positioning himself at the shooting hole. Chun Jun, believing Lin Ziyuan hadn't attacked earlier due to the absence of a shooting hole, was unaware that it was all part of Lin Ziyuan's strategy to lower their guard. With a swift pull, Lin Ziyuan released a volley of arrows at the crowd. The speed of his shooting was astonishing, aiming to incapacitate them all. The shrieks from outside echoed throughout the community, with some scrambling away in terror. Within mere seconds, Lin Ziyuan had finished firing a full quiver, swiftly transitioning to another shooting hole. His primary targets were Chun Jun's men. Without them, Chun Jun would lose his arrogance. The compound bow's power was sufficient to pierce through a human body. Stop shooting, Lin Ziyuan. We surrender. Hearing their cries of surrender, Lin Ziyuan remained indifferent. After firing his fifth quiver, those not hit by arrows had fled, leaving behind some gravely injured, with a few already lifeless in the snow. Chun Jun's men, who had charged forward to attack the glass, had not escaped unscathed. Jun Kai and Shou Ho dragged Chun Jun away, while Zhang Kuan fell victim to a headshot, dying on the spot. Qin Dazhuang was struck in the thigh, and Zhanghua was hit in the abdomen and arm. The remaining casualties were mostly neighbors unknown to Lin Ziyuan. The most unfortunate was Chun Jun's doctor, who had taken 3 arrows. Shout AI, open the curtains. Lin Ziyuan gazed outside, where over 20 bodies lay in the snow, the white ground stained a deep crimson. Lu Meili returned home, trembling in shock, unable to comprehend Lin Ziyuan's ruthlessness. Qin Huiru, witnessing the gruesome scene, rushed to the bathroom to vomit. How could one be so frightened by such a trivial scene? Lin Ziyuan remarked, simultaneously retrieving his phone to issue a command in the homeowners group. Who will come to clean outside my window? 1 box of compressed biscuits per person. 10 minutes passed, yet no one stepped forward. They were all aware that the task involved cleaning up a corpse. Lin Ziyuan shared a photograph of the biscuits in the group, captioning it with 220 individual combat rations, noting that 1 piece sufficed for a day's sustenance, while soaking in water could provide nourishment for an entire family for a day. Immediately, the security team of the community signed up, along with dozens of homeowners. All right, that's sufficient. Those who received the message later were filled with regret, slapping themselves in frustration for not being the first to volunteer. Lu Meili, who had been among those conspiring against Lin Ziyuan, was too intimidated to enlist. Witnessing others reap benefits stirred a torrent of anger within her. You are aiding a murderer. The bodies you are cleaning up are victims of his crimes. What you are doing is criminal. Lu Meili, you were here just now, weren't you? Unfortunately, you fled too quickly. Lin Ziyuan, you are nothing but a murderer. Gather 4 thugs, who will go to Lu Meili's home to give her a beating. A box of compressed biscuits awaits the first to volunteer. Those who had hesitated to sign up for cleaning, upon seeing the reward, eagerly rushed to respond in the group. Lin Ziyuan observed that at least 30 more had enlisted. He then shifted his focus to Guo Ronghua's residence, offering a similar incentive. Consequently, Lu Meili barricaded her front door tightly. Yet it proved futile, as it was none other than her former lover, Mr. Guo from the community, who came knocking. Having recently retired as a teacher with a modest pension, Lu Meili had been living off his retirement funds, knowing he was alone. Mr. Guo possessed a key to her home and stormed in with the others. They unleashed a brutal assault on Lu Meili, leaving her in a state of utter humiliation. They snapped dozens of photos and circulated them in the homeowners group. Guo Ronghua, witnessing the chaos unfold, begged for mercy in the group, bowing to Lin Ziyuan in apology. Lin, I'm kneeling before you. I swear I will never oppose you again. As Lu Meili lay battered and terrified, Guo Ronghua's fate was sealed. He suffered the worst of it. The arrogance he displayed before the apocalypse now lay in ruins. Those who had participated in the scheme were now gripped by fear at home, dreading Lin Ziyuan's retribution. Guoronghua lost 7 teeth, and the images were shared in the group. Lin, I was wrong. I should never have succumbed to Lu Meili's coercion to attack your villa. Please grant me another chance. Yes, it was Lu Meili who instigated us. The group began to extend their apologies to Lin Ziyuan. He meticulously noted their identities, ensuring they would not be permitted to partake in his future bounties. A total of 47 individuals participated in this bounty. I have placed the compressed biscuits in the garage for you to collect. Remember, do not fight over them. Those who disrupt the order will become the next targets of my bounty. The participants excitedly made their way to the garage to retrieve their provisions, each adhering to the rules, taking only their allotted box, not wishing to become the next target. Qin Huiru emerged from the restroom, her face pale, having expelled the hot pot meal she consumed. You film movies and dramas, yet this is hardly uncommon. Why are you afraid of it now? Our encounters were all fabricated. Mia X. Qin Huiru rested again at Lin Ziyuan's place and, upon awakening, gathered her supplies to head to Deng Ying's residence. Chapter 31. Chun Jun has died. Jun Kai and the Slim Monkey assisted Chun Jun back to the villa, all 3 of them wounded, with Chun Jun's injuries the most severe, an arrow having pierced his abdomen. Slim Monkey, I can hardly hold on. Am I going to die? Brother Jun, please, you must hang on. I can feel it. My time is near. The doctor has perished. There is no hope for me. Jun Kai, dragging his injured leg, poured a cup of hot water for Chun Jun. Brother Jun, rest assured you'll not die. They exchanged glances at the arrow lodged in Chun Jun's body, none daring to remove it. The blood on his clothes having congealed into ice. Jun Kai, after I pass, do not consume me. Bury me instead. Brother Jun, what nonsense are you speaking? Hand me the phone. I need to call my father. Slim Monkey passed the mobile device to Chun Jun. Dad, I have failed you. I can no longer support you in your old age. The moment the call connected, Chun Jun uttered those words, tears streaming down his face. What has happened? Have you gotten into trouble again? Chun Jun's father inquired anxiously. Chun Jun recounted the circumstances of his injury and who had harmed him. Dad, you must avenge me. Do not worry, my son. You will be fine. I will send someone to rescue you immediately. Chun Wei, having had a late-life son, was particularly fond of him, always smoothing over his son's misdeeds. Following the snow disaster, Chun Wei commandeered 5 supermarkets in the city with special forces, consolidating all resources. His subordinates engaged in daily looting and destruction. He had amassed enough supplies to last a lifetime. He had long desired to send someone to retrieve his son, but the roads were impassable. The distance was over 30 kilometers on foot, and he had no idea when they would arrive. At that moment, Chun Jun was on the brink of death, blood trickling from his mouth. That hurt so much. Thus, the prince who dominated the northern district met his demise at Lin Ziyuan's hands. Secretary Chun, I am Brother Jun's subordinate. My name is Jun Kai. Please ensure my son receives a proper burial. How many of you are there? Upon learning that only 2 remained, Chun Wei instructed them to hide in the villa. Remember, do not approach him. You 2 must change residences every day. This way, the supplies will suffice. And I will send reinforcements to assist you in apprehending the one who killed Chun Jun. Zhang Hua, upon arriving at the villa, lost all vitality, while Qin Dazhuang wept for Qin Shaoshuang. How did it come to this? Shouldn't we be living well? Qin Shaoshuang clenched her teeth. It's all Lin Ziyuan's fault for not sheltering us. That beast, I must kill him. The sisters, having endured so much, had grown cold-hearted. Severing Zhang Hua's arm and placing in a pot, Qin Dazhuang conspired with her sister on how to deceive Lin Ziyuan into opening his door. Are our appearances truly inferior to the old woman in the villa? If we can trick him, we can kill him and seize the villa. In Qin Dazhuang's eyes, Lin Ziyuan surely still held affection for her. He had been compliant before the apocalypse. She believed that with a little incentive, she could win him back. Jun Kai and Slim Monkey buried Chun Jun in the snow, following Chun Wei's orders to change locations daily, eventually arriving at Qin Dazhuang's home. Observing the corpse on the ground, along with the Qin sisters, Slim Monkey remarked, "You 2 are truly heartless, cooking your own mother." After speaking, he stepped forward and severed Zhang Hua's remaining arm, placing it into the pot. Jun Kai, limping with his injured leg, brandished a firearm, confining the sisters to a room. These 2 sisters are quite ruthless. We should remain cautious. The secretary has dispatched a team to assist us. They may be cruel, but we have guns. Let's not kill them just yet. At the very least, we will have warm beds, Jun Kai cautioned Slim Monkey. Although both had been struck by arrows, their injuries were not life-threatening. Brother Zun, why do you allow an old woman to reside in your villa? Is she deceiving you? Please take me in. I assure you I am far better than that old woman. Lin Ziyuan, upon reading the message, realized the woman had not yet perished, having withheld his arrows from her. He decided to toy with her, as he was quite bored. You chose Wang Heiren. Do you still have the audacity to seek me out? Is not as it seems. Wang Heiren drugged and assaulted me. He has leverage over me and constantly threatens me. Please forgive me. I, along with Xiao Shuang, wish to reside in your villa. I have little left in my villa in terms of food and supplies. I cannot accommodate anyone else at this moment. Brother Ziyuan, you must be angry that we went to the villa today. I beg you to save me and Xiao Shuang. We are being held hostage by Chunjun subordinates and are utterly powerless. Qin Dashong, under the pretense of needing to use the restroom, discreetly captured images of Chunjun's men. They are holding you captive. Won't you resist? They both have guns, and I dare not oppose them, I replied. You two must find a way to steal their firearms, or I won't dare to open the door. If they burst in, we would all be doomed. If we manage to take their weapons, can you allow us to enter the villa? Under Lin Ziyuan's bewilderment, Qin Dashong devised a plan to eliminate the two men and agreed to let them enter the villa. The Qin sisters contemplated employing their charms to seduce them, draining their defenses before seizing their firearms. Upon hearing that dinner was ready outside, the Qin sisters exited the room. Brother, please give us something to eat. After we finish, we will warm your bed. Jun Kai, eyeing the two alluring girls, pulled them into his embrace. I've experienced many things, but never a pair of twins together. As long as you two comply, I assure you there will be plenty for you to enjoy. Our reinforcements will arrive shortly, and then I shall be the master of this neighborhood. Big brother, we will obey you, the sisters replied, with Qin Dashong kissing his left cheek and Qin Xiaoshuang kissing the right. Jun Kai, amused, laughed heartily. Very well, after you are well fed, prepare to present your charms for your brother. All right, brother, we will dress in our stockings and wait for you. Hastily, Jun Kai sliced the meat and served the two. The thin monkey observed silently from the side, his mind solely focused on awaiting the arrival of the reinforcements. Kai-gu, from now on, we sisters will be yours, and you will protect us. Jun Kai regarded the two, both stunningly beautiful, and being twins only heightened their allure for any man. Rest assured, I shall be the leader from now on. In Baiken, my word is law. Isn't that right, thin monkey? The thin monkey glanced at him, refraining from an argument. They were both Chunjun's trusted aides, neither willing to yield, one relying on wits, the other on brute strength. Now, with Chunjun just deceased, Jun Kai aspired to take the lead, first claiming to be the neighborhood's master, then asserting he would rule Baiken. After a hearty meal, Jun Kai led the sisters to a room, but within 20 minutes, the sound of snoring echoed. The thin monkey found another room to sleep in. Brother Ziyuan, my sister and I have gathered information. They seem to have reinforcements on the way. You must be cautious. Upon receiving this message, Lin Ziyuan felt a pang of concern. Aware of Chunjun's father's capabilities and uncertain of what reinforcements he might send. All right, Dashong, you two must also stay vigilant and relay any further intelligence to me. Qin Dashong felt warmth in her heart at Lin Ziyuan's concern, believing that once this matter concluded, they would surely gain entry to the villa. Chapter 32, United Sisters. At this moment, the thin monkey had not yet fallen asleep. He had just received a notification from Chunwei that a 15-man task force led by Zhang Gang would be dispatched the following day. The plan was to march 10 kilometers daily, reaching the neighborhood in 3 days. Zhang Gang, a seasoned combat instructor, had once incapacitated 15 men single-handedly during a conflict. The thought of his arrival assured the thin monkey that Lin Ziyuan's fate was sealed. He was already contemplating how to dominate the northern district once Zhang Gang arrived. The Qin sisters entered the thin monkey's room, only to find him warily brandishing a firearm at them. Who permitted you to enter? Upon seeing the gun, Qin Xiaoshuang nervously hid behind her sister. We came to attend to Lord Monkey's sleep. Get out. I don't need your services. At his command, the two hastily retreated. That was close. He nearly pulled the trigger. Qin Xiaoshuang exclaimed, patting her chest. I refuse to believe we cannot handle him. Let's return and keep that pig company. The thin monkey's mind was particularly clear at this moment. It was not the time for frivolities. Securing his safety until the reinforcements arrived was paramount. Upon learning of the impending reinforcements, Lin Ziyuan dialed Wang Chong's number. Realizing that their hesitance to attack him indicated Wang Chong's loyalty. Mr. Lin, thank you for your supplies. Wang Chong expressed his gratitude as soon as he answered the call. No need for thanks, Wang Chong. I called you so late to discuss a matter. During their conversation, Lin Ziyuan learned that the security team consisted of 25 retired soldiers, all around 30 years old. The neighborhood was divided into 2 teams, one for the villa area and another for the residential area. The latter comprised older security personnel, with the team leader being a former subordinate of Wang Chong. Lin Ziyuan proposed the formation of a security task force with supplies provided by him, primarily to tackle unforeseen events. Upon hearing of the supplies, Wang Chong rallied the security team, and all members expressed their willingness to join the newly formed task force. As for the residential area as security team, Lin Ziyuan had no immediate plans to incorporate them. He instructed everyone to disperse to the villa area's blind spots, keenly observing for any potential intruders and informed them of an impending group from Shenzhen. Wang Chong complied with Lin Ziyuan's directives, dividing the 25 men into 5 teams, assigning 3 guards to each corner of the villas, while the remaining 13 stayed in the central villa. Given that many villa owners had already perished, even if they encountered someone still residing in a villa, they could trade supplies for a change of location. Where they lived was secondary to having food. Lin Ziyuan found Wang Chong's arrangements quite reasonable, a testament to his military background. I have prepared supplies, along with heating equipment and warm clothing in the garage. You are welcome to collect them at any time. With the assurance that none of Wang Chong's team had ever consumed human flesh, Lin Ziyuan felt a sense of relief. Wang Chong led his men to the garage, marveling at the piled supplies before them. Brothers, let's start moving these back. The group, filled with excitement, began transporting the supplies back, making 45 trips before everything was finally relocated. Captain, look, there's alcohol, cigarettes, and meat. Thank goodness we didn't heed the property management's advice. Otherwise, we would be out of supplies by now. Brothers, let's drink less tonight. It's getting late. Tomorrow, we will complete Mr. Lin's assigned tasks. The following morning, the security team set off to the 4 corners of the neighborhood, identifying which villas were vacant and placing heating equipment on the 3rd floor. In a villa at the entrance, one household managed to survive by digging up tree roots and grass. Under Wang Chong's direction, this family relocated to an interior villa, receiving 2 boxes of compressed biscuits in exchange. Mr. Lin, our security team has been set up. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyuan remained asleep, unaware of Wang Chong's diligent efforts. The Qin sisters also reported their situation. The thin monkey awoke, instructing Jun Kai to switch to another villa to prevent Lin Ziyuan from discovering their location, which could lead to complications. Jun Kai, having been exhausted by the Qin sisters' antics the previous night, felt his legs weaken. Let me sleep a bit. If Lin Ziyuan were searching for us, he would have attacked us already. The thin monkey, irritated by Jun Kai's days, snapped. Don't forget Chun Wei's instructions. All right, I understand. After we eat, we will change to another villa. With extreme dissatisfaction, the thin monkey tossed Zhang Hua's ribs into the pot. The Qin sisters knelt on the ground. Kai-go, are you going to abandon us? You said we would follow you from now on. Jun Kai pulled him up. Don't worry. Wherever I go, I will take you with me. The thin monkey, witnessing Jun Kai's intent to keep both women, erupted in anger. Jun Kai, do not forget our primary mission, which is to await the troops and avenge Jinge. What purpose does bringing along 2 burdens serve? What is wrong with bringing 2 women? They can be of help. Do you think I'm unaware of the need for vengeance for Jinge? Is it truly necessary for my speech to devolve into nonsense, merely for the sake of revenge? The heated altercation between the 2 individuals finally subsided in the silence of the slender monkey. Rest assured, I shall protect both of you. Thank you, Brother Jun Kai. Upon awakening, Lin Ziyuan glanced at the messages on his phone and, prioritizing safety, sent a text to Deng Ying. Would you like to stay at my place for a few days? Really? That would be wonderful. Hao Lei and I'll come over right away. Deng Ying. Having known Hao Lei for several decades, refer to her by her real name, unaware that Lin Ziyuan preferred to call her Qin Huiru. Hao Lei, hurry and get up. We don't need to cook today. Bao Di has invited us over for a meal. Hao Lei, groggy and barely awake, jumped out of bed, elated at the prospect of visiting Lin Ziyuan. At Deng Ying's villa, the weight of 4 blankets made it hard to breathe, while at Lin Ziyuan's, she could sleep comfortably without them. Let's go. Standing up, Hao Lei began to get dressed. Soon, the 2 arrived at Lin Ziyuan's villa, and after entering the first door, they stripped off their clothes without needing any direction. As the second door opened, Hao Lei was the first to kneel and crawl forward, while Deng Ying walked in standing upright. Hao Lei grabbed her arm, exclaiming, "How dare you walk in standing up? Get down and crawl." Deng Ying looked at her in surprise. Isn't it unnecessary to crawl in? Hao Lei then recounted how Lin Ziyuan had instructed her to crawl in, adding that Lin Ziyuan had stated that disobedience would lead to expulsion. Deng Ying stifled a laugh, realizing that her offhand comment about Bao Di avenging her had resulted in Hao Lei being made to serve on her knees. Observing Deng Ying's suppressed laughter, Hao Lei recognized that Lin Ziyuan had intentionally set her up, her eyes blazing with indignation as she gazed at Lin Ziyuan descending the stairs. Why must I crawl in while Deng Ying is allowed to walk? Lin Ziyuan replied, Today, I did not require you to crawl in either. Qin Huiru scoffed. Chapter 33. Qin Huiru's cousin. Hurry and take a shower. Breakfast upstairs will soon get cold. The 2 entered the bathroom together. I've left your loungewear outside. 2 voices echoed from the bathroom. Thank you. Deng Ying teased Hao Lei. Your figure is truly remarkable. No wonder you captivate so many young men. Hearing compliments about her physique filled Hao Lei with pride. Otherwise, I would have been chosen to portray Qin Huiru in that television drama, rather than you. Deng Ying, realizing that the lead role was originally meant for her, but was snatched away by Hao Lei, retorted, That's because you sought out the director. That's merely my charm. Hao Lei declared, lifting her head with pride. Deng Ying, observing her demeanor, remarked, "You truly are a talent." After their shower, the two made their way to the dining room on the first floor. Gazing at the lavish breakfast spread, Hale embraced Lin Ziyuan and planted a kiss on his cheek. "You've worked hard, Baodi." Deng Ying laughed heartily, realizing that Lin Ziyuan was indeed aware of her past role as Qin Huiru. "Qin Huiru, dare you to flirt with my man? I shall deal with you later." Qin Huiru shot her a glare. "After breakfast, let's see whose man is superior." "All right, let the showdown begin." Lin Ziyuan observed the two women, bemused by their competition for his attention. During the meal, Qin Huiru playfully nudged Lin Ziyuan with her foot, and when he turned to look at her, she bit her lip. Lin Ziyuan lunged at her, initiating a playful assault until Qin Huiru collapsed onto the carpet, crying out, "Sister, save me." As Lin Ziyuan continued his playful onslaught, she began pleading for rescue. Deng Ying, seated on the sofa, beckoned with a finger, lifting her shirt. "This round doesn't count." "On what grounds does it not count?" "Oh, you hypocrite. You deceived the golden leopard back in the day. Well, you did even better, deceiving several." Lin Ziyuan, observing the escalating argument, interjected, "All right, both of you, cease your quarrel." Instantly, they fell silent. Deng Ying's eyes sparkled with mischief as she proposed, "Baodi, I wish to introduce you to a younger sister." Qin Huiru turned to Deng Ying, intrigued. "Who are you going to introduce?" With only the two of them in the villa, she felt overwhelmed, yet Deng Ying insisted on introducing someone. "You will definitely like her. Qin Huiru knows her too." "I know her as well." "Who is it?" "Hehe, your cousin Qin Jingru." "Ah, since you're introducing her, do you have a grudge against her?" Qin Huiru began recounting gossip from the entertainment industry, detailing Qin Jingru's tumultuous marriage and her reckless abandon post-divorce, as she clawed her way into roles. "You dare to introduce her? After 12 years of a brotherly marriage, she will surely drain our Baodi dry." Lin Ziyuan, intrigued, asked the Qin Qiantang. Deng Ying, smiling, teased Qin Huiru, "Did you not inform our Baodi?" It turned out that their previous production team was gathering in Qiantang for the annual event, where all the actresses fortuitously converged. Qin Huiru, harboring resentment towards Deng Ying, who was inviting Qin Jingru despite her dislike for her, hastily pulled out her phone. "Let me inquire about her whereabouts." Upon uttering this, she shot Deng Ying a glare. Lin Ziyuan found the unfolding drama within his villa increasingly amusing, as it began to resemble a court intrigue. "How have you been? Where are you now?" At that moment, Qin Jingru was 10 kilometers away from Lin Ziyuan's neighborhood, going door to door in search of food. Upon seeing Qin Huiru's message, she pondered why she was reaching out to her. "I'm in a charming neighborhood, doing well, with no worries about food or drink. How about you?" Qin Huiru snapped a picture of the delectable spread on the dining table and included selfie. Qin Jingru, incredulous, "Gaze at the photo. What kind of fake picture is this? You think you can fool me? Even if you were in Africa, it would be a snow disaster. How can you be lounging on a sofa with bare legs?" Aware that her counterpart would surely be skeptical, Qin Huiru beckoned Deng Ying over. "Let's shoot a video together." "She doesn't believe me." "Hey, Yuan, where are you? How are you doing?" As Qin Jingru watched the video, she became convinced. Realizing this was the woman who would seduce men, she wondered which fool she had ensnared this time, living off others. Just then, Qin Jingru heard a knock at the door. Yuan, I've come to bring you some food." Leveraging her celebrity status, she had numerous admirers who would bring her a morsel to eat daily. Upon opening the door, she found Zhang Jianjun from downstairs, holding 2 dark, unappetizing buns. "These are the buns I made for you. Warm them up and enjoy." Qin Jingru snatched the buns from him, slamming the door shut, leaving Zhang Jianjun outside in a daze. Yuan, didn't you say you'd let me hug you if I brought you food?" Looking at the buns in her hand, Qin Jingru felt a wave of frustration. "Zhang, I have my period and my stomach hurts. Let's hug next time." "All right then. Remember to drink plenty of water." After watching Zhang Jianjun leave, Qin Jingru, having once enjoyed the celebrity lifestyle, reflected on how she had begged for food in this neighborhood, where her signed photos and selfies had once attracted attention, but in recent days, no one had come by. She had resolved that anyone who brought her food would earn a hug. As she nibbled on a bun, tears began to fall unbidden. Why does Qin Huiru get to enjoy a lavish breakfast while I am reduced to gnawing on a bun? The more she thought about it, the more disheartened she became. "I must outdo you." She took out her phone and messaged Deng Ying. "Sister, where are you right now? Could you take in your little sister? I can no longer bear this." Qin Huiru prepared to send the video, eager to witness how Qin Jingru would humiliate herself in her appeal for help, only to find that Qin Jingru had stopped responding. Deng Ying waved her phone in front of Qin Huiru. "It seems she isn't seeking you at all, but rather me." After Deng Ying and Qin Jingru's conversation, the situation became clear, and Deng Ying intended to introduce her to Baodi. Upon learning that they were 10 kilometers apart, Qin Jingru hesitated, contemplating her next move. Qin Huiru burst into laughter, declaring that there was no way she would make it this time, She might as well prepare to starve or freeze to death over there. Hearing her mockery, Qin Jingru glanced at the steam bun in her hand and made up her mind. Sister, I'm setting off now. Regardless of whether I can reach your neighborhood, I must try. Otherwise, I will truly starve to death. Deng Ying provided her with a precise location, advising her that if she couldn't hold on, she should find a household in the neighborhood to seek refuge for the night. Lin Ziyuan added, if you arrive at the neighborhood and encounter security, just say you are looking for Lin Ziyuan. Little did they know, this very statement would indeed save her life. Chapter 34, The Beauty Trap. After dining, the Qin sisters stealthily followed Junkai and the skinny monkey from the garage, searching for their target. The skinny monkey possessed lock-picking skills. Pressing his ear against the door lock, he heard a click and pushed the door open, entering the villa. The villa was inhabited by a couple of internet celebrities who engaged in live-streaming sales. Due to the abundance of samples in their home, they had not yet experienced hunger and were completely unaware of the sudden intrusion. If you don't want to die, don't move, the skinny monkey threatened, pointing a gun at them. Junkai plopped down on the sofa, munching on snacks with the Qin sisters. The skinny monkey, witnessing the scene, shouted, leave me some. Damn it. Big brother, big sister, feel free to eat whatever you want, but please don't harm us, the couple pleaded. Junkai, gnawing on chicken wings, retorted. Stop the useless chatter, skinny monkey, lock them in the room. The skinny monkey, growing impatient, snapped, why do you always give me orders? Who the hell do you think you are? Upon hearing this, Junkai awkwardly chuckled. Monkey brother, you take care of it. I'll go lock them up. Not wanting to argue further, the skinny monkey quickly grabbed some small packaged snacks from the table and began to eat. We'll stay here for one night and leave tomorrow. If you don't want to die, remember not to call out or make contact with anyone outside. The couple nodded vigorously. Big brother, you can rest assured. After their meal, Junkai took the Qin sisters to find a room to sleep. Kai, when will our reinforcements arrive? Soon. They should be here in a few days. But I don't see Kai go. Can't you contact them? These are all arranged by the skinny monkey. I haven't been involved. Oh, so it's the skinny monkey-esque people. With the Qin sisters' pointed remarks, Junkai clearly felt a surge of anger. What if the reinforcements arrive and they don't even recognize you? How can you be the boss of the North District? Sister, can't you see that the skinny monkey doesn't regard Junkai at all? How do you see that? Did you not notice how he disregarded Junkai's commands? I even heard him tell someone on the phone yesterday that he would be the boss of North City in the future. At this moment, Junkai's quinted. Realizing the skinny monkey was also vying for the position of boss, it seemed imperative to eliminate him before the rescue team arrived, allowing him to contact Chenwei later and claim the credit for avenging Zheng Ge as his own. Qin Jingru, with long wooden boards tied to her feet, trudged through the snow, her vision limited to about 2 meters. I must persevere. The skinny monkey entered Junkai's room and pointed at the Qin sisters. You two, get out. I have something to discuss with Junkai. The Qin sisters looked at Junkai, hoping he would intervene, but he simply replied to the skinny monkey. We're all on the same side. They will be your sisters-in-law in the future. Just say whatever you need to. Your sisters-in-law? Damn it. These 2 bitches are your sisters-in-law. The skinny monkey began to argue with Junkai again. Qin Shuang stepped forward. All right, you're all brothers. Stop fighting. She turned and took her sister's hand. Let us go outside for a moment. After the Qin sisters exited, the skinny monkey informed Junkai that the reinforcements would arrive the day after tomorrow, led by Coach Zhang Gang, whom Junkai had never met. Listening to the skinny monkey recount Zhang Gang's exploits, Junkai's heart sank. It seemed his dreams of being the boss were about to shatter. After the skinny monkey left, the Qin sisters re-entered the room, noticing Junkai's despondent expression. Concerned, they asked, what is wrong, Kaigo? Junkai relayed the situation to them. It appears the boss will definitely not be me anymore. Qin Xiaoshuang leaned in and whispered a few words in his ear. Junkai turned to look at her, questioning, is that really possible? Of course, as long as you eliminate him before the reinforcements arrive, when they come. You can say it was Lin Ziyuan's doing. If we all keep quiet, who will know? Junkai fell into contemplation. Qin Shuang nestled against Junkai. Regardless of whether you're the boss, we will stand by you. Hearing this, Junkai embraced her. Rest assured, I will become the boss. Kaigo, I'll go boil some water for you. Qin Xiaoshuang, once outside, sent a message to Lin Ziyuan, informing him that they were employing a strategy of sowing discord, urging the two to turn against each other. You must be cautious. Once we deal with everyone, we can reunite in the villa. Qin Xiaoshuang gazed at Lin Ziyuan's reply, envisioning a bright future. At that moment, the skinny monkey happened to go fetch water and noticed Qin Xiaoshuang sneaking about, seemingly chatting with someone. He pulled out his phone. Startled, Qin Xiaoshuang quickly composed herself. Why would I give you my phone? I told you to hand it over. The skinny monkey commanded, reaching to snatch it. During the scuffle, Qin Xiaoshuang fell to the ground, and the skinny monkey mounted her, trying to seize her phone. Help! Help! Upon hearing her cries, Junkai and Qin Shuang rushed out in haste. Skinny monkey, what are you doing? Her phone contains secrets. I suspect she has been reporting to someone. There's no secret in my phone. He has tried to assault me. Kaigu, save me. Jun Kai swiftly snatched Qin Ziyuan's phone, opened it. Qin Xiaoshuang, in tears, retorted, you don't trust your own woman? She unlocked her phone without hesitation. After searching for a long while, Jun Kai found no incriminating evidence. Skinny monkey, did you see it with your own eyes? There is nothing secretive in her phone. The skinny monkey, unconvinced, snatched the phone back for further inspection, but after a lengthy examination, found nothing amiss and returned the phone to Qin Xiaoshuang, retreating to his room. Qin Xiaoshuang, crying, embraced her sister. Let us leave. Let us go home. The man we followed doesn't trust us at all. Qin Shuang took her sister's hand and began to weep. Let us go. If a man doesn't protect or trust his own woman, we don't need him. Upon hearing this, Jun Kai was overwhelmed with emotion. You shall not leave. I will give you an explanation right now. After declaring this, he turned and stormed towards the skinny monkey's room, where a heated argument ensued. Suddenly, 3 gunshots echoed from within, startling the Qin sisters. Jun Kai emerged from the room, returning to his own room. Qin Xiaoshuang peered into the skinny monkey's room and saw him lifeless on the bed, a gun still clutched in his hand. Qin Shuang hurried to Jun Kai's side, concerned for him. Chapter 35, The Most Venomous Woman's Heart. Kai Yi. From now on, you're the boss of the North District. You must protect us. Rest assured, my dear, I will ensure no harm comes to you, not from anyone. Qin Shuang klong tightly to Yun Kai, casting a meaningful glance at his sister. Kaigo, the water I boiled for you still hasn't been brought in. I'll go fetch it. After Qin Xiaoshuang stepped out, she relayed the latest intelligence to Lin Ziyuan. You two must be cautious. And when the reinforcements arrive the day after tomorrow, you'll need to cooperate with the intelligence. To be with you, we are willing. Qin Xiaoshuang yearned for the arrival of the reinforcements, calculating that whichever side triumphed would be the one she would follow. She was still pondering her options. Kai Yi. Have a sip of water, Jun Kai said, holding onto the thin monkey's phone, eagerly awaiting a message from the support team. Fantasizing about soon becoming the overlord of the Northern District, Lin Ziyuan was engrossed in a game, while Qin Huiru massaged his shoulder from behind, and Deng Ying continuously fed herself fruit. You truly know how to indulge. You become a monarch. My beloved, when will my other companion arrive? I can't reach him. He is already on his way to our community. Qin Huiru retorted, he might have perished outside. Lin Ziyuan tilted his head back, landing perfectly on Qin Huiru's ample bosom, shaking his head in a mix of firmness and softness. Let us go eat. We're having hot pot tonight. Yay. Are there any vegetables? There surely will be. Unbeknownst to them in the kitchen, Lin Ziyuan retrieved an array of hot pot ingredients from his storage space, filling the dining table with an abundance of accompaniments. Wow, this is magnificent. Beidai, I want to sit beside you, so you can help me reach. All right, Lin Ziyuan replied, playfully slapping Qin Huiru's backside. Meanwhile, Qin Jingru was crawling forward step by step in the snow, her mind racing with thoughts of the navigation route, her phone now dead. I must reach my destination, otherwise, I will perish in this snowy expanse. The primal instinct for survival propelled her forward with relentless determination. Zhang Gang and his companions, clad in military gear and equipped with snow footwear, pressed on. Captain, it's getting dark. We need to find a place to spend the night. Zhang Gang scanned the indistinct community around him, gesturing to the right. This group had been walking for 2 days, invading homes each night. Zhang Gang led them into the community, signaling at the door. His underlings immediately understood, kicking the door open with a swift motion. 5 men surged inside, dispatching the homeowners with silenced pistols before the occupants could utter a word, while soldiers swiftly swept through other rooms to eliminate any remaining threats. Once the area was thoroughly cleared, the bodies were thrown out the windows. Others among them dismantled wooden furnishings to kindle a fire, leaving an impression of speed and professionalism, devoid of hesitation. Almost there, just a bit further, Qin Jingru reassured herself, her body succumbing to hypothermia and hallucinations, visions of delectable food dancing before her. It's just out of reach. With sheer willpower, she finally arrived at the entrance of a villa, expending her last reserves of strength to knock twice on the door before collapsing onto the ground. Did someone knock? Who could be knocking at this hour? I'll check. Didn't the captain say someone might come seeking refuge with Mr. Lin? The security guard opened the door to find Qin Jingru and quickly summoned the occupants inside to assist. Take a photo and send it to the captain. Let him confirm if she is a friend of Mr. Lin. After Wang Chong sent the photo to Lin Ziyuan, Qin Huiru burst into laughter. It's her. Lin Ziyuan regarded the gleeful Qin Huiru with a serious expression, causing her to promptly close her mouth. Take her to my garage. Wang Chong, accompanied by 4 subordinates, hurried to the villa's entrance, carrying Qin Jingru to Lin Ziyuan's garage. Once they departed, Lin Ziyuan opened the villa, and 3 individuals carefully carried her inside. Qin Jingru's hair was frozen together, her lips pale, clearly suffering from severe hypothermia. Deng Ying quickly sought a towel. Beidai, hurry and remove her clothing. Lin Ziyuan and Qin Huiru began to strip her garments. When the first outer coat was removed, 2 buns as hard as stones tumbled out from within. Qin Huiru picked them up. Look at this, claiming she is doing just fine. Lin Ziyuan removed her outer pants, followed by layers of thermal leggings and socks. She wore more than a dozen pairs of socks and 7 or 8 layers of clothing on her upper body. Finally, they managed to strip her completely. Deng Ying used a warm towel to wipe her down, saying, "Quick, fetch a basin of hot water." Qin Huiru rushed to the bathroom, filling a basin with hot water and finding another towel to assist with the cleaning. After about 20 minutes, color slowly returned to Qin Jingru's face. "Come, Baodi. Feed her some hot water." Lin Ziyuan hesitated. "You want me to feed her hot water? Mouth to mouth?" "Of course. You didn't hesitate when you were teasing me and Qin Huiru earlier." "It's not that I'm hesitant, I just find it a bit hard to swallow." Despite his protest, Lin Ziyuan took a sip of hot water and fed it to Qin Jingru mouth to mouth. After observing Qin Jingru drink the water, Deng Ying encouraged Lin Ziyuan to do the same. Once Qin Jingru was fully cleaned, Lin Ziyuan carried her into the bedroom. Her breathing had stabilized, and they watched her chest rise and fall rhythmically. The 3 of them waited for her to awaken. Qin Huiru brewed a cup of milk, carefully adding a straw. Watching Qin Jingru's condition, Qin Huiru, who had been so defiant earlier, now found herself in tears. Deng Ying embraced her, offering comfort. "It's all right, don't cry. She is safe now." Qin Huiru grew increasingly fearful, clutching Lin Ziyuan and sobbing. "If it weren't for you, I would have perished outside." "All right, stop crying." Qin Jingru slowly opened her eyes. "Is this heaven? It feels so warm." Deng Ying replied directly, "This is heaven. Welcome to your new home." Upon seeing Deng Ying, Qin Jingru exclaimed, "Sister, you've come to heaven as well?" Qin Huiru handed her the milk. "Quick, drink something warm to soothe your stomach." Upon seeing Qin Huiru, Qin Jingru retorted, "You shameless woman. Why are you here in heaven? I don't want to be with you." Despite her harsh words, she accepted the milk. "Drink slowly." "You foul wench." Qin Huiru shot her a glare. Qin Jingru sat up, now realizing she was not dead but had been saved, gazing at Lin Ziyuan. "Thank you for saving me. No need for such formality. Just focus on regaining your strength. If you feel hungry, let these 2 know." Lin Ziyuan spoke before exiting the room, leaving the 3 of them to converse. Chapter 36, Sisters and Cousins. Qin Jingru drank the milk in one go. "You 2 are fortunate to have found such a good brother." Qin Huiru, feeling a tinge of jealousy, remarked, "We're both sisters. Deng Ying got here first. What is wrong with a shameless woman being a sister?" Qin Jingru shot back. "Even if I'm a sister, I'm still the second to arrive. You must call me sister too." "All right, you 2, stop squabbling. Are you hungry? I'll prepare some porridge." Qin Jingru rubbed her stomach and nodded. "Don't eat too much. Your stomach might not handle it." Deng Ying stepped out to prepare the porridge. Lin Ziyuan gazed out at the snowy landscape, knowing that Chunjun's support team would arrive the following day, uncertain of what kind of adversaries they might face. Qin Huiru approached Lin Ziyuan from behind, draping a coat over his shoulders. "Don't stand by the window. The cold air will harm your health." Lost in thoughts of the impending enemies, Lin Ziyuan didn't notice Qin Huiru's approach and instinctively embraced her. "Is Qin Jingru all right?" "She is fine. She just drank a bowl of porridge and fell asleep. Sister Deng Ying is keeping her company." "You seem very absorbed in thought. What is on your mind?" "Nothing much. Let us go to bed." Qin Huiru took Lin Ziyuan's hand and led him toward the bedroom, relishing the rare opportunity to be alone together. The next morning, Lin Ziyuan rose early, filled with thoughts. He first sent a message to Wang Chong, instructing him not to engage in direct confrontation if anyone intruded. He then messaged Qin Xiaoshuang, urging her to relay any intelligence without delay. Having arranged everything, Lin Ziyuan turned to find Qin Jingru awake. "Did you sleep well?" "Thank you, Beidai, for saving and sheltering me." "No need for thanks. Go wake them up for breakfast." At this moment, Lin Ziyuan pondered whether to allow them to leave safely after breakfast or to keep them secure within the villa. Qin Xiaoshuang had informed him that the visitors were sent by Chunjun's father from the military, and no one knew the extent of their armament. Soon, the 2 were summoned by Qin Jingru for breakfast. While dining, Lin Ziyuan disclosed to them the impending arrival of adversaries. "After your meal, you should return to Deng Ying's villa. Once the enemies have departed, you can move back here." Deng Ying set down her utensils, adopting a serious demeanor. "Last time, you permitted Qin Huiru to stay in the villa. This time, you must allow me to remain with you. You previously allowed me to be here, and I intend to assist again." Qin Jingru, witnessing the peculiar exchange, stood up decisively. "I want to be part of this. Please don't send me away." Lin Ziyuan regarded the 3 of them and conceded, "Very well, you may stay in the villa." After breakfast, Lin Ziyuan settled in the monitoring center, contemplating strategies to confront the impending threat. Qin Jingru entered, carrying a glass of milk. Hurry and drink your milk. Lin Ziyuan wrapped his arms around her waist, and she naturally settled onto his lap. I heard you fed me water mouth to mouth. Today, I shall feed you milk in the same manner. You are far more impressive than your cousin. She pales in comparison. I have far more remarkable qualities. Observing their playful banter as they exited the monitoring center, Lin Ziyuan finally found solace. Jun Kai had already buried the thin monkey deeply in the snow. Brother Kai, when will reinforcements arrive? This evening, I believe. Remember to accurately recount how the thin monkey met his demise. Rest assured, he was found and killed by Lin Ziyuan. Stay alert. Lin Zong has indicated that a military unit is on its way, and we must rely on cunning rather than brute force. Wang Chong was addressing his subordinates at a meeting. Captain, you can count on us to play dead when the time comes. Qin Xiaoshuang, using the excuse of needing to visit the restroom, sent Lin Ziyuan a message. The reinforcements will arrive this evening. Understood. Ensure timely updates. Lin Ziyuan positioned his pistol at the shooting hole, and all compound bows were prepared. The three women in the villa, feeling helpless, quietly began tidying up. Zhang Gang was leading his team through the treacherous snow, determined to reach the villa. Captain, we're just 3 kilometers from Chunjun's villa. Zhang Gang gestured forward, signaling to continue. They were elite soldiers under Chun Wei, who had long since concluded that Chun Wei was dead. The authorities received initial reports instructing them to distribute supplies to residents. Aware of the grave situation, Chun Wei hoarded supplies by seizing the supermarket, maintaining a crew of over 30. With a weapons cache, no faction could contend with them. Chun Wei repeatedly urged Chun Jun to regroup, confident in his manpower and supply chain, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of Lin Ziyuan. Amidst the heavy snowfall, the group finally glimpsed the silhouette of the villa district. Zhang Gang signaled his team to storm a nearby residence. Who are you and what do you want? Is Chun Jun in this neighborhood? He was recently murdered. I know Chun Jun. He had a confrontation with Lin Ziyuan not long ago. Raising his pistol, Zhang Gang executed the homeowner and their family without hesitation. Call the thin monkey to pick us up. A subordinate promptly retrieved a phone and dialed. Meanwhile, Jun Kai was enjoying a moment with the Shuang and Xiao Shuang when the thin monkey's phone rang, startling them. Upon learning that the group had arrived in the villa district, Jun Kai responded, "All right, brother, I'll be there immediately." He hastily adjusted his trousers, not daring to delay. You two wait for me in the villa. As Qin de Shuang attempted to interject, she noticed Jun Kai hastening towards the basement and whispered to her sister, "Quickly notify them." Upon receiving a message from Qin Xiaoshuang, Lin Ziyuan arrived at the monitoring center. Jun Kai sprinted to the villa where Zhang Gang was located. "Are you the thin monkey?" Upon seeing Jun Kai, a subordinate of Zhang Gang exclaimed, "Brother Gang, the thin monkey has been killed by Lin Ziyuan." Zhang Gang fixed a penetrating gaze on Jun Kai, assessing the truth of his words. "Brother Gang, I'm Jun Kai, a subordinate of Jingu." He recounted the events in detail. "Take me to see his villa." "Of course, Brother Gang." In a corner of the monitoring room, Lin Ziyuan observed 4 individuals, Zhang Gang with 2 subordinates, approaching stealthily. Chapter 37. The Great Battle Approaches. Jun Kai introduced the villa, while Zhang Gang scrutinized the garage, leaving no corner unchecked. "Since you claim he's holed up in the villa, how did he kill the thin monkey?" Zhang Gang's inquiry caused Jun Kai to break into a cold sweat. He came out of the villa to kill when he saw we were unguarded." "You say the thin monkey disregarded your instructions and was killed by Lin Ziyuan. Why were you not with him?" "I went out to gather supplies. By the time I returned, the thin monkey was already dead." "Let's go back. I sense deceit in your words." Zhang Gang ordered, "Bring those 2 women here." "Brother Gang, the women won't be of any help. Let us not bother. I fear they might be killed by Lin Ziyuan." "Indeed, Brother Gang is wise. I'll fetch them at once." Zhang Gang signaled to his 2 team members, who understood the implication and followed Jun Kai to retrieve the Qin sisters, with an additional motive to prevent his escape. At that moment, Zhang Gang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was now wholly convinced that Lin Ziyuan was not responsible for the thin monkey's death. Shortly thereafter, his subordinates returned with Jun Kai and the Qin sisters to the villa. "Kill these 2 women." Upon hearing this command, a subordinate brandished a dagger, ready to act. "Brother Gang, what does this mean?" As the dagger was poised at their throats, the Qin sisters felt the chilling proximity of death, collapsing to the ground. Zhang Gang struck Jun Kai across the face. "Tell me how the thin monkey met his end." "The thin monkey was killed by Lin Ziyuan." "Proceed." Seeing Jun Kai's hesitation, Zhang Gang directed his team to act. "Brother, please don't kill us. The thin monkey was killed by Jun Kai." Qin de Shuang nearly screamed this revelation. Hearing this, Jun Kai trembled, his legs shaking. Zhang Gang stepped forward, seizing his collar. "Speak, what transpired?" Junkai recounted the reasons for the thin monkey's demise. Zhang Gang produced his phone and dispatched Junkai away. The Qin sisters trembled before the bloodthirsty figure of Zhang Gang. "Brother, please spare us." Zhang Gang regarded the twins. "My brothers have endured 3 arduous days. I shall reward you with this pair of twins." His subordinates, delighted, seized the sisters and dragged them toward a room. Zhang Gang lit a cigarette. "Do not forget to leave 2 standing guard. Rest assured, Captain." By midnight, everyone had vented their frustrations, and the Qin sisters huddled in a corner, weeping openly for the first time since the apocalypse began. They lamented the countless violations endured, blaming themselves for offending Lin Ziyuan. Zhang Gang orchestrated the combat strategy, instructing 15 personnel to form 4 teams to encircle the villa from all sides, constantly monitoring Lin Ziyuan's movements. Ready to strike if he emerged. Under the cover of night, they commenced their operation, seizing the neighboring villa of Lin Ziyuan. Zhang Gang took command in the garage, and news of their takeover spread throughout the homeowner groups the following day. Relatives of the owners were brutally murdered. "A band of villains has invaded our neighborhood. I heard them breaking in while on the phone with my sister, followed by gunfire. Is that true? We must be cautious. We should unite to defeat the robbers." Meanwhile, the residents, nearing starvation, had little concern for such matters, and even the once eloquent advocates of justice, Guo Ronghua and Lu Meili, had fallen silent. "Which villa is your relative in?" Lin Ziyuan inquired directly. "My relative is in Villa 56. "Lin, you should issue a bounty to gather personnel," he replied. Lin Ziyuan gazed at Villa 56, located right before his own, pondering whether this group intended to besiege him, even if they devoured every morsel in the neighborhood. His own provisions would remain unexhausted. "Tonight, we shall feast on seafood," he called out to the 3 companions. "Sounds great. What kind of seafood do we have?" Qin Jingru swiftly made her way to the kitchen, eager to inspect the ingredients. This woman certainly knew how to stir up trouble. She was unaware of the spatial anomalies that loomed. It seemed the secret could no longer be contained. With a grand gesture, Lin Ziyuan revealed a table laden with an array of luxurious seafood: lobsters, king crabs, sea cucumbers, abalones, and more. Deng Ying gazed at him in astonishment. "Are you performing magic? This looks absolutely delectable." Qin Huiru picked up a king crab, exclaiming, "This is real. I thought I was dreaming." "Indeed, it is real. My magic ensures that no one shall ever go hungry," Lin Ziyuan assured them. Qin Jingru emerged from the kitchen, her eyes wide with disbelief at the sumptuous spread. "If you can perform magic, then conjure me some loungewear. I've been wearing the same one all day." With a wave of his hand from the sofa, Lin Ziyuan produced a variety of loungewear. "Wow, you really can perform magic," Qin Jingru exclaimed as she hurried to select an outfit, while Qin Huiru began to model the clothing on herself. "This is splendid. I want this set." The 3 women gathered their chosen garments and retreated to their rooms. Qin Jingru was the first to emerge, clad in a form-fitting yoga outfit that accentuated her curves. "How do I look, darling?" Lin Ziyuan admired her figure, unable to resist giving her a gentle squeeze. "Such elasticity." Qin Jingru playfully turned, executing a yoga pose with her back to him. Her figure was slightly fuller than Qin Jingru's, yet radiated beauty rather than being unappealingly plump. She wore a white CK backless dress that seemed to strain against her voluptuous form, topped with a sheer white cover-up and matching pants. Approaching Lin Ziyuan, she wrapped her arms around his neck, guiding his hands to her waist. "Darling, does this outfit not exude beauty?" "Indeed, it is breathtakingly beautiful." "Still beautiful? I could be mistaken for a widow." Qin Jingru shot her a disparaging glance. "Hello, I may be a widow, but my 14-year marriage was far better than your current state of being. Who is living in a state of widowhood?" "I say you are." "All right, enough bickering." Deng Ying interjected as she emerged from her room, donning a purple, elegant sleep dress, exuding grace, her face adorned with a light touch of makeup. "Darling, what do you think of my outfit?" "Yours is far more alluring," Lin Ziyuan remarked, taking her hand and lifting her arm. Deng Ying twirled, her skirt billowing around her. Truly, a woman unattainable by the king. Qin Huiru and Qin Jingru chimed in unison. "An unwanted old woman. Enough. You lot stop squabbling and hurry up with the cooking. We shall prepare our own meal today." The trio had always dined on ready-made meals in the villa and had never attempted to cook. Consequently, their clumsy efforts culminated in Lin Ziyuan doing all the cooking. "It seems I've found 3 ancestors. I'll be the one to prepare your meal. But we never learned to cook. No wonder there are 2 widows and 1 unwanted woman among you." At Lin Ziyuan's teasing, the 3 women collectively turned their ire upon him, with Deng Ying seizing the opportunity. The 2 others stood dumbfounded. "Had we known, we would have worn such figure-hugging attire." Chapter 38. Luring the Enemy. "Quickly, take all the dishes up to the 3rd floor." The group carried the freshly steamed seafood to the 3rd floor, a simple spread of over 30 dishes. "I'll fetch the red wine and glassware," Deng Ying announced. Once everything was arranged, Lin Ziyuan drew back the curtains, It was now past 8 in the evening, and the neighboring residences had lost power, leaving only Lin Ziyuan's villa standing out in the darkness. "Let us raise a toast," he proclaimed, lifting his glass. At this moment, Villa 56 had drawn the attention of Lin Ziyuan and his companions, who were now armed with walkie-talkies. "Captain, we have identified the target." Zhang Gang, upon hearing this, descended to Villa 56, binoculars in hand, scrutinizing Lin Ziyuan and his companions. "Captain, this kid is living too comfortably. Indeed, even our secretary lacks such accommodations. Look at them. They're dressed lightly and have ample food and drink." His underlings watched this scene, their mouths watering. Zhang Gang was equally astonished. Could it be that he had foreseen the apocalypse and prepared so thoroughly? He pondered whether his sniper rifle could penetrate the glass. Assessing the material, it appeared to be military-grade bulletproof glass, and its thickness was uncertain. "I cannot be sure we'll break through. Captain, we only have food for 2 more days." Zhang Gang nodded, viewing everything through the lens of sustenance. "How many grenades do we have?" "A total of 6 grenades and 1 explosive pack. We must find a way to deliver the explosive pack to his glass when night falls." Inside the villa, the group continued to drink, sing, and dance, provoking Zhang Gang's ire. They were clearly taunting him. Lin Ziyuan's gaze frequently darted towards the opposing villa, aware that they were undoubtedly observing him. He understood that only by making the enemy anxious would they be led to chaos. "Shao AI, close the curtains and activate the protective panels." As the protective panels descended, Zhang Gang's composure faltered. He had indeed installed protective steel panels. In that instant, his plan for a nighttime breach through the windows was thwarted. "Withdraw all sentries. He will not leave the villa." His subordinates communicated via walkie-talkie, summoning everyone back to Villa 56. It seemed that breaching the villa would not be possible for the time being. They needed to prepare for a prolonged siege. "As for the food issue, let us go scavenging. If we cannot find anything, we will have to resort to killing." The team members looked at their captain. None had ever tasted human flesh. Given that Zhang Gang was a former Special Forces operative, he had likely eaten every kind of meat in the wild. Zhang Gang addressed his men. "Those who can eat meat should refrain from consuming rations starting tomorrow. Save the excess for those who cannot." With the curtains drawn, Lin Ziyuan found himself ablaze with desire. Having been enticed by Qin Huiru, and he lifted her into his arms, retreating to the room. Deng Ying and Qin Jingru, seeing this, hastened to follow. Lin Ziyuan had barely slept and felt hands exploring his body. He slowly opened his eyes to find it was Qin Jingru. "Sister, I can't go on. Let me sleep a little longer." Hee. Qin Huiru and Deng Ying, awakened by the sounds, beheld Qin Jingru shamelessly indulging in solitary pleasures. "Sour grapes for those who cannot reach the grapes," Qin Huiru retorted. Deng Ying stood up. "I'll prepare breakfast for you. Don't overexert yourselves." Meanwhile, the 3 women roamed in groups throughout the community, fervently gathering food. Those who resisted were summarily executed, and those unable to yield provisions met the same fate. The entire villa district echoed with cries of despair. The team experienced remarkable success in their scavenging efforts and, with spirits high, arrived at another villa, one belonging to Wang Chong. Wang Chong opened the door, and the 3 intruders surged inside. "Don't move. Hand over your food." Recognizing their military demeanor and feeling the cold barrel of a machine gun pressed against his forehead, Wang Chong replied, "Brothers, let us talk this over. We do have food." He gestured toward the nearby stove. The 3 men glanced at the stove, having not tasted a warm meal in quite some time. "What is simmering in the pot?" "Spam and noodles. If you fellows don't mind, it's all yours." Just then, from the adjacent room, Wang Chong's companions rushed out, brandishing their machine guns. Everyone freeze. Upon noticing their uniforms, it became evident that Wang Chong and his group were security personnel. One of the intruders instructed his companions, "Bring the stove back. We could use a warm meal too." Hearing this, Wang Chong interjected, "If you want it, you can take it." The 3 men, realizing Wang Chong and his group were not resisting, lowered their guard slightly, permitting Wang Chong and his companions to transport the stove back. "You, go fetch some bowls for me." Wang Chong hurried to the kitchen, returning with 3 generously filled bowls. "Brothers, please enjoy." 3 individuals gazed hungrily, their mouths watering in anticipation as they eagerly approached the dining table to partake in their meal. The warmth of the rice was a delightful comfort, far superior to the blandness of compressed biscuits. "Take your time, brothers. There is still plenty left in the pot." Wang Chong gestured to his subordinates. Yes. Let us savor it slowly. I'll fetch some hot soup." The trio responded with cheerful agreement. After serving the soup, Wang Chong's teammate deliberately handed each bowl to a person, only to suddenly splash the contents onto the faces of the 3 men before pouncing on them. Observing the commotion, the other teammates swiftly joined the fray. Some covered their mouths and noses, while others discarded their weapons, providing no opportunity for the trio to resist. With their necks firmly grasped, the three men were rendered completely lifeless. Wang Chong swiftly retrieved his machine gun and rushed to the door to check for any signs of movement outside. He armed himself and prepared to gather all members to assess if there were any injuries. This combat uniform is quite impressive. We might as well take it, Wang Chong declared, leading several teammates towards the northwest villa while notifying others in the vicinity. Lin, we have encountered enemies and dealt with 3 of them. Lin Ziyuan felt a surge of excitement upon receiving the news. They are armed at Villa 56. You must ensure your safety. Rest assured, Lin. Wang Chong had acquired 3 submachine guns and 3 handguns from the 3 he had eliminated. Upon gathering at the northwest villa, he discovered that none of his team members were missing. Zhang Gang's team was still expanding outward from the center point and had yet to reach the outer villas. Wang Chong spread out the villa layout on the table, marking Villa 56. How many enemies are there, Captain? They appear to be well equipped. We are currently unaware of their numbers. Our objective is to wait until nightfall to infiltrate Villa 60, allowing us to observe Villa 56. Chapter 39. The enemy approaches. Zhang Gang, observing the return of his team with supplies, grew increasingly anxious as the members of Team 3 had yet to return. Where could they be? He questioned, already sensing something amiss, and he led his men along the designated route to find Team 3. Upon reaching Wang Chong's villa, they found nothing. Wang Chong had long since ordered his men to clean the place thoroughly, disposing of the bodies in the snowy expanse outside. As Zhang Gang and his team proceeded to the next villa, they encountered occupants, and in a fit of rage, he slaughtered the entire household. Let us head back. It seems we have undoubtedly encountered a tragedy. Drag those 2 women out of the room. The Qins sisters have been held captive by this group, used as outlets for the team's frustrations. Is there any other force in your villa area besides Lin Ziyuan? Upon receiving an affirmative response, Zhang Gang was filled with regret. The absence of other forces meant it was Lin Ziyuan who had covertly assassinated his teammates. He lamented his decision to alter their course of action. They should have surrounded the villa. Armed with explosives, they planned to blow up his villa at 5 in the morning. Their small team had never faltered during countless apocalyptic missions, never suffering casualties, yet this time, they had lost 3 members. Lin Ziyuan remained at the monitoring center after receiving news of Wang Chong's victory over the 3 teammates. Bao Di, have some fruit. You haven't eaten all day. Qin Huiru offered as she brought fruit to Lin Ziyuan. I want milk, not fruit. I'll get you a glass. Just as Qin Huiru turned to leave, Lin Ziyuan pulled her into his embrace. I want to eat this milk. How annoying, she replied, playfully. Lin Ziyuan vigilantly monitored the screens until 3 in the morning. Sensing that something would happen, he learned that Wang Chong had led his men to Villa 60, and his tension eased as he sat down to rest. At 5 in the morning, Zhang Gang stealthily approached with his team. Place the grenades and explosives here. Zhang Gang believed the corner nearby was the weakest point. The main entrance could be fortified like a vault. How will you reinforce the walls? He instructed his men to pull the fuse into Villa 58. Zhang Gang signaled his subordinates to initiate the plan. With a thunderous boom, Lin Ziyuan awoke to the villa shaking, decorations falling from the table. In the garage captured on the monitors, dust filled the air. Grabbing his handgun, Lin Ziyuan dashed to the basement, while Qin Huiru and the others awoke. Mistakenly believing it was an earthquake, just as they were about to speak, Lin Ziyuan preemptively instructed, don't go out, stay in the room. Upon reaching the basement, he noticed the dust outside had begun to settle. Zhang Gang charged toward the explosion site, expecting to breach the villa, only to discover a large hole in the wall with an additional steel plate inside, rendering it unyielding. In the room, Lin Ziyuan had already spotted shadows outside through the monitors. He opened a shooting aperture and began firing wildly. The sound of gunfire echoed as his handgun emptied its magazine in moments. Grabbing another handgun, he continued shooting as the opposing forces, in a panic, raised their weapons and fired at the door, believing Lin Ziyuan was at the entrance. Retreat quickly. Take the injured brothers with you. At that moment, Wang Chong and 5 teammates burst forth, having also been roused by the explosion. Zhang Gang's group was caught off guard. Fire from the 4 o'clock position. The rapid gunfire suppressed Wang Chong's return fire. Zhang Gang and his men retreated back into the villa, while Wang Chong returned as well. In the shootout, Wang Chong suffered 3 dead and 1 wounded, while Zhang Gang faced a more devastating loss. He had arrived with 15 men and now had only 3 left, one of whom was shot in the thigh. Lin Ziyuan has help. The intelligence is completely inaccurate. Captain, what should we do now? Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot remain in this villa. Fearing being cornered, Zhang Gang jumped from the 3rd-floor window into the snow, leading his men to find another villa. Lin Ziyuan, realizing Wang Chong had assisted him, hurriedly called him. Upon learning about the situation on Wang Chong's end, he placed supplies and medicine at the entrance. Wang Chong, did you see how many of them were left? I can't say for certain. They're likely still around 56. Vice Captain Chun Bin led the team to the garage to gather supplies. Observing the fallen Special Forces weapons scattered on the ground, he called for reinforcements to retrieve them, stripping the deceased of their clothing. Hurry, hurry, take everything. The clothing worn by the Special Forces was far superior to security uniforms. Thus, the garage accumulated 8 naked corpses. Chun Bin returned to the villa, flaunting the newly acquired supplies. Initially, he had none of the 3 sets for himself, and now he felt envious. With 8 sets obtained, he finally had one for himself. Wang Chong glanced at the weapons and clothing they brought and remarked, Chun Bin, none of this is for you. Chun Bin looked bewildered. Why not, Captain? You've never served. Wearing this uniform means you must fight for your life. As Chun Bin began to protest, Wang Chong firmly pressed down on his shoulder, a gesture of protection. Lin Ziyuan, convinced that the enemy would not return, ascended to the upper floor. The 3 women in the room embraced each other, having heard the explosions and gunfire, a reality far more harrowing than any film, occurring right beside them. Lin Ziyuan entered their room, and upon seeing him, the 3 women rushed forward, embracing him as if he were their salvation. Witnessing the tears in their eyes, Lin Ziyuan acknowledged the brutal reality of the apocalypse. The 3 nodded in agreement. Let us go, have some breakfast, and then rest. Lin Ziyuan laid out steamed buns on the dining table. Qin Huiru, now no longer believing in his magic, regarded Lin Ziyuan as her deity. Deng Ying and Qin Jingru heated up milk, gazing at the spread before them. Deng Ying, curious, asked immediately, how did you do it? How did you suddenly conjure food? Indeed, magic requires props. What's the secret? Qin Jingru handed the milk to Lin Ziyuan. Actually, I don't know magic. Lin Ziyuan revealed to them the existence of a storage space and recounted how he had pilfered from the Sam's warehouse. Thus, as long as I remain alive, you shall have an endless supply of food throughout your lives. Qin Huiru and the others listened to Lin Ziyuan's explanations, feeling as if they were indulging in a fairy tale. You stole from Sam's, and it contains Swiss rolls. I yearn to taste them, one of them exclaimed. I also desire the plain mochi inside, another added. Deng Ying slapped her forehead. It just dawned on me that the milk we've been drinking is all from Sam's. I was curious as to how it was always fresh. Lin Ziyuan then produced the pastries they had ordered. Wow, this is wonderful. Thank you, Baidai, they exclaimed in unison. Thank goodness you're a rogue. Otherwise, how could we have gained entry to your villa? Deng Ying teased Lin Ziyuan while munching on her treat. This rogue of mine. Don't you all fancy him? Lin Ziyuan quipped. It's not that we don't fancy him. It's that we adore him too much. Qin Jingru and Qin Huiru playfully pecked Lin Ziyuan's cheek. Chapter 40. Crisis in the Community. Lin Ziyuan spread his hands. I can only blame myself for being too soft-hearted. Taking in the 3 of you. What is wrong with the 3 of us? Just enjoy your good fortune, they retorted. What is good about the 3 of you? One is unwanted, one a widow, and one in a brother's marriage, Lin Ziyuan scoffed. Upon hearing this, the trio felt a twinge of indignation. At least those pursuing us are from the line-up to the Qiantang River, and you're being picky? Lin Ziyuan dismissed. I intended to find a few 18-year-olds to serve me, yet I ended up with you 3 middle-aged women. You still seek the 18-year-olds? We're just fine as we are, they protested. Indeed, look at us. Though we may be older, we have the right curves in all the right places, they declared. Qin Jingru chimed in eagerly. With 18-year-olds, would they be able to respond to your every command? With a snap of your fingers, we know what to do. Lin Ziyuan, realizing he was losing the argument, unleashed his trump card. Do you possess the youth of 18? At this, all 3 burst into tears. Lin Ziyuan was taken aback by the scene. All right, stop crying. No matter how delightful 18 is, I prefer my Bao sisters. Only then did they break into laughter. Deng Ying recounted her first visit. On my first visit, they showed me a Japanese film featuring that kind of kneeling service. Suddenly, Qin Huiru recalled, oh, I remember my first time. They had me crawl in on my knees, teaching me the kneeling service. Qin Jingru, filled with delight, added, I was the luckiest. On my first visit, I was carried into the room and fed water mouth to mouth. That was only to prevent you from dying, Qin Huiru shot back. Breakfast was finally enjoyed amidst laughter, dispelling the earlier tension. Baidai, do you not wish to take in all the female characters from our compound? Qin Jingru jested. Qin Huiru sensed a tinge of crisis, noting that except for her, the other female leads had enviable figures. Aren't you afraid of exhausting him? Oof. I suspect you're just jealous. Our Baidai deserves such treatment given his capabilities. Deng Ying interjected. Enough, Baidai is already doing splendidly. In normal times, who among those like Su, Wang, Oma does not live like a king with thousands of beauties? I wager there are at least 30,000. Qin Huiru nodded in agreement. The internet celebrity company that invited us. Their boss has booked 2 villas at the famous Chu Shui Lan Ting in Qiantang, filled with young ladies. You speak of the past. The supermarket owner in the community where I was trapped is 45 and unmarried. His products don't sell. He exchanges goods for bodies. At least 1,000 residents in that community, Qin Jingru elaborated enthusiastically. How many times have you exchanged? Qin Huiru teased. Mind your business. There are plenty who bring me food, she replied. Indeed, 2 black face buns, Deng Ing remarked, causing everyone except Qin Jingru to burst into laughter. So you all mock me? She said. Lin Ziyuan was more interested in finding out where the other female leads were, but Qin Huiru's interruption made Qin Jingru shy away from the subject. Captain, the crow has developed a fever. Zhang Gang, upon hearing that a team member had a fever, realized they might not make it through. After an injury, a fever without medical supplies would surely be fatal. Captain, what do we do? Hold him down on the sofa, remove the bullet, and find some cold medicine. Zhang Gang, using a dagger heated by fire, said, endure it, brother. The bullet was extracted, but it had grazed a major artery, causing profuse bleeding. Before the cold medicine could be administered, the crow succumbed. Let us bury him in the snow. Zhang Gang walked into a nearby room and called Chen Wei. Secretary, we have failed. Chen Wei was utterly unprepared for Zhang Gang's failure, which resulted in 12 casualties. Useless, you need not return. Enraged, Chen Wei began to smash items in his office, pondering how to avenge his son. If he sent everyone, his territory would surely fall. The desire for vengeance lingered. But he had to bide his time. He needed to recruit more troops, or else his status as the Northern District Leader would be rendered meaningless. Zhang Gang anticipated Chen Wei's words. As long as he could eat anything during the apocalypse, he would survive. Tomorrow, we leave this place and find a powerless community to hide in. Captain, what about our revenge? We are too few in number to seek vengeance now. The Secretary has given up on us. If we remain in this community, we will eventually be discovered. To Zhang Gang, survival was the foremost priority. What about the women in that room? Should we take them with us? Kill them. We can only ensure our survival. Captain, can I vent once before the kill? I know your thoughts. We leave at 5 in the morning. No time to waste. Unbeknownst to Zhang Gang, the captain possessed a heart of compassion. You two should jump out the window and escape. The Qin sisters looked at him in astonishment. Why do you wish to save us? I cannot bear to see such beautiful women perish at my hands. If we jump out the window, can we actually escape? The Qin sisters realized they hadn't killed Lin Ziyuan and now fantasized about helping him defeat their captors, which would surely earn them a place in the villa. You both should go while it's still early. Find a place to hide. We will leave here today. The Qin sisters obeyed the soldier's words and jumped from the back window of the villa. However, the noise alerted Zhang Gang, who rushed into the room only to find the two had vanished, the window ajar, clearly having been let go by a team member. Drawing his pistol, he approached the window, but was halted by one of his subordinates gripping his arm tightly. Captain, please spare them. If you let them escape, we are doomed. Captain, they're just women. They won't harm us. Zhang Gang, realizing he could no longer persuade him, drew a dagger with his other hand and plunged it into the subordinate's neck. As he gazed down at the fallen team member, he turned to find the window empty of their figures. The other 2 team members, hearing the commotion, rushed in to discover their fallen companion, then looked to the captain. Zhang Gang offered no explanation and simply exited the room. Pack your things. We need to leave quickly. The 2 team members were taken aback by this sudden order. After jumping from the villa, Qin Xiaoshuang sent a message to Lin Ziyuan. 3 enemies in Villa 79. They plan to flee. Lin Ziyuan promptly called Wang Chong to relay the enemy situation. They should be running right now. See if you can intercept them. Allowing them to escape would only bring endless troubles. They must be stopped. Chapter 41, A Showdown Among Comrades. Wang Chong led his team towards Villa 79, now armed and unafraid of the 3 adversaries. As they rounded a corner, both sides encountered each other in the garage. The bullets fell like rain, slanting down incessantly. Zhang Gang took refuge behind a pillar, sensing the dire situation. Quick, retreat to the villa. However, of the 2 team members by his side, one lay shot on the ground, while the other struggled in agony. Zhang Gang fired wildly around the corner, suppressing the enemy's advance. He grasped the fallen comrade and attempted to pull him towards the villa. Captain, let me go. I can't hold on much longer. This soldier, shot in both legs, could no longer stand. Zhang Gang rolled into the villa, furious, smashing the butt of his gun against the vase. If only he hadn't let those 2 women go, they might have escaped. Now, he regretted granting his teammates' request. Wang Chong, witnessing his fallen brothers, charged forward with his submachine gun, firing several rounds at the still-breathing enemy. Chun Bin approached from behind, reporting, Captain, we've lost 8 men. Upon hearing this grim tally, Wang Chong began to fire at the Villa's door. Originally a team of 25, they had now suffered significant losses. The remaining members picked up their weapons, preparing to storm the villa. Chun Bin had also secured a machine gun, rushing inside, while Zhang Gang had already crawled to the 3rd floor. Hearing commotion below, he swiftly jumped out into the snow. The observing team member hastily radioed in, "Captain, the enemies are emerging from the villa." Wang Chong quickly pursued, leaping into the snow to hunt them down. Zhang Gang took refuge in Villa 81, the residence of Lu Meili, where the Qin sisters were also hiding. "What are you doing?" they inquired. Zhang Gang spared no words, dispatching Lu Meili with a single shot. The Qin sisters, paralyzed with fear, remained hidden beneath the bed. Wang Chong had pinpointed Zhang Gang's location and dispatched 3 team members to block him at the garage, while the others rallied to support him. Wang Chong shouted towards the villa, "I know you're a soldier. Come out and face your death like a man." Zhang Gang retorted, "Since you know I'm a soldier, how dare you pursue me? You have lost the honor of a soldier. You indiscriminately slaughter the innocent for supplies. Today, I will rid the military of your presence." Zhang Gang positioned himself by the window, recognizing his adversary. "Wang Chong, you could never defeat me in the army, and now you think you can?" Hearing his name called, Wang Chong was taken aback. "Who are you? Have the courage to reveal yourself." Zhang Gang opened the window. "What's the matter? Don't you recognize me, old squad leader?" Upon seeing the familiar face, Wang Chong realized who it was. "Zhang Gang, you have committed countless wrongs. For the sake of our brotherhood, I shall grant you a dignified death." Wang Chong and Zhang Gang had once served together. However, due to Wang Chong's straightforward nature, he had made many enemies. The promotion that should have been his was snatched away by the more cunning Zhang Gang. "Very well, since that's the case, let us set down our weapons and settle this like men." They both made their way to the garage, where Zhang Gang, observing the surroundings filled with Wang Chong's subordinates, sneered, "I never expected my old squad leader to relish authority. You never bested me in the military, and now you've become a security captain after retirement. Enough chatter. Will you fight or not?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Gang unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Wang Chong's face. Caught off guard, Wang Chong raised his arms to shield himself from the sudden attack. The two commenced a fierce exchange of blows, with Wang Chong's team cheering him on. In that moment, Wang Chong felt as though he had returned to the military training grounds. Seizing an opportunity when Zhang Gang was distracted, he swiftly maneuvered behind him, executing a waist throw that pinned Zhang Gang to the ground. He then unleashed a series of rhythmic punches to Zhang Gang's face. Zhang Gang could only desperately protect his face, but Wang Chong expertly found openings with each strike. Zhang Gang was unable to retaliate, enduring the blows. Suddenly, he attempted to roll over and rise, only to find himself ensnared in a quick crosslock from Wang Chong, who tightly gripped Zhang Gang's neck. In mere seconds, Zhang Gang clawed at Wang Chong's arms, but this was no training exercise. It was a life-and-death duel. Tears streamed down Wang Chong's face. Yet he did not relent until he felt Zhang Gang's resistance cease. After a minute, he released his grip, standing up without celebration or words, only sorrowfully making his way back to the villa. Chun-bin directed the remaining team members in clearing the battlefield, stacking all the bodies in the garage, including those at Lin Ziyuan's garage door. The battle had finally come to an end, with the security team suffering 12 casualties, leaving only 13 survivors. Lin Ziyuan said little, merely placing more food and various supplies, including liquor and cigarettes, outside the door. The group, holding these resources earned at the cost of their comrades' lives, bore no smiles. The Qin sisters cautiously emerged from Lu Meili's bedroom, discovering her lifeless body and realizing Zhang Gang was no longer present. "Thank goodness did we succeed? Quickly, inform Lin Ziyuan that we are ready to move into the villa." Qin Shaoshuang messaged Lin Ziyuan, "Brother Ziyuan, have the enemies been driven away? Can we enter the villa now?" Lin Ziyuan read the message and tossed his phone to Qin Huiru. "Your rivals are coming. The young ladies are about to enter the villa." Qin Huiru picked up the phone, gazing at the profile pictures of the twin sisters, remaining silent, fearful that Lin Ziyuan would expel them. The other two remained quiet as well, with Deng Ing secretly shedding tears. Lin Ziyuan took the phone back and reassured them. "Do not worry, I will pay no mind to those two." Hearing this, everyone looked up at him as he recounted his relationship with them, omitting any mention of their previous lives. "Sister, what if Lin Ziyuan doesn't respond to our messages? Let us wait a bit longer. He may not have seen them." The two held their phones, waiting through the night without a reply. At that moment, Qin Dashuang finally realized she had been deceived. "That wretched beast. I will ensure your ruin. I will make you pay." With that, Qin Dashuang returned to her own villa, picking up her phone to stir the chat group among the homeowners. "Lin Ziyuan hired my sister and me to eliminate all the enemies. Yet he now refuses us entry to the villa. Everyone, do not believe his deceitful words. Is that true? I helped him clean, and he provided me with supplies." "Yes, we all receive supplies. I can show you the chat records." The Qin sisters shared their conversations. Yet, keen-eyed members detected inconsistencies. "He never promised you food or entry to the villa." "Exactly. You two seem to be living in a fantasy." In Chapter 42, Guo Ronghua voiced in the group, "He even hired someone to assault me, leaving me half dead. After all this time, I've lost my teeth and now cannot eat. Do you want to lose the rest of your teeth too? Guoronghua was frightened into silence, genuinely afraid of further violence. Lin Ziyuan, explain why you want tea, let us stay in the villa. What did I ever say you could enter the villa? You are truly cunning. You shall meet a grim fate. Lin Ziyuan snapped a photo of the delectable spread on the table, captioning it simply, another simple meal. Lin, you call this a simple meal? I used to struggle to afford a 10-course meal. I'll offer 10 billion for a chance to stay in the villa. Lin, I know you're unmarried. May I offer my daughter to you? We could hold the wedding today. Brother-in-law, when you're done eating, let me know when to take out the trash. These are fake images. How could this food possibly not spoil? Exactly. How could all this meat not smell? What do you know? Nowadays, what refrigerator doesn't tea exist? Vegetables can last months in the fridge without spoiling. In my home, our refrigerator is of this kind. Lin Ziyuan initiated a video call in the group chat, placing his phone aside to broadcast his meal to the homeowners group. Instantly, dozens of people joined the conversation, captivated by the delectable dishes on the table and the sight of the three married women beside Lin Ziyuan. After a minute of broadcasting, he abruptly ended the live stream. The homeowners group erupted into a lively chatter, with some sharing photos of their meals while others posted images of themselves too famished to rise from bed. There were those boiling wild roots, others simmering tough beef tendons, and one person waiting patiently for their noodles to be ready. Dad, I am your long-lost son. You cannot forsake me, shouted someone from above. Have some shame. You are 40, older than Lin, and yet you claim to be his son. Lin, I am truly your son, and today I shall send my mother to you. The Qins dismembered Lu Meili in the pot while watching Lin Ziyuan's video, now filled with regret. Counting the participants in the group, the original 500-member homeowners group had dwindled to only 150 engaged in conversation. It was unclear whether the remaining members had dead batteries or had simply vanished. Qin Huiru stood and gazed out the window, noting that it was now the power supply time. Zun, look, there's no longer a glimmer of light in the myriad homes. Humanity appears particularly insignificant in the face of nature's calamities. Can we not save them? Lin Ziyuan embraced Qin Huiru from behind, replying, if we are outside, who will come to our aid? Qin Jingru was deeply moved by his words. You are fortunate, having not gone hungry for days. Do you know how I have managed? Did you see the black buns I had when I arrived? Deng Ying, with a smile, chimed in. How about this? Let Qin Huiru go hungry for a few days to experience it herself. But don't worry when she is on the verge of death. I will certainly plead with Beidai to bring you back. No. I would rather not face the cold outside, Qin Huiru exclaimed, clutching Lin Ziyuan's arm in fear. Yet, the suggestion was not without merit. I had invited you over days ago, knowing that the villa district was under threat, fearing for your safety. Now that the danger has passed, you may return home. Upon hearing this, the three women were astounded, and Qin Jingru seized Lin Ziyuan's hand, declaring, I have been a nun for over a decade. Having finally met a capable young man, I shall not leave him even in death. Hey, you unreasonable woman. Reasonable? Are we still women if we reason? Deng Ying and Qin Huiru playfully shoved Lin Ziyuan. Come on, let us go inside and see if you still dare to bully us. After a night, Lin Ziyuan felt as though he were walking on air. In the morning, the three women prepared breakfast while he ate, and they provided him with massages. Now, this is more befitting of king. Look at how you are glowing. Do you still wish for a harem of 3,000 beauties? It seems I must continue my search. Deng Ying pinched Lin Ziyuan's ear. Searching is fine, but we must pass our test first. Do not bring in any illness. Indeed, what my sister says is right. All right, I shall ensure you pass this test. In this internet celebrity city, avoid seeking those with overly popularized faces. Rest assured, I will only inquire first. The trio had already conspired while cooking, ensuring Lin Ziyuan would not find life too monotonous, allowing him some freedom. After breakfast, Lin Ziyuan reclined on the lazy sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. The three women, in a remarkable display of synchronicity, went off to exercise. Lin Ziyuan observed them through the surveillance on his phone, as friend requests flooded in without pause since yesterday. Mr. Lin, please accept my request. Dad, please accept my request. Honey, please accept my request. A myriad of friend verification requests poured in. In his boredom, he accepted them. Mr. Lin, may I exchange some premium liquor for food? Mr. Lin, do you need any servants at home? Can I trade you some baby formula? The cold has left us without food, and my husband has been out searching for 3 days without return. I have weaned, and I still need to care for my 10-month-old child. Upon reading this message, Lin Ziyuan's heart softened. Come and take it, if you can cook and clean. I will recommend a place for you to stay. Thank you. I can cook and clean. I can do everything. I have left the baby formula in the garage. After you take it, head to the security department. They are at villa number 60. A group of older men might need a maid. I bow to you. Thank you. I will go right now. Lin Ziyuan was not a saint. Rather, he was decisive, yet he found it impossible to be harsh with a mother caring for her child. Wang Chong, wait for someone to go to the security department for an interview. If they can stay, let them. If not, do not force it. Understood, Mr. Lin. We will ensure everything you arrange is executed. Captain, must we follow his orders from now on? Wang Chong, holding a cigarette, replied without him. We would have run out of supplies 5 days ago. Do you think we should heed his commands? The captain is right. Surviving is already a blessing. Villa number 60 had been well prepared with several stoves installed, keeping the room temperature at a comfortable level. Wang Chong recognized the person applying for the position, cradling a child, understanding immediately what that meant. Hurry, come in. Could you help me retrieve some baby formula from the garage? Wang Chong recognized the homeowner's voice. He had frequently encountered her during her pregnancy. A kind couple. Do not worry, we will assist you. Chapter 43, The Goddess's Message. Observing the messages in the homeowners group. Everyone was discussing where to find supplies. Within a kilometer of the community, all local businesses had been stripped bare, their entrances smashed open. Now, seeking food could only lead one to suburban warehouses or major docks. Do not go to the warehouses. Most have collapsed, and those that remain have been occupied. People are desperate for food and will fight to the death if you dare to rob them. My supermarket warehouse was taken over by others. Is it still possible to procure food? Long gone. Food cannot be transported in from outside anymore. I think everyone should come to terms with reality. I have long come to terms with reality. Previously, disasters were mitigated by other cities. Now, it is a global catastrophe. Who will save us? In our community, there have been numerous instances of cannibalism. Every household locks their doors tightly at night. Qin began to speak in the group again. Lin Ziyuan, may you suffer a fate worse than death. You do not allow us into the villa to accommodate 3 older women. It seems our community's wealthiest shares a passion similar to mine. If I were in your position, I would also reject their residency. This statement elicited laughter from several members. Even in an apocalypse, you still find time to chat. I returned from outside today with a bag of noodles. Upon seeing the photo posted by this individual, many began to plead for a share of the noodles. Whoever has food is king. To eat noodles, trade your body. I'll provide 3 meals in exchange for a night with a pretty influencer. A young woman with an influencer's looks emerged in the group. You think I would exchange my beauty for your pathetic noodles? Lin Ziyuan's villa is far superior to yours. He only has 3 older women. Indeed, do not insult us with mere noodles. At that moment, several influencers began to hurl insults in the group. Wang Fasai observed the influencers. You are too light-headed. After a few more days of hunger, you'd gladly accept a bowl of noodles. I wonder what you're so proud of. Lin Ziyuan's older women are all stars. Can you not see that? As this was said, discussions erupted about which stars they might be. You all are truly idle. Instead of searching for food, you waste time discussing me. Lin Ziyuan messaged in the group. That is Lin Ziyuan, and he dares to discuss a bounty on him. We should go beat him up. What should we have for lunch? Mr. Lin, I am fantasizing about a hot pot, the kind that makes you sweat profusely. How delightful. I want it too. I want it too. All right, let us have lamb hot pot for lunch. Lin Ziyuan then shared a picture in the group, showcasing a large copper pot surrounded by a dozen dishes. With 45 plates of lamb. Bragging, you are just showing off your wealth. Brothers, we ought to report him. The noodles we found earlier have lost their allure. My private messages are inundated with an array of photographs, all taken prior to the apocalypse. There are internet celebrities, models, and even alluring married women, along with a plethora of ordinary-looking beauties. Lin Ziyuan peruses the images and encounters one strikingly reminiscent of a star from the islands, both in hairstyle and physique. Are you interested in joining me for lunch? Is that for real? Am I truly allowed to go? Dining at my villa comes with conditions. I understand everything. As long as you desire, I am entirely yours. Before long, a figure stands outside the garage, clad in attire that obscures any indication of gender or appearance. Lin Ziyuan opens the first door and instructs her to disrobe at the second. As the married woman enters the villa, she bashfully shields her modesty. Go wash up first. The woman nods in compliance upon hearing the command. At that moment, Qin Huiru hears the commotion and emerges from her room, eyeing the shapely married woman with a haughty, little vixen. Lin Ziyuan seizes Qin Huiru, teasing, are you jealous again? Then both of you shall join. I want tea. I'll have my meal downstairs with the sisters, and 1 tea disturb your little performance, she retorts, scampering back to her room. You scoundrel, wicked man. There isn't tea, decent one among them, she mutters. Dang Ying observes the fuming Qin Huiru and remarks, if you know that men are no good, why pursue them? Qin Huiru is left speechless by the retort. Lin Ziyuan leads the enchanting figure reminiscent of the island star to the 3rd floor. He prepares a pink loungewear set for her, recalling a film featuring an island nurse. Let's sit down and dine, he suggests. Thank you. But the ladies from earlier have yet to arrive. No need to mind them. We shall enjoy our meal. Lin Ziyuan embraces her, placing her on his lap. Observing her bashful demeanor, he finds her utterly captivating. a quintessential damsel in distress. After 2 hours of profound discourse, he finally allows her to depart, taking with her a bounty of food. Lin Ziyuan is never stingy in such matters. Anyone who trades for supplies typically leaves with nearly a month's worth of rations. Just as the married woman exits, Deng Ying emerges. Feeling better, are we? Qin Huiru joyfully links arms with Lin Ziyuan. Let me share a secret. I've contacted a celebrity, and I assure you, you will be enamored. Who could possibly captivate me so? Besides, I find the married women in our community quite appealing. Fan Bingbing, do you fancy her? Lin Ziyuan muses over her visage, recalling that she has been blacklisted for several years, and he struggles to remember her features. I shall search for more information. Qin Huiru interjects. No need to search. She is a plump woman with a rather ample posterior. Do you harbor animosity towards her? Deng Ying chimes in. Both have starred in terrible films. How could there not be enmity? Where is she? She seems to be at Chu Shui Lan Ting. That is quite far, nearly 50 kilometers away. I'm not keen on risking a venture outside my safe haven. After all, remaining within this community is the true essence of safety. Wang Chong, how many households remain in our villa area? There should be over 100 households left, but the residents on either side have mostly ventured to the riverbank to fish. Lin Ziyuan's villa is a mere 100 meters from the river, where decades of ecological preservation have resulted in a bountiful fish population. I wish to venture out this afternoon. Will you accompany me for a stroll? Rest assured, Mr. Lin, our security team will serve as your protectors henceforth. Wang Chong begins briefing his team. You are all aware of the current situation. We are all outsiders unable to return home. In this apocalypse, we must follow a powerful leader. Captain, you can count on us. Chen Bin stands up. The first to affirm. Mr. Lin has supplies. Without him, we would either gnaw on tree bark or, like those who have lost their humanity, resort to cannibalism. Captain, we are at your command. Lin Ziyuan, accompanied by the 3 married women, steps out of the villa. Being cooped up indoors all day feels maddening. Chapter 44. Stepping outside the villa. The cold outside is more frigid than Antarctica. The 4 are clad in expeditionary cold weather gear, and Wang Chong quickly approaches them. Mr. Lin, where are we headed? Just out for a stroll, let us visit the riverbank. Wang Chong's subordinates, each bearing machine guns, maintain a distance of over 10 meters from Lin Ziyuan. None dare approach without his command. Wang Chong signals, and a leading team member begins to guide the way. Did that woman cause you any trouble? Mr. Lin, that is hardly the case. I have known her for some time, but alas, I lack the resources to assist. Wang Chong, are you still unmarried this year? Wang Chong gazes at Lin Ziyuan in astonishment. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Don't misunderstand. I mean nothing by it. Wang Chong has now become Lin Ziyuan's security team leader, and many envy him. In this villa area, one can find any number of goddesses. The group follows the lead into the high-rise residences of the community. Captain, we need to ascend the staircase to the first floor and jump out the window. A voice comes through the walkie-talkie, and Wang Chong looks towards Lin Ziyuan. Let us proceed. Upon hearing Lin Ziyuan's command, Wang Chong relays the message to his team. Upon stepping into the snowy expanse outside, it resembles a magnificent winter wonderland. After walking just a few paces, they hear a voice from the residential building above. Are you here for rescue? Seeing Wang Chong and his armed crew, they mistakenly assume they are an official rescue team. Ignore them. Let us keep moving forward. Just as they exit the community, they encounter a group returning from the riverbank, dragging a rope tied to 4 fish caught that day. Are you here for rescue? Zhao Hu. It's me, Wang Chong. The one who spoke approaches Wang Chong briskly. Captain, why are you dressed like this? Are you now part of the rescue team? That is a tale for another time. This is Mr. Lin. Recognizing Wang Chong's respect for the man beside him, Zhao Hu bows slightly. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Ziyuan nods in acknowledgement. Captain, did you go fishing at the riverbank? It's getting late. You should have gone in the morning. Darkness will soon fall. No, we're not fishing. We merely want to take a look at the riverbank. Let me accompany you. You're not familiar with the area, and you might step into a hole in the ice. Zhao Hu hands off the fish to the people behind him. We caught very few fish. The neighboring community had more, as some are seasoned fishermen. Listening to Zhao Hu's account, Lin Ziyuan reflects on his past desire to fish. But since fishing is often a group activity, he never had success alone. Your community seems quite united. There has been no fighting over food? Is our community united? Just a few days ago, there was an outbreak. The worst was in Building 13, where many young people reside. They looted Building 16, taking furniture to use for boiling water. Then why hasn't anyone targeted you? Brother Chong knows our building's situation. Our security team consists of only 8 young members. The rest are elderly or infirm. After the snow disaster, many couldn't withstand it. Some have perished, and others are missing. Lin Ziyuan and his party finally arrive at the riverbank, where numerous individuals are still fishing. Wang Chong's subordinates remain vigilant around them, wary of potential threats. Zhao Hu perceives that Lin Ziyuan is indeed a man of resources, reminiscent of wealthy individuals who fear for their lives and hire bodyguards. Despite the heavy snowfall, it cannot halt the evolution of humanity. There will always be a way to survive. Let S return. It will be dark in half an hour. Lin Ziyuan's primary aim in venturing out is to assess any potential threats nearby and ascertain the number of living souls. The group descends into the garage. You're Zhao Hu, correct? Later, feel free to come by the villa to collect some supplies from your captain. Zhao Hu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing these words. He glanced at Wang Chong, and upon noticing a flicker of movement on the latter's face, quickly comprehended the implication. Thank you, General Lin. Thank you, General Lin. It was evident that Lin Ziyuan was not one to assist just anyone. During these apocalyptic times, one had to cultivate their own power, for otherwise, they would inevitably be devoured. Oh dear, the cold is unbearable. The outside world is even more terrifying than I had imagined. Deng Ying muttered as she removed her heavy winter coat. Qin Huiru turned to Qin Jingru, exclaiming, "It's truly hard to fathom how you managed to traverse the snowy landscape." After confirming that the garage was unoccupied, Lin Ziyuan retrieved over 100 boxes of individual combat rations from his storage space. While these provisions were sufficient to satiate hunger, they were hardly to Lin Ziyuan's palate. He also added some morale-boosting supplies, cigarettes and liquor, before returning to the villa. Wang Chong, I have placed supplies outside the villa for you. Please gather your team to retrieve them. General Lin, we haven't even finished what you previously provided. I've left you 2 sheep. Let's celebrate by having a hot pot with the brothers tonight in honor of driving away the enemy. Wang Chong led his team to Lin Ziyuan's doorstep, where they began to transport the abundant supplies into the villa. Coincidentally, Zhao Hu arrived with his 7 team members to collect the provisions, initially expecting only some basic grains, but was astonished to find the bounty consisted entirely of rations. Gulme. Brothers, let's raise a toast. The group feasted on lamb and drank merrily, momentarily forgetting the dire circumstances surrounding them. Captain, I truly envy you for having encountered General Lin. Zhao Hu, as long as you remain loyal to General Lin, you'll never lack for food, but never harbor ulterior motives. Captain, you know my character well. Come, brothers. Let us have another round. Having had their fill, Zhao Hu returned to his residential building with the supplies. Wang Chong wished to have them stay in the villa area, but Zhao Hu insisted on retrieving his belongings, especially since his woman was still there. As they returned from the garage laden with provisions, they encountered Sun Zihao, the leader of Building 13. Zhao Hu, what treasures have you found? What treasures? Just some worthless trash. Sun Zihao, who also raided supplies daily with his subordinates, faced resistance from the entire residential area against Building 13. Noticing Zhao Hu's intoxicated speech and the 8 men each carrying 2 boxes, Sun Zihao demanded, Zhao Hu, leave the boxes and scram. Don't think we're afraid of your 20-odd men, you security guards. Brothers, these arrogant guards want to fight. In an instant, a brawl erupted. Without their earlier intoxication, Zhao Hu and his team might have put up a better fight, but having celebrated a bit too much, they struggled to execute their military techniques, let alone engage in a proper fight. Several boxes of supplies were seized, and Zhao Hu, enraged to the point of tears, exclaimed, Son, if you have the guts, go and get your own. The 8 men staggered back to the security department, having initially brought back the fish they had caught earlier that day. If Lin Ziyuan learned that the supplies he had just given them were stolen, they would surely be deemed worthless. Exhausted, they collapsed into slumber. Meanwhile, Sun Zihao and his gang opened the boxes. Boss, look, it's all canned food and compressed biscuits. This is good stuff. It won't spoil for years. Brothers, let us divide it up. These arrogant guards actually found such quality provisions. Chapter 45. Steal my supplies, and I'll steal your mother. Sun Zihao returned home with the food. Mom, come quickly and see what delicious food I've found. What delicious food. Just some noodles and plain buns. A woman in her late 40s, well-preserved and exuding charm, emerged from the bedroom. If Lin Ziyuan saw her, he would undoubtedly think she resembled Bei Tiao Ma Fei. Upon seeing the food her son had brought, she rushed to open 2 cans of meat and began to taste them. The next day, Zhao Hu and his team awoke with bruises on their faces. It's all your fault, Captain, for insisting we stay in the villa area. You had to come back, and now we have nothing. The team members began to voice their grievances. Let us go find the captain and have him help us take revenge. Are you willing to lose face by asking the captain for help, after being beaten by a bunch of thugs and losing our supplies? After much discussion, they decided to seek Wang Chong's assistance to reclaim their supplies, lest they be completely devoured by nightfall. Zhao Hu led his subordinates back to the villa area. Wang Chong, upon seeing the bruised and battered group, felt a mixture of amusement and anger. Hurting others while in the army was one thing, but having his own men beaten was akin to slapping the entire unit in the face. Grab your gear, brothers. Chen Bin, seeing Wang Chong prepare to take vengeance for his men, quickly advised, Shun Ti, we inform General Lin. Wang Chong looked at Zhao Hu, Exasperated, tell General Lin? Did he just mock us? Chunbin insisted that Wang Chong should at least give a heads up. Lin Ziyuan, upon receiving the security team's report in the villa, laughed heartily. They were once special forces, yet they were beaten by a bunch of punks. Wang Chong, I'll accompany you to take a look. Lin Ziyuan donned his clothing, placing a handgun in each pocket as he made his way to Wang Chong's villa. Upon regrouping, they headed toward Building 13, with Zhao Hu leading the charge, a rubber baton in hand. The connecting door of Building 13 was bolted tight from within, indicating that they were indeed cautious. The group circled around to the exterior of the building. As they entered Building 13, they encountered a thug from the previous day's altercation. Zhao Hu and his men began to strike with their rubber batons, while Wang Chong and his crew stood guard with their rifles. After a brutal beating, Zhao Hu grabbed the thug by his hair, demanding, "Do you know who I am? Where are my supplies? Big brother, please stop. Your food was divided by our boss. Son is on the 12th floor. 12th floor? Lead the way." Zhao Hu released the thug, and they ascended to the 12th floor. Their extensive training kept Zhao Hu and his team from tiring easily, but Lin Ziyuan struggled, panting heavily after climbing just a few flights. After resting 4 times, they finally reached the top. With such a supportive team behind him, Zhao Hu kicked open Sun Zihao's front door. Hearing the commotion, Sun Zihao emerged from the back room wielding a cleaver, only to be met with the barrel of a gun pressing against his forehead, causing his weapon to fly from his grasp. "Kneel down with the gun at the back of your head." At this moment, Sun Zihao felt a sense of despair wash over him. Other team members stormed into each room, dragging Sun Zihao's mother out to kneel beside him. Lin Ziyuan approached the table, surveying the remnants of food and the empty cans. Zhao Hu and his companions unleashed a flurry of blows upon Sun Zihao. His mother, pulling her son into her embrace, pleaded, "Stop. Please don't hurt my son. It was all me. I ate the food. It has nothing to do with him." "Enough. Even if you kill him now, the supplies 1T return." Upon hearing Lin Ziyuan's command, the group ceased their assault. Sun Zihao's mother, realizing who truly held the power, crawled from the ground to Lin Ziyuan's feet, begging, "Boss, please don't let them harm my son. I consumed the food. I'll pay you. I'll give you all my money." Lin Ziyuan cast a glance at the woman, his eyes brightening. "Enough. The beating has been dealt, and the food has been consumed. Money is worthless now. Go to the river and catch fish. When you have enough, come to redeem your mother." Lin Ziyuan pointed to the woman on the ground. "Take her away." 2 of Wang Chong's men approached and hoisted the woman from the ground. "Let go of my mother." Sun Zihao attempted to rise but was struck down by Zhao Hu's baton. "Where are you taking me? Let me go. What you're doing is illegal. Let me go." Sun Zihao's mother cried out as they dragged her away, causing many residents of Building 12 to peek through their peepholes. Lin Ziyuan halted, warning, "Stop shouting, or I'll throw you out the window." This effectively silenced the woman, the once charming Bei Tiao Ma Fei. There are a total of 21 residential buildings, and this time, the entire community is aware that the local bully, Sun Zihao, has stirred up trouble, leading to his mother being kidnapped. Zhao Hu followed the group back to the villa area, while Wang Chong understood Lin Ziyuan's intentions, clearly having taken a liking to the young woman. "You too. Take her to Mr. Lin," he instructed. Lin Ziyuan was contemplating how to bring her back to the villa, evidently impressed by Wang Chong's adeptness. The 2 team members placed Sun Zihao's mother at the entrance of Lin Ziyuan's villa. "Mr. Lin, we shall take our leave now." Lin Ziyuan tossed 2 packs of cigarettes to them from his pocket. Thank you, Mr. Lin," they replied with smiles as they hurried away. Lin Ziyuan opened the villa door and beckoned her, "Come in." She recognized that escape was futile and complied with his command, entering the villa. Upon stepping inside, she discovered a hidden paradise. As the first door closed, she felt the room's temperature rise swiftly. Lin Ziyuan had already begun shedding his winter attire, leaving only a pair of shorts, and opened the second door. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Ah, my name is Sun Li. Strip off completely and come inside." At this moment, Sun Li's back had begun to perspire. Curious, she surveyed the villa's decor, noting that despite the ongoing power outage in the area, this villa was illuminated. Lin Ziyuan, observing her astonishment, barked insistently, "Hurry up and undress, come in and take a shower." With no other option, Sun Li began to remove her clothing, leaving only her undergarments as she prepared to enter the villa. "Did you not hear my instructions clearly? Or do you wish for me to toss you out?" The 3 sisters upstairs, hearing the commotion, rushed down, recognizing Lin Ziyuan had brought yet another guest. Deng Ying, shrewd as ever, approached Sun Li, "Hurry and undress. Go take a hot bath." Sun Li glanced at the 3 women, feeling slightly less embarrassed. Qin Huiru moved beside Lin Ziyuan, teasingly remarking, "You tell her to strip. Yet you seem too shy to look at her directly. You should head upstairs. Once she has cleaned up, we'll send her to you." With that, she playfully pushed him upstairs. Chapter 46, A Son Acquired for Free. Qin Huiru cast a sidelong glance at Lin Ziyuan. "You went out this morning and brought back another one, huh? Lin Ziyuan recounted the events leading to their current situation. Well, if you fancy her, you certainly have your excuses lined up. Sit down, let us eat first. When Sun Rong arrived, she was immediately taken by the array of delicious dishes on the table. Various pastries making her mouth water. I can't eat this. How many fish does my son need to catch to repay this? Deng Ying pulled her hand, urging, sit down quickly. He isn't interested in fish. He clearly wants to indulge in you. Sun Rong's face flushed at this declaration. Lin Ziyuan teased her further. Has anyone ever told you that you bear a striking resemblance to a star? As she cautiously placed a pastry in her mouth. She initially shook her head at Lin Ziyuan's question, only to nod shortly after. Yes, someone has mentioned it. Who do they say you resemble? Lin Ziyuan pressed on, relentless. The three women observed Sun Rong curiously, pondering which celebrity she could possibly resemble. They say I look like Bai Ko. Upon uttering this, Sun Rong's head dipped even lower. Qin Huiru inquired with interest, who is Bai Ko? Which movie is she from? Qin Jingru racked her brain, but could not recall. It must be from some anti-Japanese film. That name certainly sounds like it belongs to the island nation. Lin Ziyuan burst into laughter. You three are so uncultured. You have no idea what we youngsters enjoy. Sun Rong, shyly glancing at Deng Ying, explained she is the leading actress in films from the island nation. Oh, that makes sense. I was wondering why I hadn't heard of her before. I often get teased about it, and only later looked her up, she added. The group finished breakfast amidst laughter, and the three women tactfully headed to the gym. Lin Ziyuan pressed his hand on Sun Rong's shoulder. My Bai Ko goddess, have you had enough to eat? I'm full. Mr. Lin. Sun Rong gently removed his hand. Please don't do that. What's wrong? Are you feeling shy now? Lin Ziyuan caressed her back. You know you look like Bai Ko. Haven't you watched her films? You youngsters only desire an older woman's body and show no concern for what she truly needs. Lin Ziyuan rose and sat on the sofa. Well, since you require affection, perhaps you should wait for your son to catch enough fish to redeem you. At the mention of this, Sun Rong stood in alarm. In the past, I sought love. Now, I need sustenance. Do you understand what you ought to do now? Sun Rong's mind wandered to scenes from films. Kong Chi and I Chi, S.I. Mima Senator. These two phrases in the island nation's dialect excited Lin Ziyuan. Mr. Lin, she began, but before she could finish, he interrupted. Have you seen that film? Please don't do this. I'm significantly older than you. Are you still hungry? Should I feed you again? Sun Rong ceased her resistance and lowered her head, allowing Lin Ziyuan to take charge. Her eyes widened in surprise. Her mind was a blank slate. After so many years of yearning, she had found no suitable partner, thus feeling this way for over a decade. Her thoughts were filled with scenes from Bai Ko's movies, as she used to watch her films under the covers. She could recite dozens of plots by heart. Countless times, she had fantasized about a young, strong man, and now it seemed that dream was on the verge of realization. Sun Rong reached out, grasping Lin Ziyuan's hand. No, not here. Let us go to your room. Lin Ziyuan effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry and took her to the room. Not fully satisfied, Lin Ziyuan headed to the gym, watching the three women practice yoga. Quickly, grab the fishing nets and spears. We need to head to the river to catch fish. Bro, how many fish do we need to catch to bring Aunt Sun back? I don't know how many, but I will definitely repay you. Sun Zihao touched the bruise on his face. Bro, how they have a whole squad, well equipped. What good are our knives against them? If only we could find some weapons. We wouldn't be afraid of them. Bro, how? Hurry and reel in the nets. It's getting dark. Sun Zihao approached Zhao Hu with the 8 fish he had caught. Zhao Hu, I brought you the goods. Zhao Hu scrutinized the fish Sun Zihao presented. You think these few fish can compensate for the dozen boxes of supplies I provided? You'd better catch 800 more. Zhao Hu, don't be unreasonable. If it weren't for your crew-esque gear, who knows who would triumph? Sun Zihao retorted. Just then, Zhao Hu was about to strike him, but was restrained by his men. Brother Hu, Mr. Lin has taken his mother. We don't know what might happen next. Let us refrain from violence for now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu reconsidered. All right, put those fish aside. I'll inform the captain. Zhao Hu sent a message to Wang Chong, who in turn reported to Lin Ziyuan. As Lin Ziyuan was enjoying hot pot with a few others, he received Wang Chong's message and showed it to Sun Rong. He is now also your son. Spare him. Lin Ziyuan nearly spewed his beer upon hearing this. He should learn some skills. He can't just resort to robbery every day. Sun Rong nodded. Mr. Lin, could you possibly let me return? At least I can guide him while I'm by his side. Hearing this, Lin Ziyuan made his way to the garage, retrieving some fireplaces and supplies to leave at the door. Chapter 47. Avenge the Enemy. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Ziyuan informed Sun Rong. I have already notified your son to come pick you up, and I've left some supplies at the entrance. Sun Rong expressed her gratitude upon learning there were supplies. As she prepared to leave, Deng Ying and the others burst into laughter. Who would have thought our Bao Di has unexpectedly become a father, haha. Hearing their teasing, Lin Ziyuan seized Qin Jingru and dashed into the bedroom. Sun Rong was taken away by her son from the garage, where she was educating him on the importance of not resorting to theft in the future. Sun Zihao expressed his disapproval, saying, "Fishing all day yields but a few catches. If we do not seize the opportunity, what shall we eat? You, my unambitious son, are always resorting to theft. What will you do if you encounter other factions next time?" "All right, I understand, mother. I shall return home to install the fireplace. That will provide some warmth. It seems Lin Ziyuan is also wary of my strength. Otherwise, he would not have supplied us with such ample resources." Sun Rong fell silent, unsure of how to explain, for she could not possibly reveal to her son that she had found him a stepfather. "Lin, many wish to join the security team, but without your command, I dare not consent." Observing the message from Wang Chong, Lin Ziyuan found himself in a quandary. Failing to establish his own faction would eventually render him vulnerable to others. In this apocalyptic world, the most fearsome threat is not the scarcity of food, but the depravity of human nature. For now, we shall refrain from expanding the security team. My resources are not limitless. We must simply ensure our survival. Who knows how many within the villa community sustain themselves by preying upon their own kind. At that moment, Qin Dashuang and her sister were gnawing on a severed arm, having succumbed to madness in their struggle for survival. As the messages in the homeowners group dwindled, it became evident that the residents were increasingly sparse. Lin Ziyuan, accompanied by Wang Chong, ventured to the Qin household, intent on confronting a former adversary from his past life. Upon opening the villa door, a foul stench wafted through the air, leading him to a corner of the first floor where he discovered the Qin sisters. Clutching bones, their eyes darkened. They raised their arms to shield themselves from the blinding beam of his flashlight. It was clear to all what they had been consuming. "Lin, what should we do?" Lin Ziyuan felt a wave of nausea wash over him. After all, they had resorted to cannibalism. Imagining it was one thing, but witnessing it was quite another. "Bring them out. They were employees of my former company. I shall handle this myself." Upon hearing Lin Ziyuan's voice, Qin Dashuang, as if driven mad, knelt before him, exclaiming, Lin, you've come. Please save me. I am your Dashuang." Wang Chong gestured to his subordinates, who promptly dragged the sisters into the slightly brighter living room. "Lin, I was wrong. I should not have embezzled from the company, nor should I have used your money to purchase a villa. I will return everything. Please allow me to stay in your villa." Qin Shaoshuang also fell to her knees, pleading, "Brother-in-law, look at me. Spare us, and we will never dare to offend you again." Wang Chong finally grasped their relationship. "Lin, should we arrange for them to stay with me?" "Wang Chong, remember this. I desire no one who does not share my resolve. They have opposed me since the onset of the apocalypse. How could I show them mercy? My dear, I am your fiancé. You cannot treat me this way. I beg you for another chance." "There are no chances," Lin Ziyuan declared. "Only a swift end for both of you." He retrieved a handgun from his pocket. This was his first encounter with murder in person. Previously, he had only defended his villa. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Ziyuan spared no compassion, emptying the magazine into the two women. Perhaps this time, his inner demons would finally be vanquished. He buried them in the snowy ground outside the villa, allowing them to rest in peace, having barely survived a few days. As he approached, he checked to ensure they were truly lifeless. Squatting before Qin Dashuang, he uttered, "Thank you for granting me a second chance at life." The others did not dwell on his words. In this apocalyptic era, one must be ruthless. Wang Chong, lead the team to scour the villa community. Anyone who has resorted to cannibalism must meet their end. Lin Ziyuan felt a surge of vindication. His spirits lifted as he returned to the villa. Deng Ying observed him, noting his unusual cheerfulness. "Have you found another beauty? Why are you so jubilant?" "Not at all. Am I not always this cheerful?" Qin Huiru, emerging, sniffed Lin Ziyuan. "Nonsense. You seem particularly happy today. Are you a bloodhound? Why are you sniffing me?" Qin Jingru laughed heartily. "This is our police dog. I don't care. I want Baidai to carry me to the third floor, or I shall bite your throat." "All right. Come down quickly. How can I carry you when you are so heavy?" "I don't care." With that, she lunged toward Lin Ziyuan's ear. Reluctantly, he hoisted Qin Huiru into the elevator. As she stepped out of the elevator, Lin Ziyuan was informed, "Lin, the villa has been cleared. Our security department has occupied 4 neighboring villas. I have already notified Zhao Hu to bring his team over. Create a group chat and add each squad leader." Wang Chong added 3 squad leaders, Zhao Hu, Chen Bin, and Li Hedong. "Greetings, Lin." Lin Ziyuan responded with a perfunctory acknowledgement. "You may symbolically recruit a few more people. Perhaps 10 per squad." Wang Chong noted, "Lin, I wish to visit the port. I have former comrades there. Could you assist them? Bring a few men tomorrow. We shall go together." "Thank you, Lin. The main concern is the weapons at the port. I wish to retrieve them." In truth, Lin Ziyuan had long desired to acquire weapons. After the last incident with the villa explosion, he wondered what he would do if faced with an even more formidable enemy. Deng Ying relayed Lin Ziyuan's plans to Qin Huiru and the others, and the three joined forces to persuade him not to venture out, suggesting that living a quiet life would suffice. Only by growing stronger can we deter attacks. I must go out to seek resources. Chapter 48, Prosperity at the Port. In the morning, Lin Ziyuan retrieved 7 snowmobiles from storage. Wang Chong, take everyone and clear the snow from the garage entrance, then come back to operate the snowmobiles. Wang Chong, already dressed, awaited Lin Ziyuan's command, pondering whether snowmobiles could traverse the snow. His curiosity piqued. He obeyed the order to clear the snow. Upon reaching the garage entrance with his team, their eyes widened in amazement at the sight of the 7 pristine snowmobiles, and they couldn't resist touching them. With these, we shall reach our destination today. Enough chatter. Let us get moving. The 7 snowmobiles burst forth from the garage entrance. A team member utilized an offline GPS to lead the way, while the others instinctively shielded Lin Ziyuan. The 7 snowmobiles tore through the once quiet community like a fleet of hypercars. Many residents peered out, mistaking them for an official rescue team. Lin Ziyuan reveled in the thrill of riding the snowmobile for the first time, exhilarated by the experience. All 7 were clad in riding gear, their helmets equipped with built-in Bluetooth intercoms. Residents along the roadside craned their necks to catch a glimpse, as the sound of vehicles had been absent since the apocalypse began. Sun Zihao, leading a few subordinates in installing a fireplace, also heard the snowmobiles. What is that sound? It seems to be snowmobiles. The group stood at the window, observing the impressive figures, with Sun Zihao remarking, "If I had such a tool, I'd never go hungry again. The search for food would be vastly expanded." With a sly smile, Sun Zihao replied, "Don't worry, brothers. They've emerged from the villa community. We shall steal from them later." Sun Li, catching the sound, peered through the window. Although she couldn't discern their faces, she recognized the silhouette of the young man she dreamed of nightly. Hearing her son's plan to steal, she smacked Sun Zihao on the head. "You're already 19. How can you still not understand the need for a stable life? Mother, this is the apocalypse. You tell me to live steadily?" Sun Zihao protested, clutching his head. Lin Ziyuan and his group advanced towards their destination at an average speed of 40 miles per hour, passing by a nearby community where some residents even chased after them, crying, "Help us! Don't leave." Many mistook them for an official rescue team, believing that even if they were not, they would not face shortages of supplies. "Boss, just now 7 snowmobiles passed by our community entrance. Did you see them clearly? Is an official rescue team?" "No. They seem to have emerged from our neighboring community." "Our neighboring community? You mean Greenland City?" "Yes, precisely from Greenland City. Keep a close watch on them. If they have come from Greenland City, they will undoubtedly return." The speaker is none other than the leader of Vank City. Once a social media influencer, has amassed a formidable gang of over 20 bodyguards and more than 50 male artists under his wing since the onset of the apocalypse. Lin Ziyuan never anticipated that on this outing, he would be monitored by at least a dozen gangs, predominantly composed of influencers, who, in their usual brashness, employed bodyguards. But now, in these dire times, have become their allies. Each of them possesses their own streaming rooms, with stockpiles of merchandise weighing several tons, some even reaching into the tens of tons. As they passed through each community, cries for help echoed around them. After cycling for over 5 hours, the group finally reached the dock. Lin Ziyuan, gazing at the rows of containers, yearned to take them away, for leaving them here would be a waste. Who knows what treasures might lie within? Wang Chong led the way ahead, stopping the vehicle in front of 3 warships. "Mr. Lin, please hold on. Let me contact my comrades." Lin Ziyuan's gaze was entirely captivated by the 3 warships, his heart aching to see them frozen solid on the ice. If only he could reveal his space now, he would have swept them all away with a mere gesture, just as he was lost in admiration. Wang Chong called him twice before he snapped back to reality and turned to look at him. Wang Chong had already boarded one of the warships and was waving at him. Following Wang Chong aboard, Lin Ziyuan was astonished to find not just a handful of people, but at least 30 souls aboard the vessel. Wang Chong kept a watchful eye on Lin Ziyuan, and when he noticed Lin looking his way, he lowered his head in embarrassment. Wang Chong's intent was to rescue his girlfriend, who happened to be one of the 10 comrades aboard. Upon learning of the rescue operation, all the logistical team members from the warship emerged, eager to be saved. Lin Ziyuan observed that these individuals were quite young. They were originally stationed there, while their true leaders had long since gone on leave after docking. "Mr. Lin, they haven't eaten for 3 days. Distribute the supplies we've brought among them." Wang Chong intended to privately explain the situation, but was interrupted by Lin Ziyuan's wave. "Wang Chong, remember whose man you are and who has allowed you to survive. If you dare to conceal anything from me now, will you not turn against me later?" Their dialogue took place through Bluetooth helmets, inaudible to others, and suddenly, Wang Chong knelt at Lin Ziyuan's feet. "Mr. Lin, I have not seen my family since I can remember. After 15 years of military service, I met my girlfriend. I should not have hidden the true purpose of my coming here, which is to rescue her. Wang Chang, rise. This is a one-time exception. If you repeat this, you know the consequences. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Only those wearing helmets were privy to their exchange. The others, witnessing Wang Chang kneeling and bowing, likely speculated about the nature of their conversation. Soon, others brought the supplies tied to the motorcycles and distributed them among the group, though each person received only half a biscuit. In the cockpit, Lin Ziyuan met with several captains. You are truly diligent, guarding such a vast port while remaining unaware of the countless supplies in the containers outside. Yet you endure hunger. Mr. Lin, I am Wang Ziyuan. Thank you for coming to rescue us. We dare not venture out for supplies, fearing punishment. All right, you all will return with us tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the captains felt a weight lift from their throats. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Now, stay here. I shall go ahead to the freight dock to search for treasures. Wang Ziyuan stepped forward. Mr. Lin, I know what you seek. Allow me to accompany you. Under Wang Ziyuan's guidance, they arrived at an armory filled with various weapons. These must be stored here once the warship docks. Listening to Wang Ziyuan's introduction, Lin Ziyuan felt a surge of excitement. The arsenal contained enough firearms and ammunition to equip 2 regiments. If he were to take it all, who would dare to threaten his villa? Wang Ziyuan then pointed to a cargo ship docked at the port. All the goods on that vessel are destined for the Middle East. I shall not reveal what lies within. Chapter 49, The Influencer's Apartment. All right, Wang Chang, come with me to the cargo dock. Understood, Mr. Lin. By the way, let us do this. Let these 7 motorcycles begin transporting supplies to the villa. We shall start moving overnight. Lin Ziyuan, accompanied by Wang Chang and 2 team members, walked towards the cargo dock while the others began transferring to the villa. Wang Chang found a pair of pliers and started opening containers to see if there were any usable goods inside. After opening over 100 containers, they discovered that most contained mere trinkets with no electronic products of any value. Damn it, this live streaming sales business is truly a scam. Didn't they say the containers were filled with good stuff? Let us head to that cargo ship bound for the Middle East. After trudging through the snow for over an hour, they finally boarded the ship, which was laden with thousands of containers. Wang Chang opened one, only to find it filled with wooden boxes. Mr. Lin, no need to look further. They are all grenades. After opening a dozen more containers, they encountered not only machine guns, but also suicide drones and even suicide airships. All right, let us head back and find a place to rest. I estimate it will take until tomorrow to transport everyone. The motorcycles made trip after trip, each carrying a person and fully loaded with equipment. Finally, by 4 o'clock the next afternoon, only one last trip remained. Lin Ziyuan instructed, you all go ahead. I will follow closely behind. This was an innocuous remark, but Wang Chang wished to stay and ensure safety, only to be declined by Lin Ziyuan. About an hour after they departed, Lin Ziyuan first arrived at the cargo ship and stored all the containers in a space, returning to the front of the warship. He glanced around. I shall not be polite. After collecting all 3 warships, Lin Ziyuan mounted his motorcycle and began to pursue them. How exhilarating it was. He never imagined he could commandeer such massive vessels. While lost in thought, he accelerated. Mr. Lin, can you keep up with us? Rest assured, I am right behind. Lin Ziyuan kept his eyes on the tire tracks as he drove. Night had completely fallen, and the motorcycle spotlight illuminated barely 3 meters ahead. At a turn, Lin Ziyuan failed to see the tire tracks and drove straight into the city. After half an hour, he realized he had taken a wrong turn, with office buildings lining both sides of the road, devoid of any residential structures. At this point, Wang Chang's calls to Lin Ziyuan could no longer reach him due to the distance. Lin Ziyuan decided to enter a large building. At the very least, he could wait until dawn to return to the villa, as driving at night was too conspicuous. Observing the building before him, he deemed it acceptable. Lin Ziyuan concealed his motorcycle in his space, retrieved his machine gun and flashlight, and entered the building. The second-floor windows had all been shattered, and deep snow had blown inside, creating an eerie stillness where every step crunched on the snow. It was not until Lin Ziyuan climbed the stairs to the 4th floor that he realized this was not an office building, but clearly an apartment complex. Kicking open the door of a nearby room, Lin Ziyuan shone his flashlight around the standard layout of the kitchen, living room, and bathroom, noting that the furnishings were distinctly feminine. He pulled out his phone, intending to inform Wang Chang of his misdirection, only to find that it had frozen and shut down. Upon entering the bedroom, he discovered a lump beneath the blanket, likely the deceased occupant, and instinctively closed the bedroom door behind him. Seated upon the sofa, Lin Ziyuan prepared to spend the evening in solitude, the absence of company allowing him to freely unveil an array of delectable treats from his spatial realm. The warmth of this dwelling paled in comparison to the coziness of his villa, prompting Lin Ziyuan to retrieve the steamy essence of hot pot to invigorate his evening. He arranged several outdoor lamps, illuminating the room with a bright glow, and after thawing the hot pot base with 3 canisters of gas, he adorned the table with a feast while vigilantly keeping an eye on the entrance, his 5-shot firearm poised before him. Just as he savored a few morsels, the sound of footsteps resonated from outside the door. Lin Ziyuan swiftly grasped his weapon, intending to extinguish the lights, but it was already too late. The footsteps grew ever closer. Feeling increasingly vulnerable, he extracted an AK-47 from his spatial storage, his gaze fixated on the door. The footsteps approached, and he could discern a conversation taking place. "Old Gua, did you not turn off the lights in 403? "I did. The tenant inside has passed away. I reported it 2 days ago. Then how is there still light within? Old Jew, do not frighten me. I'm certain I reported it. See for yourself the illumination in the room. Then simply change it upon entry." The 2 men entered Lin Ziyuan's room, only to find him seated on the sofa, weapon in hand, aimed at them. Lin Ziyuan shone a flashlight into their eyes. "Who are you? Do not move. Boss, we mean no harm. We are from the property management of this building." Upon realizing they were from management, Lin Ziyuan lowered the flashlight, allowing their eyes some respite. The 2 men gazed longingly at the sumptuous spread on the table. "Would you like to eat?" Lin Ziyuan inquired. "Boss, we are absolutely starving." "Very well, answer my questions, and you may partake." "Of course, boss, please ask away." From the 2 property managers, Lin Ziyuan learned that this building was the famed Qiantang landmark, Shanshui era. He had indeed visited this structure before to collaborate with internet celebrities, but the darkness of the night, compounded by the heavy snowfall blanketing the 2nd floor, had deterred him from returning. The 2 men voraciously devoured the food, undeterred by the heat. "Thank you, boss. How many people still reside in this building?" "Originally, there were 700 residents. Now only over 2,000 remain. Next door, at Lijing International, there were over 20,000, and now around 15,000 remain. That is quite a number of survivors." Through their explanations, Lin Ziyuan discovered that both buildings housed extensive supermarkets and over 200 dining establishments. Isn't there a saying that selling sanitary napkins at Lijing International can yield millions in a year? This illustrates how bustling it is here. What about electricity supply? We are classified as an apartment building, unlike residential ones. We only receive power for an hour each day. You property managers are quite diligent, maintaining operations even amidst the apocalypse. Our boss believes the snowstorm will eventually pass, which is why we maintain order and continue collecting rent each month. Unfortunately, the snowstorm has yet to cease, and we have been out of supplies for 3 days. 3 days without food shouldn't lead to starvation. But what of this individual? She has been unable to afford food for quite some time. Upon learning the background, the 2 property managers escorted Lin Ziyuan to the 6th floor office, where he could stay for the night, especially since his phone was nearly dead. At this moment, Wang Chong and the others must be quite anxious. Chapter 50, Various Internet Celebrities. "Boss, please take a seat. The power will return in half an hour." Only 15 property staff remained in the entire building, scattered across the 615th floor. Suddenly, a chime indicated that electricity had returned to the apartment, allowing Lin Ziyuan to quickly recharge his phone. The firearm he had held was stowed away in his spatial realm, but he still kept 2 handguns in his bag. Upon opening his phone, he was greeted with an overwhelming number of unread messages. Wang Chong and his team were tirelessly searching the roads, while Deng Ying had made over 70 voice calls. "Wang Chong, I am lost, currently at Lijing International. The darkness is too thick for you to come looking for me." He also called Deng Ying to inform her he would return the following day, hearing the anxious cries of the 3 women in the villa. Wang Chong had knocked on doors to inquire if anyone had returned, only to discover that everyone else had made it back except for him. Upon seeing the messages, he texted, "Lin, we are coming to get you now. There's no need, it is too late." After much insistence, Wang Chong finally relented, assuring Lin Ziyuan he would come for him first thing in the morning. Listening to Lin Ziyuan's conversation, the 2 property managers sensed he must be a figure of considerable influence. "Boss, could you possibly take us with you? I apologize, but I too am under someone else's roof." The 2 men, upon hearing these words, refrained from pressing further, especially after enjoying Lin Ziyuan's hot pot feast. "Boss, would you care for a warm bed tonight?" Lin Ziyuan regarded Old Jew. "What do you mean? Do not come any closer." Olwa, noticing Lin Ziyuan's hand slipping into his pocket, hurriedly intervened. "Boss, Old Jew means no offense. The beautiful women in our building would gladly warm your bed for just a bucket of instant noodles. Are you 2 old men, indeed, peddling such wares?" Through their explanations, Lin Ziyuan learned of the sordid tale. Many impoverished internet celebrities have begun with the supermarket owner's initiative, leading to an uncontrollable situation. Those without money were merely required to accompany the owner for a night in exchange for a bucket of instant noodles. The less fortunate internet celebrities bartered their bodies, while the wealthier ones simply purchased the experience, leading to the supermarket owner's demise on the fourth day. Now, food was unattainable, even for those with money, leading to the big-name internet celebrities in the ownership group proclaiming a bucket of instant noodles could procure a night-esque companionship. That is quite a peculiar arrangement. How many have you two entertained? We have none. Old Jew foolishly sold a box of instant noodles for 50,000, or else we could have found a few. You two old lechayers are quite amusing. In a jovial mood, Lin Ziyuan retrieved 2 bottles of liquor from behind the sofa. He had purposefully brought a backpack upon entering, ensuring they would not see him conjure items from thin air. We can endure hardship and forage for roots and bark to eat. Otherwise, we would have starved long ago. The 2 men gazed at the liquor on the table, their eyes widening. Drink up, this is for you both, Lin Ziyuan said, turning away to retrieve 2 bags of peanuts from the backpack. Boss, after indulging in your generous offerings, we are at a loss for how to express our gratitude. All our thanks shall be poured into the liquor. After feasting and drinking, the 2 men began to feel a bit tipsy. Boss, you have no idea how many stunning internet celebrities reside in this building. They are absolutely breathtaking. Olgwa, you are mistaken. They all seem to possess the same internet celebrity visage. Boss, would you care to choose and take a look? They are indeed captivating. Lead the way, let's explore. Lin Ziyuan's curiosity was piqued by their provocations. Isn't it said that delivery personnel arriving at this building earn 12 yuan for running errands, only to spend 200? Under their guidance, they arrived at the first internet celebrity's door. Boss, she shakes it like no other. Who could endure 10 seconds? Old Boy discreetly glanced toward the door as Lin Ziyuan shot him a look, prompting Old Boy to rap on the door. When the door swung open, the 2 men quickly concealed themselves. The internet celebrity who answered the door seemed vaguely familiar to Lin Ziyuan, though he could not place her. He stepped inside with the intent to merely observe. Boss, stop dawdling, come right in. To his surprise, it was Suin Bayo, now resembling a woman in her 40s, whose only talent appeared to be a singular dance move. Do not misunderstand, I merely came to take a look. Suin Bayo, already in the process of disrobing, heard his words and promptly opened the door wider. Get out now. I'm starving and do not have time for games. How about this? I recall you had quite the twist. Show me a move. Lin Ziyuan extracted 10 Snickers bars from his pocket and placed them upon the table. Upon beholding the delectable offerings, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Boss, I shall dance for you immediately. Allow me to play some music. The sight of her movements made Lin Ziyuan feel nauseous. Her corpulent figure, clad in heavy garments, resembled that of a clumsy bear. Extinguishing any desire, he had to continue watching. As he turned to leave, Suin Bayo hastily seized his arm. Boss, please don't go. It's too cold for dancing. Come to my room, and I assure you, you will witness my impressive skills. Thank you, but no need, he replied. These treats are for you. Lin Ziyuan opened the door and stepped outside. Upon seeing the boss emerge, Old Gu approached him directly. Wow, you're so young and quick. Lin Ziyuan playfully swatted his hat, retorting, what nonsense. I was merely observing, not engaging in any action. I have long maintained that this influencer is inadequate. Her age and heavy makeup are far from her type. Old Gu, you misguided guide. Old Jew promptly bent at the waist in a gesture of invitation. Boss, follow me. I shall introduce you to someone more suitable. Lin Ziyuan found amusement in their antics. This influencer is unsuitable for commerce, and this one is too old. Under Old Jew's guidance, they arrived at another door. Boss, this one dances splendidly and is youthful. Lin Ziyuan gestured for him to knock. The 2 men displayed remarkable understanding. Upon the door opening, they swiftly stepped aside. The woman who answered was bundled in multiple layers of clothing. Upon entering, Lin Ziyuan realized she was an old acquaintance. Her showcase in the company was filled with items from his supply chain. Kong, a long time no see. The influencer, recognizing him, initially expressed surprise, but quickly regained her composure, as it was uncommon for her not to recognize such figures. Do you have any food? Please. I'm utterly depleted of energy. I'm willing to do anything for sustenance. Lin Ziyuan retrieved 10 Snickers bars from his pocket and, feigning nonchalance, produced 2 buckets of instant noodles from his backpack. Kongo eagerly rushed to grab a Snickers, as if summoning every ounce of strength to tear open the packaging. In less than 20 seconds, she had devoured one. Are all these for me? With renewed vigor, she pointed at the food on the table. They're all yours. Upon hearing this, Kongo began to remove her clothing. Ah, no need to undress, Lin Ziyuan quickly interjected. Hearing his words, Kongo, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Does the boss not find me appealing? Rest assured, I will serve you diligently. No need for that. I assure you, all this food is indeed yours. At that moment, Konga finally recognized her benefactor, kneeling and clutching Lin Ziyuan's leg. President Lin, it is you. Please save me. I'm already aiding you by providing you with this sustenance. No, you're in the supply chain business with vast warehouses. Surely you have an abundance of food. Please, help me. If I truly had excess food, I wouldn't be giving you this much. At this point, Konga clutched all the food to her chest, fearful it will be taken from her. Chapter 51. The Influencer Mother and Daughter. Lin Ziyuan opened the door and exited her room. The two older men immediately surrounded him. Boss, you came out so quickly. You must not have liked her. I must find someone who pleases the boss, Old Gu insisted. Let us head to the 8th floor. There are a pair of influencers there that the boss will surely fancy. They're twins. Lin Ziyuan had initially approached this gathering of influencers with the mindset of an onlooker, eager to witness the spectacle of this doomsday scenario. The 8th floor comprised a duplex apartment. Guided by Old Gu's description, they arrived at the twins' door. Upon the door opening, Lin Ziyuan entered the room. The two beauties appeared famished, their faces pale, stripped of any semblance of influencer glamour. Handing them the Snickers, he provided a small boost of energy. Boss, we are to chow and chow. If you could, please take us in. We do not wish to starve. Lin Ziyuan opened his Dian app to view their previous videos, noting the stark contrast between their past selves and their current state. I will leave you a bit of food. Strive to survive. He placed some compressed biscuits on the table, preparing to exit the room, realizing that these sisters excelled only in posing, lacking any genuine talents. Upon seeing Lin Ziyuan emerge from the room, Old Gu and Old Gu nearly knelt before him. Boss, what kind of woman do you truly desire? Just then, a head peeked out from a door 3 rooms away. Is there anyone who can save me? Lin Ziyuan quickly approached, bending to assist her up, feeling an undeniable spark as their eyes met. You all can head back. I believe this lady requires my assistance. At this moment, Old Gu exchanged knowing glances with his companion. Take your time, boss. We'll be on our way. Lin Ziyuan helped the woman into the room. Retrieving some candies from his backpack, it was evident she was suffering from low blood sugar. After consuming the candy and a bottle of milk, she visibly improved. Thank you for saving my life. No need for thanks, Lin Ziyuan replied, pulling out a bucket of instant noodles and a roasted chicken from Sam's Club. The women, drawn by the aroma of the chicken, rushed forward to snatch it. Easy now, you fierce lady. I apologize. It's just a habit. Lin Ziyuan recognized her immediately. Was this not the northeastern influencer, your Shui? What brings you to Qiantang? I thought you were a northeastern influencer. Your Shui had previously posted in the owner-S group seeking supplies. She had assumed Lin Ziyuan was there for an exchange, leaning against him. Upon recognizing him, she clarified the truth, revealing that she had been selecting products for 2 months and had not anticipated encountering this snowstorm. Lin Ziyuan tore apart the chicken and offered it to her, watching her devour it ravenously. Slow down. No one is competing with you. No sooner had he spoken than footsteps echoed from the upper floor and a head emerged from the staircase. Her influencer daughter, Dwayne Wen. Mom, what are you eating? It smells so good. Lin Ziyuan observed the dynamic between this influencer mother and daughter, reminiscent of the bickering typically portrayed in comedic sketches. Come down quickly. This uncle brought roasted chicken. What did you say, uncle? Dwayne Wen seized the half chicken from the table and began to feast, exclaiming, so delicious, so fragrant. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui had eaten her fill, nestling against Lin Ziyuan. Her thoughts revolved around self-sacrifice, determined not to let her daughter suffer alongside this man. Darling, take the remaining food upstairs to eat. I wish to converse with this uncle for a while. Just then, the power went out, plunging the room into darkness. Lin Ziyuan reached into his backpack, producing 4 lamps and illuminating the room. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve a package. Lin Ziyuan stated, stepping out of the room only to return from the stairwell with a complete barbecue set, accompanied by numerous side dishes. The mother and daughter stared in awe at the spread, their mouths agape. A barbecue feast was surely a delight for Northeasterners. Boss, why didn't you bring this out sooner? Dwayne Wen gazed eagerly at Lin Ziyuan, hoping to hear him agree to exchange food for their company. I merely got lost and stumbled upon this place. Lin Ziyuan explained earnestly as he opened the packaging. Upon hearing his story, the mother and daughter exchanged glances filled with disappointment. Come, let us eat together, though I must confess I'm not adept at grilling. Dwayne Wen immediately raised her hand. I can do it, I can. Xiao Shui nestled against Lin Ziyuan on the sofa, protective of her daughter. I may have to impose on you both today. I plan to leave early tomorrow morning. Just moments ago, Lin Ziyuan found himself deprived of the hot pot feast, devoured entirely by the 2 property staff members. After a strenuous climb and an entertaining performance, hunger had long since settled in. Upon hearing that the other party would be departing early the next morning, both individuals relaxed their vigilance somewhat. Xiaoxiu personally placed the grilled meat into Lin Ziyuan's mouth. The grilling was impeccable. It was delicious. Gazing at the sizzling beef and lamb chops on the hot plate, neither of them dared to indulge until Lin Ziyuan spoke. Go ahead and eat. Don't just let me feast alone. It turned out that there was a regulation within the apartment. No one was allowed to pilfer the boss's supplies, lest they be expelled. Upon hearing this, they felt emboldened to eat heartily, with Ziyuan feeding Lin Ziyuan as they dined. The temperature in the room rose slightly due to the grilling. Mom, stop lounging in his embrace as if you've never encountered a man before. What can I say? Your mother tricked me into coming to Qiantang under the pretense of finding me a male model. And what did I get? Not a single soul. And to top it all off, we faced this snow disaster. Did I not find someone for you? And yet you still blame me for your dissatisfaction. Ziyuan retorted directly. You must be joking. You thought I'd fancy a delicate little pup? I'm a woman from northeast China. How could I possibly be attracted to someone like that? Lin Ziyuan merely chuckled, remaining silent as he watched the mother-daughter banter unfold like a comedic skit. Just because you don't fancy that style, doesn't he mean he wouldn't prefer a mature woman like you? Well, let us see. In bed, if I moved a little, who will be the one calling out, him or me? Don't think I don't know. You've been looking for a big Russian man to sing with. Ziyuan, upon hearing this, immediately turned to Lin Ziyuan. She is slandering me. She is accusing me falsely. With her feeding, Lin Ziyuan had finally had his fill. Wen, you should head upstairs. I need to discuss a few matters with your uncle. You shameless woman, was her parting shot as she ascended the stairs. Boss, shall we commence now? I'm merely here for a temporary stay. I harbor no ulterior motives. You needn't adhere to the expectations of your group. Upon hearing this, Ziyuan felt a twinge of disappointment, believing that Lin Ziyuan held no interest in her and preferred her daughter. Please spare Wen, boss. I could do anything. What can she, a mere girl, offer without inciting your displeasure? Enough. There's no need to elaborate. I'll be leaving at dawn. With a power outage outside. Lin Ziyuan chose not to explore the trendy building any further. Seeing him make no move, Ziyuan went upstairs to console her daughter. Wen, she seems to look down on me. Why don't you go instead? Just then, the drowsy Lin Ziyuan was startled awake by Wen's sudden embrace. For it was not that he did not desire rest, but rather that they had grown quite odorous. Tell your mother that I have no intentions of resting, he said. Wen pouted and scampered back upstairs. Chapter 52, Regal International. A night devoid of conversations passed, and as dawn broke, Lin Ziyuan's phone began to ring. Wang Chong and his group of 12 had arrived downstairs. Mr. Lin, we are here. Please come down. The rumble of motorcycles echoed below, attracting the attention of many. Both mother and daughter had not dared to sleep deeply, fearing Lin Ziyuan might harbor some unsavory intentions. Their dread was not of losing their virtue, but rather of losing their lives. Hearing the call from downstairs, they hurried to descend. Boss, are you leaving? Indeed. May fate bring us together again. Lin Ziyuan replied before opening the door and stepping out. The mother and daughter peered out from the window, spotting 6-car headlights glaring below. Oh no! Why did we ask them to take us along? Passing by the rooms of the lecherous old men, Laogua and Lao Zhu, Lin Ziyuan knocked on their door. Boss, did you enjoy yourself last night? So, it turns out you like this sort of thing? We actually have quite a few in our apartment. All right, I must be on my way. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Ziyuan found Wang Chong surrounded by a throng of people. Wang Chong, please help me push my motorcycle out. The crowd treated Wang Chong like a rescue team, clamoring for assistance. As Lin Ziyuan mounted his motorcycle, preparing to leave, Ziyuan burst from the building. Boss, please save us, mother and daughter. In that moment, regret washed over her. Why hadn't she asked for help last night? I'm sorry, but I lack the resources to rescue anyone. Please, save my daughter. Can you help her? Lin Ziyuan glanced at Wang Chong, who instantly understood and pulled the woman entangled at Lin Ziyuan's feet away. Lao Zhu and Laogua also rushed out, calling to Wang Chong, Commander. Could you do us a favor? What assistance do you require? A gang from Regal International has emerged, wreaking havoc in our apartment. They even killed someone yesterday. We are all under the same property management, and they are seeking help from us to intervene. Given your equipment, we hope you could deal with these evildoers. The building in front? Lead the way. Upon hearing they could help, the two immediately took the lead. The two buildings were not far apart. 7 motorcycles arrived at Regal International, where Wang Chong left 3 individuals to guard while the rest followed Lin Ziyuan into the building. They proceeded to the 7th floor, where 2 individuals had been murdered. Under the guidance of the property management, they began to search the floors. This was Qiantang's largest single structure, spanning nearly 300,000 square feet. Boss, we have confirmed they are on the 8th floor, room 8106. Lin Ziyuan, weary of climbing, delegated the task to Wang Chong. Just throw those individuals down from the building. Lao Zhu, hearing this, quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for your assistance, boss. By the way, I'm sure there are influencers you would like on the 9th floor. Thanks, Lao Zhu. No need for introductions. You'll definitely like them. I'll fetch the video for you. It was sent to me by the property manager. Upon watching the video, Lin Ziyuan found yet another posed influencer. The footage was genuinely impressive, showcasing a figure that could balance a bottle of mineral water on her posterior. Lao Zhu observed Lin Ziyuan's fascination. So, boss, do you like it? 3 boxes of instant noodles will suffice for you to take her away. So, you're trafficking humans? Lin Ziyuan shot Lao Zhu a menacing glare. No, boss, you misunderstand. It's the norm in this building. As long as food is offered, they can take them away. It seemed Regal International was smarter than the adjacent buildings. Those who could provide food would undoubtedly have an abundance. Young and voluptuous, I have little interest in such girls. Suddenly, screams echoed from outside the building, and Lin Ziyuan understood that Wang Chong had successfully resolved the matter. Before long, they descended. Let's go, Mr. Lin. Your phone is off again. The ladies have called several times. As Lin Ziyuan led his team back, they were immediately surrounded upon reaching the entrance. Boss, please save me. Help me, I beg you. Give me something to eat. Can I join your group, boss? Boss, I could do anything. Please take me with you. Lao Zhu unexpectedly rushed forward with the 2 influencers he had just filmed. Boss, take these 2 sisters with you. Lin Ziyuan regarded the 2, identified as Xiaofan and Qian, both posing influencers. I'll act 2 maids at my villa. If you both are willing, you may come with me. Upon hearing this, the 2 sisters appeared reluctant. Lao Zhu hastily nudged them from behind. Aren't you going to thank the boss? Enough, Lao Zhu. Some matters cannot be forced. Perhaps fate will bring us together again. Just as Lin Ziyuan started his motorcycle to head back, the 2 sisters knelt on the ground. Boss, please take us with you. We can be your maids. By this point, the motorcycle had already pulled away, while Wang Chong remained surrounded by numerous residents. Lin Ziyuan drew his pistol and fired 3 shots into the air. Wang Chong, you softened. Hearing this, Wang Chong revved the engine, pushing through the crowd that parted in fear. As they reached the entrance of Shanshui Times Plaza, the road was once again clogged with people. Lin Ziyuan spotted the influencer mother and daughter duo blocking the way. Boss, please take us with you. Amidst the crowd, Lin Ziyuan maintained his pace, deftly maneuvering as bodies instinctively parted to make way. Lin, do you not have any preferences? Someone inquired. My villa is filled with celebrities. I merely appreciate internet personalities from afar. Bringing them home would only diminish the stature of my residence, he replied. Captain, did you hear that? Our Lin doesn't need these internet faces, one remarked. However, there is nothing wrong with them visiting for leisure, Lin Ziyuan added, causing Wang Chong to nearly collide with a tree in surprise. Boss, look at them again. They treat us with utter disregard, parading in front of our door daily. Let the big dog follow them and ascertain which unit and building they belong to. Understood, Brother Donkey. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Ziyuan entrusted his motorcycle to Wang Chong for safekeeping. I'm back, he announced, observing the 3 ladies inside the villa who remained silent at his arrival. Oh, is that not our Lin? How is the internet celebrity building treating you? Still out at night? I presume a beauty from there has ensnared you, making you reluctant to return, one teased. What is the matter? Didn't you bring back a few internet stars? Lin Ziyuan retorted, you 3, if I had known, I would have brought a horde of them back. Dare to mock me? Fine, we'll make room for you. We'll move out, they quipped. Having shed his attire, Lin Ziyuan prepared for a bath when he heard Qin Jingru's remark and turned to face them. All right, then you 3 may vacate today. The trio was instantly silenced, with Deng Ying shedding tears first. It was her suggestion to leave, not mine. Qin Huiru hurriedly stripped off her clothes to join Lin Ziyuan in the bath. Exactly. We never suggested it. Meanwhile, Qin Jingru stood there, suddenly bursting into tears. I was only joking. I never intended to leave. Enough. Come in and enjoy the bath. Lin Ziyuan said, fully aware they were reluctant to move out and merely teasing them. Chapter 53. The Son Who Pits His Mother. After bathing, Lin Ziyuan, clad in attire thanks to Qin Jingru's assistance, found her as docile as a kitten. Following lunch, he embraced her for a nap. Your earlier words startled them. Qin Jingru murmured, nestled against his chest. It was merely a jest. There is no need to take it to heart. In the garage, 2 unwelcome guests awaited. A large dog sent by Brother Donkey and Son Zawa. The 2, feeling guilty, hurriedly fled upon spotting each other. How's it going? Have you spotted the motorcycle? At the entrance of Villa 57, all 7 are there. Excellent. Shall we steal them? Tonight we act. But Brother Hao, they possess firearms. Once we steal them, we can relocate to another community. With motorcycles, we need not fret over resources, the group fervently debated. Wang Chong forwarded the villa's defense map, centered around Lin Ziyuan's villa, with 5 team members assigned to each building, creating overlapping fields of fire. Good, you managed the strategy, Lin Ziyuan instructed. We wish to search for supplies outside. We can't always rely on you. You may fish for now. When the opportunity arises, we'll devise a plan. Lin Ziyuan envisioned creating a plantation utilizing the effects of light. Brother Donkey, I've located the motorcycles. 7 are right next door. Splendid. Inform the brothers. At dawn, we shall seize them. Typically, Brother Donkey exuded arrogance in the Greenland community, with no one daring to confront him, having previously defeated local ruffians. As night fell, Lin Ziyuan was cozied up with the ladies watching an apocalyptic film when a sudden phone call startled them. What is it? I'll go take a look. Lin Ziyuan said, rising to leave. Danging, curious, asked what was amiss. Nothing, just a few petty thieves. I'll check it out. Upon seeing the crouched figures, he recognized the leader as none other than Sun Ziyuan. What is this? Did you not learn from your last fishing trip? Now you come to steal my motorcycles? Sun Ziyuan, having already received a beating, was now subdued. I'll just fish again to make amends. Call your mother. Let her come as a hostage. Sun Ziyuan looked up at Lin Ziyuan. I swear if I say I'll fish to make amends, I will. Why must my mother be a hostage? Wang Chong restrained his men, fully aware of Lin Ziyuan's unique relationship with Sun Ziyuan's mother. Less chatter, make it quick. Learning that Lin Ziyuan had detained her son, she felt relieved. After all, he was her godson. Surely he wouldn't harm him. Shortly after, Sun Li arrived at the garage, immediately berating her son. I told you to learn something worthwhile, yet you disregarded it and resorted to thievery. Enough of that. Go be a hostage for me. Let your son fish to redeem you. Sun Li's face could not conceal her delight. She had long wished to meet Lin Ziyuan, dreaming of him nightly. Let them all go, Lin Ziyuan commanded, turning to leave, with Sun Li hastening to follow. Brother Hao, I sense Aunt Sun is rather eager to be a hostage. Sun Ziyuan remarked. What did you just say? Look, Brother Hao, Aunt Sun is linking arms with him. Sun Ziyuan squinted, indeed seeing his mother entwined with Lin Ziyuan. Enough staring. Go fish tomorrow, he dismissed. Sun Li, bashfully lowering her head while holding on to Lin Ziyuan, resembled a pair of newly acquainted lovers strolling. So, did you learn anything from a movie? You're so naughty. I merely watched to relieve boredom. They chatted as they returned to the villa. This time without Lin Ziyuan needing to issue commands. I'll wash up first, then come find you upstairs. Oh, I thought it was someone else. It's the kid's mother who has arrived, Lin Ziyuan teased, taking Qin Huiru's hand and leading her upstairs. Can't you hold your tongue for once? Unexpectedly, Sun Li, returning for the second time, had no reservations. A bunch of pretty faces who can't even serve their man properly, yet let him think of other women. I suggest you leave early instead of occupying the space without contributing. Her words struck hard, prompting Ding Ying and the others to rush downstairs to confront her, only to be firmly restrained by Lin Ziyuan. Enough, if you continue to bicker, I'll have you all thrown out. Witnessing Lin Ziyuan's genuine anger, they fell silent. Beidai, I want that braised eggplant. I can't reach it, Qin Huiru whined. Lin Ziyuan picked up the dish and placed it in her bowl, only for her to request him to serve all the food. Sun Li settled in Lin Ziyuan's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. I want some shrimp. Can you peel one for me? Consequently, four lovely ladies took turns perching on Lin Ziyuan's lap. That night, none returned to their own rooms, all squeezing into Lin Ziyuan's. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, Wang Chang's phone call disrupted him. Speak, if there's nothing urgent. You're in deep trouble. It was Wang Chang's first glimpse of Lin Ziyuan's morning temper. Boss, over 50 individuals are advancing towards our villa, armed with various weapons. Should we open fire? Is that even a question? Whoever steps onto our territory will be met with force, Lin Ziyuan replied decisively. Following his orders, Wang Chang began to arrange the tactical response. Zhao Hu, let them in, then block their escape route. Brother Donkey led his crew boldly into the villa area, just as Zhao Hu and 10 team members intercepted their retreat. Wang Chang, with over 20 men, positioned themselves in shooting stances. A sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of fire. The machine guns roared, mercilessly consuming the enemies before them. Caught off guard, Brother Donkey and his crew fell to the ground. Crying for mercy, we surrender. From initial 50+, only 10 remained after the onslaught. Wang Chang issued a command to cease fire, as he sought to ascertain the origin and motives of the enemy. Those who remained alive, hands clasped atop their heads, made their way to the vacant space nearby. The once arrogant Brother Donkey, accompanied by his surviving underlings, approached the adjacent area. Once Wang Chang had gleaned the full details of their arrival and intentions, he conveyed this information to Lin Ziyuan. Not having received a response, Wang Chang resolved to eliminate them. Zhao Hu hurriedly approached, saying, Captain, let us make use of this free labor. We can't leave these corpses in the garage. Have them carried outside and dig a sizable snow pit. Chapter 54, Century Green City. Lin Ziyuan indulged in a brief nap, awakening only to discover Wang Chang's message. He exited the villa to be met with the acrid stench of blood permeating the garage. Wang Chang and his companions noticed Lin Ziyuan and swiftly approached him. Mr. Lin. By this time, All the bodies in the garage had been cleared, while Brother Donkey and his crew were busy wiping the floor with clothing stripped from the deceased. All right, take these people outside and execute them. No, brother, please. I have elderly parents and young children. Spare my life, and I will serve you in the future. Lin Ziyuan took a flashlight from Wang Chong and walked toward the kneeling enemies. Upon seeing him approach, Brother Donkey recognized the leader and quickly bowed his head to the ground, pleading, "Please spare us, brother. We were wrong." Lin Ziyuan lifted a foot and placed it on Brother Donkey's back, commanding, "Raise your head." Brother Donkey hurriedly obeyed, and Lin Ziyuan finally recognized him. "I thought you were someone else. Is that not the internet sensation, Brother Donkey?" Little Donkey, he nodded and bowed repeatedly. "Did you have the audacity to covet my motorcycle? Do you wish to die?" "I wouldn't dare, brother. I truly wouldn't. I was blind to my circumstances, mistakenly entering the realm of immortals." "Enough, get up." Hearing he was permitted to rise, he stood cautiously. "You're doing quite well for yourself, with so many underlings." "I wouldn't dare, truly." At that moment, Sun Zhao arrived, carrying 6 fish to redeem his mother. "I brought the fish. Can you release my mother now?" Lin Ziyuan turned to him, signaling his subordinates to take the fish. "Go to the villa entrance to meet your mother. I've already notified her. Remember, if you dare to covet my motorcycle again, next time at 1 TB, so simple." Upon hearing this, Brother Donkey exclaimed, Brother, we'll also go fishing to redeem ourselves. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. Do you think I have any interest in your worthless fish?" Lin Ziyuan kicked him. Yes, brother, I don't mean to trouble you, but I have no mother. I have a streamer and a girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan's eyes lit up. It seemed that the streamers he sought all resided in Century Green City. "Take me to your place." "Of course, brother, after you." Lin Ziyuan, accompanied by several team members, rode motorcycles to Century Green. "Brother, I tell you, there are so many female streamers in Century Green, as long as you like. My 7 floral beauties are all yours." Upon arriving at the building, Lin Ziyuan led Wang Chong and the others upstairs. The place was filled with spacious apartments. It seemed the veteran streamers from KS were indeed wealthier than the new ones from Dowai. Under Little Donkey's guidance, they arrived at an office. "Brother, wait here. I'll go fetch some streamers. I know them all. First, call those under your own banner." Soon, Little Donkey returned with a dozen women into the office. "Behave yourselves. This time we've encountered stiff opposition. Each of them has their own armed forces." Lin Ziyuan scrutinized the women before him, finding none appealing. "How many of these streamers have you slept with?" "Brother, speak plainly. Mr. Lin is asking you a question." Zhao interjected fiercely. "I've slept with these 3. Lin Ziyuan glanced at the trio. One was his lawful wife, and the other 2 were streamers. "Well, Little Donkey, didn't you swear you had no ties with Tong Tong? You ungrateful wretch. I'll beat you to death." Little Donkey's wife lunged at him, clawing at his face. "Stop. I'm not here to witness your brawl." Lin Ziyuan's voice startled everyone into submission. He waved at Little Donkey's wife. "Come here. What's your name?" "Mr. Lin, I'm Rong Rong." Looking at Rong Rong's appearance, she resembled a snake spirit. If he were Little Donkey, he'd surely seek another woman. "All 3 of you who have slept with Little Donkey, you may leave." Lin Ziyuan found himself unable to be harsh with them. He stood and approached a slender girl. "Are you called Xiao Shuang?" "Yes, Mr. Lin." "Would you like to dine with me at my villa?" Xiao Shuang glanced at Little Donkey, who, in fear, said, "Brother is asking you a question. Why are you looking at me?" "I would like to." "In that case, I'll take Xiao Shuang back for lunch and you." Lin Ziyuan pointed at Little Donkey. "Brother, please don't kill me. For now, I'll spare your life for a few days. Go find more beauties in Century Green for me to admire." "Brother, I assure you, I'll arrange it right away. Let us exchange contact information." Lin Ziyuan rode back to the villa, with Xiao Shuang tightly embracing him from behind. Upon entering the villa, she realized that this Mr. Lin was a godlike figure. "Undress, then go wash up." Following orders, Xiao Shuang went to the nearby bath. Lin Ziyuan plunged into the pool, feeling numb from the cold after his outing. Deng Ying approached the poolside with fruit, hearing commotion from the bathing area. "Another one brought in?" Lin Ziyuan swam to the edge of the pool, picked up a strawberry, and began to eat. "Yes, a beautiful streamer. Oomph. You're full of energy all day." Qin Huiru, having shed her clothes, entered the pool. "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" "No, of course not." Xiao Shuang, hearing the conversation outside, peeked her head out from the bathing area. Upon spotting her, Deng Ying cheerily beckoned. "Come here, have some fruit." "Can I have a piece of clothing?" "I don't have any in the villa." "Look at your sister in the pool. Does she have clothes?" Xiao Shuang, noticing Qin Huiru in a swimsuit, shyly stepped out of the bathing area. "Don't bully the honest ones. Wait here while I fetch you a nightgown," Deng Ying said before heading to the dressing room. "Let us go for a swim. The water temperature is just right." Following the command, Xiao Shuang entered the pool, eyeing the fruit at the edge. "Can I eat?" Qin Huiru extended her hand, offering, "Of course you can." Lin Ziyuan observed them, feeling perplexed. Had they all changed? Why were they suddenly so kind, offering clothes and fruit? Where S. Qin Jingru? She S. engrossed in that game you played. She S. in the esports room. Deng Ing emerged, holding a nightgown. Lin Ziyuan exited the pool, and Deng Ing, with keen awareness, dried him off and draped a bathrobe over his shoulders. Let us go upstairs. What do you want to eat tonight? Qin Huiru turned to Xiao Shuang, asking, Sister, what do you wish to eat tonight? I do like something warm. Then let us have hot pot tonight. Seafood hot pot. Yay. Deng Ing jumped up, embracing Lin Ziyuan. I'll go prepare the ingredients. You two come upstairs when you're done swimming. At that moment, Xiao Shuang felt that the person before her was not frightening. Instead, he was particularly caring and attentive towards her. Chapter 55, The Rescue Station. Lin Ziyuan and Deng Ing had prepared all the seafood. And when Qin Huiru arrived with Xiao Shuang on the third floor, they were greeted by a table laden with delicacies. Sea cucumbers, abalone, lobsters, king crabs, and salmon in various forms. You all sit. I'll go call Qin Jingru. Lin Ziyuan stealthily approached the esports room, where Qin Jingru was deeply engrossed in her game. Wearing headphones, he suddenly grasped her shoulders from behind, startling her into a scream. Upon turning to see Lin Ziyuan, tears streamed down her face. You wretched scoundrel. You nearly frightened me to death. The latter burst into hearty laughter, urging, come on, enough of the games, it's time for dinner. As they gathered around the dining table, Lin Ziyuan distinctly felt a sense of neglect. The three women were busy serving Xiao Shuang with dishes. Curiously, Lin Ziyuan inquired, normally, when someone visits, you all chatter incessantly. Why are you so attentive today? Those who came before were all older women. Can they compare to our younger sister? Indeed, how can you even say that? After satisfying their appetites, the three women synchronously descended to sleep, leaving Lin Ziyuan to wave at Xiao Shuang, who remained seated beside him. So are you full? Thank you. I'm quite satisfied. I see you still appear hungry. Shall I personally feed you? Upon saying this, Lin Ziyuan hoisted Xiao Shuang into his arms and carried her to the bedroom. Come now, showcase your dancing skills. Xiao Shuang, upon hearing Lin Ziyuan's words, grew bashful. The bow she formed was even more exquisite than Gao Zin's earlier. By the time Lin Ziyuan awoke, it was already midday the following day. Deng Ing spotted him emerging from the bedroom and exclaimed, Come, have something to eat. Why toil so hard, as if you've never seen a meal before? Once I've had lunch, may I return home? After lunch, I will arrange for someone to take you back. Lin Ziyuan handed her a warm winter outfit, informing her that she was welcome to dine at the villa anytime. Just as he settled into a lazy sofa, his phone rang. The city's official relief station has been established at the 047 Zishan project. Residents are encouraged to bring supplies and join in communal living. Here, electricity is available around the clock. Upon reading the message, the owners group erupted in excitement. We are saved. Is anyone heading to the relief station? The security team was also discussing the matter. Lin Ziyuan, what are your thoughts on this? Wang Chong, does anyone in the security team wish to go? We owe our safety to you. If you don't say to go, we won't be leaving. Indeed, we only follow Lin Ziyuan's lead. Let us observe for now. This announcement will surely attract many, and everyone knows that it used to be a tourist area, so the entrance won't be too congested. Understood. Our responsibility is to ensure the villa's safety. Young homeowners and middle-aged individuals in the community began to pack their belongings, preparing to head to the relief station. The power of this information was immense. Even Sun Li sent a message expressing her desire to go with her son. Wang Chong, don't you find this situation particularly strange? The 047 project is in the city center, with roads unconnected and supplies unable to enter. How will the relief station assist anyone? Upon hearing Lin Ziyuan's skepticism, Wang Chong marked the location on the wall map. Lin Ziyuan, I think your perspective is correct. This announcement will draw at least hundreds of thousands. How will they sustain so many residents? Deng Ing and the others were also discussing the issue. Lin Ziyuan gazed out the window, where silhouettes began to appear, forming groups heading to the relief station. I suggest you observe further before deciding to go to the relief station. Lin Ziyuan also offered this advice to Sun Li Old Long. This tactic of using the operator to disseminate information is quite clever. Haha, rest assured from now on, there will be people arriving at your doorstep daily. The 047 area was occupied by a group of bosses. It was hardly a relief station. They would only keep robust men to gather supplies or fish in the lake, while frail women will be taken to the back mountains and killed, serving as reserves. Lin Ziyuan then noticed 3 new groups on his phone, all added by Xiao Lu, and they were all comprised of women. After Xiao Shuang returned, she recounted how luxurious Lin Ziyuan's villa was, leaving others envious. Having mingled in society for years, Xiao Lu recognized that Lin Ziyuan was no ordinary man, quickly establishing a group for him to select from. Xiao Lu, aren't you going to the relief station? Big brother, don't joke with me. If there truly is a relief station, it cannot be a genuine refuge. If they insist on going to the 047 project, it will be like sheep entering a tiger's den. Lin Ziyuan began to regard Xiao Lu with newfound respect. He had initially thought him a mere nouveau riche, but found him quite astute. Lin Zong, our villa area is now mostly occupied by elderly residents. Soon, it will likely be just us left. Observing Wang Chang's report, Lin Ziyuan stood before the window, where this once vibrant villa community now lay silent, devoid of lights, resembling a ghost town. As they approached the 047 project, more pedestrians braved the snowstorm toward the relief station, none uttering a word, merely marching forward. When some fell, no one offered assistance. Wang Chang intended to send someone to investigate the situation, but Lin Ziyuan declined, advising against provoking unnecessary forces. This group wielded considerable power, possessing over 300 armed personnel. As they began to systematically inspect the arriving crowd, confiscating supplies brought by residents and confining them to designated areas. Those who dared to resist were executed on the spot, and many realized they had been duped, becoming slaves. Qin Jingru approached Lin Ziyuan, holding her phone, looked quickly in auction. An auction? What are they auctioning? What could possibly be auctioned in this apocalypse? Lin Ziyuan took Qin Jingru's phone and saw a message from an auctioneer, announcing an auction to be held in 3 days at the Qiantang Convention Center, with items provided by various bosses. What nonsense is this? Items provided by various bosses? So they merely offer a venue and take a cut? Lin Ziyuan had never attended an auction and was entirely unfamiliar with the intricacies involved. Deng Ying stepped forward to explain. The auction is merely a host for the event, where sellers wish to sell their products. The organizer finds buyers. Upon a successful sale, the buyer pays a commission, and the seller also owes a commission. Chapter 56, The Apocalypse Auction. What items could possibly be auctioned when people are starving? Who would buy antiques or rare treasures? The auctioneer sent another message, stating that this auction would accept supplies as currency, with sellers determining the value of buyers' items. The first item up for auction was a blue and white porcelain piece. Lin Ziyuan tossed the phone back to Qin Jingru. What is this? Auctioning antiques. While Lin Ziyuan spoke, another message from the auction came in, prompting Qin Jingru to exclaim in surprise, "You will surely love this item." What item could be so remarkable? A doomsday battle vehicle had been modified into a track chassis, complete with a machine gun and the body reinforced with titanium alloy steel plates. Note, only 1 box of aviation fuel included. Haha, this is perfect for me. I have an inexhaustible supply of aviation fuel. These 5 doomsday battle vehicles are truly impressive. Lin Ziyuan saved the photos and shared them in the security group. Lin Zong, is this your vehicle? It's from the auction. What do you think? This vehicle is the De Ruzak 10 Arctic 1010 off-road vehicle, measuring 12 meters in length and weighing 125 tons. Capable of seating 8 passengers and carrying 25 tons of cargo. Lin Ziyuan noted Zhao, whose detailed knowledge. You seem quite familiar with it. Lin Zong, I adore heavy off-road vehicles from De E. Then it seems we must attend the auction in 3 days. Lin Zong, is it wise to venture out so recklessly? With you all here, I have no worries. This statement undeniably struck a nerve with everyone. Rest assured, we will defend your safety at all costs. Then we shall depart tomorrow. The distance is considerable. Deng Ying, noticing Lin Ziyuan's rising irritation about going out, directed her remarks at Qin Jingru. Why are you showing in the auction? Qin Huairu quickly added fuel to the fire. You troublemaker, always stirring up trouble. All right, you two needn't fuss. I'm off to hug Bao Di to sleep. Qin Jingru, who had just moments ago felt aggrieved, was suddenly elated when lifted by Lin Ziyuan, playfully making faces at the two of them. Baba, be gentle. What is this? Weren't you so eager when you arrived? Now you want me to be gentle? You're going out tomorrow. I fear for your health. Ultimately, Lin Ziyuan overslept, and Wang Chang had already assembled all 11 team members, meticulously inspecting their weaponry and equipment. Wang Chang had initially assigned Zhao Hu to stay at the villa, but Zhao insisted on assisting General Lin with the vehicles, thus earning a spot on this expedition. Captain, it's almost 1 o'clock. You should urge General Lin. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang froze, recalling the last time he disturbed General Lin's sleep and received a stern reprimand. This time, he refrained from prompting. Apologies, everyone. Once you awaken, there is a flurry of matters to attend to. Let us set off. If you overslept, just admit it. Stop making excuses, Zhao Hu muttered under his breath, momentarily forgetting he was wearing a Bluetooth helmet. All eyes turned towards him, and as he looked up, he realized something was amiss. Wang Chang approached and delivered a swift kick to his rear. Where does all this chatter come from? Fortunately, Lin Ziyuan had yet to don his helmet. General Lin, you will ride in the center. Our destination today is the Lijiang International, where we shall rest for the night. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll arrive at the International Convention Center. At that moment, Lin Ziyuan suddenly remembered. Wang Chang, leave 1 team member behind to pick up our boss later. Our boss. Wang Chang was perplexed. Aren't you our boss? Let us not be too ostentatious. The Greenlandist little donkey has made me the boss. Upon hearing this, everyone comprehended the implication, and Zhao Hu promptly flattered, Brilliant. General Lin's strategy is indeed clever. Clever? I thought I heard someone bad-mouthing me in my helmet. No, 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 General Lin, you must be mistaken. As the motorcycle convoy arrived at the base of the Greenland, Lin Ziyuan led Wang Chong and Zhao Hu upstairs to find the little donkey. At that moment, the little donkey was nestled warmly under the covers with Tong Tong. As Lin Ziyuan reached this floor, Xiao Shuang and Rong Rong came out to greet him. Where's the donkey? Xiao Shuang spoke first. In the office room. I'll take you there. Upon entering the office, they found the donkey engaged in some exercise. Well, look at you, you fatherless creature. Rong Rong rushed forward, ready to tussle with the donkey. Don't fight, hold on. Lin Ziyuan urgently intervened. Upon hearing this, Rong Rong immediately ceased her actions. Donkey, put on your finest attire. We're going out. What for, big brother? You're a wealthy figure in Xiantang. Someone like me who hasn't received an invitation. You didn't either? Big brother. What invitation are you talking about? The Apocalypse auction. Oh, that one. I saw the information yesterday. Are you going to attend? Just to have a look. I'd like you to accompany us and play the role of our boss. The donkey sprang up from the bed. Rest assured, boss. I've mastered the air of a nouveau riche. Enough of the nonsense. Hurry up. All right. The donkey donned an extravagant outfit, topped with a long mink coat. Stuffing several cigars into his pocket, Lin Ziyuan tossed him a suit of protective gear. Wear this, otherwise, you'll freeze upon arrival. The donkey suited up, stepping out with a swagger, waving to Lin Ziyuan and the others to signal their departure. Zhao Hu smacked him on the helmet. You're to play the boss once we arrive, not now. The donkey quickly nodded and bowed. Yes, big brother, my apologies. Soon, the group arrived at their first stop. We'll rest here tonight, and tomorrow morning we'll resume our journey. Wang Chong directed the captain to wheel all the motorcycles into the building. Isn't this a famous building? The donkey couldn't help but chatter again, only to be met with another thwack from Zhao Hu. Old Zhu and Old Gua had already heard the sound of motorcycles and hurried down from upstairs. Boss, is that you? Since the group was wearing helmets, they couldn't ascertain who Lin Ziyuan was, but their attire was identical to the last time. The donkey stepped forward. It's me. I am the boss. However, the moment he finished speaking, Zhao Hu kicked him to the ground. Didn't I tell you to keep your mouth shut? Ouch, that hurts. I got it, big brother. Old Zhu. It's me. Lin Ziyuan greeted the two warmly. Boss. Welcome. Old Zhu and Old Gua greeted enthusiastically. Please find us a room. We'll be staying here for the night. No problem. We have accommodations on the 4th floor. Wang Chong left 2 teammates to guard the motorcycles, with a shift change every hour. Once inside the room, everyone took out a small heater, finally raising the room's temperature. Aren't you two at the nearby Shanshui? What brings you to Lijiang? These 2 buildings belong to the same owner. Didn't an official relief station open yesterday? Many people left. The remaining ones were consolidated into this building. Chapter 57. Exploring Lijiang International. Wang Chong distributes some supplies for them to eat. Hearing the command, he directed his team to retrieve combat rations from their backpacks. Old Zhu, looking a bit embarrassed, said, Last time, we didn't find anything satisfactory for the boss. And now we're consuming the boss's supplies. Enough with the chatter. Eat quickly. The donkey leaned closer to Lin Ziyuan. Boss, this building truly has an abundance of beauties. Oh, really? Lin Ziyuan feigned skepticism. When this building is bustling, its daily revenue surpasses the GDP of a county-level city. The internet celebrities here are quite impressive. Upon hearing someone encroaching on his territory, Old Zhu quickly interjected. Boss, the mother-daughter duo of internet celebrities went to the relief station, and the twin sisters also left. But the 2 I introduced to you are still around. For me to see them shortly. Sure, boss. The donkey felt overshadowed. Those 2 old men. What taste could they possibly have? Let me show you the contacts I saved on my phone. He pulled out his phone, only to find it frozen and out of battery. Old Zhu led Lin Ziyuan to the door of the 2 internet celebrities and knocked. The door opened to reveal Xiao Fan, who warmly invited, Boss, please come in. Once inside, Lin Ziyuan pulled out some Snickers bars from his pocket and offered them to the duo. After days of enduring hunger, subsisting on cat and dog food, they looked at the Snickers as if they were roasted chicken. Dressed in thick clothing, they no longer possessed the tempting figures from their previous TikTok videos. Upon finishing the Snickers, the 2 knelt before Lin Ziyuan. Boss, please take us with you. We beg you. I have matters to attend to and cannot take you with me. However, if you wish to change your living situation, you may go my villa. We will definitely go. Lin Ziyuan left them with over 20 Snickers bars. Upon returning to their temporary residence, the donkey's phone finally powered on during charging. Boss, look at this, is it good? The videos on the donkey's phone were indeed impressive, but he couldn't reach any of the 4 contacts. All right, let us take a break. We'll continue our journey tomorrow. The group thus spent a hazy night, and by dawn, they resumed their journey to the International Convention Center. General Lin, we're 2 kilometers away. That large round building ahead is the destination. When they were 1 kilometer away, Hide all the motorcycles. We'll proceed on foot. Understood, General Lin. In a building confirmed to be uninhabited, everyone changed into their gear, and Lin Ziyuan donned a full set of Special Forces equipment. Leave 2 people to guard the motorcycles. Let us go. The group of 11, with the donkey at the center and Lin Ziyuan beside him, clearly demonstrated who the true boss was. The donkey, oblivious to his surroundings, stumbled repeatedly in the snow. If you can't walk properly, then crawl. I can, big brother. At long last, they arrived at the entrance of the exhibition center, where a security team comprising dozens of personnel stood vigil, each wielding submachine guns. The receptionist at the entrance greeted Lin Ziyuan and his entourage with warmth. Welcome, esteemed boss. We appreciate your arduous journey. The donkey led the way into the building. A vividly dressed hostess approached directly. Good evening, sir. My name is Xiao Su. Allow me to escort you to your room. Our auction will commence promptly at 7 p.m. Wang Chong discreetly observed the security measures and various emergency exits, committing them to memory. Under Xiao Su's guidance, they ascended to a presidential suite on the 6th floor. Sir, let me outline the requirements for the auction, she began. It is well understood that this auction primarily involves the exchange of goods for currency. Once you have secured an item, our security personnel will escort you home, so please hand over your purchased items to them. Should you be unable to settle your payment later, the consequences will be dire. This doomsday auction has been held twice before, each time with resounding success. So I urge all esteemed guests to bid within their means. Weapons are not permitted in the venue. Therefore, your security team may rest in a room while you attend the auction. The donkey stood abruptly. Are you implying that without security, we might be subjected to foul play? Firstly, you arrived without any provisions, so the notion of foul play is unfounded. Understood, the auction begins at 7 p.m., correct? Indeed, sir. I shall not further intrude upon your rest. Upon her departure, the donkey immediately rose and gestured for Lin Ziyuan to take a seat. Wang Chong made a shushing gesture, retrieving a surveillance detection device from his backpack and began to search the suite for any monitoring equipment. After confirming the absence of such devices, Wang gestured for everyone to be seated. However, he lacked the inclination to sit. Wang Chong, have you found anything? One can only surmise that the owner of this building wields considerable power. All security personnel are ex-special forces, and each is equipped with a comprehensive German arsenal. The sheer number of power supply units required for this structure is daunting, making it a formidable entity. Lin Ziyuan reclined on the bed, signaling for everyone to sit. It appears that even in our apocalyptic reality, society remains stratified. Were it not for my storage space, I would likely have perished long ago. It seems we have inadvertently stumbled into the upper echelons of this post-apocalyptic society. Everyone, take a moment to eat. We shall venture down later this evening. At 6:40 p.m., an announcement resonated from outside. We kindly ask all esteemed guests attending the auction to proceed to the first floor. We are not here to engage in combat. Wang Chong and Zhao who may accompany me, while the rest remain in the room, the donkey declared, shedding his winter attire and donning a fur coat, embodying the essence of a nouveau riche. As they prepared to leave, Wang Chong instructed his team to remain vigilant, always attentive to communications through their Bluetooth headsets. The donkey led the way, followed closely by Lin Ziyuan and his companions, guided by the hostess. They arrived at the auction venue located in the basement level. The space was capacious, accommodating over 1,000 attendees, reminiscent of a bar with its array of booths. The temperature having been elevated to a comfortable 16 to 17 degrees by numerous air conditioning units. The donkey swaggered towards the front rows, only to be pulled back by Zhao Hu. Lin Ziyuan gestured towards the central seating area, indicating they should sit there. Each table bore a bidding number, enabling bidders to place their offers. Seated on a semicircular sofa, the donkey eagerly grasped the bidding paddle. Just wait and see. My bidding prowess is formidable, he boasted. Zhao Hu leaned closer, whispering, Lin Zong, it would be wise to exercise restraint. The donkey suddenly recalled that the true boss was nearby. Lin Ziyuan was surveying the layout and security personnel within the venue. Chapter 58, The Auction. At that moment, the doors of the auction hall swung open, and participants began to stream in. Within 10 minutes, the venue was filled to capacity, comprising individuals of considerable influence in Xiantang. Wang Chong, keep a close watch on this crowd, Lin Ziyuan instructed quietly. As the clock struck 7 p.m., the lights throughout the venue illuminated brilliantly. Lin Ziyuan observed the podium in the distance as a lady in a kipeo emerged from the side, clutching a folder. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the third session of the Doomsday Auction. I am your auctioneer for the first 5 items, Xiao Xia. Before we commence, I trust all esteemed guests are familiar with our auction regulations. I reiterate that you must bid within your means. Now, please direct your attention to the screen for a brief video presentation. The footage displayed past participants who failed to relinquish their goods. culminating in a grim scene where 3 individuals knelt before 3 executioners wielding knives, who then severed their heads. Following the video, it was evident that those seated beside Lin Ziyuan and in the front rows were eager to exit prematurely, having learned from the misfortunes of previous attendees. I trust everyone will partake in today's auction with fairness and integrity. I wish you all success in acquiring your desired items. Additionally, should any of you possess valuable items for auction, please inform your attendant. Without further ado, let's present our first item for bid. The inaugural lot was a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain plum vase, adorned with exquisite artwork depicting Xiao he pursuing Han Xin beneath the moonlight. The starting bid was set at 50 boxes of instant noodles or equivalent value in goods. Please raise your paddles to bid. Upon hearing the starting price, the donkey was the first to raise his paddle. Very well, our diligent bidder in the middle section has offered 50 boxes of instant noodles. Do we have a bid of 55 boxes? Lin Ziyuan and Zhao, who simultaneously cast scornful glances at the donkey, wishing him dead 1,000 times over with their eyes. Laughter erupted around them, mocking the absurdity of bidding 50 boxes of noodles for a vase. Realizing the murderous glares directed at him, the donkey understood he had made a grave mistake. Zhao, who gritted his teeth yet managed to smile, whispering to the donkey, "Do you wish to die? Enlighten me on the utility of bidding for that item." The donkey, now at a loss for words, bowed his head in silence. Lin Ziyuan, equally exasperated, admonished, "For heaven's sake, do not bow your head. You've placed a bid. Embody some semblance of a boss." Upon hearing those words, the donkey defiantly crossed his legs, producing a cigar and disdainfully addressing the entire assembly. "I fancy it. It serves as a splendid urinal." Wang Chong retrieved a lighter from his pocket to ignite the donkey's cigar, seething with frustration, wishing he could extinguish him, without Lin Zong's directives. "You are forbidden from raising that paddle again." As the donkey savored the lit cigar, he patted Wang Chong's hand. "Are there any further bids for 50 boxes of instant noodles? If not, we shall commence the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to the bidder in the front row. Number 7. Kindly present the receipt to the attendant." Lin Ziyuan exchanged glances with Wang Chong, silently conveying the importance of remembering this influential figure. The subsequent items for auction were all antiques from the late Yuan to early Ming dynasty, none of which garnered interest. Save for one, with a starting bid of 5 boxes of instant noodles that was eventually claimed. We shall take a brief intermission before proceeding to the next auction. In the hall, some attendees made their way to the restroom, while others slipped away quietly. In this doomsday auction, any disruption from buyers could result in dire consequences, and those without goods to bid were hastily departing. The individual who had previously contended with the donkey in the front row was seen approaching with 4 bodyguards in tow. What has happened to the donkey? It got so startled that it knocked over 55 boxes of instant noodles. I initially thought someone was trying to snatch my urinal, but it turned out to be Simba. No wonder he possesses such audacity. Simba glanced at Lin Ziyuan, while the crowd gritted their teeth and pointed at the donkey. "Just wait, I will seek you out. You're always welcome," came the donkey's disdainful reply as it plopped down. Just as Lin Ziyuan was about to inquire about this individual, the second auctioneer approached the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, good day to you all. I am the auctioneer for today's second session. My name is CC. I hope everyone will bid enthusiastically, as I will present even better items for your consideration. Now, let us examine the first item up for auction, an emergency power supply vehicle. This vehicle can supply electricity to 5,000 households simultaneously. I believe no further explanation is necessary. The starting bid was set at 1,000 boxes of instant noodles. Bidder number 1 offered 1,000, number 3 bid 100, and number 7 raised it to 200. Wang Chong leaned in and whispered, "Boss, should we participate?" Lin Ziyuan gazed fondly at the vehicle. However, its power generation capability paled in comparison to a machine buried in his own home. Bidder number 11 offered 300 boxes. Lin Ziyuan whispered something in the donkey's ear, prompting it to spring to its feet. "Excuse me, host, may I ask what type of fuel this enormous contraption uses?" The auctioneer was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. "You seem a bit daft. It's a diesel vehicle, of course it runs on diesel. I bid 500 boxes of instant noodles and 500 boxes of bread." The bidder was none other than Simba, who had just outbid 55 boxes for a urinal. "Are you foolish? How many fuel numbers can you even count to? Do you even know how to find fuel?" The crowd erupted in discussion, realizing that while the vehicle was indeed impressive, it lacked fuel. Without it, how could it generate electricity? Simba seemed to grapple with this revelation, feeling as if he had swallowed a bitter pill, having expended so many resources for what amounted to a mere decorative piece. Lin Ziyuan had intentionally prompted the donkey's inquiry. This way, when the war vehicle emerged, the competition would undoubtedly dwindle, as the assembly now recognized the fuel issue. However, It was noteworthy that the generator powering the International Convention Center was indeed this very vehicle. The security personnel had been tirelessly searching for aviation fuel to supply the hotel's electricity. The subsequent auction items were entirely comprised of power generators and vehicles, leading many to withdraw from the bidding. Wang Chong then noticed something and whispered to Lin Ziyuan, "The fourth table to our left has been observing you closely." Lin Ziyuan cast a sidelong glance and spotted a lady seated at that table, flanked by 6 bodyguards. Chapter 59. The auction begins. Hello everyone. I'm the auctioneer Lu Ying for the 3rd session. Next up, we will auction the number 1 villa at the Marriott International in the Qiantang North District. Please take a look at the villa's details. This villa was built 5 years ago and is a veritable doomsday castle, featuring an independent generator, a fireplace, and a subterranean level transformed into a greenhouse. The starting bid was set at 1,000 boxes of instant noodles. Bidder number 1 offered 1,000, number 3 bid 1,700, and number 15 raised it to 2,000. Is there anyone willing to surpass 200 boxes? The donkey glanced at Lin Ziyuan, who remained silent, not daring to place a bid either. Ultimately, the villa sold for 500 boxes of supplies. There were still over 10 villas left, but none attracted the same fierce competition as the first, and Lin Ziyuan was uninterested. Let us take a short break. We will soon commence the highlight of the auction. At this moment, those with supplies began to unpack their dinners. The Doomsday Auction did not provide any food, but did offer microwaves and hot water. Most attendees presented their finest provisions. Some brought bucket instant noodles, while others had bread and biscuits. The prominent figures at the front were enjoying self-heating hot pots and rice. The donkey looked expectantly at Lin Ziyuan, as if inquiring about their dinner plans. Sometimes, strength must be concealed, yet those with genuine power must also command respect throughout the room. Lin Ziyuan retrieved 4 roasted chickens and a bottle of white wine from his backpack and headed toward the microwave to heat them. While the roasted chickens might have gone unnoticed, they indeed attracted attention. The entire middle row shifted their gaze toward the donkey. As the aroma of the roasted chickens filled the venue, whispers erupted. How could there be the scent of roasted chicken? It smells divine. Suddenly, the hall was abuzz with chatter as Lin Ziyuan presented the heated roasted chickens. The donkey eagerly grabbed one, stuffing it into his mouth, and took a swig of wine straight from the bottle. Others at the table, who were less privileged, were relegated to bread and biscuits, while the donkey's table feasted on roasted chicken. Just then, someone from the middle row stood up and approached the donkey's table directly. Wang Chong and Zhao, who instantly stood up, glaring at the intruder. "Boss, I mean no offense. I see you have 4 roasted chickens. Could I possibly trade you for one?" Lin Ziyuan leaned down to repeat the request to the donkey, who, embodying the spirit of a nouveau riche, replied, "Feel free to take one for a taste." With that, he tossed one across the table, infuriating Wang Chong and Zhao who had not savored meat in ages, only to see it casually given away. Zhao Hu muttered under his breath, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? That was mine." Thank you, boss." The individual who received the roasted chicken returned to his seat, elated. The donkey's gesture of giving away a roasted chicken inadvertently made him the center of attention. With every gaze fixed upon him, with an air of pride, he continued to gnaw on the chicken and sip his wine. The business owner who had been observing Lin Ziyuan's table approached directly. "Young brother, may I trade you my bottle of red wine for one of your roasted chickens?" When she spoke, her gaze was directed at Lin Ziyuan, not the donkey. Having been chastised by Zhao Hu moments before, the donkey hesitated to agree. Lin Ziyuan locked eyes with the mature woman, intending to wait for the donkey to consent. However, the latter remained silent. "If the lady wishes to have the roasted chicken, let us make an exchange," Lin Ziyuan proposed, lifting a chicken from the table. "Thank you, young brother." Wang Chong and Zhao Hu, seeing that another chicken had disappeared, no longer maintained their decorum and quickly tore into the remaining one on the table. Lin Ziyuan, witnessing this scene, muttered, "You lot leave a bit for me. I haven't eaten yet." Zhao Hu, with his mouth stuffed, could barely articulate, "Your chicken was given away by you." At this point, the donkey was nearly finished with his roasted chicken. Observing this, Lin Ziyuan decided to set aside his meal for the moment, while everyone continued their feast. A new auctioneer approached the stage. What a delightful aroma of roasted chicken. It appears many prominent figures have graced this auction. Please, no need to rush, everyone. Enjoy your meals. I am delighted to host the final few highlight items of this Doomsday Auction. My name is Lu Yongling, and if you were unsuccessful in previous bids, I hope today will bring you fortune. Lin Ziyuan admired the auctioneer on stage, secretly commending her prowess. Indeed, she was the nation's premier auctioneer, renowned for her bilingual auctioneering style on Douyin. Without further ado, let us present the first item for auction, a heavy-duty off-road vehicle. This vehicle, produced by the is the Prague 88 all-terrain off-road vehicle, constructed from titanium alloy steel plates, featuring world-class bulletproof glass that cannot be penetrated even by armor-piercing rounds, specifically designed for apocalyptic scenarios. Zhao Hu gazed longingly at it, oblivious to Lin Ziyuan's watchful eyes. Wang Chong discreetly kicked Zhao Hu under the table, bringing him back to reality. Lin, we need a bid on this vehicle. Lin Ziyuan signaled the donkey with a glance. Upon noticing this, the latter straightened up, ready to bid at a moment's notice. The starting bid is 50 boxes of instant noodles. Please place your bids. The donkey was the first to raise his bidding paddle, having secured 50. The bid climbed to 607080350036004000, returning us to the front row. Boss, if we can capture that vehicle, I assure you I can lead the brothers on daily expeditions for supplies, he proclaimed. Once we acquire this vehicle, our days of hardship will be behind us. The bid reached 4,500 as it returned to the center stage. Lu Yongling employed her unique auctioneer style. Is there anyone willing to raise it to 4,600? It slipped my mind to mention that this apocalyptic war machine comes with a complimentary 24 tons of fuel. Many had withdrawn earlier due to fuel concerns. But upon hearing this, they re-entered the bidding. Lin Ziyuan was seething. That woman was infuriating. 8,900 boxes. Is there anyone willing to exceed 8,900 boxes? 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to bidder number 250 in the center. The donkey, upon receiving the number plate, looked again and indeed found it was number 250. At that moment, Lin Ziyuan and his companions couldn't have felt more awkward. How did they end up with number 250? Soon, the auctioneer brought over the paperwork for the donkey to sign. The donkey scrawled something nonchalantly on the paper without paying attention to how his signature appeared, exuding an air of flamboyance. Now, let us present our next auction item, she announced. Another apocalyptic vehicle, the Siberian Conqueror. It had the same modifications and configurations, but featured 8-wheel steering. The starting bid remained at 50 boxes of instant noodles. Chapter 60, A Bountiful Harvest. Zhao Hu exchanged a determined glance with Lin Ziyuan, who received the signal to bid. As the donkey raised the bid to 5,000 boxes, it was interrupted by Xian Ba. Host, he clearly doesn't possess such ample supplies. He is merely here to disrupt. Where could he possibly have amassed such resources? We strongly oppose this. The audience began to voice their doubts about the donkey. Silence, everyone, Lu Yongling commanded with a threatening tone directed at the donkey. Mr. 250, I trust you are aware of our auctions regulations. Should you fail to produce the promised supplies, the consequences will be dire. The donkey covertly glanced at Lin Ziyuan, who appeared unfazed and stood with unwavering confidence. Some individuals, lacking resources, should refrain from participating in the auction. Unable to bid, they resort to slandering their opponents? Truly childish. Very well, donkey, let's see how you fare. 10,000 boxes of instant noodles. The donkey once more glanced at Lin Ziyuan, who nodded in affirmation. 11,000 boxes. Beige, we cannot bid any further. There are only 20,000 boxes left in the warehouse. And what use is this vehicle? Where shall we find supplies? The resources in the city have long been claimed. Xian Ba intended to raise the bid, but was restrained by his subordinates. 11,000 boxes. Last call. Congratulations to bidder number 250. Next, we present our third auction item, the Python all-terrain off-road vehicle. Zhao Hu shot Lin Ziyuan another glance, his expression conveying a sense of helplessness. Did they need to acquire everything? The donkey began to bid frantically even before receiving the signal. Ultimately, it sold for 16,000 boxes. The donkey became the focal point within the organization, having successfully acquired 3 vehicles in succession. There were still some items for auction, including snowmobiles and 4-wheel drive all-terrain vehicles, all of which Lin Ziyuan dismissed as utterly useless. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite you to bid on the penultimate item of this auction, the Great Russian Rizak 10 Arctic War God, measuring 12 meters in length and weighing 125 tons, capable of accommodating 8 passengers and 25 tons of cargo. Lin Ziyuan was taken aback. This was the very vehicle he had seen previously. Zhao Hu leaned in and whispered, though this vehicle lacks modified wheels, Mr. Lin, you should consider bidding. The donkey, upon hearing this, immediately began to raise his paddle. Mr. 250, you seem rather eager. I haven't even announced the starting bid yet. This auction promises to be quite fierce. The starting price is 5,000 boxes. The bidding escalated to 67.89, with Lin Ziyuan noting that the woman who had exchanged wine for roast chicken had bid up to 15,000. Ultimately, the vehicle was secured for 26,000 boxes. Congratulations once again to our esteemed bidder number 250. It appears he is the hidden magnate among us. I wonder what he intends to do with all these vehicles when there are no supplies left in the city. Where will he drive to search for resources? Or perhaps he intends to fish. Xin Ba mocked the donkey with a sardonic tone. Some people, unable to grasp the situation, merely belittle others. Without the means, they can only settle for a urinal. Next, we have the second-to-last item of the auction, which is yet another apocalyptic vehicle. Similar to the previous item, this one has been fully converted to a tracked vehicle. The starting bid for this one is set at 15,000 boxes. In the end, it was once again secured by bidder number 250 for 36,000 boxes. Thank you all for participating in the apocalyptic auction. It is surely fate that we meet in this ice age. Let's give a warm welcome to our final item. Our last auction item is a beautiful woman, a former idol star. At this point, Lin Ziyuan and the others had lost interest and were preparing to leave the venue. Let's once again welcome Miss Fan to the stage. Upon hearing the name, Lin Ziyuan turned to look at the stage, recognizing her as the woman Qin Huiru had mentioned days prior. The auctioneer noticed the lack of interest from the audience, as several individuals began to stand and exit the venue. This star can be taken home to do housework, warm your bed, serve as your little maid, or even become your darling. The starting bid is set at 1,000 boxes of instant noodles. Upon hearing this price, many began to leave. 1,000 boxes? For an 18-year-old? Indeed, this star is clearly not worth much. Are there no takers among you fine gentlemen? Look at that ample figure. She is bound to bear children. Lin Ziyuan whispered something to the donkey, then departed the auction house with Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. It was far too late to return to the villa today. They would have to stay overnight and return tomorrow. Shortly after Lin Ziyuan returned to his room, a knock resounded at the door. Wang Chong opened it to reveal a white-haired man. Good day, gentlemen. I am the head of the international exhibition. It is a pleasure to meet you. Wang Chong politely shook his hand. Sir, we hope you will uphold your end of the agreement regarding the items bid on at our auction. We pride ourselves on maintaining neutrality, fairness, and integrity, and sincerely welcome every friend. Lin Ziyuan stepped forward. Rest assured, we will engage in fair competition and will not go back on our word. We request that your esteemed company accompany us tomorrow to retrieve the supplies. We are most grateful for the items you bid on with us. We will reduce our usual commission from 20 to 10. After the representative departed, the donkey returned to the room with Fan. Lin Ziyuan had instructed the donkey to bid on her. Upon entering the room, the donkey's demeanor had shifted significantly from the poise he had exhibited during the auction. Zhao Hu approached him and slapped him on the head. 50 boxes of instant noodles, and you dare to bid on a mere vase. Wang Chong followed suit with a slap on the head. You finished a roast chicken yourself. Your appetite seems quite robust. Enough bickering. Let us get organized, Lin Ziyuan commanded. And silence fell. Zhao Hu, you need to return tonight, accompanied by several brothers, to ride the motorcycle back. The supplies are at Villa 36. Once you arrive at the Villa District, move the supplies outside the community. Wang Chong, and I will drive back tomorrow. Mr. Lin, I wish to drive. Wang Chong shot a meaningful glance at Zhao Hu, who dared not utter another word, promptly donning his clothing and gathering his weapons in preparation to depart. Lin Ziyuan pulled the donkey and Zhao Hu aside, whispering a few more words. Zhao Hu added the donkey on WeChat, then left the hotel with a few brothers. Standing in the corner, Fan has now come to the realization that the leader of this group is not the donkey who has been filmed, but rather the commanding Lin Ziyuan in the room. Chapter 61, Collaborative Prosperity. Another knock resounds at the door, prompting Lin Ziyuan to gesture for Wang Chong to open it. The visitor is none other than the matron who exchanged red wine for roasted chicken with Lin Ziyuan. Dressed in an inconspicuous manner, only her eyes are visible, rendering her age unrecognizable. The matron strides directly towards Lin Ziyuan. Boss, I would like to discuss a matter. Lin Ziyuan, eyeing her gaze directed at the donkey seated on the sofa, retorts, Madam, you have mistaken. He is our boss. While there may be fools in the venue, I'm certainly not one of them. With a smile playing on his lips, Lin Ziyuan gestures for her to follow, and they retreat to an adjacent room. I wonder what brings you to seek my counsel, madam. The matron, shedding her disguises of hat and scarf, reveals her identity. Hello, boss. I am He Keoxing. Lin Ziyuan instantly recognizes this formidable woman, adept in both capability and cunning. What brings you to me, madam? Boss, as you know, in this apocalyptic era, having more friends opens more pathways. What I wish to convey is that should I ever seek your assistance in the future, I hope you might lend us your support. And what benefit would I derive from this? If you're willing to assist me, I can arrange for you a floor in Mangarecap once the apocalypse passes. Lin Ziyuan chuckles softly. I believe, madam, you have yet to grasp the current epoch. Sensing Lin Ziyuan's disinterest in further discussion, He Keoxing grows anxious, having come without a partner for this collaboration. Boss, what is it that you desire? Lin Ziyuan surveys her, noting her emaciated frame, which appears particularly refined compared to her online photographs. Let us put it this way, madam, I have not yet contemplated it, but when you seek my aid, I shall consider whether to assist. Thank you, thank you. After exchanging contact information, The matron leaves the room, once again cloaked in her disguise. The hour approaches midnight, and Fan remains motionless in the corner. Why don't you let her sit down? Lin Ziyuan emerges from the inner room. The donkey hastily stands. Please, take a seat. Fan settles onto the sofa, facing the individuals before her, appearing notably uneasy. Lin Ziyuan observes her, swathed in cotton garb, devoid of any semblance of her former regal demeanor. The donkey quickly clarifies, this lady is indeed our boss. Fan, having honed her perception from years in the entertainment industry, quickly discerns the truth. Thank you, boss, I am at your service anytime. Let us discuss that when we return home. Lin Ziyuan, however, is preoccupied, unaware of how long it has been since Fan last bathed. The following morning, Lin Ziyuan's door is rapped upon. Boss, it is time for us to depart. Lin Ziyuan and his entourage, having had little rest the night prior, venture downstairs to find 5 armored vehicles, magnificent against the snowy backdrop, awaiting them for the apocalypse auction. The personnel for the auction arrive in over 20 modified track pickup trucks to assist Lin Ziyuan in transporting supplies. Wang Chong and his team drive the 5 behemoths back to the villa, drawing envious glances from many bosses who watch them glide through the snow with ease. Through the window, Lin Ziyuan catches sight of Hikaoxing piloting a 4-wheel drive battle vehicle. Mr. Lin, Zhao Hu and the others have arrived at the base and are organizing personnel to transport the supplies. Let's not rush. We will wait until Zhao Hu has everything prepared before returning home. Mr. Lin, would you care to drive? It is exhilarating. No, you drive well. Lin Ziyuan observes the convoy behind him, each vehicle armed with heavy weaponry and carrying 4 individuals. This is not a time for treachery, but rather a moment to build strength. Mr. Lin, shall we rest another night at Lijiang International, or press onward? No more rests. We return through the night. During the day, the convoy will be too conspicuous. Wang Chong communicates the orders via walkie-talkie. Fan gazes intently at Lin Ziyuan, her eyes wide with intrigue. This man is enigmatic, exuding charisma as he issues commands. At approximately 5 in the morning, they arrive at the villa's entrance, where Zhao Hu and all his teammates stand vigil by the supplies. Once within the confines of the Greenland community, many personnel are already moving about, their purpose to caution those coming for supplies against recklessness. The battle vehicles halt before the supplies, and the auction's overseer hastily disembarks. Lin Ziyuan gestures toward the supplies in the snow. Please expedite the inspection. It is quite cold. The overseer smiles as he surveys the goods. Indeed, the bosses possess grace. I shall begin loading the trucks. Wang Chong, I shall retire for some rest. Once they depart, bring the battle vehicles to the villa. Lin Ziyuan then escorts Fan back to the villa. Upon returning, he finds Deng Ying and her companions still asleep, commanding Fan to undress and take a shower first. He himself dives into the pool, while Fan, entranced by the opulence surrounding her, reflects on the lack of heating and the unlikelihood of a hot bath at the exhibition center. After a warm soak, Lin Ziyuan finally feels less numb. He prepares a maid's outfit and white stockings for Fan. Come, let us retire for the night. Once Deng Ying and the others awaken and realize Lin Ziyuan has returned, they intend to rouse him for breakfast. Qin Huiru halts Deng Ying. I heard movement. He returned at 6 this morning. Let's not disturb him. Had she known Fan was present, she would have barged into the room. Lin Ziyuan emerges from his quarters around 4 in the afternoon, attended by Fan. Deng Ying and her companions, seated in the living room watching television, turn to gaze at him. Qin Huiru, spotting Fan, exclaims, Wow, when did this widow arrive? Deng Ying notices the holes in the stockings on Fan's legs, realizing she has already fallen under Lin Ziyuan's influence. Qin Jingru rushes over to embrace Fan. You're not dead. I'm alive. Thankfully Mr. Lin bought me back. What? This widow was bought back? Lin Ziyuan, seated on the sofa, rubs his temples. The sleepless night has taken its toll. Deng Ying, noticing Lin Ziyuan's fatigue, rises to massage his shoulders. I'm hungry. Let us have barbecue for dinner. Deng Ying leans close to Lin Ziyuan's ear. How did you manage to rescue this widow? Weren't you attending the auction? Lin Ziyuan stands, pointing at Fan. She was one of the auction items. I thought the auctioneer's introduction was promising, so I bid on her. Qin Huiru, eyeing Fan's maid attire with a mischievous grin, quips, Is she not your maid? Can't she wash my feet tonight? Chapter 62, The Apocalypse Party. Lin Ziyuan, aware of Qin Huiru's ulterior motives, replies, If she is willing, she may. If not, then it shall not be. Fan, initially believing Lin Ziyuan merely regarded her as a servant, now feels emboldened by his words. I am but Mr. Lin's little maid, not your servant. Why should I wash your feet? If I am to wash, it shall be for my master. Upon uttering these words, Fan approaches and clings to Lin Ziyuan's arm, nuzzling against him. Look at you, such a flirt. Only Mr. Lin's little maid. Have you taken a good look at yourself? You're no spring chicken anymore. Wang Chong sends a message to Lin Ziyuan. Mr. Lin, everything has been prepared and arranged. The battle vehicles are concealed in the snow cave. Excellent. Thank you, brothers. Mr. Lin, I am getting married today. Come over for a few drinks. I will certainly be there. Rest assured. Have the team come to collect the supplies. Lin Ziyuan placed cigarettes, liquor, mutton, and an abundance of pastries outside the villa. In his eyes, this group of team members was particularly significant. The protection of the villa could not rely solely on himself. That evening, the captain of the security team was getting married. Would you like to attend? Of course. Deng Ying and the others yearned for a breath of fresh air, having not ventured out since their last trip to the riverside. Now, the entire community was comprised of allies, and there was no need for concern. Lin Ziyuan, accompanied by 4 young women clad in winter attire, arrived at Wang Chong's villa. Upon his arrival, the crowd greeted him with solemn respect. Hello, Mr. Lin. Please have a seat, indulge in the food and drink, he beckoned. Deng Ying and her companions soon found their way to converse with the bride. Wang Chong approached Lin Ziyuan and said, Mr. Lin, my life belongs to you. From this day forth, if you say go east, I shall never go west. Your life is not mine to claim. It belongs to your wife, Lin Ziyuan retorted. Wang Chong raised his glass and, in turn, handed one to Lin Ziyuan. To our brothers, let us toast to Mr. Lin. Cheers, Lin Ziyuan responded, downing his drink. However, I must remind everyone not to indulge too much. Those on duty tonight cannot be absent. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I've already made the necessary arrangements. Lin Ziyuan patted his shoulder in reassurance and returned with the 4 young women. It was indeed a joyful occasion, witnessing a wedding amidst the apocalypse. Deng Ying's face radiated envy. How about we arrange a wedding for you? Lin Ziyuan jested. Sure, let us have one for us. Then we should hurry back. Tonight is the wedding night. Qin Huiru and Qin Jingru exchanged glances, realizing this could lead to an unconventional arrangement. Observing the feast laid out before them, Lin Ziyuan finally decided to play some music, having not turned on the player in quite some time. Fan Fan stood by the table, hesitant to take a seat. Gulme, let us eat together. Are you not hungry? She won't let me sit. Earlier, when Qin Huiru declared that servants could only eat while standing, it appeared Fan Fan took it to heart. All right, sit down quickly. It was unexpected that someone so petty would actually take it to heart. It seemed she was intentionally trying to evoke sympathy from her beloved. You lot are utterly useless, the champions of bickering. With just the 4 of you here, I can hardly fathom how the emperor managed with 3,000 concubines. He must have been driven to madness. Master, only the empress dines with the emperor. The concubines do not. Well, you certainly excel in your courtly theatrics, but do refrain from staging them in the villa. The convoy from the auction, laden with abundant supplies, had returned to the exhibition center. General, all bidders have settled their payments. It appeared the group bidding on the armored vehicles possessed considerable resources, as they could afford to pay in full. The personnel present documented their observations in a report, which the man referred to as General began to review. It seems there are quite a few individuals. Lookout personnel have also been stationed on the upper levels along the road. Let us avoid any conflict for now. Understood, General. I shall take my leave. Hurry down. Lin Ziyuan, accompanied by the ladies, commenced bathing in the pool. Fan Fan had let go of her inhibitions, wrapping her arms around Lin Ziyuan's neck in a quest for a kiss. Qin Huiru, holding fruit, quickly leaped into the water upon witnessing this. Lin Ziyuan, seeing her swim over, embraced her. You two must cease your quarrels. Regardless of past rivalries over men or roles, you are both mine now. Who would compete with her over such a poor production? Is my work any worse? After filming, my boyfriend left me. The two were on the verge of a physical altercation when Lin Ziyuan intervened, separating them. If you continue bickering, I shall send you both away for a few days. The two immediately fell silent, giggling as they returned to Lin Ziyuan's embrace. You both kiss each other to show goodwill. Absolutely not, they replied in unison. Then each of you give me a kiss. The two lined up and engaged in a passionate kiss with Lin Ziyuan. All right, you both have indirectly kissed. No more arguing. Finally, they settled down, feeding Lin Ziyuan pieces of fruit. You've both started without waiting for us. Qin Jingru and Deng Ying quickly joined in, entering the pool. Lin Ziyuan found himself surrounded by the 4, each wanting to swim together. Secretary, we have gathered intelligence. The 5 armored vehicles from the Apocalypse auction were purchased by individuals who killed Brother Jun. It seemed that young man possessed some power. Have we discovered how many subordinates he commands? We apprehended a source at Greenland Century City, and it has come to our attention that he possesses 7 snowmobiles, along with 5 armored vehicles and approximately 30 to 40 subordinates. Arrange for the Poison Dragon to lead a team to eliminate him, seize those vehicles, and dismember those responsible for my brother Jin's death. Secretary, we lack vehicles to reach 30 kilometers away. It will be difficult to arrive in time. Does the Poison Dragon not have enhanced vision? Must we still worry about such matters? Notify him to set off immediately. The poison dragon was a man saved by Chun Wei during a supply search. At that time, he was blind and on the brink of death. With sheer willpower, he beseeched Chun Wei for salvation, unexpectedly reviving with just 2 pieces of bread, which granted him the ability to see through walls. Upon receiving the order, the poison dragon, accompanied by 80 men, set off that night toward the community where Lin Ziyuan resided, undeterred by the cold, clad only in a suit. Lin Ziyuan lay in bed, his right eye twitching incessantly. Deng Ying, nestled against his chest, stirred awake. What's wrong? It keeps twitching. He dismissed it nonchalantly. Perhaps I haven't rested well these past few days. Deng Ying then rose to retrieve a piece of paper. I'll place this on your eye. It will stop twitching. However, even with the paper applied, his right eye continued to twitch. In frustration, Lin Ziyuan removed it. Forget it, let it twitch. Let's just sleep. Chapter 63, The Enemy Invades. The poison dragon, alongside Chun Wei and his few remaining subordinates, trudged through the snowstorm across the barren river surface. With his enhanced vision, he had already discerned the route, saving them several kilometers. That night, Lin Ziyuan was abruptly roused from a nightmare, causing Deng Ying, resting atop him, to awaken. What's wrong? Nothing, Lin Ziyuan replied, pulling Deng Ying closer to sleep again. Although he closed his eyes, his mind lingered on the dream. In it, the villa district was besieged, littered with corpses, leaving Lin Ziyuan alone and desolate in the snowy expanse. Why would I dream such a thing? He pondered, shaking his head, yet tossing and turning. He could not return to slumber. Carefully, he laid Deng Ying on the pillow and made his way to the living room, lighting a cigarette while gazing into the pitch-black night. Checking his phone, he noted it was only 5 in the morning. Lin Ziyuan sent a message to the security group. Shortly after, those on night duty replied, indicating that all was well. Why had he experienced such a peculiar dream? Groggily, Lin Ziyuan dozed off again on a lazy sofa, only to find himself dreaming a similar dream, where the entire villa was stained red with blood. Lin Ziyuan rose, donned his clothes, and contacted Wang Chong, preparing to patrol the community. Wang Chong accompanied him as they traversed the security posts. Yet Lin Ziyuan felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss, unable to articulate why. Until Zhao Hu made a remark, "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, should any villa come under attack, we will promptly alert the others." Lin Ziyuan, eyeing Zhao Hu, posed a question. What if the enemy advances silently? Upon hearing this, Wang Chong understood the implication. An assault by special forces would leave no opportunity for warning. Mr. Lin, I will revise the plan immediately. Our security personnel are stationed within the villa district. By the time we discover the enemy, they may have already infiltrated. We must position some individuals in the nearby high-rise buildings. Wang Chong listened intently to the suggestion. Mr. Lin, I will modify the plan right away. Lin Ziyuan said nothing further, simply turning to return to the villa. Zhao, who watched his retreating figure. Captain, do you believe any enemies would come here? Wang Chong patted his shoulder and cautioned. Caution begets longevity. We must adapt. He swiftly convened the team for a meeting, instructing all perimeter sentries to relocate to the 11th floor of the residential building. Each outpost was equipped with Bluetooth headsets, enabling them to hear even the slightest sound of a call for help. Once everything was arranged, he reported back to Lin Ziyuan. Wang Chong, this is not merely my home. You are married and bear the responsibility of ensuring their safety as well. Lin, I admit my oversight in not considering this thoroughly. It is not merely a lack of foresight. Perhaps you have grown too comfortable lately. At that moment, Wang Chong felt a profound sense of shame, for he had indeed become complacent, relying on Lin Ziyuan's provision of resources and no longer fretting over sustenance. Long ago, we were merely 3 kilometers away from the neighborhood where Zhengge used to reside, although the poison dragon could see through walls. This ability was limited to a distance of 100 meters. Currently, he could not discern the buildings 3 kilometers away. He signaled for the brothers to veer left, avoiding a direct approach to the villa area. The team had already begun to grumble, as the poison dragon possessed a cold-resistant physique, while the others did not. After a night of travel, they were utterly fatigued, and being on the river made it impossible to rest. By the time the 80-person team had yet to reach their destination, 5 had already succumbed to exhaustion. The poison dragon led the team to approach the western side of the villa area. When they were a kilometer away, they left the river and took refuge in an unoccupied room. You two, scout the perimeter of the villa, and remember to walk along the river pretending to fish. Just as the 2 younger brothers settled down to nibble on some biscuits, they were promptly dispatched by the poison dragon to carry out their reconnaissance. With no other choice, they reluctantly rose to their feet. Deng Ying was giving Lin Ziyuan a shoulder massage, inquiring, "Have you been feeling overly fatigued lately? You haven't been resting well." Fan obediently prepared a foot bath for Lin Ziyuan, suggesting, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from going out for now. You only rested for a little over 2 hours yesterday, and you're still awake now. After dinner, I will retire early, Lin Ziyuan assured her. The Poison Dragon's 2 subordinates continued along the river until they reached the front of the villa area. At that moment, the sentries on the 11th floor spotted them. Look, 2 fishermen are coming up from the river. It was not uncommon for residents to fish on the river. However, as this outpost had only just moved, the sentries were not familiar with the fishermen outside. Although there were still about 20 households in the neighborhood, prolonged observation would reveal that these 2 were not residents. After conducting their exploration, the 2 subordinates returned to the Poison Dragon's hideout. Long ago, we did not encounter any sentries, nor did we detect anything unusual. Let's all rest for a while. We shall launch our assault at 3 in the morning. Under pressure from their companions, Lin Ziyuan had already gone to bed early, while Wang Chong patrolled before finally resting. At 3 in the morning, the Poison Dragon led a 6-man team towards the villa area, with the main force following behind, ready to obey orders. As they approached the villa area, the Poison Dragon guided his team through the gaps between the buildings. Upon confirming that there were sentries stationed at the front of a building, he stealthily led his team closer. At this hour, when sleepiness was at its peak, the group ascended to the 11th floor. The Poison Dragon signaled for the silencers to be attached. Being a thief himself, he was adept at lockpicking. Once inside the room, he used his powers of perception to identify the sentry, signaling his subordinates to rush in and neutralize the guard with a silenced pistol. They then burst into the adjacent room and swiftly eliminated the resting comrades. However, the noise from the fallen guard alerted the sentries wearing Bluetooth headsets in another high-rise. A group, respond to any incidents. The sound relayed through the Bluetooth headset reached the Poison Dragon, who chose not to respond. Instead, he silenced the call and stood on the balcony, his penetrating gaze scanning the surroundings for any remaining sentries. Meanwhile, the B group sentries, unable to reach a group, began dialing their phones, and the other 3 groups also received reports of their inability to contact A group members. The Poison Dragon had already stealthily approached B group's position and rapidly ascended the stairs, reaching the 11th floor and employing the same method to infiltrate B group's level. The other 3 groups, realizing they could not reach A and B group, quickly informed Wang Chong. Captain, it seems something's gone awry. Upon receiving the notification, Wang Chong immediately sensed that the situation was dire, moving stealthily to his second outpost. You all guard the doors and windows of the villa. I will bring reinforcements. He promptly notified the remaining members to head towards the sentry positions in the villa area. Seeing that his side had been compromised and that Lin Ziyuan's side was beginning to fortify their defenses, the Poison Dragon ceased hiding and called forth the larger force to converge for an assault. Wang Chong, leading over 30 men, had not yet arrived at C Group's villa when he was met with the sounds of fierce gunfire and explosions from that direction. As they reached the entrance to C Group's garage, they were caught off guard by ambushers lying in wait. The underground garage erupted into a chaotic gunfight, with both sides taking cover behind obstacles. Although Wang Chong's side had night vision goggles, any teammate who dared to expose themselves was met with precise fire from the opposing side. Chapter 64. The Carnage in the Garage. Wang Chong's group suffered rapid casualties, dwindling from over 50 to merely 30. All members produced grenades and hurled them towards the corner ahead before swiftly retreating. Upon hearing Wang Chong's command, the team unleashed their grenades into the corner. However, the Poison Dragon had already seen this coming and ordered everyone to fall back. A dozen grenades failed to injure any of the opponents, and as Wang Chong's team retreated, the Poison Dragon advanced with his men. The gunfire intensified once more. Lin Ziyuan, awakened by the sounds of explosions, immediately contacted Wang Chong to inquire about the situation. Lin, you need not worry. We are confident in repelling the enemy. How can I not be concerned? The enemy has infiltrated the garage. He had no knowledge of the enemy's numbers or firepower, and when Lin Ziyuan attempted to venture outside, he was stopped by Deng Ying and others. No, you absolutely cannot go. Once Wang Chong assesses the enemy, you may proceed. It is too dark outside now. You must stay put. Very well, I won't go. Wang Chong and his team found themselves pinned down in a corner. The Poison Dragon could clearly see them, organizing his men to launch grenades at their position. With a series of deafening explosions, Wang Chong's side was thrown into disarray. Wang Chong immediately rose to fire upon the advancing enemies, and some teammates, having regained their wits, joined in the gunfire. Retreat. Fall back into the villa. Wang Chong grabbed an injured teammate and rushed towards the villa. Upon entering, Wang Chong found himself with only 21 men remaining, 4 of whom were gravely injured. The Poison Dragon surrounded the villa with his personnel, who were already in greater numbers, now only suffering a few casualties. Haha, brothers inside, surrender. Wang Chong assessed the injuries of his comrades as he heard the enemy's taunts from outside. Brothers, call out your names. What grievance do you have against us? Ha! Let me remind you of Chun Jun. Surely you remember him. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong understood whose men they were. The poison dragon had stationed over 20 men in the garage, while the remaining personnel moved to the ground level. Teammates, what should we do? Lin Ziyuan had received Wang Chong's message and was now aware of their predicament. Zhao, who along with his teammates, guarded the third floor and had seen the enemy break the glass to fire outside. The poison dragon, observing the situation within the villa, noted that those inside could not exit and those outside could not enter. Used the walkie-talkies to tell those in the garage to throw grenades inside, applying some pressure on the enemies within. Wang Chong's team set up a machine gun on the second floor, wary of being on the first floor for fear of grenades being thrown in. With a thunderous explosion, the villa's main door was blown open, and 56 grenades were instantly thrown inside. The interior team was left dazed by the blasts. As the cacophony of gunfire erupted, 56 adversaries stormed into the garage, only to be felled by Wang Chong and his companions. Outside, the poison dragon and his men found themselves utterly exposed, retreating back into the sanctuary of the garage. Surrender. Brothers inside, hand over the one responsible for Brother Jin's demise, and the rest will be spared, echoed the demand. You're full of hot air. If you have the guts, come in here, retorted the defiant voices. The poison dragon dispatched his team to several vehicles, siphoning gasoline to prepare for an inferno to engulf the villa. Lin Ziyuan, wielding a suicide drone, advanced with an impact helmet, oblivious to the drones that lurked in the space. He charged straight into the throng, resulting in a thunderous explosion that toppled several foes. Unfazed, Lin Ziyuan maneuvered another drone, detonating it upon contact with the enemy. Hearing the bomb blasts outside, Wang Chong rallied his brothers. Our reinforcements have arrived. Meanwhile, the poison dragon was struck with panic. Realizing the enemy possessed suicide drones, Lin Ziyuan continued to unleash drones, with at least several thousand at his command, colliding with enemies and triggering explosions, which sent the poison dragon into a frenzy. Brothers, retreat to the adjacent villa and see how many drones they have, relentlessly pursuing them into the villa. Lin Ziyuan sent a message to Wang Chong, urging him to rendezvous at his villa's entrance. Confirming the absence of enemies at the door, Wang Chong led his team towards Lin Ziyuan's stronghold. They positioned themselves at Villa 91, surrounding it with drones. Zhao Fu, carry a few boxes of drones to the third floor of a neighboring villa. You charge from the outside while we storm the garage, Wang Chong commanded, his fury ignited by the loss of his comrades. The poison dragon found solace in the villa's protection. Quick, barricade the door. Once their drones are exhausted, we will strike back. Lin Ziyuan collided with the villa's entrance, detonating it with a resounding blast. Before the smoke could dissipate, another drone flew in, causing another explosion. On the third floor, Zhao Hu and his team unleashed their drones for a counteroffensive. One drone cleared the path, while the others followed suit, wreaking havoc. The occupants of Villa 91 scrambled for cover as the drones wreaked destruction. The poison dragon, along with his dwindling 20 men, took refuge on the second floor, while the injured on the first and third floors wailed in agony. What should we do, Brother Long? One of his men implored. Calm down, calm down. The poison dragon snapped, glancing outside to witness the swarm of drones, which terrified him into a seated position. What kind of enemy is this? There are over a dozen drones in the garage and another dozen outside the third floor window. Wang Chong had already maneuvered a drone into the fray, but his lack of expertise caused it to explode on the staircase. Fueled by rage, he ordered his team, blow a hole through the third floor. Hurry and bomb it. As the operators on the opposite balcony complied, the third drone detonated the floor. The remaining members on the second floor attempted to flee to the first, only to be driven back by the drones in the garage. Over 20 drones had reduced Villa 91 to ruins. Wang Chong seized a machine gun and advanced towards the villa, searching for survivors. Lin Ziyuan followed closely, entering a scene of carnage, with severed limbs and cries echoing throughout. Pull the living ones out, and finish off those who can't move. After clearing the first floor, they dragged out 4 mangled bodies. The stench of blood permeated the villa. Lin Ziyuan stepped outside and executed a wounded enemy, begging for mercy. Cease your cries. The remaining 3 immediately fell silent, nodding in compliance. Answer my questions. They nodded again. Where are you from? Wang Ziyanghui. Who is in charge? Upon learning the leader's name was the poison dragon, he instructed Zhao Hu, take him inside to identify the others. Before identification could commence, Wang Chong had already brought 3 men out of the villa. He kicked one to the ground. Lin Zong, this is the poison dragon. Chapter 65, Wang Ziyanghui. Lin Ziyuan stared down at the kneeling poison dragon, drawing his gun and pressing it against his temple. What audacity you possess. Please, spare me. I have special abilities. I will serve you faithfully if you let me live. The poison dragon pleaded. Intrigued by the mention of his supposed abilities, Lin Ziyuan inquired, what special abilities do you possess? I can see through walls. Lin Ziyuan regarded him skeptically. Sensing Lin Ziyuan's doubt, the poison dragon pointed ahead. Look, there are 4 women in the villa over there. He referred not to others, but to Lin Ziyuan's own villa. Bind him up and eliminate the rest, Lin Ziyuan commanded, stepping aside to contemplate their next move as Wang Chong and Zhao Hu approached with lowered heads. What are our losses? Lin Ziyuan offered them cigarettes. We lost 35 men, leaving us with only 22. The news struck Lin Ziyuan with palpable sorrow. After enduring a fragile peace, he knew he had to eliminate Chen Wei and bring the poison dragon along. Soon, Zhao Hu escorted the poison dragon back. Please spare me. I will work tirelessly for you, he begged. I might spare you, but only if you tell the truth. Under Lin Ziyuan's interrogation, the poison dragon divulged that 6 combatants and over 50 women remained at Chen Wei's base, alongside the purpose of their current mission. Since you wish to follow me, you must prove your worth. We will now advance to Chen Wei's stronghold. If you cooperate well, you will be accepted. Rest assured, with your drone swarms combined with my special abilities, we will be able to pinpoint our enemies no matter where they flee, the poison dragon assured. Zhao Hu, bring out the Arctic War God. We're going to exact our revenge. With 10 men, they boarded the Arctic War God and set off towards Wangjianghui. This vehicle could reach an average speed of 40 miles per hour, arriving at Wangjianghui in at most an hour and a half. As they passed through the greenery, the donkey heard the rumbling of the war vehicle from above, hurriedly opening a window to shout, "Brother, where are you going? Take me with you." However, the occupants of the war vehicle heard nothing. The donkey, cradling Tong Tong and Rong Rong, boasted about his past glory at an auction, while the 2 women gazed enviously at their men. I bid 100 boxes of instant noodles for a Yuan dynasty vase. It left our longtime rival, Xian Ba, speechless. After winning, I used it as a urinal. Wow, darling, you're so impressive. That Lin Zong was particularly impressed when I placed a bid. Who can deny our elegance? And that big star, Fan, you know her, right? They nodded. I felt sorry for her and bought her as a gift for Lin Zong. Bragging. How come none of our supplies have diminished? Rong Rong stood up from his lap. Well, that was Lin Zong being modest, fearing I would overspend. He covered the cost himself. I'm telling you, we're running low on food. If you don't start scavenging for supplies, we'll be left with nothing but the wind. After that comment, Tong Tong also stood up. The Arctic War God rolled over the snowy terrain, effortlessly crushing abandoned vehicles beneath it, swiftly reaching Wangjianghui in the northern district. Lin Ziyuan seized the poison dragon by the collar. Your fate hangs by a thread. I want to live. There on the first floor, with supplies in the underground levels 1 and 2. Zhao Hu led the way, while Wang Chong and the remaining brothers formed a protective circle around Lin Ziyuan. Originally, he intended to wait until the enemies were eliminated before allowing Lin Ziyuan to emerge, but Lin Ziyuan insisted on accompanying them. Brother, there are 4 sentinels on the 7th floor. They've just been eliminated. They're about to exit this stairwell. Zhao Hu signaled for everyone to hide, and sure enough, within 30 seconds, hurried footsteps echoed through the air. The 4 figures emerging from the stairwell were met with a hail of gunfire, collapsing to the ground. Lin Ziyuan glanced at the poison dragon, impressed by the efficacy of his X-ray vision. The poison dragon, noticing Lin Ziyuan's gaze, wore a proud expression as if awaiting praise. A group of individuals continued their descent down the stairs, and as they approached the exit, Poison Dragon quietly remarked that 6 people were stationed outside the door. Wang Chong swiftly produced a grenade, disengaged the safety, and rolled it through the crack of the door. With a resounding explosion, all 6 armed men at the entrance were knocked down. In an instant, Wang Chong, accompanied by his subordinates, charged out and commenced firing at the fallen figures. Poison Dragon reached the first floor and announced, Chen Wei is inside there. Although Poison Dragon had assisted in repelling 2 waves of enemies earlier, doubts still lingered. As they prepared to enter the room, Wang Chong cautiously surveyed the surroundings, then gently pushed Poison Dragon ahead of him into the chamber. At that moment, Chen Wei sat behind his desk and, upon witnessing the abrupt entry of Poison Dragon, exclaimed, You bastard, you betrayed me. Secretary, you can't blame me. You have offended such formidable foes and sent me to my doom. If I hadn't saved you back then, you would have perished long ago. Enough of your bickering. Lin Ziyuan, I concede my defeat today, but mark my words. There will come a day when you two will meet your end at the hands of another. You may not witness my demise, but I shall be present to witness yours. Lin Ziyuan exchanged glances with Wang Chong, while Zhao Hu emptied his AK-47 of bullets. Big brother, spare me, and I will follow you from now on. Lin Ziyuan ignored him and approached Zhao Hu, while Poison Dragon again pleaded for mercy beside Wang Chong. Lin Ziyuan picked up the machine gun that Zhao Hu had reloaded and unleashed a barrage of bullets upon Poison Dragon. Wang Chong had initially believed that Lin Ziyuan would show him mercy and refrain from avenging their fallen comrades, but this act confirmed he had not chosen the wrong side. Burn him, it must be done. Lin Ziyuan was uncertain what abilities Poison Dragon possessed beyond seeing through walls. But turning him to ashes seemed the most prudent course of action. Zhao Hu, with his comrades, began to dismantle wooden furniture, while Lin Ziyuan and Wang Chong descended to the basement level. The array of goods within was nothing short of dazzling, with an abundance of essentials. Except for fruits and vegetables. President Lin, we are bound to strike it rich now. Lin Ziyuan seized the supplies nearby, and in an instant, they vanished from his grasp. Wang Chong gazed at him in terror, having long suspected that Lin Ziyuan possessed extraordinary abilities. And the capture of Poison Dragon only solidified his belief in the existence of superhumans. With a wave of his hand, all the supplies from the basement disappeared, prompting Wang Chong to lower his head in an attempt to appear oblivious as they ventured down to the sub-basement to collect all remaining resources. Do you have nothing to say? Upon hearing Lin Ziyuan's inquiry, Wang Chong hastily replied, President Lin, we shall follow you for life. You must have suspected me long ago. Yes, indeed. We searched for you at the dock, though we found no trace of you. However, the warship had vanished. This matter is for you to know alone. Rest assured, President Lin, we have never spoken ill of you behind your back. The two made their way back to the first floor, where flames illuminated the office of Chun Wei. President Lin, Poison Dragon has been incinerated. How shall we handle Chun Wei's woman? Zhao Hu pointed towards an office. We are not a charitable organization, nor can we save so many. Lin Ziyuan waved his hand and began the journey back. Chapter 66, Recruitment. President Lin, the security team has suffered significant losses this time. I believe we should recruit some talent. Indeed, we must bring in reinforcements, lest we encounter superhumans again. Zhao, who suddenly halted the vehicle, exclaiming, President Lin, didn't Poison Dragon mention supplies in the basement? Shouldn't we take them? Before Lin Ziyuan could respond, Wang Chong interjected. Can you refrain from making a fuss? There are no supplies there, just empty words. Zhao dismissed this comment and resumed driving. President Lin, could you notify Donkey to gather all the men from their community for me to evaluate? Certainly, I will discuss this matter with him. Wang Chong, you are responsible for clearing the battlefield and incinerating our fallen brothers. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Ziyuan found 4 women awaiting him. Deng Ying, in tears, embraced him, saying, I am so scared. The explosions outside sound like firecrackers. It's all right now. You are safe. Donkey, how many men do you have left? My security department needs reinforcements. I can manage that. I want to join the security team as well. During the conversation with Donkey, it was revealed that there were 17 men on their side, many of whom had gone to the relief station and would gather at the villa tomorrow. Lin Ziyuan then contacted son Li to inquire about how many of their sons were left. Upon learning that her son needed to join the security team, son Li hurried to retrieve him from the riverside where he was fishing. Son, joining the security team means you must obey President Lin's orders. Bro, once we join the security team, we can ride motorcycles. Yes, I even saw a massive armored vehicle recently. This group of young men was still dreaming of snowmobiles, having previously considered their own number 9 the epitome of cool. The next day, Donkey arrived at the villa complex with his family in tow. Wang Chong, observing Donkey's bodyguards, was reluctant to accept them, as they seemed more like decorative figures. Sun Li arrived with her son and his 7 close friends. Wang Chong surveyed the motley crew before glancing at Lin Ziyuan from a distance. With no other viable options at hand, he begrudgingly accepted them all. The villa complex began to reassign quarters, with Donkey and Sun Li assured of their residence there. The 47-member security team was divided into 10 groups, stationed in various corners and high-rise buildings. Lin Ziyuan paid little heed to the allocations, instead spotting Xiao Shuang and Sun Li, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Come on, let us head home for a meal. Both nodded in agreement, but just as they were about to return to the villa, they were surrounded by women brought by Donkey. President Lin, may we come in to take a shower? Please, just let us wash up. Xiao Shuang clutched Lin Ziyuan's arm. Rest assured, President Lin won't be troubled. We'll be out promptly after bathing. This is a one-time exception. There will be no further instances. Under the throng of women, Lin Ziyuan returned to the villa. As the second door of the villa swung open, it resembled a renowned painting, with numerous nude women and Lin Ziyuan standing at the center. Upon entering, they were immediately struck by the warmth inside. It was akin to paradise. Deng Ying and the others could hardly believe their eyes at the multitude of women present. How many have you taken in? Where did they all come from? Indeed, let us head upstairs. Lin Ziyuan was pulled upstairs by several ladies, while Xiao Shuang directed everyone to the bathing area before leading them to the swimming pool. They merely sought a wash. Lin Ziyuan had no desire for their arrival. After bathing, they would all leave. Hearing this, everyone finally relaxed, agreeing that they would let the women return after bathing. Rest assured, they will leave right after. Not a single good one among them. Noticing that the others were no longer angry, Lin Ziyuan ventured downstairs to admire the allure of the women. The gathered fruits made everyone salivate. Do not snatch. I prepared only 4 platters in total. Gazing at the statuesque figures and the alluring curves, Lin Ziyuan felt an overwhelming urge to leap in without a stitch of clothing. One by one, women emerged from the pool, casting longing glances at Lin Ziyuan. Reluctant to depart, the clock struck 11, and he announced, "You may all enjoy hot pot for lunch here, but you must leave by 1 o'clock." The prospect of hot pot thrilled the women, who hugged Xiao Shuang in joy, feeling as though they had gained a stroke of luck by entering the villa through her. Lin Ziyuan, observing the scene, thought to himself, "This is my villa. What use is it to you to cozy up to her?" The dining area on the 3rd floor resembled a masterpiece, with Lin Ziyuan having provided no attire for the women. Their eyes were overwhelmed, flitting from one to another. Some, unable to reach the dishes, stood up, while others sought different foods and scurried to the other side of the table. Deng Ying remarked to Qin Huiru beside her, "Look at our Beidai. He is so joyful." Fan, noticing the envy of a few, quipped, "The jealousy is futile. Just watch me." She entered the kitchen and emerged with 2 beautifully segmented king crabs, placing them elegantly on the dining table. "My dear sisters have arrived, and they must be treated to a delightful feast," she declared. The guests gazed at the sumptuous crabs and promptly expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, elder sister." Qin Jingru was taken aback and quickly gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "This is truly magnificent." The 3 of them then ventured into the kitchen to fetch an array of delectable dishes, ensuring that Lin Ziyuan was well taken care of while also informing the guests that this was their home. Lin Ziyuan, blissfully unaware of their ulterior motives, found the situation rather intriguing. As time swiftly passed, by 1 o'clock, all the guests had departed, leaving only Ron, who pretended to be tipsy and collapsed on Lin Ziyuan. "Enough with the charade. Let us hurry back," he said. Realizing she had been discovered, she hastily exited the villa. "Lin, our team is still too small," Wang Chang reported. Given the current manpower shortage, it was not something that could be resolved instantly. It required discernment and loyalty. After completing training, the donkey returned to the villa that had been assigned to them, immediately embracing Tong Tong. "I am now the squad leader, with over 10 subordinates. Is that so?" Rong sauntered over, her slender waist swaying. "Indeed, I shall certainly become the captain of the entire team in the future. Do you know that we dined at Lin's villa for hot pot today?" "What? You actually went to Lin's villa? Hurry and tell me about the decor." Rong excitedly described the opulent arrangements, causing envy to swell in the donkey's heart, especially upon learning that 4 renowned actresses were present. "When will Lin ever invite me for hot pot?" "We're all fortunate to benefit from Xia Shuang's good fortune," Tong Tong said, enviously grasping her hand. "Xiao Shuang is indeed lucky to have found a boss. Why am I overlooked?" Rong lamented, glancing at her figure. Chapter 67, Power Outage and Internet Disruption. "Why hasn't the power returned? It's already past 7. Rong exclaimed, pulling out her phone adorned with gems, only to find the signal had also been severed. "Let us stoke the fireplace. It's impressive that it took so long to lose power in this apocalypse." The donkey gazed out the window, already deducing the situation. Those who survived in the apocalypse were not simple folk. They had learned to remain calm amid adversity. "Lin, the power's out. It appears the entire area is in darkness." Lin Ziyuan heard over the intercom from the balcony. "What is meant to come will come. Inform the sentries to shield the fireplace's light, or will be too conspicuous." Lin Ziyuan retrieved his binoculars, observing the city shrouded in darkness, devoid of lights. "Beidai, the power is out outside." Deng Ying snuggled against Lin Ziyuan. "In truth, a power outage isn't entirely negative. Without the internet, what need have we for electricity?" "Of course you would say that, considering you have power in your villa," Lin Ziyuan remarked as he secured all the protective shutters, rendering the villa impenetrable and obscuring any sign of electricity within. "Lin, 2 individuals have arrived outside, claiming to seek you." Lin Ziyuan picked up the intercom, inquiring, "Who is looking for me?" "She says her name is Ziofen. Let them in." To Lin Ziyuan's astonishment, the 2 indeed approached from the Regal International. "Who is Ziofen? What did you meet her?" Qin Jingru asked, curious. "Oh, it was merely a jest about needing a maid, and they walked over from several kilometers away. If I truly needed one, I would have brought her here on a motorcycle or armored vehicle," he replied. Qin Huiru stood up, declaring, "Then I shall send them away." Lin Ziyuan opened the first door of the villa, allowing the 2 to enter. Fan observed the surveillance footage, noting how the 2 were bundled up like zongzi. "You too. Remove all your clothing." Lin Ziyuan remained silent, watching how they would respond. The 2 lovely ladies stripped down, revealing their alluring figures, causing several to swoon in astonishment. Fan remarked, "This must be fake. There's no way they could be this large. Such incredible figures, a waist like an A4 sheet, and their curves could reach the heavens." The women chimed in. Qin Huiru firmly asserted, It's fake, 100%. They must have undergone surgery. Indeed. Lin Ziyuan interjected. Your microphones are still on. After saying this, he pressed the switch for the second door and stepped outside, prompting the others to awkwardly follow him down the stairs. Would you prefer to eat something first, or would you like to take a shower? Before the two could respond, Deng Ying quickly approached, gazing at the porcelain-like faces of the two with both concern and affection. Let us get them something to eat. They must be famished after walking all this way. Lin Ziyuan prepared 2 bowls of century egg and lean meat congee, along with some steamed dumplings and buns. Let us have a light meal to replenish your strength. At this moment, the 4 ladies ceased their chatter and began to show their concern, taking the newcomers' hands and ushering them to the dining table. Hurry, eat up to regain your strength. The two, no longer hesitant, ate while shedding tears, reflecting on the arduous journey that had not been in vain. Lin Ziyuan stood by, reminding them, I have informed you that being here means you were to serve as maids. The others looked at him simultaneously, while Xiaofan and Qin stood up in fright. They were both around 160 centimeters tall, but their youthful faces evoked a sense of tenderness. Beidai, can't we wait until they finish eating before discussing this? Stop your chatter. I am merely lonely after Deng Ying stole my home, and I took in Qin Huiru, then Qin Jingru, and finally Fan Fan. The 4 listened to Lin Ziyuan's explanation, wishing they could rush up to him. There are rules for being a maid in my villa. I shall ask once more. Are you two willing to be maids here? Willing. We are willing. They nodded fervently. The titles of internet celebrities they once held had long faded, especially since their rise was merely a facade to attract attention. I advise you both not to rush into agreeing. First, listen to the rules. What if you find them unsuitable? Rule number 1. The master's orders are absolutely correct and non-debatable. Failure to comply will result in hunger for the first offense, 3 days of hunger for the second, and expulsion for the third. Rule number 2. From today forth, you must refer to me as master at all times and without my command. You cannot serve anyone else in the villa, not even the other 4. Rule number 3. You will have your own wardrobe on the first floor, and you may choose your outfits, but you are not permitted to wear undergarments within a villa. Deng Ying, listening intently, felt a thrill of excitement, eagerly anticipating Lin Ziyuan's next rules. Qin Huiru scoffed. Our Beidai must have observed the lifestyles of the chaebol from Korea and decided to imitate them. Rule 4. When I return home, you shall kneel at the door to welcome me, assist me with changing my attire and shoes, and when I retire, you must wait until I fall asleep before you can rest in your own rooms. No matter the time, you must follow closely behind me, though you need not accompany me when I go out. Qin Jingru interjected. Does that mean you want us to follow you even to the restroom and cheer you on during intimate moments? Lin Ziyuan pondered for 3 seconds. That suggestion is not entirely unfeasible, with a total of over 10 rules laid out. Both women nodded in agreement, assuring they could comply. Qin Huiru smirked at Fan Fan. Beidai, wasn't she one of your assigned mates? You can't have her. I want her. Fan Fan's heart sank. She indeed was sent as a maid, but Lin Ziyuan had not specifically defined that for her. She is not. She is a woman I brought back. All right, for now, those are the rules. You two should hurry and eat, then take a shower. You smell quite ripe. Since they hadn't changed clothes since the apocalypse began, there was indeed an unpleasant odor. Deng Ying ran to Lin Ziyuan's side, acting coyly. Beidai, why don't you give me a maid too? You have 2. Share one with me. What do you need a maid for? I want to experience what it feels like to be a lady of the house. Lin Ziyuan gently pointed a finger at her bun, saying, You, foul widow, these 2 are temporarily mine. After the 2 had completed their morning rituals and donned a set of CK attire, one adorned with black stockings and the other with white, Master Lin Ziyuan nodded in satisfaction, beckoning them to approach. They knelt before him, awaiting his command. From now on, you shall serve only me in this villa. There is no need to attend to them. Lin Ziyuan indicated towards Deng Ying and the others. Understood, Master, they replied in unison. Fan Fan ascended from downstairs, clad in similar garb, save for her netted stockings. Lin Ziyuan and the others regarded her with surprise as she knelt before him, declaring, Master, I wish to serve you tonight as well. Very well. Let us retire to my chamber, he replied. Chapter 68, que suis lenting. Lin Ziyuan rose from his bed in the morning, and 2 maids immediately approached to assist him in dressing, obediently trailing behind. Fan Fan remained fast asleep, exhausted from her service to Lin Ziyuan the previous night. Lin, could you devise a solution for the power outage in our villa district? Upon learning of the complete power failure the day before, Lin Ziyuan had already been contemplating a course of action, and unexpectedly, Wang Chang contacted him right after breakfast. Let us search a few of the major ports in Qiantang to see if we can procure a generator and aviation fuel. Lin Ziyuan called Zhao Hu via intercom, instructing him to bring out the Siberian conqueror. Lin, allow me to accompany you, Wang Chang urged. Your home requires your protection. Donkey, come along, Lin Ziyuan waved him over, well aware of his eagerness to showcase himself. Let us set off. This time, Lin Ziyuan took the wheel of the armored vehicle, embarking on their exploration. Lin, where shall we head first? Lin Ziyuan glanced at the offline GDP and replied, let's first visit the power grid company. Zhao, who manipulated the map, displaying all the branches of the power grid company. Let us proceed to the nearest one. After half an hour, they arrived at their first destination, completely blanketed in snow. The power grid sign obscured by the white cover. Zhao, who pointed to a snow-covered area ahead. That should be the parking lot. Let's take a look. Lin Ziyuan commanded. The three of them explored the parking lot for over half an hour with long poles. And Lin Ziyuan eventually waved for them to return to the vehicle. This method is ineffective. It is hardly conducive to finding anything, he remarked, rubbing his nearly frozen hands. Could there be generators in the major hotels? Zhao, who perused the map for further information. Suddenly, Donkey popped his head in from behind. Lin, I know where there is one. Zhao, who slapped his helmet in frustration. If you knew, why didn't you say so earlier? I've been searching in the snow for over half an hour. Donkey, looking aggrieved, replied, I only remembered after you mentioned hotels. Chushui Lanting has one. Lin Ziyuan fixed his gaze on Donkey. Are you certain of this? Absolutely. Once, during a power outage at a gathering, the manager assured us it would only take 3 minutes as they began using the generator. Zhao, who located Chushui Lanting on the map. Lin, we are 37 kilometers away from there. Lin Ziyuan executed a deft turn with the armored vehicle, setting off according to the navigation route. He suddenly recalled that Fan Fan had been there, pondering how she had arrived at the Doomsday Auction. Growing increasingly frustrated, Lin Ziyuan struck Donkey on the head. You should have mentioned this sooner. We could have inquired about the forces there. Having already traveled over 20 kilometers away from the villa. Are we to return to ask Fan Fan about the situation? Donkey, are you quite familiar with Chushui Lanting? Very much so. I used to visit almost daily. That Xian Ba has been renting 2 villas there for years, housing dozens of women. Is it within his sphere of influence? I'm not entirely sure. But the owner was indeed quite powerful before the apocalypse. Lin Ziyuan felt another impulse to strike him, realizing how obvious it was that any establishment of such scale in Qian'an would require some degree of strength. He attempted to contact Wang Chong via intercom, but received no response after 3 attempts and subsequently gave up. Is there a chance that office buildings might have one? Donkey suggested while observing the buildings lining the road. Rather than searching one by one, it would be more efficient to head directly to a target location. Since acquiring the armored vehicle, traveling had become exceedingly convenient. Lin, we are 2 kilometers away. Should I go on foot to assess the situation first? We shall drive the vehicle directly. If anything arises, the armored vehicle is bulletproof, Lin Ziyuan replied. Donkey eagerly grabbed the machine gun, declaring, if trouble arises, I'll take him down. Under Donkey's direction, the armored vehicle halted at the entrance of Chushui Lanting. Lin, just go in from here, he instructed. Zhao, who intervened, you cannot go down. Let me check first. We could deploy a drone for reconnaissance. No one needs to exit, Lin Ziyuan suggested. Adjusting the drone for takeoff. Suddenly, a head peered out from the 3rd floor window. Boss, welcome. Lin Ziyuan and the others exchanged astonished glances. Donkey, what does this mean? Donkey recognized the person. I know him, Lin. He is the one in charge here. Should I go down to assess the situation? Be cautious. Return immediately if anything seems amiss, Lin Ziyuan cautioned. Rest assured, Lin, Donkey replied before descending from the armored vehicle. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes passed without any sign of Donkey returning when Lin Ziyuan was about to send a drone in. Donkey swaggered out, and Zhao Hu opened the vehicle door for him. Lin, they have bathing facilities inside, requiring only a single bucket of instant noodles. Shall we go in and relax? They have hot water? Lin Ziyuan exclaimed, astonished by the building. Aside from supplies, they have everything. Oh, except for electricity. It turned out that Chushui Lanting relied entirely on natural gas for heating and hot water, with a dedicated pipeline for their substantial consumption. Did you inquire whether they possess a generator? Lin Ziyuan asked. Donkey sheepishly admitted, I forgot. Zhao Hu, exasperated, shoved him back towards the vehicle to ask again. Donkey hurriedly scampered back. As Zhao Hu surveyed their surroundings, he advised, Lin, I suggest we do not recklessly enter. We are unaware of whether there are enemies inside. Just then, a convoy of over a dozen pickup trucks arrived, parking in the snowy expanse, and dozens of individuals disembarked. Lin Ziyuan recognized the leader, a white-haired man. This group appears to be from the Doomsday Auction. Having already spotted Lin Ziyuan's armored vehicle, they were aware of its owner. The white-haired leader approached the vehicle. Boss, are you here for a bath and massage as well? Why are you not coming in? Lin Ziyuan rolled down the window. It's you. What brings you here? The brothers wished to bathe, so we came to unwind. At that moment, Donkey emerged from within without recognizing the white-haired man. Well then, we shall enter first. The white-haired leader announced. leading his subordinates into Chu Shui Lanting. Lin Ziyuan learned that they had generator units and exchanged them for supplies. Zhao, who quickly inquired, "What materials do they require?" They did not specify. However, they mentioned that if negotiations were to take place, my boss must disembark personally, he responded, indicating that the owner inside was aware of Donkey's true identity. Zhao Hu immediately blocked Lin Ziyuan, saying, "Lin, you cannot go. It seems they know you're the real boss. If you go in, what if they harbor ill intentions? Since they are aware of my status as the proprietor, I feel compelled to enter and ascertain the situation. Otherwise, if I were to retreat in a hasty manner, it would only reinforce the notion that we are easily intimidated." Lin Ziyuan maneuvered the armored vehicle to an open area before disembarking, with the donkey leading the way ahead. Chapter 69. Familiar Faces at the Auction. Upon entering the Chu Shui Lanting, he discovered that the temperature within mirrored that of his own villa. The only peculiar aspect was that all the lighting was provided by flashlights. Under the guidance of the manager, they approached an office on the second floor. "Boss, might I trouble you to relinquish your firearm? Additionally, we must conduct a body search." Just as Zhao Hu was about to speak, he observed Lin Ziyuan handing his pistol to the bodyguard at the entrance. Zhao Hu followed suit, but the bodyguard refused to accept his weapon. "I apologize, but our boss has stipulated that only he may enter, thus your firearms need not be surrendered." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu was immediately agitated. "What do you mean by that? Are there matters you wish to conceal?" "Lin Zong, I believe we should forego the generator." Why was Zhao Hu so impatient? "You lot wait outside. I shall converse with the boss within." "But, Lin Zong, I must ensure your safety." Lin Ziyuan raised his hands, permitting the bodyguard to conduct the search. "Enough, wait at the entrance or go indulge in a bath." Once the search was completed, Lin Ziyuan turned and inquired, "May I enter now?" "Of course." The bodyguard promptly pushed the door open, and as Lin Ziyuan stepped inside, the door was swiftly closed behind him. "Lin Zong, I did not anticipate our meeting to occur so swiftly again." As Lin Ziyuan gazed at the desk, the swivel chair turned to reveal the visage of the individual before him. To his surprise, it was he, Keokshin. "I too did not foresee encountering you so soon." At that moment, she was adorned in a gown starkly different from the heavy attire she had worn at the Doomsday Auction. Uncertain whether it was intentional or not, she rose and approached Lin Ziyuan. He Keokshin's lithe figure swayed, her serpentine waist and rounded hips moving with a captivating grace, exuding an irresistible allure. Lin Ziyuan observed her countenance. Despite being in her 50s, she maintained an exceptional appearance and physique. "How is Fan Fan faring under your care?" It seems she had deliberately arranged for Fan Fan's auction. I had hoped she might relay some updates. It appears your charm has captivated her so entirely that she has only reported to me once and then ceased all communication. Lin Ziyuan regarded He Keokshin with newfound respect. The adage of large breasts equating to a lack of intellect did not apply to her, for she was exceptionally astute. "Do not hold it against me, dear brother. As a woman navigating this apocalyptic world, I have little choice but to employ certain strategies to survive." "Then why did you disclose that Fan Fan was your informant to me? Were you hoping to use my hand to eliminate her? Would you truly have the heart to do so? Since she provided me with her first piece of intelligence, I knew you were no ordinary person, possessing an abundance of resources in your own arsenal. You hold me in too high regard. His own. I merely wish to persevere in this desolate world." He Keokshin approached Lin Ziyuan, taking his hand. "Brother, let us not stand idly. Let us sit and converse at our leisure." Lin Ziyuan was guided to a chair at the desk, where He Keokshin retrieved a walkie-talkie. "Prepare 2 cups of coffee, and arrange for Lin Zong's companions to enjoy a bath and a massage. I intend to speak with him for an extended period." Barely 10 seconds later, commotion erupted at the entrance, and Lin Ziyuan recognized the voices of Zhao Hu arguing with the bodyguards. He rose and moved towards the door. "You two should relax and enjoy a bath. I will summon you if needed." Upon returning to the office, he was greeted by 6 strikingly similar beauties. "Izong, what is the meaning of this?" "These 6 lovely ladies are a welcoming gift for Lin Zong. I am aware of your preferences. Izong, I believe it is prudent to address business matters first." Seeing the seriousness in her companion, He Keokshin waved her hand, dismissing the 6 beauties, and instructed the bodyguards to wait in the hallway. "Brother, I understand you possess extraordinary abilities. I simply seek a reliable ally and have gone to great lengths to establish connections with every faction in Qintang." "Oh, it seems you are well informed." He Keokshin handed Lin Ziyuan a cup of coffee, positioning herself on the desk in front of him. "Sister, I have encountered others with abilities and am aware of their incredible skills, but I have no interest in them. My desire is to collaborate with you." Lin Ziyuan scrutinized the vixen beside him as she intentionally hiked her skirt, revealing her alluring legs clad in black stockings. "It appears you were already aware of my talents." Lin Ziyuan took a sip of coffee, remaining skeptical of her knowledge regarding his abilities. "Brother, You refer to me as Izong far too formally. It feels rather distant. I'm not much older than you, and the women in your villa are likely of a similar age. Then how would you prefer me to address you? While I am not your beloved sister, calling me sister should suffice. Lin Ziyuan regarded the enchanting woman before him, realizing Fan Fan had likely divulged much to her. He would undoubtedly address her when he returned. Then I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Now, that is more like it. If you desire power generators, I happen to have over 40 sets available. Simply express your desire, and they are yours. Surely, it cannot be as simple as you suggest. Very well, as your sister, I shall be transparent with you. In our conversation, I learned that this establishment is on the brink of closure. The natural gas reserves can only sustain operations for 5 more days. Should it collapse, they shall lose their supply chain and be plunged into a harsh winter. I wish to reside in your villa. Would you be amenable to this arrangement? To think you would expect to dwell in my villa in exchange for a mere handful of generators. Such audacity is quite striking. Should you and your companions perish in the bitter cold, I could simply retrieve the generators. Brother, do you wish to abandon me to my fate or take advantage of my misfortune? I have heard that the warehouse belonging to Sam was pilfered by you. Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. No one had broached the subject, and should other factions become aware, his only recourse would be to flee. He Keoxing, perceiving the shift in Lin Ziyuan's demeanor, reassured him. But rest easy, the informant who divulged this information has been eliminated, so should you choose to kill me, no one will ever learn of it. The truth was that Wang Fasai had fled from the villa area to Chu Shui Lan Ting, intending to swindle again. He Keoxing had procured aviation fuel from him, but the following day, he attempted to flee and was apprehended. Wang Fasai informed her that, prior to the apocalypse, someone had purchased dozens of tons of goods, leading them to Lin Ziyuan's warehouse, which was now nothing but a collapsed structure devoid of supplies. Initially intending to inspect the neighboring Sam's warehouse, they discovered it was so bare that even a single packet of tissues was absent. During the auction, the roasted chicken displayed by Lin Ziyuan had belonged to Sam, leading her to conclude that the Sam supermarket had been robbed by Lin Ziyuan. Chapter 70, Heaven and Earth. I believe my sister has misunderstood. The Sam warehouse is so vast, how could I possibly steal from it? If my sister is not mistaken, your abilities likely pertain to culinary delights. Is it that you are so unsympathetic as to offer your sister only instant noodles, crackers, and bread? It seemed you had conducted a thorough investigation of me. Lin Ziyuan decided to cease hiding and instead revealed his true self, producing a dozen exquisite dishes from his spatial storage. Though he Keoxing had witnessed countless grand spectacles, the sight of the sumptuous feast elicited an involuntary growl from her stomach. Lin Ziyuan chuckled. Feast upon this. Consider my treat. However, do not harbor any illusions of exchanging generators for residence in my villa. With that, he turned it apart. He Keoxing grasped Lin Ziyuan's arm. Is it not permissible to dine before leaving? Surely, matters can be negotiated. As Lin Ziyuan retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, she promptly offered her lighter, finally establishing a hierarchy between them. Brother, you may take the generators, but if I were to reside in your community, could you provide the energy supply for them? Lin Ziyuan, upon hearing this request, found it rather reasonable. At most, she could provide some aviation kerosene. This demand, I can acquiesce to. Thus, I must first express my gratitude for my brother's hospitality. She had not anticipated that securing a patron would be so effortlessly achieved, especially considering those generators held no utility for her, as the diesel had frozen into solid blocks, rendering them inoperable. Only aviation kerosene could serve as a viable energy source. After indulging in lunch, Lin Ziyuan was eager to retrieve the generator. But he Keoxing indicated that they would wait 3 days until the natural gas was depleted before departing together. Let my brother wait 3 days. I wish to amass more supplies. Then I shall extend my stay at your Kushui Landing for a few more days. Rest assured, my establishment will undoubtedly meet your satisfaction, and it is replete with beautiful women. Sister, do not mock your brother. I am not one to be rendered speechless in the presence of lovely ladies. Indeed, dear sister, I nearly forgot. My brother has a penchant for married women. Under the manager's guidance, they entered a private room. President Lin, I have informed your subordinates. They should be arriving shortly. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to call for me. Lin Ziyuan waved her hand, signaling the manager to withdraw. Donkey and Zhao who entered the room clad in bathrobes. President Lin, we will reside here for 3 days and then return with the generator. Upon hearing they would be staying for 3 days, Donkey joyfully leaped onto the bed. I have longed for this place. Every masseuse here is a gem among gems. Zhao Hu, filled with envy, urged Donkey to recount the tales of this locale. Donkey spoke incessantly, painting vivid images that nearly materialized before Zhao Hu's eyes. Suddenly, Donkey paused and cleared his throat. I'm a bit parched. Zhao Hu promptly stood. Donkey, I shall fetch you some water. After drinking, Donkey reclined on the bed. Brother who? Just imagine, you lie here with a beauty massaging your left arm, another attending to your right, while two more pamper your legs. And a voluptuous Russian beauty tends to your head. Zhao Hu closed his eyes, savoring the thought. Indeed, that is a life akin to that of a deity. In unison, Zhao Hu and Donkey knelt on the bed, bowing to Lin Ziyuan. President Lin, let us procure some supplies to indulge ourselves. Look at your pitiful selves. Go retrieve the supplies from the vehicle. I shall await you in the room. Lin Ziyuan tossed the keys to Zhao Hu and swiftly disrobed. I shall take a shower and change into my bath attire. You two remain here. The two exchanged glances, realizing that he was perhaps more eager to indulge than they were. Master, President Lin has gone to bathe and change. Additionally, his two subordinates are unloading over 20 boxes of supplies from the vehicle. Upon hearing this, He Kaoxing could not suppress a smile. Indeed, men are hardly to be trusted. Upon returning from her shower, Lin Ziyuan observed the corner filled with supplies and noted that Donkey and Zhao Hu appeared anxious. Donkey called them masseuses. I am curious to see if they are as exceptional as you claim. Certainly, President Lin. Donkey hurried outside to summon the manager, and within minutes, the sound of high heels echoed in the corridor. Good afternoon, esteemed patrons. The manager, clad in an enticing black business attire, possessed an exquisite figure, full and curvaceous, with a slim waist and long legs, exuding the essence of a married woman. Upon seeing the neatly stacked supplies in the corner, her face lit up. They relied on the men outside to secure supplies in exchange for their services, and it had been quite a while since she had witnessed anyone bring in such a bounty. Enough with the pleasantries. Summon the masseuses. The manager gracefully settled onto Donkey's bed, caressing his leg. I wonder which type of masseuse the boss desires. Ordinary, premium, or elite. Donkey grasped the manager's hand. You saucy minx. We certainly prefer those who are beautiful. Oh boss, you jest. Our technicians are all quite lovely. The manager extricated her hand from Donkey's grasp, placing it on his thigh as she continued. However, boss, our rates are quite steep. Donkey felt her hand encroach upon him and, with a quivering voice, replied, Fear not. We have ample supplies. Very well. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch them for you. The manager rose and approached the door. Room 777, send in elite technicians. No sooner had she spoken than a chorus of high heels echoed down the corridor, each step resonating with the rhythm of heartbeats. Ladies, please enter. The room was graced with over 30 tall women clad in evening gowns, their plunging necklines revealing ample cleavage, and thigh-high slits exposing glimpses of white undergarments. Greet the bosses, commanded the manager. The 30-plus masseuses bowed in unison. Good afternoon, bosses. Donkey turned to his superior. President Lin, please choose first. Lin Ziyuan observed that each wore a numbered tag, each number seemingly auspicious. Noticing Lin Ziyuan's hesitation, the manager prompted the ladies, introduce yourselves. Do not linger idly if you wish to dine. Hello, boss, I'm 999 Wai Wei. Hello, boss, I'm 878 Qian. Hello, boss, I'm 666 Bei. Once all the women had introduced themselves, the manager turned to Lin Ziyuan. Boss, do you not have a preference yet? At this moment, he found himself at a loss. Each was a vision of beauty. Manager, how many boxes of supplies do these ladies require? Boss, all of these are our elite technicians. A 90-minute session costs 3 boxes of instant noodles or equivalent food items. Lin Ziyuan gazed at the supplies in the corner, and then at the group of fallen maidens. Rescue was imperative. Keep them all. Take all the supplies away. Thank you, boss. Upon uttering these words, several women surrounded Lin Ziyuan. Zhao Hu and Donkey were taken aback. Their boss had just relinquished all the newly acquired supplies. The manager was elated, noticing they would likely feast on a bowl of instant noodles today. Boss, perhaps we should change your room? Donkey, now flanked by beauties, chimed in, hurry. Let us switch to a 3-in-1 room. Zhao Hu, curious, inquired, what is a 3-in-1? It comprises massage, KTV, and dining, all in one room. We typically dine first, then sing, followed by massage. Oh, let's change quickly, manager. Zhao Hu exclaimed excitedly. Under the manager's guidance, they proceeded to the Emperor Room 9999. Chapter 71, The Gift. Lin Ziyuan, embracing two beauties, instructed, Donkey, you two go fetch all the supplies from the vehicle. Look at these sisters, they are famished. The moment they entered the private room, they had yet to relish the experience when Lin Ziyuan directed them to leave once again. Reluctantly, they departed to retrieve the supplies. Master, the supplies he just brought in have already been consumed. It seems no man can withstand temptation. Tell the manager to cease collecting their supplies. Why, master? Shouldn't we collect more from such a significant boss? He Kaoxing caressed the assistant kneeling beside him. Remember, some things cannot be purchased with money. The assistant sighed softly. I understand, master. Zhao Hu returned with staff bearing over 200 boxes of supplies, placing them in the room. President Lin, this is all our supplies. Lin Ziyuan found herself encircled by over a dozen women, each attending to her every need. Donkey, reclining on the massage table, urged, "You few come and massage me." The trio reveled in the services of these enchanting women. Indeed, this was the life of the elite. Lin Ziyuan's hands were overwhelmed, as the beauties eagerly sought to nestle against her. "The boss, we have not had enough to eat for several days. Could you please provide us with some food? Go ahead and take it. Whoever is hungry can eat first." Upon hearing this, the beautiful women all rushed over to select their food, leaving no one for the massage. "Boss, I would like some self-heating hot pot. Boss, can I have this canned food? Boss, may I eat this roast chicken? Yes, yes, you may take whatever you fancy." "Thank you, boss, thank you." Just then, a knock resounded from outside. "Please come in," the manager said with a smile as he entered the room. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Our boss has instructed that these ladies accompany you, and there is no need to provide any more supplies." Lin Ziyuan stood up, walked over to the supplies, grabbed 2 roast chickens, and tossed them directly to the manager. "Please thank your boss for me." The manager, with the roast chickens in hand, hastily bowed and said, "Thank you, boss, thank you. You all should not just think about eating. Make sure to serve the boss well." "Rest assured, manager. We will certainly see to it that the boss is well looked after." The cunning beauties nibbled a little bit before promptly returning to Lin Ziyuan's embrace. "Hey, brother Hu, do you want to have some fun?" The Zhao Hu, perplexed by the suggestion, watched as the donkey led 2 women to another room. A beauty whispered into Zhao Hu's ear, revealing what they were going to do in the other room. Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up, and he was dragged along by the 2 women. "Boss, would you like any additional services?" Lin Ziyuan glanced at the beauties beside him, feeling tempted yet hesitant. After all, the ladies in the villa had warned him not to bring any trouble back. "Thank you, but I will pass. A massage will suffice." Qin was also observing how long it would take for Lin Ziyuan to succumb. Thus far, it seemed that Lin Ziyuan had not faltered. "Master, I doubt he can hold out for much longer. I am genuinely curious to see if I have underestimated him." 3 minutes later, the donkey returned to the massage table. His head hung low, as the 2 beauties remarked, "Truly useless." Just as the donkey was about to respond, they opened the door and exited. Zhao Hu emerged with a smile on his face. Lin Ziyuan couldn't help but chuckle at their appearances. "You 2 need to train harder." Soon, all the women vacated the room. "Donkey, get up. Let's go for a stroll." At that moment, Lin Ziyuan found it impossible to sleep. The donkey led him to the resting area, which was crowded with people. It turned out that one could spend the night there with just a pack of instant noodles or a loaf of bread. To avoid freezing, many came to exchange supplies. After a brief exploration to satiate his curiosity, Lin Ziyuan was called by the manager on his way back to the room. "Mr. Lin, our boss invites you to dinner." Just then, Lin Ziyuan realized he was indeed hungry. Returning to the room, he knew he could not reveal his extraordinary abilities. So he instructed Zhao Hu and the others to head back while he followed the manager to Qin's room. "So, little brother, are the beauties here not enticing enough for you?" Lin Ziyuan cast a glance at her, fully aware that every move he made would undoubtedly be observed by the woman before him. "Director, what a grand gesture this is. The income from this club must be substantial each day. You still call me director, Do we not agree on, sister?" A slip of the tongue, I momentarily forgot. Then I shall not concern myself with what sister wishes to eat for dinner." This woman was clearly not inviting him to dinner. She was intent on having him treat her. "Sure thing, sister." With a wave of his hand, a table full of seafood hot pot ingredients appeared. "But there's no electricity here. How will we eat?" Qin gazed at the lavish spread, nearly drooling, only to be met with Lin Ziyuan's remark about the lack of electricity. "I know you must have a way. Please do not tease me." Qin moved behind Lin Ziyuan, beginning to massage his shoulders. Lin Ziyuan produced a disposable gas canister, and upon seeing it, she hurriedly took her seat. "Though I never cared for it before, in the apocalypse, I could truly crave this dish. Brother, for such a grand gift, as your sister, I cannot be stingy. Let them all come out." Before Lin Ziyuan could fully comprehend, a group of 18 blonde, blue-eyed foreign beauties emerged from another door in the room. "These are 18 ladies, each a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. I have meticulously trained them as my bodyguards." Lin Ziyuan observed the diverse attire of the 18 beauties: kipayas, training outfits, yoga wear, suits, and evening gowns. They possessed exquisite features, reminiscent of dolls, with tall, graceful figures, alluring curves, and flawless complexions, exuding an exceptional aura. "Sister, what is the meaning of this? They have emerged from the ravages of war. I acquired them from Ermao. Do you look down on them? Show me what you've got." As soon as she finished speaking, the 18 beauties simultaneously executed a Taekwondo high kick, their legs remaining elevated without touching the ground. From the side, Lin Ziyuan saw them appear as one single entity, their proportions strikingly similar. Applause erupted from Lin Ziyuan. "What remarkable skill! Truly impressive." These 18 ladies have trained for 5 years with the German KSK Special Forces. Each of them possesses championship-level shooting skills on the international stage. After hearing He Keoxing's words, Lin Ziyuan scrutinized them anew, realizing that this group was not merely ornamental. Today, I am gifting them to you to serve as your bodyguards. Sister, having one pair of eyes beside me is insufficient. I require an entire Special Forces team. Lin Ziyuan genuinely appreciated this group. Not only were they capable fighters, but they were also stunningly beautiful. However, their loyalty was still a matter of concern. Chapter 72, Female Special Forces. Brother, you must be jesting. First and foremost, I had no idea you would take Fan away. If I truly wanted to arrange for spies, would it be better to send them instead? Sister, I prefer to remain without undeserved rewards. Have you made up your mind not to accept them? If not, I will send them to the auction house. Without the income from this club, I can no longer support them. No. Wouldn't it be a shame to send such fine ladies to auction? If they're bought by someone else, would they not become our enemies? Let's do this. I will keep them for now, purely out of talent appreciation. I know my brother values talent. Rest assured, each of these ladies is a gem. I guarantee you will see blood with every strike. Lin Ziyuan, speaking in English, said please take a seat. While still conversing in Mandarin, He Keoxing chuckled at the 2 words. She is fluent in 3 languages. Ermao, English, and of course Mandarin. Why did you not mention this sooner? You made me look foolish. He Keoxing sighed, realizing it was not her fault for his inability to speak English. What are your names? The 18 women turned in unison to look at He Keoxing, as if they dared not speak without her affirmation. He Keoxing looked at them earnestly and said, from now on, Mr. Lin Ziyuan will be your master. You must obey him, even if it means sacrificing your lives. Forgive my inadequacy, children. I can barely support myself, much less provide for you. For now, he can take care of you. In the future, he will not only be your master, but also your man. The 18 women bowed and said in unison, Master, please sit. Let us dine together. Upon hearing the command, the 18 beauties ceased their resistance and promptly took their seats to eat. Sister, you have given me all your bodyguards. What will you do now? From now on, I will be entirely yours. I have no need for bodyguards, for you will be responsible for my safety. Lin Ziyuan observed her, realizing her cunning strategy. Sister, do not worry. I shall ensure your safety. He Keoxing had arranged for numerous pairs of eyes within the Qiantang faction. After the power outage, communication had been severed. Although Lin Ziyuan's strength was lacking, his resources were abundant, which was precisely why he was chosen. Looking at the group of blonde, blue-eyed porcelain dolls, Lin Ziyuan decided to no longer hide his intentions. He retrieved Western cuisine from his space for them to enjoy. Thank you, Master. We have not had Western food in ages. Such delectable cuisine is abundant in our household, allowing for daily indulgence in its delights. Lin Ziyuan gazed at He Keoxing with profound gratitude, presenting her with a toast. Sister, I raise my glass to you. Thank you, dear brother. After their meal, the two deliberated on the timing of their departure. He Keoxing needed to linger for another 2 days, while Lin Ziyuan proposed leaving the following day. Are you truly willing to abandon all these women in your establishment? It is not my desire to forsake them. Alas, I lack the extraordinary abilities that you possess. Moreover, the neighboring faction has approached me multiple times, seeking to assimilate my influence. Just as their conversation unfolded, the assistant burst in, flustered. Master, Simba has brought over 50 subordinates to oust the patrons from the lounge. Why the fuss over such a trivial matter? He Keoxing rose slowly. Women are always subjected to indignities, regardless of their strength. Shall we step outside and observe, dear brother? Lin Ziyuan retrieved 20 handguns from his space, distributing them. But He Keoxing declined. As a delicate woman, how could I wield such weapons? Lin Ziyuan chuckled heartily. If you were truly delicate, then we would all be fools. The pair descended to the lounge, witnessing Simba directing his subordinates to evict the guests. Cease this at once. He Keoxing called out, drawing the attention of everyone present. Simba, who had been lounging on the sofa, stood to regard her. Ah, it is Boss He. I believe your deadline has expired. Simba, let us discuss this in your office. There is no need to drive away my guests here. I have visited your office countless times and discussed this matter repeatedly, yet you have never taken my words seriously. Today, I declare that Chu Shui Lan Ting is now mine. Lin Ziyuan stepped forward, taunting such audacity. You declare it as yours? Why not declare that the International Convention Center is yours as well? Simba regarded Lin Ziyuan, trying to recall where he had seen him, but failed. Boss He, why not let your pet speak? Seize him and knock out his teeth. Simba, do you dare? If you harm him, I will retaliate with all my might. Oh, how protective you are. I am curious to see what talents this man possesses that you cherish so dearly. Bring him to me. Simba's 4 lackeys charged at Lin Ziyuan. But before they could reach him, 4 women sprang forth, swiftly dispatching them with precision strikes. their movements fluid and lethal. Lin Ziyuan watched in awe as they dispatched 4 men in mere seconds. Simba, witnessing this, drew his firearm, aiming at the women who had just killed. Both sides brandished their weapons as Zhao Hu and Donkey rushed from the room, armed with machine guns, joining the fray. Simba, is it? No matter how arrogant you are, you shall not cause a ruckus here today. Simba's subordinates whispered something in his ear. I thought you were someone important. Turns out you're just Donkey's lackey. Have you taken to living off women's fortunes? Simba, you dare speak such nonsense? Donkey descended from above, brandishing his machine gun. Do you dare address me in such a manner, Lin Zong? Do you believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Simba, now realizing Lin Ziyuan was the true master, addressed him. So, Lin Zong, you intend to wage war over this elderly woman, regardless of your arrogance. You shall not disturb the peace here today. Also, what did you just call her? Lin Ziyuan gestured to He Keoxing. I referred to her as old. But before he could finish, Lin Ziyuan struck him across the face. What did you call her? I called her old. Lin Ziyuan delivered another slap. Simba, licking the blood from his lip, laughed maniacally. I care not what title you hold. You must die today. Simba reached for his walkie-talkie to summon reinforcements. Just then, the silver-haired man entered. Simba, do not destroy the one place where my brothers can unwind. Young Master Song, even if the Emperor himself were to arrive today, I shall seize this place. I advise you not to cause trouble today. My brothers are still enjoying themselves, and should you disrupt them, I shall not be responsible for the consequences. Simba's subordinate whispered again, and Simba retaliated by slapping him several times. We are leaving. Lin Ziyuan stepped in front of him. You wish to depart? Apologize first. Do not push your luck. Dignity is not given by others. It must be earned. If you wish to leave, apologize to Boss He. Simba surveyed Lin Ziyuan and his entourage, then turned to He Keoxing. My apologies, Boss He. With that, he departed with his men. Lin Ziyuan retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket, offering them to the silver-haired man. Thank you for your assistance. No need for formality. This is also a place for my brother's joy. The silver-haired man accepted the cigarettes and called out, Everyone disperse. Enjoy yourselves. Lin Ziyuan approached He Keoxing. Speaking softly, let's return to the office. He Keoxing linked her arm with Lin Ziyuan as they retraced their steps. Thank you, dear brother. Lin Ziyuan felt her embrace tighten around his arm, realizing the hardships she had endured in this apocalyptic world. Once inside the office, He Keoxing began organizing documents. We shall gather our belongings and prepare for departure tonight. Are you truly ready to leave? If we delay, Simba will certainly seek revenge. He has 2 extraordinary beings among his ranks. First, I will take you to retrieve the generator. Lin Ziyuan led the way, with He Keoxing directing him to the basement level. He illuminated the corner with a flashlight, revealing a collection of Isuzu 50 kilowatts generators, compact yet powerful. With a wave of his hand, he stored them in his space. All set, let us proceed. How much can your space hold? It's remarkable. Let's also retrieve the supplies I stored on the first floor. He Keoxing guided him to the supply room. There's not much left, we should take it all. As the supplies vanished, He Keoxing turned to Lin Ziyuan. From now on, my life shall be in your hands. Just as she uttered this, she tripped over the threshold. Stumbling, Lin Ziyuan swiftly caught her, cradling her in his arms. The two found themselves in a warm embrace, and He Keoxing felt an unprecedented sense of safety. Nestled against his chest, they held each other for 10 seconds before Lin Ziyuan gently released her. It is safe now, sister. Upon hearing this, she immediately pushed him away, adjusting her hair and clothing. Thank you, brother. We must return. As He Keoxing took a step forward, she suddenly winced in pain, her body swaying again. Lin Ziyuan instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. My foot hurts. I cannot walk. He lifted her effortlessly in a princess carry. I shall carry you, sister. He Keoxing encircled his neck with her arms, gazing at him with tenderness. Do I have flowers on my face? Why do you keep looking? No flowers, but perhaps a hint of admiration, Lin Ziyuan replied, contemplating whether to take this enchanting woman for himself. Thus, they returned together to the office. Lin Ziyuan produced 18 sets of Special Forces gear from his space. Put these on. We shall return to base tonight. The 18 women, before Lin Ziyuan's eyes, shed their garments, leaving him momentarily speechless. Brother, are you tempted? They're always ready to keep you company. Once they don their uniforms, Zhao Hu and Donkey were summoned to the office by the assistant. We will retreat to the villa at midnight and depart immediately. Zhao Hu surveyed the striking women in their combat attire. Lin Zong, who are they? They're my personal bodyguards. Donkey continued to gawk at the ensemble of beauties until Zhao Hu slapped him on the back of the head. Stop staring. They're all Lin Zong's personal bodyguards. 2 assistants knelt before He Keoxing, pleading, Master, please take us with you. He Keoxing gazed at her twin assistants, who had faithfully served her for over a decade, then turned her attention to Lin Ziyuan. The assistants immediately comprehended his unspoken message and pivoted, kneeling before Lin Ziyuan instead. Master, please take us with you. We are capable of handling any arduous tasks. Lin Ziyuan extended his hand to help them rise. Go, change into your cold weather gear. Keoxing looked at him with gratitude. She held a special fondness for these two assistants, yet she dared not nod without Lin Ziyuan's consent. Zhao Pu, drive the armored vehicle to the back entrance. We are commencing our retreat. Upon hearing over the intercom that the vehicle was in position, Lin Ziyuan glanced at Keoxing, who looked down at her feet, indicating her inability to walk. He approached her, crouched down, and gestured for her to climb onto his back. With delight, Keoxing hopped onto him. Let us go, brother. 18 bodyguards forged ahead, clearing the path while opting for the back entrance to avoid unnecessary attention. Lin Ziyuan supported Keoxing, and despite her protective gear, he could still feel the contour of her shapely form. How does it feel to touch your sister's backside? She teased. In response, Lin Ziyuan playfully squeezed, quite well. It's delightfully firm. That has to be expected. As everyone boarded the armored vehicles, Zhao Hu piloted the Siberian vehicle while another assistant drove the one Keoxing had secured. Mr. Lin, shall we depart now? Lin Ziyuan nodded. We leave immediately. The two armored vehicles roared to life without alarming anyone inside the club. The darkness, coupled with the blizzard outside, limited visibility to less than 3 meters. They relied on offline navigation and instinctive driving, maintaining a speed of no more than 10 miles per hour. Simba returned to the base and began smashing his office in a fury. Tomorrow, summon all subordinates. We must seize Chu Shui Lanting. He then turned toward the lackey. And you, why did you stop me? Boss, we are short-handed today. Xiao Hu and Hu didn't accompany us, and I was merely concerned for your safety. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Tomorrow, we will take Chu Shui Lanting, and I will ensure that Mr. Lin freezes to death in the snow. As for that old woman, I will make her suffer. Bring them to me. Xiao Hu and Hu were two extraordinary individuals. One possessed immense strength capable of smashing through walls, while the other could manipulate ice and snow within a 20-meter radius. They had initially been warehouse security guards, nearly freezing to death when the apocalypse struck. Simba, recognizing their worth, saved them while gathering supplies, and after their revival, they discovered their powers. Meanwhile, Xiao Hu and Hu were enjoying the company of several beautiful influencers, but upon learning of their boss's troubles, they quickly returned to the office. Boss, don't worry. Tomorrow, I will freeze your enemies into sculptures. Once Xiao Hu encases them in ice, I will shatter them with a single blow. Simba patted their shoulders. Good, excellent. Tomorrow, the club's beauties will be yours to choose from. Chapter 74, Safe Return. Zhao Hu had been driving the armored vehicle for 4 hours and could finally see the skyscrapers of Greenfield Century City. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Ziyuan glanced back at the group of beauties, each with wide-eyed anticipation, none appearing drowsy. We're almost there. The intercom crackled to life. Is Mr. Lin on the vehicle? Zhao Hu responded directly, allowing the sentries to relax their vigilance. As the vehicle approached the garage entrance, Lin Ziyuan lifted Keoxing, instructing, you and the other assistant should park the vehicle and take some rest. As they returned to the villa, the front door swung open to reveal 2 servants kneeling in welcome. Deng Ying, upon seeing Lin Ziyuan accompanied by a throng of beauties, including a stunning blonde, rushed forward, asking what happened. Is anyone hurt? Fan Fan instantly recognized the woman in Lin Ziyuan's arms, her emotions a complex mix of concern and dread, knowing her earlier warning would likely be revealed. Meanwhile, Qin Huiru, with a hint of jealousy, quipped, out searching for supplies? I think you were out chasing women. Lin Ziyuan ignored her, addressing Deng Ying. She twisted her ankle. Apply some ointment. Qin Huiru dashed upstairs to fetch the ointment, understanding that any woman Lin Ziyuan carried was extraordinary. Bring me some warm water, Lin Ziyuan instructed as he gently removed Keoxing's boots. Since they had been in a rush at Chu Shui Lanting, there was no time for treatment earlier. As the boots came off, the pain caused her to grit her teeth, unable to suppress a cry. Qin Huiru, hearing her cry, retorted sarcastically, seems like the old woman can scream. She followed suit, letting out a yelp herself. Lin Ziyuan, focused on the injury, noted its swollen state resembling an egg, but kept his gaze low as he replied to Qin Huiru's mockery. Deng Ying, open the villa door and let Qin Huiru spend some time outside. Startled, Qin Huiru sank to the floor. As Lin Ziyuan had never before suggested opening the door, Deng Ying quickly interjected, Bodhi, please spare her this time. I believe her behavior stems from her experiences in the entertainment industry. Let her learn what survival means in this apocalypse. Qin Huiru, now holding the ointment, returned downstairs and, upon hearing Lin Ziyuan's intent to expel her, began to plead. Bodhi, don't hold it against her. You know her character. She was even mocking me when I first arrived. This time, I will let you off. but there will be no next time. If it happens again, you shall leave the villa. Lin Ziyuan's words served as a warning to Qin Huiru and a message to Fan Fan, who wished she could vanish. Knowing that none present would dare reveal her prior betrayal, Qian Qian brought warm water to soak He Keoqing's injured foot, while Xiao Fan Fan prepared ice wrapped in a towel for her treatment. Lin Ziyuan was particularly pleased with the servant's performance. After applying the ointment, he arranged for He Keoqing to rest in a guest room on the first floor, as he was too exhausted to carry her upstairs. You four, attend to Mrs. He. The 18 beauties were assigned to the second floor, and once everything was settled, Lin Ziyuan summoned Qin Huiru and Fan Fan to his room. Qin Huiru, sitting dazed on the floor, was yanked up by Deng Ying. Go on, Bodhi wants you in his room. Apologize properly and serve him for the night. Once inside the room, neither spoke a word. Lin Ziyuan lay on the bed, eyes closed, and asked, should I throw both of you out? Upon hearing this, Fan Fan dropped to her knees, grasping Lin Ziyuan's leg. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I truly regret it. I shouldn't have disclosed the villa's secrets. I was just confused at the time. Qin Huiru looked bewildered, realizing Fan Fan had betrayed Lin Ziyuan, revealing information about the villa. Fan Fan, your actions are unforgivable. You disclosed information to He Keoqing. If it had fallen into the hands of those with ill intentions, I might have already become a corpse. And you, Qin Huiru, why do you act so condescendingly? This is my villa, not yours. Am I the master, or are you? Qin Huiru had never witnessed Lin Ziyuan's true fury before and, in fear, knelt down, grasping his other leg. Bodhi, I recognize my mistakes. I only said those things out of fear of losing you. I won't do it again. Lin Ziyuan slowly opened his eyes, knowing Fan Fan's transgression was far graver. If he did not punish her and expel her from the villa, others would be emboldened to betray him. Fan Fan, you shall leave here at dawn. At this moment, she appeared as though her soul had been wrenched away, moving like a mere shadow towards the door. Since you have compelled me to leave, I beseech you for one final favor, and hope you will grant it. Lin Ziyuan turned to glance at her, and he saw Fan Fan, her face streaked with tears. Speak, what is it you desire? I implore you to end my life. I cannot bear the thought of returning to the apocalypse outside. Qin Huiru also pleaded, Beidai, please spare her just this once. You both should leave. Lin Ziyuan's heart had already cast Fan Fan into the cold depths of neglect. Having endured betrayal in his previous life, he was unwilling to tread that path again in this one. The weary journey throughout the night had left Lin Ziyuan utterly exhausted, and by the time he awoke, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Upon arriving at the third-floor living room, he found everyone gathered there. Fan Fan was huddled alone in a corner. When Lin Ziyuan's gaze fell upon her, her heart sank, realizing she was about to be cast out. All eyes were fixed upon him, as if waiting for his decision. The silence in the villa was so palpable that one could hear the sound of breathing. Why are you all staring at me? Please sit down and eat first. Lin Ziyuan said as he approached the dining table, laden with an array of exquisite dishes. Brother, if you intend to expel Fan Fan, let her stay with me. After all, this situation arose because of me. He Chaokong limped over to the table. Very well. After we finish our meal, I will arrange for the adjacent villa. You may reside there. Thank you, brother. Deng Ying glanced at Lin Ziyuan, wishing to plead further, but one look from him sent her retreating. The meal within the villa was laden with an oppressive atmosphere. The only sounds were the clinking of utensils, with not a single word exchanged. After dining, Lin Ziyuan knelt down and pressed on He Keoqing's foot. Does it still hurt? It does. I dare not apply too much pressure. Qian, prepare some clothes for me. I need to go out and inspect the generator. Yes, master. Master, we shall accompany you. Lin Ziyuan nodded at the 18 armed beauties who had risen to their feet. Let us go. Wang Chong was pacing back and forth in his own villa, while Zhao Hu stood nearby watching him. Captain, rest assured, President Lin has yet to awaken. Chapter 75. The Female Generals of the Lin Family Army. With the generator in place, our living conditions in the villa compound will greatly improve. I heard from Donkey that President Lin has recruited 18 beautiful warriors. No, Captain, they are beautiful girl warriors. Gather in the garage, Wang Chong. Hearing the voice from the intercom, the two hurriedly made their way to the garage. Let us go and set up the generator. Wang Chong first glanced at the group of fully armed soldiers behind Lin Ziyuan, quickly snapping back to introduce how many people resided in each villa. Now, the entire villa compound was filled with their own. This building houses 15 people, this one has 27, and mine accommodates 21. We plan to use this one as the command center. As long as we have power, we can install cameras within a few miles, thereby replacing the lookout posts. Lin Ziyuan entered the command center villa, where the floor was strewn with surveillance equipment and various cables. Where did all this come from? We dismantled all the nearby surveillance systems to collect it. The generator unit is at my villa's entrance along with the fuel. All the third-floor windows of the villas must be completely sealed to prevent even a glimmer of light from escaping. I understand, President Lin. Thank you for your hard work. Let us expedite the setup. Are these dozen or so warriors also assigned to our team? Lin Ziyuan shot him a sidelong glance. These individuals are my personal bodyguards. How could I assign them to your security team? Wang Chong had long since recognized that this group of warriors was exceptional, each one well-trained. Integrating them into the security team would significantly bolster its strength. After completing the deployment, Lin Ziyuan turned to Wang Chong. I recall your wife is a wartime doctor? Yes. President Lin, do we have anyone injured? Have her come to my villa. There's someone with a sprained ankle who should be assessed for any potential fractures. Then let us go together. I happen to have the team with me to set up the generator unit. I've already notified Wang Ziyuan to head to your villa's entrance. Lin Ziyuan accompanied Wang Ziyuan into the villa, equally captivated by the warmth inside. The patient is on the 3rd floor. Lin Ziyuan's words jolted her back to reality. After thoroughly examining He Chaokong, the doctor concluded, Madam, your foot seems to have a slight fracture. Rest is imperative. Thank you, doctor. You must take care. Avoid heavy lifting to prevent lingering issues. Given the frigid weather outside, please refrain from going out and focus on healing. In 2 to 3 months, you should be back to normal. After Wang Ziyuan finished her examination, Lin Ziyuan personally escorted her out of the villa, inquiring as they exited, was everything you said earlier the truth? President Lin, why would I lie to you? Thank you. Dr. Wang. He Chaokong was still lost in the notion of being addressed as Madam, and Lin Ziyuan did not oppose it. It seemed he still had a chance at youthful romance. Fan will be responsible for caring for my sister's daily needs. You all should refrain from moving out for now. Let us focus on recovery first. Upon hearing this, He Chaokong's heart soared. Having initially been denied residence in the villa, she had now turned misfortune into fortune. Stop gathering here. Go about your business. Qin, serve me. Let us go for a swim. As Lin Ziyuan descended into the pool, he was greeted by a chorus of laughter. Upon looking up, he found all 18 beauties had arrived on the lower level. Master, where are our swimsuits? Lin Ziyuan stood in the pool and replied, Do you see me wearing a swimsuit? The 18 beauties, upon seeing him completely unclothed, stifled giggles, their laughter causing Lin Ziyuan to blush slightly. He wondered, is my pride, a proud 24 centimeters, to be ridiculed before this gaggle of beauties? The 18 maidens dove into the water, encircling Lin Ziyuan. Having previously asked them their names, they had not disclosed them. Lin Ziyuan reached out to tug 2 of them closer, inhaling the fragrance of their hair. What are your names? Master, I am Alice. Master, I am Anna. Hearing each of them state their names, Lin Ziyuan found it impossible to remember. I shall give you all beautiful names. 1 2 3 4 1 5 1 6 1 7 1 8. The crowd was bewildered by this choice, questioning what sort of name this was, merely a code. He Chaokong had approached the edge of the pool. Due to her swollen foot, she could not swim, opting instead to soak her foot in the water. Upon hearing Lin Ziyuan's chosen names, laughter erupted. My brother truly is cultured. Fan opened her mouth as if to speak, but held her tongue. Lin Ziyuan turned to her. If you have something to say, Fan, do speak. President Lin, I recall there was a television drama featuring the 18 riders of Yin. Perhaps you could take inspiration from that and name these sisters accordingly, for they are skilled in combat. How about calling them the 18 generals of the Lin family? Pleased with Fan's suggestion, Lin Ziyuan agreed. Very well, we shall adopt Fan's idea. From this day forth, you will be known as the 18 female generals of the Lin family, and I shall bestow names upon you. He Chaokong, sitting by the pool's edge, playfully splashed water toward Lin Ziyuan with her foot. Brother, spare the numerical names. I suggest names like Lin Wangqing, Lin Wangxing, Lin Wanwei, and so forth. Lin Ziyuan grasped her mischievous foot, gently massaging the swollen area. Sister, your suggestion is acceptable. It is settled. The 18 beauties, upon hearing their new names, were filled with joy, lining up to bestow a kiss upon Lin Ziyuan. Lin Ziyuan, filled with a desire to commence war, ultimately relented under He Chaokong's advice. That evening, she instructed them to retreat to their beds, while she contemplated turning the pool crimson. Deng Ying, accompanied by her 2 servants, brought forth several platters of sliced fruit, enviously noting their new names. I wish Bao Di would bestow upon me a new name. I yearn to join the Lin family army. Lin Ziyuan, taking a piece of watermelon, replied, Oh, you? Perhaps it's best you reconsider. Our Lin family army is composed of individuals with extraordinary skills. What talents do you possess? What skills do I have? I could draw a bow, came to reply. The others, perplexed, exchanged glances, unsure of what such a skill entailed. Fan whispered to He Chaokong, drawing a bow means to arch one's back with hands clasped behind, while the esteemed Lin demonstrates the art of Ho-E shooting the sun. He Chaokong blushed upon hearing this, then burst into laughter. Truly, your sister's skills are unparalleled. Meanwhile, Lin Wangqing and Lin Wangxing remained confused, swimming over to He Chaokong, Master, what does drawing a bow signify? You may no longer address me as master. Your true master is Lin Ziyuan. Henceforth, you shall call me madam. As for drawing a bow, I am uncertain. But I know you are all heroes akin to the ones in the legend of the Condor heroes. The group of beauties, yet untouched by the world, remained bewildered, shrugging their shoulders in confusion. Lin Ziyuan, understanding the reference to the heroes, declared, "You need not comprehend. Come to my room tonight, and I shall teach you this skill." Splendid. Thank you, master, they exclaimed in unison. Chapter 76, The Empress. Xian Ba, leading over 200 subordinates, stormed into Chu Shui Lanting, intent on vengeance with the inclusion of supernatural beings. Old hat, get out here. And you, Lin, prepare to meet your demise. Mr. Xin, it would be wise not to cause a ruckus here. The manager, unaware of his boss's escape, attempted to intervene alongside security personnel. Da Gao, Ajuvansiji, delivering a punch that sent a security guard crashing against the wall, instantaneously ending his life. Xian Ba erupted with laughter at the unfolding scene, while the remaining guards, terrified, retreated. Only the manager, mustering courage, approached. Mr. X, let's speak calmly. There is no need for bloodshed. Bloodshed? Little Hu, wielding an ice pick, hurled it at the manager, piercing through his skull before the weapon returned to his hand, now stained with blood. He licked the crimson liquid, and the ice pick soon regained its crystalline brilliance. Witnessing the manager's demise, the others fled in terror. Xian Ba kicked open Qing's office door, finding it vacant, then moved to the adjacent bedroom, still uncovering no trace of them. Damn it, where they gone? Xian Ba fumed, sitting heavily at the desk. Search the entire place. Find them. Despite a thorough search of the establishment, Lin Ziyuan and Qin remained elusive. Fearing Xian Ba's wrath, his subordinates captured 4 managers to interrogate them. Xian Ba glared at the kneeling figures. Speak. Where's your boss gone? Mr. Xian, we're merely in charge of operations below. We have never laid eyes on the boss, they stammered. The search team returned empty-handed, reporting, Mr. Xian, we found no one. Little Hu, fiddling with the ice pick, remarked, it seems they fled upon hearing of our arrival. Da Hu, brimming with pride, declared, Mr. Xian, this place is now your territory. Xian Ba, momentarily forgetting the earlier slap, reveled in the acquisition of the club, envisioning a bountiful supply of resources, informed the lounge and massage staff that from this day forth, Chu Shui Lanting is under my control. Prices will double. Those who cannot afford it shall be ejected immediately. Under the pressure of Xian Ba's numerous subordinates, many patrons embarked on a quest for resources, as previous contributions were rendered invalid, necessitating fresh submissions. Little Hu and who observed as a beautiful masseuse carried 2 clients into a private room. Xiao Bai Tu had just completed his task for the day and arrived with his men for an overnight stay, only to find the security and managers replaced by Xian Ba's crew. Upon learning of the inflated overnight massage prices, he stormed into Xian Ba's office. Gongdatin, Mr. Xin, I didn't expect you to seize Chu Shui Lanting so swiftly. You flatter me. But today, the expenses are on me for you and your brothers. I hope you'll continue to support me in the future, Xian Ba replied with a smile. I have no issue supporting you. Yet these prices are outrageous. Xiao Bai Tu retorted. Xian Ba, still smiling, responded, how about this? In the future, you and your brothers will dine free of charge, but your men must pay. You understand, this is business. Very well, since Mr. Xian insists. We shall take our leave, Xiao Bai Tu said, turning to depart with his men. What shall we do now that this club is in the hands of Xian Ba? One of his subordinates asked. Were it not for the old man's counsel to maintain peace with every faction, I would have seized this club from him just now, Xiao Bai Tu fumed. Returning to the auction house with his men, where, despite electricity, there was no heating. Mr. Xian, this is the tribute from the lounge, one of his subordinates announced. Xian Ba surveyed the meager offerings of a mere few dozen food packages. Is this all? Many cannot afford to contribute and have gone out in search of supplies. By nightfall, I believe the quantity will increase, he replied. Very well. Ensure the brothers guard this place. It is now ours. Xin Ba, still basking in the triumph of acquiring the club without a fight, remained unaware that the gas would run out the following day, rendering it an icy cavern. After dinner, Lin Ziyuan lay in bed, awaiting the arrival of the 18 beautiful archers. Qian and the other maids assisted in selecting alluring attire and applying subtle makeup. Soon, all 18 beauties arrived in Lin Ziyuan's chamber, reminiscent of dolls stepping out from a fairy tale, eagerly wrapping their arms around her waist. Through their graceful poses, Lin Ziyuan completed her archery lesson. They finally comprehended what it meant to shoot like Ho-E, what it entailed to draw a bow. The group returned to the second floor, somewhat awkward in their movements. Just as Lin Ziyuan prepared to drift into slumber, a knock echoed at her door. Lin, may I enter? It was Fan Fan's voice. What did she want? Come in. She entered, adorned in a seductive ancient costume. Her ample bosom and radiant skin on full display, the bodice accentuating her curves with every step, her long legs peeking from beneath her skirt, truly a paragon of allure. Faced with such a captivating figure, Lin Ziyuan's resistance dwindled to naught. Your Majesty, I fear you were not properly attended to earlier. Yu Huan has come to serve you. The vivid recollection of her performance as Yu Huan, passionately riding alongside the Emperor, ignited a thrill within him. Which man could remain unmoved by such a scene? Lin Ziyuan pulled her onto the bed, gazing at the heavily made-up Yu Huan, finally grasping why Li Longji coveted his son's bride. Fan Fan's cries resonated throughout the villa, disrupting the slumber of others, particularly those on the third floor like Qin Huiru and Deng Ying, who bore the brunt of the ruckus. By 9 in the morning, the two finally emerged from the bed. Upon entering the living room, Lin Ziyuan discovered everyone seated there. Regret washed over her for having canceled the dining facilities on the other floors, leaving only the third floor available. You all are up quite early, she remarked. Yet not a soul responded. Qin Jingru turned to Deng Ying, lamenting, what a pity. Why didn't I take on more period dramas? I could have portrayed a queen or a princess. Deng Ying consoled her. Your red robe from the night of the return of the soul could captivate any air conditioner technician. Where's your charm compared to Lady Yan? Qin Huiru gently caressed Deng Ying's face. Your 13th aunt is indeed immensely captivating. One can only wonder how many handsome young men have fallen under her spell. Lin Ziyuan cleared his throat a few times, disregarding their direct conversation, and instead inquired of the maids, is breakfast ready? Master, it is already prepared. We are merely waiting for you and the madam to arise. They replied, let us not dawdle. We're all quite famished, said Fan Fan as she shyly emerged from her room, adding, I'll change my attire first. You all may start eating. The onlookers gazed at her tattered, traditional garment, which left little to the imagination, with palm prints adorning her rear and even crimson scratch marks marring her chest. Chapter 77, The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Hikaoxing regarded Fan Fan with envy in his eyes, remarking, no wonder heroes find it difficult to pass the beauty barrier. In my next life, I too shall become an actor. Indeed, we ought to learn more, Lin Wangqing said to her sisters. You wish to learn, do you? When we reach the screening room, I shall provide you with cinematic materials, came Lin Ziyuan's reply, which was understood only by Deng Ying, who was nestled in the pool with him, as the cinematic collection consisted solely of films from the island nation. After breakfast, they eagerly pulled him towards the screening room to view the educational materials. Hikaoxing, curious, stealthily entered the screening room, taking a seat in the last row. All right, there are a total of 15 films. Take your time to watch and learn. Once you have mastered it, feel free to seek me out for practical experience. I shall step outside to check if the generator has been fully deployed, he instructed. Unbeknownst to them, the films were of a rather risque nature, as the first scenes played, depicting a young matron tidying up her home before discarding the trash. Revealing a glimpse of her allure, it became apparent that Lin Ziyuan had prepared an assortment of island films for them. Upon arriving at Wang Chang's villa, which was already electrified, they noted the absence of air conditioning or heating facilities. Instead, a fireplace had been installed to burn wood, maintaining an interior temperature well below freezing. Lin Ziyuan utilized electricity sparingly, charging the batteries for merely an hour each day, which sufficed for 2 days' usage. Rest assured, Wang Chang, you may use the electricity freely. As for the aviation kerosene, we shall search for it in a few days, he assured. When they reached the donkey's villa, Xiao Shuang warmly greeted them at the door. Master Lin, welcome. Where is the donkey? He seems to be outside with the team, installing cameras, she replied. The donkey's villa was notably warmer than the others, and Lin Ziyuan soon discovered the reason. It had been equipped with a fireplace connected to underfloor heating by its previous owner. Rong Rong and Tong Tong approached. Greeting Lin Ziyuan, hello, master. There's no need to fuss over me. Continue with your tasks. I merely came to see if the electricity is functioning, he replied. After bidding farewell to Xiao Shuang, he proceeded to Sun Li's villa, where he found the facilities exceptionally well equipped and the food plentiful. It was evident that the temperature in the screening room had risen significantly, as they had already finished an entire film. After a thorough inspection, Lin Ziyuan returned to his villa, intending to inquire with Hikaoxing regarding the aviation kerosene. However, after searching for a while without success, he learned from a servant that she was in the screening room. Just as Lin Ziyuan entered through the back door, he saw her indulging in the film and hesitated to interrupt, opting to withdraw instead. Is this how one enjoys leisure? The indulgences of the affluent certainly differ. He mused internally before heading to the esports room to engage in gaming. Zimba lay on the grand bed in Kushwalenting, embracing 2 massage therapists from the club, exclaiming, why is it so cold? Xiao Hu, are you playing in the snow again? One of the subordinates, hearing Zimba's voice, entered the room. President Exine. Tiger brother is not outside. Why is it so cold? Go investigate the situation, he ordered. Before the subordinate could exit, who barged in, President Xian. The heating equipment has malfunctioned. What? How could it possibly break down? Go find out why. President Xian, we've discovered that there is no natural gas left. Understanding the situation, Zimba recalled that just moments ago, his subordinate had informed him that Ikeoxing had left overnight. Today, there was no natural gas. In a fit of frustration, he overturned his desk, demanding find a way to procure natural gas and track down their escape route. After viewing the film, Ikeoxing was informed by a servant that Lin Ziyuan had sought her out and had gone to the screening room. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She asked, "Where's Master Lin now?" Upon learning he was in the esports room, Ikeoxing, supported by 2 assistants, made her way there. "Brother, did you call for me just now?" Lin Ziyuan, engrossed in an intense gaming session, swiftly removed his headphones upon her arrival. "Please have a seat. I'll finish this round shortly." Once seated, Ikeoxing dismissed her assistants, settling on the sofa as she watched the focused young man play. "Am I truly that appealing? Is my face adorned with flowers?" Lin Ziyuan jested, glancing at her. "Indeed, you are quite handsome. It's no wonder so many women flock around you. Yet there are still 2 women surrounding you, are there not?" Upon hearing this, Ikeoxing realized Lin Ziyuan had witnessed everything in the screening room and promptly shifted the topic. "What did you need to discuss with me? I was wondering if you have any leads regarding the aviation kerosene you purchased. I wish to gather some information." "I have none. The only supplier we found was Wang Fasai, who claimed to have sold all the goods to you." Lin Ziyuan contemplated whether he should venture to the port for further investigation, noting that the area was largely comprised of 2-story buildings, now blanketed by heavy snow. By the way, just before his demise, he mentioned a cargo ship that had arrived at the port and pleaded for his life. But his subordinates dismissed him as a liar. "It seems I need to search the port once more. There are dozens of ports along the river. Do you know which one has the goods?" "I had ordered an excess of aviation kerosene, merely enough for my villa, now with several generators outside. I must devise a plan. I shall accompany you," she offered. Lin Ziyuan glanced at her injured foot. "Once you've recovered, then you may join me." He then helped her up, saying, "Let us go. It's time for dinner." As they entered the dining hall, Lin Ziyuan immediately sensed a palpable tension. 18 beautiful women fixated their gazes upon him, the afternoon's viewing of island films having ignited a fervent desire to whisk him away to their chambers. "Tonight, we shall feast on barbecued meats. Let us turn up the music and celebrate," he declared with a flourish of his hand, revealing a banquet overflowing with nearly 100 delicacies sourced from all corners of the nation. "Yay! Thank you, Beidi. Thank you, Master." They cheered. "You will all accompany me tomorrow as we venture out to gather supplies," Lin Ziyuan announced as he raised his wine glass and moved towards Lin Wangqing and her companions. He playfully pulled Lin Wangqing onto his lap, swaying to the music, and a few minutes later, he shifted to Lin Wangqing. The small-scale party continued until the early hours, concluding around 1 in the morning. Chapter 78. Searching for Supplies. Lin Ziyuan had yet to awaken when Lin Wangqing and the others roused him. "Master, it's time to rise. Didn't we plan to search for supplies today? Let me sleep a little longer. I'd like to hold you all for a while," he replied, but just then, the sound of a zipper caught his attention. Lin Ziyuan opened his still sleepy eyes to see them shedding their garments, preparing to join him in bed, prompting him to hastily leap up. "Breakfast is ready. We must prepare to depart," he instructed. They all looked at Lin Ziyuan, confused as to why he had suddenly changed his mind about sleeping in. After breakfast, everyone donned their tactical gear, and after clearly instructing Wang Chong and the others to safeguard the base, they stored the Siberian Conqueror and Python tanks in their spatial compartment. As they walked towards the river, Lin Wanyi caught up with Lin Ziyuan. "Master, we need 5 sniper rifles. Do you intend to use sniper rifles? Is your physique up to the task? Please don't underestimate us. I, along with Wang Qing, Wan Fin, Wan Yang, and Wan Tang, are all snipers." Lin Ziyuan indeed had sniper rifles procured from the cargo ship. He retrieved 5 from the spatial compartment, consisting of 1 M99 anti-material sniper rifle, 1 Type 88 sniper rifle, 1 Type 10 sniper rifle, and 2 Type 26 sniper rifles. 5 individuals beheld the sniper rifle as if it were a coveted treasure, promptly retrieving it from the snow-laden ground. They aimed at the lightning rod atop a residential building and, with a resounding crack, struck true. The others, eager to familiarize themselves with the weaponry, fired a few rounds before hoisting their rifles onto their shoulders. "Thank you, Master. This is indeed our forte." Lin Ziyuan gazed in astonishment at their impeccable marksmanship. These 5 were truly remarkable. The rest of the group, witnessing this display, retrieved their submachine guns and took aim at distant branches, effectively stripping the tree of nearly all its foliage. "Impressive, truly impressive. You are all exceptional." Upon hearing these praises, the group ceased their competition. Upon reaching the river, Lin Ziyuan produced the combat vehicle and began to traverse the icy surface toward the port, unencumbered by obstacles. Frozen cargo ships lay adrift on the river, seemingly laden with construction materials, prompting Lin Ziyuan to waste no time in advancing. Guided by the offline map, they swiftly arrived at the first dock, where a dozen cargo ships were anchored. Lin Ziyuan stored the vehicle in his spatial realm, feeling no need to conceal it before the so-called Lin family army. Meanwhile, the 5 snipers diligently surveyed the terrain, each seeking their ideal vantage point. Let us split up to search, mark any usable supplies we discover. Thus, the group scoured the port for a full 2 hours, combing through every container and warehouse. Team 1 reports no findings. Only electronic products and clothing came to report. Team 2 echoes the same. Lin Ziyuan maneuvered the combat vehicle onward to the next dock, repeating the search procedure. Master, Team 1 reports a collapsed warehouse at the 3 o'clock position containing a substantial amount of food and daily necessities. Understood. Exercise caution and refrain from moving the supplies to avoid further collapse. After completing the search in that area with no discoveries, Lin Ziyuan arrived at the 3 o'clock location, observing that the supplies were primarily small packaged snacks like spicy strips and chips. Step back. I shall retrieve the supplies. Just as Lin Ziyuan waved his hand to collect the provisions, the steel structure creaked ominously under the weight of accumulated snow. Everyone retreated, sensing the impending collapse of the warehouse. Mere moments later, a thunderous crash echoed as the structure crumbled completely. Back in the combat vehicle, Lin Ziyuan distributed lunch from his spatial realm to everyone. Master, shall we continue our search? Lin Ziyuan, glancing at the offline map, noted they were a mere 20 kilometers from Wang Fasai's aviation kerosene company. We aim to thoroughly search all ports in Xiantang. This will provide us with a clearer understanding of the situation. Very well. We shall heed your command, Master. To save time, they dined while en route to the next dock. Master, there are individuals ahead on the river. Lin Ziyuan noticed a group of dozens on the ice. As they approached, he slowed the vehicle, observing that they wielded harpoons and various fishing tools, with many residents filling bags with fish. Are you part of a rescue team? They inquired as the combat vehicle drew near. We are not a rescue team. We are also out seeking supplies. Upon hearing this, the initially enthusiastic group sank into disappointment. Just as Lin Ziyuan prepared to accelerate past, an elderly man stepped in front of the vehicle. May we trade some fish for other food? We need not anything extravagant, just some rice or flour will suffice. Regrettably, we have no food to spare for trade. Upon hearing Lin Ziyuan's response, the elder pulled 4 fish from his bag. Children, take these fish. May they help you through your hardships. It was unexpected in such dire times to encounter someone willing to share food. Thank you, sir, but please keep them for yourselves. We shall continue our search. With that, Lin Ziyuan pressed the accelerator, the vehicle roaring onward. Village chief, did you see? They clearly disregarded your fish. They do not even want them. What do you know? Their refusal implies they are still able to survive. Let us not forget we are from Bodhisattva village, bound by our ancestral teachings. The resident who had spoken previously fell silent, for the village held strict rules. Anyone who betrayed these teachings would be swiftly expelled. It was known far and wide that every soul from Bodhisattva village possessed a kind heart. Master, that group of residents truly has good intentions. They offered us fish. Yet we must remain cautious. In these times, benevolence often leads to demise. The third port yielded no valuable resources, and they continued their journey. Master, dusk approaches. We must find a place to camp. Let us search this port thoroughly. I purchased aviation kerosene here before the collapse. They scoured every warehouse and inspected several cargo ships at the dock, yet still found no resources. As darkness enveloped the landscape, Lin Ziyuan, concerned for their safety, ordered everyone back into the vehicle. We shall seek shelter from the snow and wind for the night. We will devise new plans come morning. Lin Ziyuan drove away from the port, and after several minutes, they found themselves surrounded by riverside residences. He stored the vehicle in his spatial realm. Let's find a place to rest within the community. Lin Wonking, equipped with a scope, scrutinized the neighborhood for any anomalies, signaling her team to proceed once assured of safety. They employed their special forces training, shattering a third-floor window to enter the building. Chapter 79, The Model Academy. Lin Ziyuan gestured for them to descend to the first floor, where the snow had rendered the lower level warmer. They moved cautiously down the safety corridor, entering a nearby unit on the left. Lin Ziyuan set down some lighting tools in the living room and unpacked several heaters to raise the room's temperature slightly. Lin Wonking, accompanied by 2 others, began searching the premises for any survivors. Upon opening the master bedroom door, they discovered a lump beneath the covers, a likely victim of starvation. Master, this household appears to have perished from hunger. The living room will suffice for our rest. Let us not intrude further into the rooms. Lin Ziyuan produced some military rations and self-heating hot pots, ensuring everyone could fill their stomachs. Just as they finished their meal and prepared to rest, sounds echoed from outside the door. Lin Ziyuan motioned for silence. The voices grew clearer. I died such a tragic death. Who can spare me some compassion? Lin Ziyuan felt a pang of sympathy. Could this building truly be haunted? His companions, however, dismissed such notions, having little faith in the supernatural. I froze to death. My demise was so sorrowful. You have not suffered as I have. I was frozen alive. Lin Wangxing, stationed by the door, attempted to peer through the peephole, but could discern nothing in the darkness. The voices persisted, and Lin Ziyuan signaled that no one was to venture outside. I died such a tragic death. Recklessly confronting the unknown could lead them into a trap. I died such a tragic death. If the voices continued throughout the night, they would struggle to rest. Lin Ziyuan retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it as he contemplated their strategy. If the voices belonged to humans, they had surely seen Lin Ziyuan and his group enter the building. If they were spirits, they would not need to mimic the cries of the deceased, but would have already entered. I died such a tragic death. Why do you still occupy my room? Upon hearing this, Lin Wangxing stood up, signaling her two teammates to accompany her in checking the room. Lin Wangxing cautiously opened the door, meticulously ensuring that the bedding on the bed bore no signs of disturbance. Lin Wanfen, without hesitation, pried open the covers with his gun, revealing the frozen bodies of a man, a woman, and a child lying motionless on the bed. After thoroughly searching the remaining rooms and confirming the absence of any other individuals, they returned to the living room, yet the cacophony outside persisted unabated. I have met a most tragic end. Lin Wangxing suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Who are you, conjuring ghosts and playing tricks? Have the courage to show yourself." "I have met a most tragic end," echoed the voices outside. "Everyone, let us sleep. Do not engage with them further." With that, Lin Ziyuan wrapped his arms around Lin Wanfen and closed his eyes. The individuals outside, clearly having heard Lin Ziyuan's words, only intensified their wailing. "I have met a most tragic end. I was starved to death." The relentless din of ghostly cries kept Lin Ziyuan awake, prompting him to retrieve some roasted meat and lamb from their supplies. "Let us indulge in a midnight snack, for I cannot sleep amidst this noise." As the fragrant aroma of beef and lamb filled the room, the tormentors outside could no longer endure. "I have met a most tragic end." The voice of Lin Ziyuan sounded notably less vigorous than at the outset. Come, let us feast and drink." The others quickly grasped the implication, and laughter and merriment erupted within the room, drowning out the clamorous voices outside. "I want lamb. I want giant shrimp. Pass me the duck intestines." The sound from within the room reached the ears of the ghostly figures outside, causing their stomachs to grumble. "Teacher, they are unafraid of us. Teacher, I am so hungry. Let's go knock on the door." Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Lin Ziyuan realized that the group could no longer contain themselves and signaled for Lin Wangxing to open the door. Standing at the entrance was a burly man with a full beard. "May I come in to speak?" Lin Wangxing and the others had their hands poised at their waists, ready to draw their guns should the man make any sudden moves. "Come in, you specter," Lin Ziyuan commanded, shining a flashlight on the man's face. Instantly recognizing him as Cat Master, the one who had taught others to walk like a cat. Upon entering the room, Cat Master first gazed at the bountiful spread laid out on the table, then turned his attention to Lin Ziyuan. "Brother, could you spare us a morsel?" "Who the hell do you think you are, calling me brother? You look like a woman." The group stifled their laughter at this comment, as Cat Master's flamboyant mannerisms indeed resembled those of a woman. "Boss, could you please give me a bit of food? You, who conjure ghosts to frighten me, now seek to beg for food? Dream on. Get lost." Undeterred, Cat Master took another step forward, prompting a dozen phones to be drawn from the waists of his companions, all aimed at him. Terrified, Cat Master dropped to his knees. "Boss, we mean no harm. We just want something to eat." Lin Ziyuan stood from the sofa and kicked Cat Master on the head. "You scoundrel, frightening people like a ghost. Did you really think you could scare me?" Suddenly, a throng of 78 people burst into the room, kneeling before Lin Ziyuan. "Boss, please don't hit us. Our teacher just wanted to find us some food." Lin Ziyuan looked down at the trembling Cat Master and tossed a few packs of military rations their way. Thank you, boss." The group helped Cat Master to his feet, eager to leave. "Wait, did I say you could leave? First, eat some food, then answer my questions." The 56 individuals from outside squeezed into the room, huddling in a corner, munching on compressed biscuits, while Lin Ziyuan and his companions enjoyed hot pot and barbecued meat. The group quickly finished their snacks, displaying a commendable sense of camaraderie as they shared the biscuits with one another. Lin Ziyuan, unbothered by the compressed biscuits himself, tossed another 10 packs their way. Cat Master clutched the biscuits closely to his chest, reluctant to part with them. Lin Ziyuan observed them curiously. "Why aren't you eating anymore? There are still dozens of people at our school who haven't eaten. We want to take some back." In response to Lin Ziyuan's inquiry, they revealed that they had come to Qiantang for a modeling competition but had encountered a snowstorm. They had failed to catch any fish along the river and, seeing Lin Ziyuan and his group enter the residential building, sought food, only to be frightened by their armed presence, prompting their ghostly antics. Let us go. Take me to your school. Cat Master, now wary of further confrontation, stood up slowly to lead the way, fearing another kick after having received several already. Our competition school is just behind this building. Following them, Lin Ziyuan arrived at the renowned Qian Art School, which had produced many international supermodels. Rumor had it that the head of a famous dance troupe was one of their instructors. Chapter 80, The Modeling Competition. The entrance to the teaching building was completely buried, necessitating entry through the windows. Upon reaching the first floor, they discovered that there was indeed electricity. Where does your electricity come from? Cat Master quickly explained. It's provided by a generator. We found aviation fuel on a barge in the river to power it. Is there a lot of aviation fuel? Plenty. We only managed to bring back 5 barrels. Upon hearing this news, Lin Wonking joyfully approached Lin Ziyuan. We've finally found it. Under Cat Master's guidance, they entered a dance practice room where dozens lay sprawled out, the temperature noticeably warmer. This room is used for our training, hence its exceptional insulation and the installation of electric heating. Classmates, let's partake in some food. Cat Master produced all the biscuits and the remnants of hot pot and barbecued meat that he had shamelessly requested to be packed for him. As soon as the word of food spread, everyone emerged from their blankets, each taking a bite of the biscuits. Suddenly, the door to the classroom was flung open, and upon hearing the commotion, Lin Wonking and her group instinctively reached for their guns. Cat, have you found food? An effeminate male teacher burst in. Speaking with a similarly flamboyant tone, Lin Wonking leaned closer to Lin Ziyuan and whispered, "Is this what your country men are like?" Lacking any semblance of masculinity, Lin Ziyuan, unable to contain himself, retorted, "That's no man, he's a woman. I'm a man here. If you doubt me, let us find a room and settle it." Having traveled with Lin Ziyuan for days, Lin Wonking understood what he meant by settling it. When we returned to the villa, "I want to challenge you one-on-one." Cat Master, glancing toward the entrance, stood abruptly. "Ting Feng, go find your own food. Don't come here to steal from me." "How did he find anything today? Lend us some." With that, he lunged forward to snatch some food. At that moment, a group of teachers rushed in, all eager to seize Cat Master's food. Lin Ziyuan shouted, "Everyone stop. Do you dare to take the food I provided? You wish to endanger your lives?" All eyes turned to him, and the soldiers standing behind him raised their rifles. The crowd hesitated to confront Cat Master, instead kneeling at Lin Ziyuan's feet, clamoring for food. It turned out they were teachers from various schools, accompanying their students for the competition. Lin Ziyuan retrieved a few bags of noodles from his backpack and placed them on the ground. "This is all I have. Share it among yourselves." Seeing this, Cat Master hurried to grab some as well. From the throng, Lin Ziyuan spotted a familiar face, reminiscent of a photo Fong Fong had shown him, particularly the mole on her lip. She, too, noticed him, and with a smile, he gestured for her to come closer. "Greetings, young Gui Fi. You know me? Of course. Who hasn't seen your portrayal of Yang Gai Fei? Especially your drunken scene. Oh, stop it. Do you have any food? I want to experience being the Emperor right now." "Experiencing the Emperor is unnecessary. I'm afraid you might reek by now." Ying Tao raised her arms, sniffing around. "I don't smell. I swear if you give me food, I'll serve you as the Emperor right now." Lin Ziyuan retrieved a package of bread from his backpack and handed it to her. As Yin Tao eagerly tore open the packaging, all eyes in the room were drawn to her. However, being in close proximity to Lin Ziyuan and surrounded by fully armed warriors, no one dared approach. As she devoured the bread, someone nearby, unable to contain their disdain, spat out a derogatory remark. "Humph, what a vixen, only caring for herself," forgetting how he once shared food with her. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Yin Tao's eyes. "Is it wrong for me to simply want to live? Who doesn't he wish to survive? You old harlot, only concerned about yourself, neglecting the team." Lin Ziyuan protectively positioned himself behind Yin Tao. "How dare you speak ill of my beloved concubine? Drag her out and execute her." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Wonking, accompanied by 4 team members, forcefully removed the woman who had insulted Yin Tao, and none dared to intervene. Soon, the sound of a gunshot echoed, causing a collective shudder among those present. "We shall take temporary refuge in the adjacent classroom tonight and depart by tomorrow, causing no disturbance to anyone. Consider this food as our rent," Lin Ziyuan declared before leading his subordinates out of the classroom, with Yin Tao hastily following suit. The onlookers, though seething with anger, remained silent, having initially believed themselves to be part of an official organization, only to witness a killing as casually as one might squash an ant. Mao Yi, however, discerned Lin Ziyuan's character and clapped his hands at the surrounding students. "My dear classmates, if any of you wish to leave, head to the office next door. If fortune smiles upon you, he might assist your escape." The other teachers understood the implications of his words. To be saved, one must earn the favor of that man. Lin Ziyuan entered the adjacent classroom, setting down over a dozen heaters, which considerably raised the room's temperature, prompting everyone to remove their masks. Yin Tao climbed beside Lin Ziyuan. Your Majesty, when shall I have the honor of serving you? We shall discuss this upon our return to the base. Tell me, how did you end up here? It turned out she had come to learn the catwalk for her next role and had become trapped. Originally, there had been over 800 individuals in the school, but now only around 200 remained. Many had jumped to their deaths in despair, while others succumbed to starvation. As they engaged in conversation, a knock sounded at the door. It was Mao Yi again. Is there something you need? Pardon the intrusion, but I ask that you select from my students. Take any that you fancy. Before Lin Ziyuan could respond, Mao Yi swung the door open and clapped his hands. Come in, students. They all stood before the mirror, clad in swimsuits. Now, students, strut your stuff. Mao Yi even produced a mobile phone and played background music. Smile, smile. Lin Ziyuan observed the group of students, aged between 19 to 23, each standing approximately 175 centimeters tall. Smile, exude confidence. After completing a lap, they all posed in front of the mirror, continuing their catwalk strut. Can you please leave me to rest? Upon hearing this, Mao Yi felt utterly dejected, realizing his students had failed to impress, and just as he was about to speak, Lin Wonking shot him a warning glance, causing him and his students to retreat in embarrassment. This humiliation stung more than death. His once proud catwalk was dismissed by others. The other teachers from different regions chuckled at his return with students. The Peak Academy addressed Mao Yi. Let us showcase our school's elegance. Students, proceed. Just as Lin Ziyuan was about to take a brief rest, a knock interrupted him. You want to die, do you? Chapter 81, A Bounty of Returns. Hello, sir. We are students from Peak Arts, and we hope you can grant us an opportunity to showcase our talents. Students, please enter. A group of beautiful young women followed suit, appearing far more professional than Mao Yi's students, standing gracefully before the mirror. Lin Ziyuan noted that none had applied makeup, yet each was exquisitely refined. Students commence. Each one shed their long down coats, revealing well-toned bodies clad in bikinis. For them, however, it was of little consequence. They were mere ornamental figures, ordinarily. Many affluent patrons would indulge them, but in this apocalyptic scenario, who would choose to sustain them? After the fashion show concluded, Lin Ziyuan waved his hand, warning them that should anyone disturb their rest again, they would be swiftly executed. The Peak students nearly stumbled in shock at this remark, hastily ushering their peers out. Outside the classroom, a throng of women awaited entry, but upon hearing the threat of execution, none dared to enter. At last, they were free from interruptions, and Lin Ziyuan, having rested through the night, prepared to depart in search of the cruise ship mentioned by Mao Yi. As they stepped out of the teaching building, the sound of footsteps behind them revealed a crowd of students. Lin Ziyuan regarded the 200-plus students, their faces tinged blue from the cold. You all should return. I cannot take you with me. Boss, if you don't take us, we will die anyway. Today, we will follow you. We might as well perish at the riverbank. At Lin Wonking's command, all machine guns were aimed at the students. Sir, shall we open fire? Lin Ziyuan sighed deeply. Let them come. If they wish to follow, they will likely perish at the riverbank. This was Mao Yi's scheme. Following Lin Ziyuan might lead them to the brink of death, but remaining in the school would guarantee a grim fate. Yin Tao stayed firmly behind him, finally clutching a lifeline she would not relinquish. That must be the cargo ship ahead. I will scout it first. With help from others, Lin Wonking climbed aboard the icebound vessel, soon waving from the edge. Master, it's right here. Lend me a hand. Let me come aboard. Lin Wonking gestured for Lin Ziyuan to step on her shoulder. Initially skeptical about whether her fragile frame could support him, he was astonished when she stood upright the moment he stepped on. Master, the 3 cargo holds are filled with aviation fuel. Lin Ziyuan, seeing the neatly arranged barrels, waved his hand to store them in his space. Hurry down, we must retreat. Upon reaching the riverbank, Lin Ziyuan glanced back at the group of students, noting that some were being assisted by others. What should we do, master? Stepping forward, Lin Ziyuan urged, you all must return. You will soon freeze to death here. We will freeze to death here. We refuse to return to school. Wonking, can you train this group into soldiers? Master, it should be feasible, but it largely depends on their endurance. However, their foundation will be quite lacking. In full view of everyone, Lin Ziyuan produced a Pang-style armored vehicle and a Siberian Conqueror from his space. Wangxing, you will drive the Siberian. I will operate the Pang-style. Wonking, let them board the second carriage. We will all take the first. Lin Wonking waved to the students. Hurry and board the vehicle. Hearing this, they rushed toward the armored vehicle like a frenzy, fearful they would miss the opportunity. In the chaos, about a dozen were unable to board the vehicle. Master, there are 13 left without a seat. Let them enter the first carriage. They can squeeze in together. Once everyone boarded, Lin Ziyuan drove the fully loaded Pang-style back towards the villa. The students in the carriage lavished him with compliments and praises. They faced no obstacles on the journey and finally returned to the villa area by 3 in the afternoon. Upon disembarking, they were instructed to walk a kilometer. Under Lin Wangqing's direction, they exited the riverbank. Lin Ziyuan pulled out his walkie-talkie to call Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. Mr. Lin, you have returned. Not only have we returned, but we also bring some complications that require your attention. Wang Chong had already seen them on the surveillance monitors. Pondering how such a large group had assembled, Lin Ziyuan led them to the garage, surveying the group of students before him. From now on, your captain will be Wang Chong, who will be responsible for imparting to you the skills necessary for a post-apocalyptic world. If you cannot endure hardship or fail to meet training standards, you are welcome to leave. I do not harbor idlers here. Mr. Lin, I have arranged the villa. Let them rest for the night, and tomorrow we shall officially commence their training. After giving his instructions, Lin Ziyuan returned to the villa with Yin Tao and the others. Qin and Xiaofan knelt inside the house, greeting him. Welcome back, master. Lin Ziyuan observed that both of them had regained their peak physiques, their faces pleasantly plump. He playfully pinched their cheeks, saying, I'm back. Take Yin Tao to wash up. I shall join you shortly. Yes, master, they replied. Yin Tao gazed at the villa, which resembled a paradise, and obediently followed her servants to remove her clothing entirely. Seeing this, Qin Huiru was about to say something, but recalled Lin Ziyuan's reprimand from a few days prior, and promptly fell silent. You've returned. How was your harvest? He Kaoxing descended the staircase. It seems your foot has healed quite well, Lin Ziyuan remarked before diving into the swimming pool. Fan Fan approached Yin Tao, joyfully grasping her hand. What brings you here? Yin Tao, finally encountering someone familiar, embraced Fan Fan excitedly. He rescued me. Fan Fan noticed Yin Tao pointing at Lin Ziyuan and quickly pulled her arm down. From now on, refer to him as master, and do not speak out of turn. Yin Tao nodded and followed her servant to the bath. Xiaofan approached the edge of the pool and whispered, Master, today is Mrs. Deng Ying's birthday. Do you have any arrangements for the evening? I understand. I will take care of it. Lin Ziyuan contemplated what gift to present her, closing his eyes to search through his storage, but found nothing particularly special. After donning a bathrobe, he returned to the 3rd floor, retrieving the banquet he had ordered and adorning the dining table with several bouquets of flowers. Qin dressed Deng Ying in a beautiful gown. Lin Ziyuan then conjured a Cinderella-style evening dress from his storage. Wow, it's stunning. Mrs. Deng Ying will surely adore it. Everyone, come upstairs for dinner, he called. When all gathered in the 3rd floor dining room, they were greeted by a lavish arrangement, highlighted by a grand cake in the center. Curiosity filled the air as they wondered whose birthday it was. Could it be the masteress? Chapter 82, The Birthday Banquet. Everyone, please take your seats. Today, we celebrate a beautiful lady's birthday in this villa. Let us enjoy ourselves, drink freely, and sing as you wish. There are microphones available. I will now fetch our birthday star. Lin Ziyuan entered Deng Ying's room, finding her adorned with light makeup and dressed in a splendid gown. Upon seeing him, tears welled in her eyes as she rushed to embrace him. Thank you. Thank you. Do not cry. Your makeup will be ruined. Calm yourself so you may make your entrance, he gently urged, seating her on the bed. He then conjured a pair of white high-heeled shoes and personally assisted her in putting them on. Let us go. It is time for your debut. Do I resemble a bride today? Deng Ying asked as she admired her reflection, adorned with a princess crown. Lin Ziyuan glanced at his bathrobe and replied, Then I hardly appear to be a groom. You're so annoying, always teasing me. You're making me emotional. Deng Ying felt the urge to cry again. Hold it back. It is time to make your entrance. With that, Deng Ying linked her arm with Lin Ziyuan's, while 2 servants adjusted her gown as they exited the room. The sight of Deng Ying dressed as Cinderella elicited envy from everyone present. Qin Huiru had already started playing Happy Birthday on the television, and all joined in singing. Deng Ying stepped forward, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to everyone. Lin Ziyuan took the microphone. Thank you all for attending Ms. Deng Ying's birthday celebration. Let's make this a night to remember. When it's our birthday, it should be the same. You must not show favoritism. Rest assured, it shall be so. Qin Huiru approached Yin Tao. How did you end up here? You shameless woman? Yin Tao, feeling intimidated and recalling their past conflicts, could not muster the courage to meet her gaze. I was rescued by him at the art academy. Why did you starve to death, you filthy wretch? Qin Huiru, do not speak so harshly. He saved me, not that I clung to him. Then you can leave. Lin Ziyuan, noticing their whispered exchange, approached with a glass in hand. What delightful conversation are you two having? Qin Huiru, feeling guilty, stammered, nothing. We were just catching up after a long time. Yin Tao interjected, Master, she told me to leave. Lin Ziyuan wrapped an arm around each of them. What reason do you have for wanting her to leave? Feeling bolstered by his support, Yin Tao boldly replied, I acted in a play with her ex-boyfriend. He once licked my feet. Lin Ziyuan turned to Qin Huiru. It seems you still harbor feelings for your ex. I do not. Licking feet is nothing. You lick mine too. Currently, you two belong to me. If you wish to dwell on past lovers, you must first ensure my comfort. Is that understood? Qin Huiru clung to Lin Ziyuan's waist. Darling, I am certainly more capable than she is. Master, I will serve you well, as if you were an emperor. Tonight, why don't you both come to my room for a competition? Agreed. It's a deal. Lin Ziyuan released them and continued to drink and sing. He Keoxing sat beside Lin Ziyuan. Brother, it seems being your woman in this apocalypse truly brings happiness. Are you envious, sister? Perhaps I should let you choose a few girls from the art academy I brought back today. Upon hearing this, He Keoxing's previously flushed face deepened in color. If there are men, why would I want women? It dawned on Lin Ziyuan that she was indeed bisexual. Sister, let us toast. The birthday banquet continued until 11 at night, after which everyone returned to their respective rooms. Lin Ziyuan lay on his bed, groggily noticing two figures at the foot of his bed. One was Yin Tao in a strapless ancient costume, and the other was Qin Huiru dressed as a queen. Your Majesty, I bring the concubine to serve you. Both of you understand my desires well. Come forth and let me indulge in your affections. Thus, the two vied for his attention throughout the night, leaving Lin Ziyuan sleepless. Even from the first floor, He Keoxing, cocooned in her blankets, could hear their playful cries. Master, let us help you fall asleep. With their assistance, he finally managed to rest peacefully. In the morning, Lin Ziyuan hung a do not disturb sign on his door, while Qin Huiru continued to argue with Yin Tao about having been shot 3 times, while Yin Tao claimed only twice. The natural gas at Kushwalinting had run out, and it had become a desolate ice cave, where Xian Ba felt his vengeance unfulfilled, relentlessly seeking news of Lin Ziyuan. Mr. Xian, we have bribed the auction house personnel. He has gone to collect supplies. Excellent. Where are they staying? They obtained supplies at the Greenland Century City on Jiangyan Road to avenge the slaps he had received. Sinba Goman, Bo, Asenbao. We are heading to Greenland. With over 200 subordinates, they plundered every resident's home they encountered along the way. That evening, they used Lijiang International as a resting point, turning it into a venue for their wrath, originally housing over 300 individuals. Only about 100 remained after Xian Ba and his crew departed. Let the brothers be sharp tonight. We will reach Greenland. Xiao Hu and Hu clung to 2 internet celebrities wherever they went, once looked down upon as security guards. They now found themselves in high demand since gaining their abilities. Don't worry, brother, with the 2 of us here, I guarantee they will be utterly annihilated. This time, it will be a tough job for you both. Once we secure Greenland, I'll have the 7 fairies from the Donkey S family tied up to serve you, and his wife Rong Rong, who has undergone surgery to look like a snake demon. Haha, thank you, Bago. Neither of us has yet encountered a woman akin to a snake demon. As for He Keoxing, I will certainly have her come personally to relieve my ire. Simba, the thought of avenging our grievances tomorrow fills me with delight, causing me to laugh with abandon. After enduring a night of fierce combat, Lin Ziyuan awoke to find it was already 4 in the afternoon. Master, you are awake, a voice greeted him. Lin Ziyuan offered an awkward smile as he embraced Lin Wonking and made his way to the kitchen to prepare some food. At noon, Deng Ying had already quarreled with Qin Huiru. She had originally intended to serve Lin Ziyuan that day, but found herself preempted by them. After having dinner, Lin Ziyuan, unable to sleep after a day of slumber, retreated to the esports room to indulge in gaming. Wang Chong, how is the new recruit? President Lin, the recruits you brought in can barely lift a firearm. Today was entirely spent training their strength and shooting postures. That's fine, since you're idle. Take your time training this bunch. Simba had already led his men to Greenland Century City, commanding his subordinates to search the building. Yet after a prolonged search, they found no trace of Donkey and his associates. Is the intel you purchased genuine? There is no one here at all. My informant for the auction told me they were right here. Could they have her located? Simba, in a fit of frustration, overturned Donkey's desk. Search this community thoroughly for any signs of life. Apprehend anyone for questioning. Chapter 83, A Crisis Looms. The individuals taken by Donkey were predominantly his own subordinates, leaving behind numerous internet celebrities who, along with his notorious chattiness, were relocating to the Villa District for a life of luxury, making his whereabouts rather easy to track. President Xian has already confirmed it. They're in the Villa District to our left. Haha, let us see where you can run to this time. Xiaohu, control the ice. We shall tunnel beneath. With that, Simba and his entourage silently approached the Villa District from Greenland, only to be detected by surveillance once they appeared in the garage. Captain, an influx of unidentified individuals has been spotted in the garage. Upon receiving this information, Wang Chong swiftly organized a defensive response and notified Lin Ziyuan. Find them for me. Upon receiving the news, Lin Ziyuan hurried downstairs. maneuvering a drone to assess the situation in the basement. The moment he spotted the enemy on the screen, the drone exploded instantaneously. Xiaohu, standing proudly in the garage, had not clearly seen the incoming object. He merely noticed a flashing red and directed an ice spike towards it. Hearing the explosion, Simba rushed to Xiaohu's side. What happened? The enemy attempted to use a drone, which I promptly destroyed. Well done. Lin Ziyuan, believing the prior explosion was due to his mishandling, carefully piloted another drone. As soon as the screen revealed the crowd, another explosion ensued. These enemies are rather cunning. The drone cannot even approach them. Exercise extra caution. Rest assured, President Lin, I have set up crossfire points in the garage. As soon as the enemy enters the ambush zone, they will not escape. Xiaohu led the way. A dozen subordinates, clutching blocks of ice, following closely behind. Before long, they arrived at the encirclement Wang Chong had mentioned, overhearing reports from the control room about many remaining behind. Captain, should we open fire? If we delay, they will escape the shooting range. Lin Ziyuan activated a third drone, which exploded upon merely spotting shadows of people. This explosion seemed to act as a signal. Donkey's subordinates nervously commenced firing, prompting Wang Chong to order a counterattack. The hail of bullets rained down upon the garage, resulting in several of Xiaohu's subordinates, carrying blocks of ice, being shot dead. While Xiaohu appeared to be encased in a thick layer of ice, completely unharmed, directing ice spikes towards the firing openings. Several team members had fallen, and Wang Chong observed one of his comrades with an ice spike protruding from his neck. All units, cease fire. Find new firing positions. And remember to switch immediately after expending a magazine. Who had already brought reinforcements, and Xiaohu gestured towards a nearby villa. Who smashed a hole in the villa's wall, where the team members inside had their weapons trained on the entrance, unprepared for the sudden breach. Instantly, Simba's subordinates rushed in, leading to a fierce exchange of gunfire. Moments later, the villa was secured. Simba, exhilarated, began shouting in the garage, "Donkey, come out! And you, Lin Ziyuan, that audacious woman, step forward. President Lin, some of these enemies can manipulate ice. I have lost 2 team members to flying ice spikes. Exercise utmost caution." Lin Ziyuan, accompanied by his female warriors from the Lin family, emerged from the villa, all equipped with night vision goggles. Wang Chong, inform me of the enemy's position. Villa 38. Lin Ziyuan and his companions concealed themselves around Villa 50. Lin Wangqing and her companions, particularly fond of the night, dispersed and hid. Lin Ziyuan was accompanied by Lin Wangxing, a sniper, and Lin Wanfen, a machine gunner. Xiaohu concealed himself within the ice, scanning for any glimmers of light, indicating to Hu to have a few subordinates lift the ice, intending to use them as bait. Upon seeing another dozen individuals emerge, Wang Chong ordered immediate fire. The bait was quickly eliminated, while those who had not yet changed positions on Wang Chong's side fell victim to ice spikes. Simba remained hidden, waiting for the opportune moment to emerge. Xiaohu pointed to the villa from which gunfire had erupted, and Hu, with a powerful punch, breached the wall, allowing a dozen subordinates to storm inside. Xiaohu then indicated another villa, which happened to belong to Sun Li and her group. Hu led his men swiftly through the passageway, prompting Wang Chong to warn Zhao via intercom. Be cautious. The enemy is about to attack your villa. Don't worry, Captain. I will hold the line. Just as Zhao finished speaking, a massive hole was smashed into the villa's wall, and over 20 individuals surged in. Zhao was struck and fell to the ground as the assailants cleared the first floor before ascending to the second and third floors, executing everyone inside. As they prepared to exit the villa, Zhao suddenly felt something entangle his foot. It was his mother, who had not succumbed immediately, but rather had been rendered unconscious by a gunshot. Knowing his mother had been slain, he felt a surge of panic. In his first encounter with real firearms, he clutched 2 stolen grenades, having activated their safety pins earlier. As the enemies descended from upstairs, he held on tightly to one of them. When the adversaries recognized the grenades beneath him, it was already too late. With a deafening explosion, the entire villa collapsed in an instant. The shockwave reverberated through the garage, shaking the ground beneath them. Hu, standing outside the villa, was thrown back by the blast, while Xiaohu, encased in ice armor, was propelled several meters away. Simba, frightened, retreated into a nearby villa with his subordinates, urging, quickly, go outside and retrieve Xiaohu and Hu. Wang Chong, witnessing the villa's collapse, understood that all inside must have perished. Wang Chong, what was that explosion? Lin Ziyuan, upon learning it originated from Sun Li's villa, was eager to rush out. Hu and Xiaohu returned to Simba, both sporting cuts and bruises, groaning as they took a moment to recuperate. Damn it, I never anticipated there would be explosives inside. Hu complained, covering his face. What should we do now, President Xin? Don't underestimate them. Despite their powers, they lack wisdom, always depending on Simba for guidance. Which villa still has people inside? In the villa ahead of us. There were indeed individuals present. I witnessed the flashes of gunfire emanating from within. Dahu, gather a team and secure that villa. We will systematically encroach upon them. Understood. Xin Zong, Dahu led dozens of his subordinates, stealthily maneuvering along the wall. This particular villa housed our team members, 3 of whom remained inside, with 2 already having succumbed to the icy onslaught. Once ready, Dahu delivered a powerful punch that shattered the wall, and, simultaneously, several subordinates unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the interior. In the monitoring room, the team finally discerned how the enemy was launching their assault and promptly relayed the information to Wang Chong and his group. Chapter 84. The Defense of the Villa. It appeared that some adversaries possessed supernatural abilities, wielding not only ice and snow, but also the strength to pulverize walls with a single blow. Wang Chong, through the intercom, instructed all team members to strap grenades to their bodies, urging them to exhibit courage akin to Z. How should the enemy breach their defenses? Xin Ba, accompanied by his subordinates, arrived at the villa they had just captured. Xiao Hu, venture out and ascertain which other villas might still harbor enemies. Xin Zong, I must have someone to wield ice alongside me. Without that, I cannot exert control over the garage. You few, follow Xiao Hu closely. Xiao Hu emerged boldly onto the garage path, leading a dozen subordinates to scout ahead. Brother Hu, they're coming out. Donkeys shouted nervously. Everyone prepare. As he advances, open fire. Upon seeing that they had all entered firing positions, Donkey, in defiance of orders, trembled and fired, prompting the others to follow suit. Xiao Hu admonished over the intercom. Donkey, for heaven's sake, calm down. Xiao Hu, witnessing the sparks igniting from the wall, commanded ice spikes to soar into the villa. Outside, all those wielding ice perished, and Xiao Hu, gazing at his fallen brothers, continued to fire upon Xiao Hu. Despite the ice armor enveloping him, it was swiftly replenished, rendering the bullets ineffective. Wang Chong urgently implored Xiao Hu to maintain composure, instructing him to swiftly change firing positions. Lin Ziyuan, observing the battlefield from afar, piloted a drone toward the fray, but fatefully, upon spotting an enemy, was struck by an ice spike. Xiao Hu pointed toward a villa on the left, prompting Hu to smile as he led his men into battle. This villa belonged to Donkey, who, at that moment, had been pierced through the throat by an ice spike, uttering bloodied words. Rong wept uncontrollably over his corpse. Despite Donkey's lecherous nature, he had always surrendered his earnings. And it was only after the apocalypse that Rong recognized the depth of his affection. Xian Ba's subordinates recognized her, and, after confirming the absence of armed enemies in the room, summoned Hu inside. One of the subordinates pointed at Rong and exclaimed, Brother Hu, look at this enchanting woman. Hu, taken aback, replied, Indeed, she is quite remarkable. Quickly, fetch Xian Zong. As Rong wept, she discreetly concealed the grenades from Donkey's body in her embrace. Upon hearing that they had captured Rong, Xian Ba rushed over. Hurry, take me to her. Upon seeing the bald figure lying in Rong's arms, none other than Donkey, Xian Ba spat on his face in disdain. Looking at Rong, whose gaze seemed vacant as if her soul had been siphoned away, he declared, Xian Zong, this enchanting woman is indeed deserving of your promise. Esta suet, Dahu? She shall certainly be yours. Rong, with Donkey's demise, it would be prudent for you to inform us of any remaining occupants in the other villas. At that moment, she remained silent, biding her time to detonate the grenades nestled in her arms. Xiao Hu, unable to contain his impatience, revealed that another villa still harbored enemies. This villa was where Xiao Hu resided, with 5 of his brothers still inside. Dahu, you lead the charge to conquer the villa ahead. I will keep watch over the woman. Dahu, upon hearing the command, swiftly traversed the corridor to Xiao Hu's villa. Xiao Hu, be cautious. They have crossed over to your side. Xiao Hu, upon receiving the warning, promptly directed all his subordinates to the 2nd floor to await the enemy's arrival. As anticipated, a resounding crash reverberated as the front of the villa collapsed, and outside, several gunmen unleashed a hail of bullets into the structure before storming inside. Xiao Hu, stationed on the 2nd floor, commanded his teammates to fire, ensuring the enemies remained trapped within the villa, though a few managed to escape. The brothers took refuge on the 2nd floor, while Xiao Hu boldly entered the villa. Xiao Hu, immersed in his shooting, remained oblivious to the impending threat, all perishing at the hands of ice spikes. Wang Chong repeatedly called out for Xiao Hu and Donkey, but received no response, realizing the dire situation. Commanding the remaining team members in the room, he ordered them to retrieve all grenades and conceal them in the corners of the villa. Wang Ziyan snatched 2 grenades from Wang Chong's grasp, and as he pleaded for her to leave from the 3rd floor, she responded, Either you open the door and let me fight for my life, or we perish together. The villa had become a veritable arsenal, with Wang Chong unleashing over 200 grenades. Xiao Hu pointed toward the neighboring villa, preparing to enter alongside De Hu. De Hu kicked the villa's door open, and as they rushed in, 5 or 6 individuals were cut down by gunfire. Wang Chong directed his subordinates to hurl grenades outside. Boom! The explosions resonated, claiming several of the subordinates' lives. Xiao Hu, clad in ice armor, stormed into the villa, directing ice spikes to swiftly eliminate enemies. Witnessing his brothers fall rapidly, Wang Chong, with grenades strapped to him, armed himself and lunged at Xiao Hu. Upon noticing a figure charging toward him, Xiao Hu commanded the ice spikes to pierce through Wang Chong's body. Yet, as the figure landed, it clung tightly to him. Xiao Hu, realizing he had no time to react to the grenades, was caught in the ensuing explosion. The blast collapsed the garage, reducing the entire villa to rubble. Wang Chong's villa, initially a weapons cache, unleashed enough force to shake the entire villa complex. Lin Ziyuan, frantically calling for Wang Chong over the intercom, received no response. Lin Zong, the captain has perished alongside the enemy. Chun Bin, in the monitoring center, lamented. The area surrounding Wang Chong's villa was engulfed in wails of despair, with all those outside being thrown into disarray. De Hu was buried under the debris, yet his divine strength allowed him to break free from the rubble. Xin Ba dismissed the explosion, convinced that his subordinates had merely captured another villa. You all swiftly check for any injuries. As his subordinates departed, Rong Rong unveiled the grenade she had concealed and smiled at Xin Ba, stating, Xin Ba, it's time for you to wager your life as well. She then charged at him, and the nearby subordinates, caught off guard, were obliterated in the blast. The previously arrogant Xin Ba was now severely injured, his arm blown off. Hearing of the explosion at Xin Ba's villa, De Hu rushed inside. Help me, save me. Xin Zong, Xin Zong. De Hu cradled him while searching for the enchanting Rong Rong, still fixated on the captivating woman. Chun Bin, seated in the monitoring center, witnessed the unfolding chaos and, accompanied by the last 2 surviving subordinates, charged in, swiftly dispatching the wounded on the ground before they could regain their senses. De Hu, gazing at the lifeless Xin Ba, led the remaining 20 subordinates out of the villa, only to encounter Chun Bin, who was clearing the battlefield outside. Without hesitation, both parties opened fire upon one another. Though Chun Bin was outnumbered, his superior equipment allowed him to take down several enemies. Lin Ziyuan, unable to reach anyone over the intercom, began to entertain the worst possible outcome. De Hu, observing the dwindling number of his comrades, felt the weight of despair settle upon him, unsure of the path ahead. Chapter 85, Heavy Casualties. Brother Hu, what shall we do now? Some of the subordinates were paralyzed by fear. De Hu, leading his men forward, felt lost without his brothers and Xin Ba, uncertain of their next steps. Brother Hu, perhaps we should retreat. Indeed, Brother Hu, let us return home. Indeed, a splendid idea. Let us return home at once, exclaimed De Hu with urgency. Just as De Hu and his companions rounded the corner, Wan Tang reported, Master, the enemy has been sighted. 10 individuals at 2 o'clock. They did not retrace their steps. Instead, they delved deeper into the garage, where Lin Ziyuan and his female warriors stood guard. Upon hearing the enemy's position, everyone aimed towards 2 o'clock, and Lin Ziyuan, peering through his night vision goggles, spotted the foes. All were poised for action. While De Hu pondered whether they had taken a wrong turn, Lin Ziyuan had already commanded the firing to commence. The M99 sniper rifle erupted with a sound akin to an explosion, and the struck enemy was obliterated as if by a grenade. The machine guns then unleashed a furious barrage. The 10 intruders, oblivious to their fate, fell lifeless within Lin Ziyuan's shooting range. The garage returned to a haunting silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lin Ziyuan, uncertain if all enemies had been vanquished, waited for half an hour, only to discover no further approach from the enemy. He deployed a drone to scout ahead, revealing a garage filled with corpses and the once magnificent villa reduced to ruins, with heavy snow floating into the basement. After 3 drone flights confirmed the absence of foes, Lin Ziyuan led his 18 female warriors outside. Master, no living souls have been found. Lin Ziyuan, seated amidst the wreckage, uttered not a word, yearning for a tranquil existence in this apocalyptic world, lamenting the loss of humanity in people. Have any of our comrades been located? Lin Wonking lowered her head upon hearing the question. We have yet to find any living compatriots. The art school students sequestered within the villa had survived, terrified into hiding until dawn, when the absence of gunfire emboldened a few to venture outside. Lin Ziyuan regarded the surviving students, instructing Wan Feng, direct those students to clear the corpses and transport them outside to be burned in the snow. Understood, Master. Remember, do not show any mercy. Wan Feng comprehended Lin Ziyuan's intent and gathered all the students into the garage. Some trembled at the sight of the nearby corpses, while others turned away in revulsion. Armed with a rubber baton acquired from an unknown source, Wanfeng admonished, "If you wish to survive, you must learn to grow. Do you see the bodies in the garage? Clean them up." Upon hearing this, some students shook their heads and began to retreat. One even dared to question, "Why must we clean?" "Indeed, I will never do such menial work," another declared. Lin Ziyuan seized the sniper rifle from Wanfeng, targeting the outspoken student and firing a round that struck her in the head. Blood splattered onto nearby students, causing some to recoil in horror and vomit. Those incapable of performing tasks have no need to exist here. If the garage is not clean today, there will be no food for anyone. Those who refuse to participate in the cleanup will face execution. Lin Ziyuan's words detonated like a bomb, igniting the prideful students. "I leave this to you. Teach them the ways of survival well. Rest assured, Master, we were far more brutal in our time." The group of over 200 split into pairs, some hesitating to touch the corpses while others closed their eyes as they lifted them. Wanfeng, witnessing such reluctance, struck students' backs with a baton without hesitation. And after several classmates fell to the ground, the remaining students mustered the courage to carry the bodies toward the garage entrance. Those feigning injury on the ground were left to freeze to death in the garage. Upon hearing this, even those who had previously slumped to the ground stood up. Lin Ziyuan felt a pang of sorrow watching his comrades being carried away. Without leaving any survivors, he had no knowledge of who the enemy truly was. It was only at noon that the students finally began to move the bodies outside at a leisurely pace. Lin Ziyuan stood beside a snow pit, pointing inside. "Retrieve a gun and let them take turns shooting at the corpses." Wan Qin handed her machine gun to a nearby student. "Fire." The student, trembling with fear and eyes tightly shut, hesitated to pull the trigger and was unceremoniously kicked into the snow pit by Wan Qin. As the student clawed at the ground, terrified, a bolder peer emerged from the crowd, seizing the machine gun from Wanfeng and unleashing a barrage into the pit. One by one, others followed suit. Those who dared not shoot or did so with their eyes closed were pushed into the pile of corpses, while those who managed to climb out were handed weapons, transforming into the brave. Some, however, remained obstinately unteachable and were dealt with by Lin Ziyuan himself. After completing this grim task, Lin Ziyuan provided them with an abundance of food to take back to the villa. "Your instructor from now on will be me. If I am absent, they shall be your instructors." "Yes, instructor." Upon returning to the villa, everyone stood on the first floor, their spirits shattered by the previous explosions. But upon seeing Lin Ziyuan return safely, they finally felt a sense of relief. Yet, not a single word was spoken. Lin Ziyuan quickly washed up and retreated to the third floor to sleep, having fought tirelessly for nearly a day and night, finally able to relax in his own villa. Deng Ying inquired about the outside situation with the 18 sisters, and upon learning of the tragic fate of their former comrades, she too was filled with dread. As the students returned to the villa, some began to weep uncontrollably, while others recalled their own involvement in the killings, leading them to vomit. One named Li Shinin stood up to encourage them. "If you cry or vomit in front of the instructor, you may not survive. Our instructor is a ruthless killer. He is no better than a monster who has slain 15 of our classmates. Have you considered who provided you with the food you're holding?" "I remember now, classmates. We are fortunate." "Fortunate? In what way?" Su Zimo rose to speak. "Do you know about the Yuantang Cloudtop Villa?" "No." Most students shook their heads. "You don't know about the Cloudtop Villa? It's quite famous in Xiantang. Hurry and tell us how we are fortunate. Is it better than our current situation?" The Cloudtop Villa was built by Mr. Ma. It comprises 27 luxurious villas, each a magnificent structure with 2 underground levels and 3.5 above ground. I was fortunate enough to attend a gathering there once and dance with Mr. Ma. He drunkenly told me that if the apocalypse were to come, I should come to his villa. What fortune is that? He was merely speaking inebriated nonsense. Wait, think about it. The apocalypse had not yet arrived when he said that. A man of his wealth might have foreseen the end and constructed an apocalyptic stronghold. Su Zimo grew increasingly animated. If that's the case, there must be an endless supply of food there. Perhaps we won't even need to learn to shoot or carry bodies. Indeed, he clearly views us as mere security, instructing us to take up arms to protect the villa. All right, everyone, if you're not too tired, let us hurry and sleep. Su Zimo remained undeterred, enticing nearby classmates to follow her, and ultimately, over 10 students agreed to accompany her. A few stealthily took some food and quietly escaped the villa district that night. Lin Ziyuan remained oblivious to the fleeing members until the following day, when the training leader counted the numbers and discovered 13 were missing, promptly notifying the instructor. Lin Wonking relayed the previous night's conversations among the students to Lin Ziyuan, a native of Qiantang. He had never heard of the Cloudtop Villa, which was nowhere to be found on offline maps. He Keoxing approached Lin Ziyuan, pointing to the location on the map. "It's here by the East Lake." That structure was fundamentally constructed by Ma Baba for his co-founders in their entrepreneurial venture, and it is not for public sale. It is exclusively for internal personnel. Hence, outsiders are entirely oblivious to its existence. Does your sister know about this place? I have only had the chance to visit it a few times by sheer coincidence. The villa is nestled in the mountains, with the path winding around the mountain. Ma Baba's villa is situated at the summit. Is there anything peculiar inside, such as an entrance with a thickness of over 100 centimeters, like the one here with my younger brother? I hadn't really paid attention to that detail. At that time, one of his partners even attempted to sell me the villa at the foot of the mountain, but Ma Baba intervened. Lin Ziyuan chuckled. You didn't place a spy, did you? Upon hearing this, Fan immediately lowered her head, too afraid to meet anyone's gaze. My younger brother certainly has a knack for humor. He's the type who only favors the young ones from art schools. Just like Boss Sue, everyone has their own harem. From my perspective now, I seem to be doing quite well and also have my own harem. Qin Huiru chuckled. Others have harems that would terrify you with their numbers. Just like back in the day, Yin Tao was obediently accompanying the elder brother to sleep. Upon hearing Qin Huiru speak ill of her, Yin Tao hurriedly interjected, You foul wench, you've spent enough nights with the director. How dare you speak of me? Qin Huiru was not one to back down. I certainly haven't spent as many nights as you. Back in school, I was already being kept by the gang leader. I will tear your filthy mouth apart. Yin Tao exclaimed as she lunged forward, only to be caught in Lin Ziyuan's embrace. All right, stop clinging to past grievances. Neither of you is a saint, so don't criticize each other. Qin Huiru also ran into Lin Ziyuan's arms, playfully saying, Darling, she wants to tear my mouth apart. You must stand up for me. Then you wouldn't let her have a mouth to tear. Lin Ziyuan grabbed each of their curvaceous forms, and their expressions instantly turned suggestive. You two kiss, and no more bickering. To everyone's surprise, the two genuinely kissed, prompting Lin Ziyuan to give each of them a playful slap on the backside. Go wait elsewhere. Can't you see we're discussing serious matters? Lin Ziyuan turned to He Kaoxing. Where were we? He Kaoxing smiled and glanced at the woman next to Lin Ziyuan. We were talking about your harem. After a round of discussions, the most suspicious remark was made by Ma Baba, stating that after the apocalypse, he instructed Li Zimo to seek him out. It is clear that he is aware of the apocalypse. If he knows about it, could his villa be a stronghold for the end times? Lin Wangqing interjected. Why not just go check it out instead of analyzing it here? Lin Wangxing calmly replied. We have just suffered a setback. We cannot act recklessly. Lin Ziyuan, filled with fury, remarked, The most infuriating part is that we don't even know who attacked us this time, and they brought along 2 superhumans. If it weren't for Wang Chong and the others detonating grenades to take out the superhumans, we might not have been able to defend the villa. After hearing Lin Ziyuan, He Kaoxing frowned, and after confirming what abilities the 2 superhumans possessed, he resolutely stated, It must be Xian Ba. My intel confirms he has 2 superhuman bodyguards. That damned creature. He should have been killed back at Chushui Lanting. The group fell silent, and Lin Ziyuan approached He Kaoxing. Tell me where his base is. I need to eliminate him. He was unaware that Xian Ba was already dead, his body blown to pieces, and now that he knew who had sent people, he was determined to return and exact revenge. He Kaoxing, recognizing the unwavering determination in Lin Ziyuan's eyes, knew he could not dissuade him. His base is in Wangxiang City. Lin Ziyuan located it on the offline map, identifying several Wangxiang cities in Qiantang before confirming which one was the correct one. Lin Wangqing and the others took it upon themselves to head downstairs to change into combat gear. You all stay here. I will set off overnight. No one dared to stop the furious Lin Ziyuan. Driving the Siberian conqueror through the snow, his singular aim was to annihilate the enemies there. After more than 2 hours of travel, Lin Wangqing suddenly pointed ahead. Master, look! The group revealed themselves to be students fleeing from the villa area upon seeing the headlights. They quickened their pace, some darting to the sides of the road, fearing they were being pursued by those within the villa. Lin Ziyuan, upon encountering this group, declared, Prepare. Eliminate these traitors. They were unwaveringly loyal to Lin Ziyuan and felt no pity. As Lin Ziyuan stopped the vehicle, they swiftly exited. In less than 3 minutes, all lay on the ground. Seeing his companions, Lin Ziyuan accelerated towards Wangxiang City. After a night of travel, they were finally just a kilometer away from their destination. Everyone, prepare to disembark. We will sneak in. Lin Wangxing and the others were alarmingly professional, equipping silencers on both machine guns and handguns. They crept along the corners, ensuring no sentinels from higher floors could spot them. Eventually, they found a section of glass that had been smashed. It appeared to be a makeshift entrance, but shelves blocked the way inside. Suddenly, a drone appeared in Lin Ziyuan's hand, indicating he intended to blow it open. Lin Wangqing nodded and gestured for her team to retreat. The drone flew toward the obstructing shelves, and with a resounding explosion, dust filled the air. Before it settled, Lin Wangqing led her team inside. Entering Wangxiang City, they were met with darkness. All donned their night vision goggles and began searching the third floor. Lin Ziyuan collected all the luxury goods from the shops into his space. The entire third floor had been searched without a soul in sight. They proceeded to the second floor, where they similarly found no personnel. Were they in the wrong place? Or had they already relocated? Chapter 87, Wangxiang City. After thoroughly searching the underground garage on the second basement level, not a single figure was found. They must have relocated. Let us head back and reassess. Just as they returned to the third floor, preparing to leave empty-handed, they heard someone shouting from above. Who is back? Is it Mr. Xian? Everyone looked up to discover a group hiding in the cinema. Lin Ziyuan feigned familiarity, responding, "It's not Mr. Xian returning. He sent me back to retrieve some items." As he spoke, he edged closer to the cinema entrance. Only one person was on watch at the door, likely still groggy from sleep, as the explosion had not alerted him. As the group approached, the sentinel remained oblivious to the danger. "You all look so sharp in your gear. Where did you find it?" Lin Wangqing swiftly advanced, subduing the sentinel to the ground, silencing him and pulling him aside. Lin Ziyuan pressed his gun against the man's chin. "Don't shout or scream. I will ask you a few questions, and if you don't cooperate, I will kill you immediately." The sentinel nodded vigorously in agreement. "How many people are here, and in which room do they reside?" "We only have 10 on guard responsible for security in Hall 1. Everyone else is in Halls 5, 6, and 7. A gunshot rang out, and the sentinel fell to the ground. Lin Wangqing led the team towards Hall 1, where the enemies lay sleeping in the corridor, and they were swiftly taken down by Lin Wangqing and her team with their silenced weapons. After resolving the situation, they quickly retreated from Hall 1, opting to search each hall for safety, despite ignoring the earlier information from the sentinel. Arriving at Hall 5, as they prepared to open the door, footsteps were heard from within. The moment the door opened, Lin Wangqing yanked the person out, covering her mouth tightly and pinning her against the wall. Lin Ziyuan aimed his gun at her forehead. "Don't scream, or you will be sent away immediately." The woman's eyes widened in terror, desperately nodding. And suddenly they heard the sound of water dripping. It turned out she had wet herself in fright. Upon questioning, they discovered that all the residents inside were internet celebrities without any weapons. Xian Ba had long since taken everyone out. Lin Ziyuan exchanged a glance with Lin Wangxing, and they simultaneously stormed into Hall 56. In approximately 3 minutes, all team members regrouped in the corridor. Upon discovering that the resident of Hall 7 was Simba's wife, Lin Ziyuan shot the interrogated internet celebrity dead and subsequently led the group to Hall 7. At that moment, Simba's wife, Ziyuan, was still asleep in bed. Lin Ziyuan removed his gloves and gently caressed her face. Perhaps Ziyuan was dreaming of spring, as she grasped Lin Ziyuan's hand and urged him to continue his tender touch. Suddenly sensing something amiss, she sat up abruptly. "Who are you all?" she exclaimed. "I am the person your husband wishes to eliminate most," came the reply. "I have no husband. I divorced long ago." Lin Ziyuan refrained from further conversation and simply turned to leave. Lin Wanfin fired multiple shots at her still reclining figure. Following Lin Ziyuan, Lin Wangqing remarked, "Master, it appears he is not here. Having dismantled his stronghold, I cannot believe he would not seek me out. Let us return." Not long after Lin Ziyuan began driving, he spotted 4 vehicles approaching. Everyone braced for battle. Before they could even open the firing ports of their armored vehicle, the oncoming cars raised white flags in surrender. "Hold your fire. Let us assess the situation." The opposing vehicles halted beside Lin Ziyuan's armored car, and a window slid down. "Boss, we are from the auction house." Lin Ziyuan did not lower his window. "What is it?" "Our 4th auction will take place in 2 days. As we lacked means of communication, we came to inform you." "Understood," he replied, accelerating back to the villa. On the way, he encountered the auction convoy once more, which announced that this upcoming auction would feature exquisite items. Lin Ziyuan finally returned to the villa before nightfall, his spirits lifted from the vengeance he had exacted. Though he had not located Simba, he had obliterated his base. Relaxing in the pool, Lin Ziyuan savored fruit while enjoying massages from 2 servants. Ikeahong's feet had nearly healed, allowing her to join him in the pool, where she yearned for Lin Ziyuan's affection, though it seemed he held no interest in her. "Sister, there will be an auction in 3 days. I wonder if you would be interested in attending, curious to see what valuable items they might present." Do not underestimate their boss, known as the General. He is the underground emperor of Qiantang, and no one dares to oppose him. Due to his fair dealings, many seek his assistance in times of need. "Shall we go and take a look in 2 days? If my brother wishes to go, I shall accompany you. There will be no spies this time, right, sister?" "What nonsense are you spouting? I never expected them to report anything to me. My main goal is to acquire supplies." "Come, sister, let us dine." After dinner, Lin Ziyuan observed the dilapidated villa district from the surveillance room, contemplating a visit to the Yunding Villa area if the opportunity arose. May I enter? A voice from outside interrupted Lin Ziyuan's thoughts. Kumin, master, I brought you some fruit. Lin Ziyuan looked at Yin Tao, who had changed into a revealing outfit, her voluptuous form accentuated by tight yoga pants that seemed on the verge of bursting, especially in certain areas that beckoned attention, complemented by her curvaceous posterior as she sashayed to the desk. Lin Ziyuan wrapped his arms around her waist. Are you aware of your transgressions? Yin Tao, mistaking his tone for anger due to Qin Huiru's words, immediately knelt in fear. Master, where have I gone wrong? Is this attire intended to tempt me into sin? Upon hearing this, Yin Tao realized Lin Ziyuan was jesting, a playful smile gracing her lips. Master, I am yours. She slipped her hands into his shorts. Indeed, you are quite bold, she declared, her head bowing shyly. With his eyes closed, Lin Ziyuan toyed with her hair when the door creaked open again, revealing Fan Fan, who approached silently. Sensing her presence, he caught a whiff of her perfume. Are you two vying for the role of Yang Gaifei? Lin Ziyuan, now acting as his own bodyguard, escorted He Chaohong to the International Convention Center. Brother, if we auction a star, will you still try to reclaim her? Haha, that will depend on whether I fancy her. What if it were someone like me? He Chaohong turned to scrutinize Lin Ziyuan's expression. I would bid without hesitation. Lin Ziyuan's gage met Hirsch. Then I must thank you, brother. This outing included only 6 individuals, as the remainder trained a group of recruits, whose daily regimen involved incessant firearm practice for 56 hours, with non-compliant members denied meals. Swiftly, they arrived at the snow-covered spherical structure, this time opting not to conceal the armored vehicle, but rather park it directly in the lot. The enthusiastic receptionist greeted them at the entrance. Welcome. Upon entering the convention center, they noted a significant drop in attendance compared to their last visit, with far fewer guards on duty. The manager who received them was not the same young woman as before. Esteemed guests, please follow me. The auction will commence promptly at 7 tomorrow evening. He Chaohong and the others remained silent, following the manager to their designated room. Chapter 88, the 4th auction. After entering the room, Lin Wangqing and the others meticulously searched every corner, ensuring no surveillance equipment was present before nodding in affirmation. He Chaohong settled onto the sofa. This time, it feels rather mysterious. Why not share the main auction items? It's rather dull staying at home. We might as well explore. I am more curious about what other threats lurk in Qiantang and whether we might encounter Simba. The room was equipped with 4 wood-burning stoves, alongside neatly stacked firewood. Lin Ziyuan sat by the stove, retrieving some corn and sweet potatoes from a space to roast. He Chaohong, upon noticing, hurried to assist. I adored roasted sweet potatoes as a child. Why does a wealthy young master enjoy commoner's food? Shouldn't you be feasting on lavish meals daily? It's not as exaggerated as you think. He Chaohong recounted several amusing childhood anecdotes. A knock echoed at the door. Lin Wangqing opened it slightly. May I help you? Esteemed guests, I apologize for the interruption. We are hosting a barter market downstairs, and we're wondering if you wish to participate. Lin Ziyuan addressed the manager. We will be descending shortly. The corn is ready. Who would like to sample my culinary skills? Everyone eagerly accepted, sharing a single ear of corn among themselves. Let's head down. The sweet potatoes will be ready when we return. He Chaohong led the way, with Lin Ziyuan and the others following. They were greeted by a bustling scene that resembled a large farmer's market, with vendors crowding every inch of the floor. Hello, sir. Entry to the market requires a packet of instant noodles or equivalent food. Lin Wangqing produced 8 packages of compressed biscuits from her bag and handed them to the guard. The items displayed were diverse, from LV and Rolex to Hermes luxury brands, as a vendor shouted, 10-fold compensation for fakes, 2 packets of noodles for 1 item. He Chaohong paused, picking up a Hermes perfume bag. Madam, you have exquisite taste. This is a new release for this year. Lin Ziyuan exchanged glances with Lin Wangqing, who promptly retrieved 2 packets of compressed biscuits from her backpack. He Chaohong looked at Lin Ziyuan in surprise. I did not express interest. Take it, sister. Consider it a gift from me. The fish stalls were the most abundant, filled with catches from the river alongside vendors selling various warm clothing. Master, look ahead. Lin Wangqing pointed to a stall surrounded by a crowd. As they approached, they discovered a group of young women selling their first night experiences for 5 packets of instant noodles. What a bargain, Lin Ziyuan remarked, only to receive a disapproving glare from He Chaohong beside him. Make way, make way. Lin Ziyuan was abruptly shoved aside. And just as Lin Wangqing and her companions were about to speak, they were silenced. The group exuded an overwhelming stench, led by a bald man who, despite the frigid weather, had chosen to forego a hat, his clothing stained with blood. Ladies, today you are all under my protection, proclaimed the man, who referred to himself as Master Wang. The girls, accustomed to the transaction of their first night, regarded him with palpable disdain. Take them all to my room, he commanded. The young women had already familiarized themselves with the rules upon arriving. Once priced, there would be no increase, and if a buyer appeared, they were obliged to sell. Lin Ziyuan watched as they were led away, lamenting such fine delicacies squandered on swine. Qins remarked, "Are you feeling sympathetic? This is the harsh reality." After meandering through the marketplace, having purchased only a sachet, Lin Ziyuan suddenly recalled the sweet potatoes in the stove. He hurried back to his room and was fortunate enough to retrieve them just in time, sharing them with the girls to their delight. Thus, Lin Ziyuan settled beside the hearth, dozing on the sofa. Throughout the night, he felt someone burrowing into his embrace, the familiar scent of hair confirming it was Qins. Not wishing to dwell on it, he assumed she was merely cold and wrapped his arms around her waist, drifting off to sleep. Upon awakening, he found the space beside him empty. The girls had risen early. His body ached from the restless slumber, and today they would attend the auction before returning overnight. Lin Ziyuan retrieved some KFC and pizza from his storage to ensure everyone had their fill. They lingered in the room until 6:40 p.m. before heading to the auction. Once again, Lin Ziyuan chose a central seat, observing as over 20 buyers entered, including the bald man from the marketplace, who took a spot in the front row. The venue, already warm, became even more odorous, prompting the front row buyers to shift further back. The bald man, unfazed, laughed heartily as he pulled a bone from his bag and began to gnaw on it. "Welcome, everyone," the auctioneer, Lu Yongling, began, only to cover her nose and retch before quickly regaining her composure. "I am thrilled to have you at the fourth auction." After her introduction, she hastily covered her mouth once more. Next, they presented the first item for auction. 12 doctors clad in white coats ascended the stage, each introducing their specialty. "I trust you're all familiar with our first lot, our esteemed medical team from Qiantang. With them, you need not fear illness or injury in this apocalypse. The starting bid is 500 packs of instant noodles. However, none were inclined to bid, as purchasing them would necessitate further resources to sustain them. Just as the item was about to be declared unsold, a paddle rose from the back row. "Thank you, number 109, for your bid of 500 packs. Is there anyone willing to increase their offer?" After a countdown, congratulations to the buyer. Lin Ziyuan cast a sidelong glance at the buyer, but the man's face was obscured. For the second item, a performer demonstrated his powers, directing flames from his fingertips like a flamethrower. This spectacle captured everyone's attention. Many in attendance possessed abilities themselves or employed those who did. The starting bid was set at 5,000 packs of noodles. The price escalated rapidly. 5,000, 6,000, 21,000 packs. Qins glanced at Lin Ziyuan, who merely shook his head. Such individuals were rare, but who could guarantee their loyalty? Better to avoid igniting unnecessary conflict. 33,000 packs for the first time, the second time. 33,000 packs, third time. Congratulations to the number one buyer. It seemed the bald man possessed ample resources to bid so high. With the third item, a towering giant brandishing a massive axe took the stage, showcasing his strength. His power is immense. He can lift a 30-ton truck with ease. The audience buzzed with speculation about the advantages of having such a powerhouse on their side. The starting bid was set at 10,000 packs. Bids quickly rose. 10,000 from the front row, 15,000 from the middle, and 20,000 from the back. Lin Ziyuan was perplexed by the sudden influx of bidders. 31,000 packs. Congratulations to the number one buyer. Next, the fourth item was revealed. None other than Lu Yin, the voluptuous star known for her explosive entrance into the entertainment industry. Dressed in a green lace nightgown, her legs adorned with glossy black stockings and heels, she exuded sensuality. Lu Yin's features were exquisitely delicate, her skin smooth and pale, her hair styled high, and her lips a vivid red. Upon her head rested an ice-carved crown, and she wielded icicles, occasionally changing poses that revealed glimpses of her pink lingerie. This is our ice queen, Lu Yin, capable of conjuring frost, freezing objects, and launching icy projectiles. The starting bid is 50,000 packs of instant noodles. Qins, glancing at Lin Ziyuan as Lu Yin took the stage, noted his unwavering gaze and inwardly chastised. "Perverted man, let's see if you dare to bid." The bald man in the front row stood, asserting, "This one is mine. Anyone who dares to contest will face dire consequences." Before he could finish, Lu Yin thrust an icicle into the surface of the table before him. The bald man's subordinates rose in unison, tension escalating between the two factions. Shall by two, accompanied by dozens, stormed in, guns aimed at the bald man's group. "Boss, participation in a fair auction is mandatory. How dare you threaten other bidders?" The bald man retorted, "Your auction is unfair. Valuable items are saved for later. While I've already spent considerable resources up front. The fairness of the apocalypse auction is determined by all present, not just you." This is a blind auction. No one knows what the next item will be. I'll return the items I've won. I don't want them. You may refuse, but I trust you understand the consequences. The bald man locked eyes with Xiao Bai Tu. Are you threatening us, 047? I'm not merely threatening you. I am warning you. Anyone who dares to breach trust at an international auction will face severe repercussions. A video played on the large screen, showcasing rows of rocket launchers and 10 missile vehicles. Our Apocalypse auction house is unafraid. We seek peaceful relations with all present and hope for no provocations. Xiao Bai Tu, gritting his teeth, turned to the bald man. Do you understand? The bald man, now subdued, took his seat. The sight of such weaponry was overwhelming. Who could withstand their might? Let's resume the auction. The rear bidder offers 50,000 packs. Are there any further bids? The bald man raised his paddle. 55,000 packs. Another bidder from the back countered with 60,000, while a middle row bidder offered 65,000. Lin Ziyuan, puzzled, glanced at Hikaoxing. Do you desire this? Hikaoxing merely smiled without responding. The rear bidder escalated to 70,000, the middle to 75,000. A greasy, middle-aged man stood, proclaiming, I from Qiantang bid 95,000 packs, hoping for the cooperation of all esteemed buyers, as we shall undoubtedly form a formidable alliance. The bald man rose to his feet, scoffing. What are you even worth? Forming alliances? I'll bid 100,000. Hikaoxing attempted to raise her paddle, only to be restrained by Lin Ziyuan, who then directed a query towards the host on stage. What happens if the item is purchased and she refuses to comply or attempts to escape? Hearing this, Lu Yongling responded politely. To all esteemed patrons present, if the subject does not obey, it is a reflection of your inability to tame her, and not a matter concerning our auction. Lin Ziyuan, settling back in his seat, remarked to Hikaoxing, did you see that? These individuals are uncontrollable. Upon hearing the host's words, the bidders retreated from the auction, pondering the dire consequences should they acquire her, and she proved disobedient. 100,000 for the first time, 100,000 for the second. Seizing the moment while Lin Ziyuan was distracted, Hikaoxing lifted her paddle once more. The middle row bidder called out, 110,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? What's wrong with you? Have you gone mad, bidding such a high price? Hikaoxing replied with a smile. Other men may falter, but my brother will undoubtedly tame her. 120,000 from the front row bidder. 150,000 from the middle row bidder. Is there any bid exceeding 150,000? 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to bidder number 77 for the acquisition. Lin Ziyuan, teasingly regarding Hikaoxing, remarked 150,000. Do remember to settle the payment. To which Hikaoxing replied, unexpectedly, if my brother doesn't assist me in the payment, then I suppose I shall be auctioned off instead. Lin Ziyuan, observing her earnest expression, quickly interjected, No, I shall cover it. Lu Yen had descended from the stage and approached Lin Ziyuan's table, bowing in gratitude. Thank you for purchasing me. As she bent, a captivating view was exposed, causing Lin Ziyuan to gaze intently. Perverted man, if you continue to stare, I might just gouge your eyes out. Lu Yen, having straightened, caught Lin Ziyuan in the act of peeking. Hikaoxing patted the seat beside her. Sit down. Besides, he is your true master. I merely placed the bid. Lu Yen scrutinized Lin Ziyuan once more, a brooding man, truly a prude. Lin Ziyuan, who had no desire to participate, found himself insulted, while Hikaoxing continued to chuckle, his face painted with resignation. Now, may we present our fifth auction item? Lin Ziyuan's interest was piqued as he beheld the image of sniper rifle. This is a collection of 15 sniper rifles from the United States, including Barrett, Intervention M200, and Macmillan, among others. The starting price is 2,000. Lin Ziyuan gestured to Hikaoxing, indicating his intention to acquire these weapons, ultimately securing them for 18,000. He resolved to intensify training, recognizing the increasing emergence of superhumans. Chapter 90, for White Tigers. Next, we shall unveil our sixth auction item. There are a total of 10 items in this auction. For those who do not win, we hope the next item will be to your liking. The sixth item was a modified battle vehicle, which Lin Ziyuan had already acquired previously, thus he abstained from bidding. As a bidder from the back row secured it for 8,000. The seventh item was another battle vehicle. The eighth was a repurposed building, designed as a greenhouse utilizing photosynthesis with sprouting vegetables within. The ninth auction item featured an individual with the ability to control flames. Yet this group of superhumans shared a distinct characteristic. Those controlling ice and snow required the presence of ice and snow, while those governing flames needed flames nearby. Now, we present our final auction item, which is also the most controversial. For subordinates carried a large cage to the auction stage, unveiling it to reveal 4 white tiger cubs. These white tigers were captured by our team at the Qian Wildlife Zoo. According to the staff there, this is the first time they have encountered white tigers. The starting bid is 50,000 instant noodles. What use are these creatures? They are disobedient. Indeed. The end of the world auction is showcasing such items. Starting at 50,000, tomorrow, I'll send my men to catch a few tigers for you. The auctioneer tapped the table. I understand your sentiments. Bids are welcome or not. But please refrain from disrupting the order of the event. Those uninterested began to rise and exit the venue, while onlookers awaited to see which bidder would acquire the 4 creatures. Lin Ziyuan regarded the cubs, finding them irresistibly adorable, lying in the cage, unperturbed by the crowd. Sister, let us buy them. Qin, hearing this, looked at him quizzically before raising her paddle. 50,000, we have a bid, thanks to the middle row bidder. A security personnel in the corner whispered to a colleague. What do you think, Captain? I told you someone would bid. Looks like someone has money to burn. Fantastic. Captain, our team is going to strike it rich. Is there any bid exceeding 50,000? For the first time, congratulations to the winning bidder. After consulting with Lin Ziyuan, Qin decided to return that very night. Due to the absence of communication devices, she was unable to inform the villa to evacuate the supplies. I have a plan. Let us go. The security personnel assisted in transporting the 4 white tigers to the vehicle, as the cage could not fit into the battle vehicle. The 4 cubs were gently lifted from the cage by Lin Wonking and the others, each of them delighting in petting their little heads. Lin Ziyuan tossed 2 cigarettes to the team, saying, you guys have worked hard. We need to return swiftly, so follow me to collect the supplies. The team leader, receiving the cigarettes, quickly replied, thank you, boss. This is all part of the job. Just as they prepared to depart, the bald man approached the battle vehicle. This battle vehicle is quite impressive. May I take it for a spin? Lin Ziyuan glanced at him in the snowy landscape, retorting, why don't you lend me your wife for a spin? Unexpectedly, the bald man replied, sure. Where shall I send her? Lin Ziyuan shut the vehicle door, ignoring him as he started the battle vehicle and began the return journey. The bald man watched the departing vehicle, instructing his subordinates, find out where his base is. I intend to destroy him and seize that vehicle, primarily because they took my Ice Queen. Brother, what should we do? Should we take them to the villa for supplies? We'll head to Lijiang International and retrieve the supplies from space. Let them move it out. Lin Ziyuan glanced back at the battle vehicle, noticing the 4 tiger cubs sleeping in Lin Wonking's embrace, while Lu Yen sat silently in the last row. In her heart, she felt that all men were merely seeking to exploit her. None truly respected her. Now that she possessed superpowers, only then did people begin to regard her with a hint of esteem. Thus she held little regard for Lin Ziyuan and his crew. After over 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived at Lijiang International, a place Lin Ziyuan was familiar with, prompting him to bring them here. Before the auction house personnel even approached the building, Lin Ziyuan had already placed all the supplies inside. Your supplies are in the building. Begin the transportation. Thank you, boss. We shall commence work. Lin Ziyuan returned to the battle vehicle, instructing everyone to disembark to avoid suspicion, and headed to the upper floors of Lijiang International. Upon ascending the stairs, they encountered an individual wielding a nearly dead flashlight. Lin Ziyuan inquired, is that you, old Jew? Boss, is that really you? I heard voices from downstairs and was about to check when I bumped into you. Old Jew, assist us in finding a room to settle. Of course, boss. Wonking, fetch some food for old Jew. Thank you. During their conversation, they learned that recently a group of unruly individuals had arrived, and now there were about 50 people left in the building. Old Wu had passed away. Come with me, old Jew. Many of my neighbors have also passed away. You can choose any villa to reside in. Thank you for your kindness, boss. I, old Jew, appreciate it. Now that I'm 59 years old and will soon turn 60, I do not wish to burden anyone any longer. You are still young. Strive to survive in these dire times. Master, they have already departed. Lin Ziyuan nodded and stood up. Old Jew, I must take my leave. These supplies are a gift from me to you. With a wave of his hand, the room was filled with rice, flour, and cooking oil. Old Jew hurriedly knelt, exclaiming, a deity! You are truly a deity! Lin Ziyuan turned and left with the others, returning to the armored vehicle, where Qin scrutinized him anew. Do I have flowers on my face? Lin Ziyuan asked with a smile as he drove. No, I merely wish to discern what sort of person my brother truly is. Am I not a lecherous man in your eyes? Old Jew and Olgwa were the first outsiders he had encountered beyond the community, and he clearly remembered the scene. Neither of them had shunned him for being a stranger. Everyone awaken. We have arrived home. Lin Ziyuan was the first to disembark from the vehicle, and once all personnel had exited, he stored the vehicle in his spatial realm. Lu Yin recalled the first time Lin Ziyuan provided Old Jew with supplies, and now, Witnessing the vehicle vanish in a thin air, she realized he possessed extraordinary abilities. Upon entering the villa, Wonking released 4 little tigers, which scampered about the house, urinating everywhere. Oh no, master, they have urinated on the carpet. Alas, one has defecated on the carpet. Lin Ziyuan, after shedding his clothes, dove into the swimming pool, finding it impossible to be upset with such adorable creatures. Lu Yin observed that everyone in the villa was more beautiful than she, yet they all referred to Lin Ziyuan as master. Deng Ying opened her arms and embraced Lu Yin. You have come too. Why are you dressed so lightly? Aren't you cold? You should take a hot shower first. Lin Ziyuan retrieved an oversized basin from a spatial realm and placed the 4 little tigers inside. Qins, please give them a bath first, then decide how to arrange them. Chapter 91, Training. Deng Ying led Lu Yin, freshly bathed, directly to the 3rd floor room, where she still bore a wary expression. He Keoxing swam over to Lin Ziyuan and remarked, So, what do you think of the Ice Queen I brought you? Lin Ziyuan wrapped his arm around her waist. Indeed, she is quite frosty, as if we owe her a debt. He Keoxing, resting her head on his shoulder, replied, Are there women you cannot conquer? The 4 little tigers followed Lin Ziyuan closely, wherever he went. He set each of them on the sofa and produced 4 chickens from his spatial realm, which they devoured obediently, lying down contentedly afterward. Upon waking, Lin Ziyuan entered the living room to find the 4 little creatures being chased by a group of women eager to hold and play with them. As soon as they spotted Lin Ziyuan, they scurried behind him. Qin Huiru pointed at them. They were just playing with me. Now that master is here, they won't play with me. It seems you are more fearsome than a mother tiger. They dare not frolic with you. As he spoke, Lin Ziyuan picked one up. Qin Huiru had already greeted Lu Yin in the morning, yet she still sat alone in a corner, offering no salutation upon Lin Ziyuan's arrival. Let us eat first. Afterward, I will check on the student's training progress. Lu Yin gazed longingly at the sumptuous feast, her stomach growling, having not tasted decent food in quite some time. Deng Ying gently pulled her over, whispering, I told you last night that Beidai is quite approachable. Do not appear so cold. Lu Yin nodded, picking up the food from the table and beginning to eat. Lin Ziyuan observed the tigers feasting on bones at his feet. Come up with names for them, will you? A chorus of suggestions followed, with names like Little Cutie and Kitty being tossed around. Enough. If you continue, they will become mere pets. The 4 tigers let out adorable roars in protest. Lin Ziyuan patted their heads. All right, I understand you dislike those names. As your master, I shall name you. Follow me. We shall patrol our territory. Just as Lin Ziyuan prepared to leave, Lu Yin approached. Are you coming too? I am your acquisition. Naturally, I shall remain by your side to ensure your safety. Lin Ziyuan regarded her silently before stepping out of the villa. Lin Wonking had already led the students in jogging laps in the garage, with some less physically fit students lagging behind. Keep running. No one is permitted to stop until 20 laps are completed. Those who do not finish will be denied lunch. Lu Yin observed the group of female students and inquired, Are these your soldiers or your women? I am their master. They must obey my commands, or they shall perish in this apocalypse. If it troubles you, feel free to take them away. I can gift them to you. Upon uttering this, Lin Ziyuan exited the garage with the tigers. Lu Yin stood frozen in place, contemplating the implications of his words. If she took them, they would surely starve. Without her abilities, she would also face starvation, though they trained diligently for survival. It dawned on her that this man was not truly malevolent. With that thought, Lu Yin smiled and hurried to catch up with Lin Ziyuan. The 4 little tigers frolicked in the snow, unperturbed by the frigid temperature of -70 degrees, their tongues hanging out in delight. Make sure to relieve yourselves now. No more doing so inside the villa. Otherwise, you shall be left outside. Lu Yin giggled at this statement. You are raising them as pets? Can they truly be that obedient? To her surprise, they complied, urinating and defecating in the snow. See, they know who their master is and whom they should heed. Now, let us return to the villa. The 4 little tigers obediently followed Lin Ziyuan back inside. Lu Yin reflected on his words, understanding who the true master was and to whom they should listen. Seated on the sofa, Lin Ziyuan gazed at the 4 tigers. I have chosen names for you. Zhantian, Zhansong, Zhanquang, and Zhanting. Qins and Ziyofan placed 4 large stainless steel basins on the ground, stroking their heads while calling their names. Lin Ziyuan poured milk into the basins and added beef. Each tiger approached to eat when called, while the others remained still. Ziyofan patted Zhantian and exclaimed, Master, they are so full of spirit. It was evident that Lin Ziyuan cherished these 4 creatures, instructing, This afternoon, take them out for a stroll. After relaying his instructions, Lin Ziyuan returned to the monitoring center, where the students were still jogging in the garage. Lu Yin followed him into the room. Master, I understand now. You come to terms with it so swiftly? That is unexpected. If you had not purchased me at the auction, I shudder to think how other masters might have treated me. Lin Ziyuan waved for her to come closer, wrapping his arm around her waist. Those in the villa are all family. Do not constantly present that icy facade of yours. Go, mingle with them, and integrate yourself. Thank you, Master, I understand. Due to the lack of internet access, Lin Ziyuan was unable to find any information regarding the Cloudtop Villa. The only knowledge he possessed was its general location, and even the offline maps provided no imagery. He sought out He Keoxing, as she was the only one who had visited the villa. Qian, where's Missy gone? Master, they're in the gym. Upon reaching the gym downstairs, Lin Ziyuan was met with laughter and chatter. As he opened the door, he discovered Lu Yin instructing them in Pilates. Each student donned a different colored yoga outfit, practicing Pilates movements on soft mats. They were already endowed with stunning curves, and now, clad in form-fitting yoga attire, their voluptuous figures seemed as though they might burst forth from the fabric. Lin Ziyuan never provided them with undergarments, rendering the awkward lines all too apparent to the point where one could almost feel the blood rushing to their noses. Their rounded, ample posteriors were truly a sight to behold, capable of taking one's breath away. As the group spotted Lin Ziyuan lurking in the corner, they beckoned him to join their practice. Lu Yin immediately rose and pulled him beside her, exclaiming, Master, practice with us. I can teach you some yoga poses. This one is called Old Man Pushes the Cart. This one is Ho, E Shoots the Suns. And here's another, Eagle Shooting Heroes. In response, several of them pinned Lin Ziyuan to the ground, saying, Let us teach you the Guanyin sitting on lotus pose. They lingered in the gym until dinner time before finally emerging. You all need to review our lessons from today tonight. He Keoxing remarked as she approached Lin Ziyuan, asking, When will you teach me? The others were astonished to learn that she, too, had not been immune to Lin Ziyuan's charm. I nearly forgot to ask you about the specifics of the Yunding Villa, as you're the only one who has been there. Lu Yin interjected, I know about that villa, and my sisters are inside. Chapter 92, The Secrets of Yunding Villa. After hearing Lu Yan's introduction, Lin Ziyuan was convinced that Yunding Villa had been transformed into a doomsday fortress. Before the apocalypse, Lu Yin had received a message from a friend urging her to go to Yunding Villa, accompanied by peculiar warnings about the future of humanity relying solely on them, and that the world would soon vanish. At the time, she dismissed it as a result of her friend being overly indulgent, not taking it seriously until the blizzard arrived, revealing the truth of the impending apocalypse. They had been in contact before the internet went down, and her friend had instructed Lu Yin to seek her out at Yunding Villa. On her way there, she found herself frozen in the snow, believing she was destined to perish, only to be rescued by the auction house, inadvertently gaining supernatural abilities and becoming a valuable item for sale. Does your friend have a villa? And how many people are inside? No. She simply insisted repeatedly that I must not tell anyone about this matter or bring anyone to Yunding Villa. Then why did you tell me? Lu Yin wrapped her arms around Lin Ziyuan's, replying, Because you are my master. Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan burst into laughter, embracing her slender waist and kissing her on the lips. Onlookers nearby remarked, Oh dear, lovebirds in action. Master, dinner is ready and can be served. After their meal, Lin Ziyuan summoned Lu Yin and He Keoxing to the monitoring center. I want to visit Yunding Villa. He Keoxing sat on Lin Ziyuan's lap, looking puzzled. Why is it so necessary? Isn't our life here sufficient? The auction house was quite a blow to me. You witnessed the weaponry and ammunition they possessed. If they were to attack us one day, it would only take a few shells. Master, I will accompany you. Lin Ziyuan gently squeezed her waist. With you by my side, I feel reassured. Brother, if it truly is a doomsday fortress as you say, it must have been built for at least a decade, with all top-notch equipment inside. I do not wish for you to take unnecessary risks. An ancient proverb states that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. We must seek out another base. If we can survive here, I certainly won't take any chances. The bald man had already dispatched several subordinates to search for Lin Ziyuan's whereabouts. The auction house's seizure of the Ice Queen had been quite a blow to him, especially since he was fond of his battle vehicle. Initially, he had been a minor member of the 047 Project base, but after an unfortunate fall through the ice, he awakened his powers, subsequently eliminating the original leaders to seize control of the 047 base. Brother Guang, have the others returned? Have they found any trace of those people? Useless. What good are you? Keep searching. Even if you have to turn Hangzhou upside down, find my beloved goddess. But Brother Guang, hearing the word but, the bald man drew his gun and executed the subordinate on the spot. This is the fate of those who disobey orders. Anyone who defies me will meet the same end. Do you all understand? The subordinates below hurriedly nodded, understood, Brother Guang. He possessed the ability to walk through walls, evading detection, and many feared him, especially with the 2 newly acquired supernatural beings he had just brought back. Lin Ziyuan lay with his eyes closed on the bed, relishing Lu Yan's massage, her curves occasionally brushing against him. We shall set off tomorrow to take a look, he stated. As you command, I can scout the area first. Lin Ziyuan opened his eyes, gazing at her. If you discover that place is better than mine, will you not return? Master, you underestimate me. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Lin Ziyuan grasped her shoulders. Your he shoots the sun's technique is not yet sufficiently refined. Shall I teach you further? Lu Yin shyly lowered her head. May I change into something else? Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan's eyes lit up as he retrieved various items he had purchased, including stockings, a small whip, handcuffs, and an electric toy. He picked up a piece of sensual bridal attire, saying, "Wait for me, master. I will change." Minutes later, Lu Yin emerged from the restroom, her face adorned with a mask. "Master, your bride has arrived." Lin Ziyuan picked up the whip and handcuff from the bed. The sounds emanating from the room startled Qin Huiru and the others, who were still awake. They first heard cries of anguish, followed by Lu Yan's delightful exclamations. Qin Jingru and Fan Fan set down their mahjong tiles and stealthily approached the door, peering through a crack. They saw Lu Yan, handcuffed, while Lin Ziyuan wielded a whip. Both covered their mouths in shock, fearing they might make a sound. Ultimately, Qin Huiru could not contain herself and attempted to rush in, only to be firmly restrained and pushed back into the living room by Deng Ying. "Do not disturb Baidai's fun. Lu Yan, oh Lu Yan, truly a vixen." Qin Huiru fumed. Qin Jingru closed her eyes, reliving the earlier scene, longing for it herself. Yin Tao rolled her eyes at the group. "Tomorrow, let us see who has the skill." With that, she turned and returned to her room to sleep. The next morning, Lu Yin emerged from her room, clad in a tattered wedding gown. Everyone in the living room stared in astonishment, while Lu Yin appeared unconcerned about the marks on her body, which she viewed as trophies from the previous night, and sat down at the dining table to eat. Qin Huiru cheerfully approached her. "Sister, teach me as well." The others chimed in, "Yes, do teach us." Lu Yin proudly lifted her chin. There's a unique flavor to it. As Lin Ziyuan stepped out of his room, the group fell silent. "Wan Jing, you and Wang Xing, wait a moment and come with us." The four little tigers rushed to his feet, nuzzling against him as if to say they wanted to join. Lin Ziyuan patted each of their heads. "When you grow up, I will take you along." The others wore expressions of disappointment. Tonight's plans were once again thwarted. The armored vehicle sped through the snow, and due to the considerable distance between both sides, Lin Ziyuan planned to find a resting point along the way. "Master, we have reached the city center today. There are numerous shopping malls nearby where we can spend the night and perhaps find some beautiful clothes." Looking at the offline map marked with Yintai City, the most bustling district in Xiantang, it was also the designated resting point for the night. After navigating the final stretch across the river, they finally arrived at the city center, where Yintai City, typically bustling with hundreds of thousands of visitors daily, now lay desolate. "Master, we can enter here." They stepped through the shattered glass into the mall, which was in complete disarray, with many counters smashed and debris strewn about. It appeared as though a band of marauders had ransacked the place. Lin Ziyuan and his companions traversed the underground passage to another mall, only to find the same chaotic scene. Lu Yin originally intended to search for some clothing, but to her astonishment, the place had already been ransacked and set ablaze. How could this happen? It is all too common. Every individual harbors a resentment towards societal norms, and even a single piece of unwearable lingerie would be claimed. Chapter 93. Entering 047. A light flickered in front of the master. Lin Ziyuan promptly extinguished the flashlight and carefully brandished his machine gun as he advanced cautiously. "Brother Gao, how are we supposed to return and report if we haven't found any clues?" "Only a fool would seek clues. Consider this. They possess armored vehicles and have seized Brother Guang's auction items, which undoubtedly means they have ample resources and a considerable number of subordinates. If we were to search and actually find them, do you think we would survive to return?" Brother Gao's insight was indeed profound. How do we not think of this? "When we return, do not utter a word, or we shall all be executed. Rest assured, Brother Gao, we shall remain loyal members of your team." As Lin Ziyuan listened to their conversation, it became evident that a certain faction was searching for individuals. "Master, should we subdue them?" Upon receiving the signal, Lu Yin stepped forward, brandishing several ice picks. Lin Ziyuan watched in astonishment and immediately followed suit. "Greetings, gentlemen," Lu Yin said politely. One of them quickly drew his weapon, but in a swift motion, Lu Yin thrust an ice pick into the palm of the thug. Lin Ziyuan and the others, armed with machine guns, hurriedly pursued. "If you wish to live, do not move." "I won't move, I won't." The thugs were paralyzed with fear by Lu Yan's ice picks, discarding their weapons and raising their hands in surrender. "Let us introduce ourselves, and perhaps you can inform us about the whereabouts of your so-called Brother Guang." Upon hearing their words, Lin Ziyuan realized that this group was seeking him and learned about the bald man's terrifying ability to phase through walls. Such a power was exceedingly frightening. Should he infiltrate a room unnoticed, even the mightiest abilities would succumb to his hand. Observing the fish roasting over their campfire, Lin Ziyuan picked one up to taste, only to spit it out immediately. It lacks any seasoning. It's truly awful. Please don't kill us. We are merely trying to survive. Lin Ziyuan retrieved a self-heating hot pot from his backpack and tossed it before them. Here, this is for you. The 6 men gazed hungrily at the food on the ground, having subsisted on fish for a month, devoid of any other flavor. Are you serious, brother? What if it's poisoned? Are you afraid to eat it? Thank you, brother. They quickly grabbed the provisions, tearing open the packaging and devouring the food without fear of poison. I would like to request your assistance in taking us to your base. Brother, with your impressive skills, do you really need to join our organization? Upon hearing their earlier conversation, they realized their leader was formidable, and they wished to attach themselves to his strength. Then you shall join our team. This is our leader, Brother Gao. Lin Ziyuan hurriedly produced cigarettes from his pocket. Brother Gao, please consider allowing us to join your team. Brother Gao accepted the cigarettes and replied, Very well, I will take you to the base tomorrow. Thus, they spent the night by the fire, during which Brother Gao pulled Lin Ziyuan aside and pointed to the thug who had been pierced by Liu Yan's ice pick. It turned out that their base had a rule. Any injured person must be executed, fearing that they might reveal who had harmed them. Brother Gao called him outside, and a gunshot rang out, causing those seated by the fire to scream in terror. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Lin Ziyuan turned to the shooter. How many teammates have you killed? Over 20, but I had no choice. If I didn't kill them, the enforcers of the base would execute me. Your clothing is too pristine. You must tear it a bit, or else it will be stolen upon your return. Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan and the others hastily grabbed dirt from the ground to smear on their cold weather gear, deliberately tearing pockets to let them hang out. After completing these preparations, dawn broke, and they followed the group back to the base. Brother Gao, don't we have a vehicle? The entire base has only 9 vehicles. Resources are exceedingly scarce. They trudged through the snow for over 7 hours before faintly seeing the mountain ahead. Lin Ziyuan approached Liu Yan, feigning to support her as they walked. We are here to eliminate the threat. Otherwise, if he discovers our villa, the consequences would be dire. Once inside, we will act as the situation demands. Under Brother Gao's guidance, they finally reached the mouth of a cave, where 4 men stood guard. Greetings, brothers. We are from Team 131. Go on in. Go on in. Lin Ziyuan and the others lowered their heads, following Brother Gao forward. Just as they were about to enter the cave, the guards stopped them. Wait a moment. The leader ahead is ours. We are from Team 131. Who the hell cares who your leader is? Those cold weather suits look decent. Take them off and let us wear them. Lin Ziyuan glanced at Liu Yan, realizing they had no choice but to fight here. Brother, the new recruits are inexperienced. These cold weather suits are useless. Look, the pockets are dirty and torn. These young ones might freeze to death. As he spoke, Brother Gao handed cigarettes to the guard. The guard squeezed the pack, inspecting how many cigarettes were inside. Seemingly satisfied, he said, "Get in quickly." Lin Ziyuan pulled out 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Brother Gao. Thank you. What is so special about them? You're now my team member, and besides, that pack you gave me earlier, I've yet to touch. Inside was a tunnel hollowed out of the mountain, illuminated by dim lights. After walking about 500 meters, they were led into a room. The moment the door opened, they found themselves in a space as large as a football field, densely populated with people seated on the ground, some even lying down to sleep. This is where we gather and receive our daily tasks. Come, sit over here. Brother Gao led them to a corner. Clear out our area for Team 131. Hurry. It turned out there was a circle drawn on the ground indicating each team's number. Brother Gao settled down with the group. Once we collect our supplies, we can head out on patrol again. Lin Ziyuan observed that everyone was bundled up, with only their mouths and noses exposed. After about an hour, a person entered the room to announce tasks, instructing all teams to collect information on the territories of each faction in Qining. A reward of 100 packs of instant noodles would be given for identifying each faction, and a reward of 500 packs for finding someone with an armored vehicle. Everyone, you may select fish at the entrance. Each team is allowed 10, no more. Hurry, let's get to the entrance for fish, where there will only be the small ones left. Upon arriving at the entrance and seeing the fish on the ground, Lin Ziyuan asked Brother Gao, "Do we still need this? If we don't take it, we'll starve." With that, Gao picked out 10 of the slightly better fish. Chapter 94, Diverting Disaster. Brother Gao led the team to the resting room, which lacked even beds, with a rusty iron pot sitting atop a fire stove in the center. "I'll go gather some snow to stew the fish for dinner." Lin Ziyuan stood up. "I'll accompany you." Liu Yan, about to rise, was gently pressed back down by Lin Ziyuan, signaling her to stay put. "Brother Gao, the living conditions here aren't great. Why are we here?" He surveyed the surroundings. "Speak no more. If not here, then where? As long as we survive, that's enough." Upon exiting the cave, they spotted a group approaching from the lake, dragging fish nets, accompanied by over 20 guards wielding machine guns. Don't be deceived. They're all responsible for fishing, and daily catches are dwindling. Brother Gao, do you wish to get rich? Lin Ziyuan suddenly conceived an idea. Why not utilize the capabilities of Leader 047 to seize Yunding Villa? If he could phase through walls, why not put that ability to use? What wealth are you referring to? Do you know what to find war chariots or power? Of course, I am well aware of where power resides, and it is remarkably close to us. We can reach it by crossing the lake surface. You are deceiving me. We have thoroughly searched this area multiple times and found no one. Hurry and help me carry the pot. Upon returning to the room, Lin Ziyuan produced several packets of compressed biscuits and handed them to Brother Gao. You have quite a stash, don't you? Brother Gao remarked. You mentioned you searched the hills on the eastern bank of the lake, yet found nothing? What was there to find on the hill? The trees on the opposite hill have all fallen, leaving no paths to ascend. We focused on the scenic spots along the lake. Brother Gao, I'm certain there are treasures atop East Lake Mountain. We must investigate. Encouraged by Lin Ziyuan's enthusiasm, they resolved to explore East Lake Mountain the next day. Hurry up. It's your fault we're heading to East Lake Mountain. It's freezing on this lake. Lin Ziyuan shouted. Brother Gao, I never suggested we traverse the lake surface. With no shelter on the lake, the weather had seemed tolerable when they set out in the morning, but as they reached the lake's center, a fierce wind arose, rendering them nearly unable to stand, and they were blown back to the shore. Thus, the shortcut they sought became increasingly distant. After more than 5 hours of trekking, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Lin Ziyuan pointed to the summit. Let us ascend and take a look. Just a few steps forward. One of the younger members lost his footing and fell directly into a hole. Brother Gao and the others cautiously approached the hole's edge, where the young man lay unconscious amidst scattered branches. Climbing back was impossible. The area was littered with collapsed trees, all concealed beneath a blanket of snow, making it perilous to navigate. Lin Ziyuan increasingly sensed that secrets lay above. The fallen trees seemed to deliberately obstruct the path upward. Whoever can climb up, I will reward them with 10 packs of biscuits and 5 packs of cigarettes. Upon hearing this, Brother Gao's subordinates sprang into action like they had received a surge of adrenaline, eager to ascend. Luyan attempted to follow, but was halted by Lin Ziyuan. One young man, opting not to walk, crawled through the snow. This method kept him from falling into the tree hole, and, after crawling approximately 30 meters, he stood and signaled, "If you all crawl like me, you 1T fall." Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out, causing Lin Ziyuan and the others to drop to the snow. Brother Gao, trembling with fear, asked what happened. Where did the shots come from? Gunshots from the mountain. There must be power up there. I wasn't lying. Let's hurry back for our reward. Yes, let us retreat. Brother Gao, who had sought excuses while climbing, now hurried back faster than anyone, eager to inform the captain at the base. The captain would then relay the information through the ranks. A meeting was convened, and the captain and group leaders proceeded to the operations room. Brother Gao stood ready to attend the meeting when Lin Ziyuan stepped forward to stop him. Brother Gao, take me with you. I can take you, but what about those biscuits and cigarettes you mentioned? I'll bring them back for you, Brother Gao. Let us go then. After all, you're the one who told me about East Lake Mountain. Soon, the two arrived in the operations room, which was filled with people. Brother Gao pulled Lin Ziyuan into a corner. Brother Gao, why do you always gravitate to the corners? What do you know? Corners provide a sense of security. Shortly thereafter, a dozen individuals entered, led by the bald man seen at the auction, accompanied by the 2 extraordinary individuals he had purchased. Greetings, Master Guang. Everyone bowed to him, while Lin Ziyuan, unaware of this custom, was pressed down by Brother Gao. You all have worked hard. Today, I am here to convene a meeting. Tomorrow, we shall launch an assault on Greenland Century City, where our enemies are located. We will reclaim all the war chariots, beautiful women, and extraordinary individuals. Lin Ziyuan was taken aback. Greenland was right in his backyard. Did he already know about his villa? Master Guang, I believe we should first attack the villa on East Lake Mountain. Who speaks without understanding decorum? Take him out and execute him. Brother Gao, shivering, stepped forward. Master Guang, it was one of my subordinates who misspoke. I will take him out immediately. The bald man took a step forward. Wait a moment. What is this about East Lake Mountain? Brother Gao, uncertain of the secrets involved, nudged Lin Ziyuan to speak. East Lake Mountain is the doomsday villa built by Mr. Ma. Inside, it is spring-like all year round, with an endless supply of food and hundreds of starlets. Is that true? Indeed. I was one of the builders of that doomsday villa. The bald man fell into deep thought, uncertain where to strike first. As he hesitated, Lin Ziyuan added fuel to the fire. During its construction, Mr. Ma declared that no one would enter his villa unless he permitted it. What an arrogant fellow. Then we shall first assault East Lake Mountain tomorrow, and afterward, we'll proceed to Greenland Century City. Today, everyone eat heartily. If what you say is true, I will reward you with one of the starlets. The bald man pointed at Lin Ziyuan. Back in the lounge, Lin Ziyuan took out a cigarette and lit one for himself. Brother Gao approached him quietly. As you wished, we will first attack East Lake Mountain. Lin Ziyuan remained silent, merely extending the cigarette to him. I have known for a long time, you are the one Master Wang seeks. The woman who can control ice and snow must be the so-called Ice Queen, and your ability to produce supplies from your pocket suggests you possess extraordinary powers as well. Lin Ziyuan smiled at him, already contemplating how to eliminate him. You need not worry. I shall not disclose this to anyone. I simply wish to survive. Rest assured, you will certainly survive. Lin Ziyuan took a deep drag from his cigarette. All of it was for the sake of survival.